I'm ready to dig a hole and bury myself, because I'm absolutely the most miserable traveler in history. When others travel through time, they begin as emperors or kings, but I've traveled 80 years without awakening a system. Now I'm about to die of old age, finally letting go of my last bit of longing. But just as I put the coffin lid on, a ding-dong suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host has awakened max level enlightenment. Hearing these words, I kicked open the coffin lid. Max level enlightenment? What use is this enlightenment now? With my body half in the grave, how can I still practice cultivation? Just as I was about to raise my fist and curse the heavens, I pulled back my outstretched arm. I discovered that although my body was terribly decayed, my spiritual awareness had already grasped 3,000 great paths, and my body's deterioration had slowed considerably. Given the current situation, living another 3 years wouldn't be a problem. Now that I possessed max-level enlightenment, it didn't matter if I had useless bones, or if useless bones became rotten bones. In the future, I could create my own cultivation method, and even with rotten bones, I could still walk the path of cultivation. But with only 3 years of time left, I might die of old age before creating a technique. Although all worldly cultivation methods were prepared for those with good physical foundations, I could modify them to fit my body and cultivate to a certain level. Thinking of this, I walked toward a nearby peach tree. Old Zhao, I heard you're planning to take on disciples again. How about me? Zhao Zihai beside me wore an expression caught between laughter and tears. You're already 70 or 80 years old. Not only do you lack a foundation, even if you had the best warrior bones, they would likely be too wasted for cultivation by now. You'd probably break a bone just stretching. You still want to cultivate? If you're just afraid of dying so soon, I can help you find some longevity pills to let you live a couple more years. Faced with Zhao Zihai's words, I lifted my head and said with absolute determination, I truly intend to cultivate. You can learn as long as you live. I want to try. Just give me a cultivation manual and let me try. Zhao Zihai didn't crush my enthusiasm. I'll copy the 3 completeness method for you. It's enough to cultivate to warrior level. Bring paper and brush. I immediately narrowed my eyes. Old Zhao, isn't your Tianyu sect's body training method the 10,000 forms fist? You're just fobbing me off with an inferior training method. You're the leader of the Tianyu sect. Zhao Zihai couldn't help but ask, are you serious? He wasn't holding back the 10,000 forms fist because he was stingy, but because it was too sharp and could easily hurt oneself. An 80-year-old practicing a technique that could hurt even young people, wasn't that asking for death? Seeing I didn't speak, Zhao Zihai sighed softly. I'll consider it fulfilling a dying man's last wish. Go get paper and brush, and I'll copy it for you right away. I waved my hand and said, no need. Just demonstrate it for me to see. Hearing these words, Zhao Zihai couldn't help but look me up and down again. Had his old friend lost his mind? Even his personal disciples couldn't learn just by watching once or twice. How could an old man be so confident? But this was better. If he actually copied it down, I might run into problems practicing by myself. And if he just demonstrated a few times, forget about learning it, I probably wouldn't even remember it. Zhao Zihai didn't waste words. Fearing I might change my mind, he immediately stood up, went to a clear space, and began to take his stance. Watch carefully, he said as he waved his hands and stomped the ground with one foot. With a tremor, he began demonstrating the 10,000 forms fist before me. Within moments, his figure entered a unique mental state, with various movements emerging endlessly. Each punch seemed to summon the cry of an elephant. An ordinary disciple wouldn't create such waves, but Zhao Zihai was already half-stepped to the heavenly state. Even the most basic 10,000 forms fist was different in his hands. Trying to learn this technique by eye alone would be extremely difficult. But meanwhile, I carefully watched every movement and fluctuation of Zhao Zihai's, already breaking through to the essence of the fist technique, even faintly hearing another sound. This sound seemed to be at the horizon yet also right in front of me, but when I tried to catch it, it instantly scattered. The fist technique had flaws. With a thought, I almost instantly discovered some problems. It wasn't that I suspected Zhao Zihai of hiding anything, this was likely an issue with the technique itself. Given the chance, I could try to complete it. That was the complete first round. I'll show you a few more times, slower. Whether you can understand depends on you. Don't blame me if it's useless later. Exhaling and finishing his stance, Zhao Zihai prepared to continue with the second round. But I waved my hand. No need, that's enough, that's enough. Zhao Zihai clicked his tongue and stopped. He thought this old man had such self-awareness, now that's a proper 80-year-old. Alright. Don't think about cultivation. In a few days, I'll help you find some longevity pills. Just prepare a few jars of peach blossom wine for me. Zhao Zihai looked relaxed, but his expression suddenly froze. He saw my hands moving like clouds, showing signs of taking a stance. I didn't notice Zhao Zihai's psychological change, and after taking a stance, I immediately began to move. With every gesture, it seemed that a giant elephant was slowly awakening. Zhao Zihai grew more and more alarmed as he watched. He had thought I was just putting on a show, but the first form was performed quite properly. Although there were some subtle changes, overall it was very close to the original. So for the second form, Zhao Zihai paid extremely close attention, because the first major movement of the 10,000 forms fist was in it. This movement required a large, rapid body transition absolutely impossible for an 80-year-old. I had already reached this point, having just performed the first half. Suddenly I slowed down, then replaced the high-intensity movement with another extremely gentle one. Seeing this, Zhao Zihai couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed I just had a strong memory and had only memorized the fist technique. All the high-amplitude movements had been replaced. But a fist technique without any high-intensity movements would have no use except for casual practice. With this thought, he was at ease. Alright, practice slowly. I'll head back now. You're doing quite well. If you really become a warrior, come find me, and I'll let you be an elder for fun. Zhao Zihai still exchanged a few polite words. Then he jumped up, preparing to leave the Peach Blossom Valley. I always thought that once you died, those jars of peach blossom wine would belong to me, but seeing you like this, so old and confused, I can't help but feel a bit reluctant. The only one who can make me pour out my heart now is you, old immortal. He glanced back. Zhao Zihai's figure vanished above the Peach Blossom Valley. Well, I'll bring you some longevity pills in a while. However, if he stayed a little longer, he would probably discover that Lu Mo was not what he thought was a fleeting glimpse of life. Ignoring Zhao Zihai, Lu Mo continued to run his modified myriad forms fist in place. While Zhao Zihai was demonstrating, he had already synchronized the body refining method, turning it into something immensely suitable for himself. Although it did look like what Zhao Zihai said. Lu Mo's current myriad forms fist looked like a decaying elephant that couldn't even walk properly. Yet, beneath the withered skin of this elephant, the heart area pulsated with a vibrant, life-filled rhythm, slowly awakening. Half an hour later. Whew. As he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, Lu Mo instantly felt refreshed, the skin membrane gradually calming down, and a trace of energy was sensed and captured. The whole person seemed to be young again. Full of energy. A spiritual light also appeared in Lu Mo's mind. You have successfully transformed the myriad forms fist technique into a decayed elephant fist technique suitable only for yourself by using your own decayed bones as the foundation and the mortal vein as a catalyst, restoring vitality and gaining 100 essence of enlightenment. Suddenly, a surge of life force rushed in, straightening Lu Mo's back considerably. Originally, cultivation was a bit difficult, but this surge of vitality was a great help. This decayed elephant fist must be of a much higher grade, but only I can practice it. So this is what full-level enlightenment is all about. Feeling the information in his mind, Lu Mo gained a clearer understanding of his full-level enlightenment. This full-level enlightenment is not without limits, but is tied to one's own cultivation level. No one at the same level could compare to his enlightenment. No matter what realm he was in, it was the same throughout the river of time. However, he could not leap several major realms to create and modify the saintly methods. But the rewarded essence of enlightenment allowed him to temporarily overcome these restrictions, directly creating and modifying higher-level techniques. But even if these techniques were created, with his current life strength, it would be hard to execute them. Even if he forcefully executed them, their power would not exceed his current life strength by much. For him right now, these essences of enlightenment truly had no practical use. This is interesting. Muttering softly, Lu Mo rose again, spreading his legs apart. This time, even as he just started, the exposed skin membrane around him began to pulsate, blood and energy surging like a tide. Time flew by. Half a month later. Boom! As he struck out the final move, the fallen leaves around Lu Mo were immediately blown away by several meters, with deep footprints appearing. The strength is also among the top elite. Only half a step away from becoming a great warrior in the refining spirit realm. And Lu Mo had long sensed that the three realms of energy, spirit, and mind would not be any obstacle for him, even simpler than the previous four realms. After all, the first four realms were about transforming the body's strength through muscles, flesh, and bones. For himself, at 80 years old, this was no easy feat. But the last three realms concerning energy, spirit, and mind posed no real obstacles. It was just that. Lu Mo turned his head and glanced at the small wooden house he lived in, where the stored food had already run out. After officially becoming a warrior, the energy consumption his body required was far beyond that of an 80-year-old man. Originally, the food supply, which should have lasted more than half a year, was consumed in just half a month. And this was only the beginning. Rich in martial skills, poor in literature. The cost of practicing martial arts, food was the smallest part of it. Once he broke through the four realms and entered the initial stage, the costs for various resources would truly reveal themselves. But fortunately, he had accumulated a large family fortune in his early years, so the costs for practicing martial arts were naturally not a problem, though he hadn't thought there would be a place where he would need to use the money, so all his assets had been left in the town for the steward to manage. Arriving at the edge of the square, he looked towards the mountain below connected by the broken stone steps. Lu Mo couldn't help but feel quite emotional. He had once thought he would never have a chance to leave the mountain before he died, but unexpectedly, his old bones had become a warrior. Following his gaze, In the distance at the foot of the mountain, a sizable town appeared in view. It seems like it's been 10 years. Chapter 4, The Upright Gentleman, Sun Zhengyang. With Lu Mo's current pace. From when he left the mountain to arrive at the west gate of Jinyuan town, it only took half an hour. But the last time Lu Mo appeared here was already 10 years ago. At that time, his last concubine passed away, leaving him with no attachments in the world, so Lu Mo entrusted all his assets to the steward Qianxiu to manage, and he went to Taohua Valley to retire. Retirement, actually, was just waiting for death. Lu Mo never thought he would leave the mountain again. But after waiting for so long, hey! He had not died for 10 years, and had become a warrior. That's why it's said that life is full of surprises. At this moment, at the west gate, there were constant sounds of arguing. A few figures dressed in luxurious blue robes seemed to be debating something, talking endlessly. Except for the different styles and colors of their clothes. These people all had extraordinary bearing, with brows filled with arrogance, clearly not from common families. The commoners in and around the town could only dare to glance from a distance, not daring to approach. Even the guards by the city gates pretended not to see them, secretly crouching down, hoping these people wouldn't notice them. After all, no matter who was among them, they could not afford to offend. How could my senior brother Sun Zhengyang, a man of upright character, ever go to such a filthy place as a brothel? I personally saw Sun Zhengyang entering Yunyan Tower that day. Pa, you are slandering him. From a distance, Lu Mo could tell these people were disciples from different sects around Jinyuan town, who had encountered each other at the west gate today. From their attire, they were likely from Tianyu sect and Yangmen. Normally, a small town like this shouldn't have so many sects in it. But because to the east of Jinyuan town was the vast 10,000 mountain range, filled with countless opportunities. Many powerful figures liked to establish sects outside the 10,000 mountain range. Jinyuan town had benefited from this, and its population was significantly larger than that of ordinary towns. Before Zhao Zihai arrived, the two major forces, Yangmen and Nine Sword Mountain, had already existed. Disciples from the three forces often collided, even fighting was common. Sun Zhengyang, one of old Zhao's direct disciples. He muttered softly. Lu Mo recalled that Zhao Zihai had mentioned this name when they played chess. He had spoken highly of him. According to Zhao Zihai, this disciple of his was single-minded in pursuing the way, unwavering, and with an exceptionally noble character, a rare figure in the world. There was once a young female disciple who sneaked into his quarters at night, undressed, and tried to seduce him. This Sun Zhengyang actually managed to strictly refuse to be tempted, not even letting his gaze wander down. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a true gentleman. Lu Mo took a glance. In the crowd, Sun Zhengyang indeed deserved that title. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, graceful and elegant, he truly did not seem like someone tainted by the mundane world. If it weren't for the fact that martial artists are full of young energy, I would have thought you were incapable. Withdrawing his doubtful gaze, Lu Mo directly bypassed them and entered Jinyuan town. His speed was so fast that it was almost like a moment. Though there were many people at the entrance, Lu Mo moved through the crowd like a fish swimming through the gaps, his figure almost too hard to see. Only these few cultivators gave a puzzled glance, then quickly turned back to their argument. This was a movement technique Lu Mo had derived during his free time by observing falling leaves. It was quite suitable for cutting in line. Meanwhile, the people from the west gate were arguing louder and louder, almost ready to fight. After entering Jinyuan town, Lu Mo didn't linger on the road, just glancing at a few of his businesses that were still operating, then heading towards the Lu family mansion in his memory. He remembered that when he left, he never thought he'd return, so he had dismissed most of the servants. Now, probably few people would recognize him. Stop, what are you doing? A strong man, whom Lu Mo had never seen before, blocked his way, but Lu Mo wasn't surprised. I am Lu Mo, tell Qianxiu I'm back. Who are you to have the right to see our master? What Lu Mo? Never heard of him. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Though Lu Mo had some black hair growing back and looked a bit more energetic, he was still dressed in faded cloth clothes, and his overall appearance was quite poor. So the guards gave him little respect. There were many beggars like him. As for the name Lu Mo, he had only come to Jinyuan town in the past 2 years, so they had never heard of him. Seeing this, Lu Mo simply paused, didn't say anything more, and directly moved forward, trying to return to the mansion. When the old man saw that not only was he not leaving but was even attempting to force his way in, he sneered and stretched out his hand to grab Lu Mo. After all, he was a cultivator at the body refining stage. When had he ever been so disregarded? Someone like this old man, he could kill with a spit. But Lu Mo just lightly extended his hand to meet his. The next second, crack! A bone-breaking sound rang out. The gatekeeper immediately felt as if a giant pair of pliers had gripped him, the immense strength easily immobilizing him, his face turning pale in an instant. The pain was so intense that he even half knelt on the ground. His whole body trembled. He couldn't even shout, only squeezing out a hissing sound from his teeth. The guard never expected that this old man, who looked like he was half in the grave, would have so much strength. He was actually a martial artist, and even stronger than himself. Looking up, he saw the words Qian Mansion above, and Luomo shook his head, throwing the guard aside before entering the courtyard. The courtyard was no different from what he remembered. Only the peach tree in the corner had grown many circles larger, and the servants who had been disturbed looked at him with confused expressions, but no one recognized him. "You, who are you?" The other guards in the mansion surrounded him, helping the previous guard up. However, none dared to step forward. After all, their strength was not even considered to be in the lower ranks. "So noisy, noisy, noisy. What's all this noise about? You've woken me up from my nap." The inner courtyard door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a large belly walked out, his mouth greasy, looking from a distance like a lump of fat. Luomo couldn't help but frown. 10 years had passed. How had Qianqiu turned into this? At the same time, Qianqiu's gaze fell on Luomo, and he froze in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. He rubbed his eyes several times. Only then did he confirm that he was not seeing things. In his eyes, there was shock, doubt, and questioning, but Luomo did not see a trace of joy. "Old master? You are back?" The surrounding servants seemed to have heard something unbelievable, each with a terrified expression. Only a few older ones seemed to have thought of something. This mansion indeed belonged to the Lu family, and Qianqiu was just a steward. All the businesses in Jinyuan town were established by this person. But wasn't the original owner already dead? Still alive? And resolved the guard at the refining skin realm with just one move? For a moment, the surrounding servants felt their minds were spinning. It's been so many years. Luomo clicked his tongue and glanced at Qianqiu. "Is this how you welcome the old master?" Qianqiu hurriedly knelt on the ground, his excess flesh trembling as he did so, having not made this gesture for a long time. Though it had been 10 years, a habit etched in his bones made him instinctively kneel down. Seeing this, the surrounding servants also quickly knelt, their faces pale. If this old man were truly the master, then he could easily decide their life and death. Even if a lowly servant was beaten to death, no one would say much. Slowly stepping forward, Luomo patted Qianqiu's shoulder, who was still in shock. He walked directly into the main hall. "Bring me the accounts from the past 10 years, old master wants to take a look." Chapter 5, Hiring a Killer. Several hours later, in the main hall of the Lu residence, Luomo finally closed the last ledger and rubbed his eyes. Though he had become a warrior, dealing with ledgers was still frustrating, not to mention the pile-up accounts from 10 years. It should be known that the Lu family's businesses were not few. There were even several in neighboring towns. In the surrounding 10 miles or so, they could be considered wealthy merchants. At this moment, Qianqiu stood obediently behind Luomo, sweating profusely and constantly wiping his forehead. He hadn't served anyone for a long time, and coupled with his physical difficulties, it seemed he would collapse after standing a while longer. His uncertain gaze looked at Luomo's back, not knowing what he was thinking. Aside from spending quite a bit, over the past 10 years, Qianqiu had indeed taken good care of his own businesses. Although he hadn't expanded much, there were also not many closures. Leaning back in the chair, Luomo had not spoken yet when Qianqiu hurriedly said, "Old master, the sign at the entrance has been changed back. The main house has also been thoroughly cleaned and restored to the state it was when you left. At that time, I listened to some slanderous words and thought you were gone, that's why." Waving his hand, Luomo interrupted Qianqiu. He did not delve deeply into this but instead asked, "Where is your wife?" He had been back for several hours. How could Qianqiu's wife not come to visit him? After all, he had officiated their wedding. But this woman had not appeared up to now. Seeing Luomo asking about his wife, Qianqiu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He stole a glance at Luomo. "She is feeling a bit unwell today and can't get out of bed." With a faint sigh, Luomo shook his head and did not press further. He remembered very clearly that not long after he sat down in the hall, Qianqiu's wife had peeked at him a few times. How could such a move escape the notice of a refining bone warrior? This woman had been like this for decades, still displaying such petty behavior. Looking towards the hall's exit, Luomo was lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he said, "Steward Qian." Luomo tapped his fingers on the table. "How many years have we known each other? I remember you were this tall back then." Luomo held up a hand to gesture a small height. Replying to the master, "It should be around 40 years. I remember you were almost starving to death, and it was I who saved you, right?" Qianqiu hurriedly nodded, sweat beads flying with the motion. "The master has great kindness to me, I will never forget it in this lifetime." With a faint smile, Luomo shook his head. "If you truly won't forget, you wouldn't have changed this place to Qian's residence." That's because Luo did not let Qianxiu continue. Stood up and stretched, letting out the sound of bones knocking against each other. 10 years ago, when we went up the mountain, I told you. That wife of yours is too snobbish, too mean, and always stirs up trouble. You don't have a mind of your own, easy to be led by others. You should have divorced her early. But 10 years have passed, and you never took my words seriously. Let me give you one piece of advice: a man should have his own mind. Don't always be led by a woman, or sooner or later, you'll ruin yourself. Lived this long. May not know other things, but never judged a person wrong. If he had divorced that woman earlier, Qianxiu wouldn't be like this now. Enough. Bring the food to my room. Don't come bother me if there's nothing important. Before leaving the main hall, Luo glanced at Qianxiu. Seeing Luo leave, only then did Qianxiu wipe the sweat off his head. 10 years have passed. Luo didn't change much from the memory in his head, but the pressure he gave off was even stronger now. Not long after Luo left, Qianxiu's wife sneaked into the main hall. As soon as she entered, a sharp and mean voice rang out. That old bastard, never thought he was really still alive. Came back and wanted to see the account books right away, didn't even think about who has been managing his assets for 10 years. If not for us, his family business would have been gone long ago. I think he should have given everything to us already. What use does an old bastard have for so much money? And now he has the face to come back. She looked greedy and fake, gold hanging all over her body. When Luo was here, she didn't even dare to come, but the moment he left, she jumped out to talk behind his back. Pa! She spit in the direction Luo left. Madam Chan looked at Qianxiu. What do you think about what I told you this afternoon? Before too many people know the old man is back, the sooner we act, the better. Weren't you always worried he wasn't dead? Now's perfect, we kill him, and you won't have to worry anymore. Luo had just come back that afternoon. Madame Qian already made up her mind and secretly talked to Qianxiu for a long time. Now that Luo wanted to take back control of all the assets, how could she accept it? She was just a servant before. Though she married the steward of a big household, her status didn't change much. But now she was the famous Madame Qian in Jinyuan town, with a group of servants serving her wherever she went. She couldn't bear to go back to being a servant again. So the moment she found out Luo was alive and back, she didn't hesitate at all and decided to kill him. But the master saved my life before. How about we wait a couple more days? I think he won't live much longer anyway. Still wait? Madame Qian's voice rose 2 more notches. Didn't you hear the guards say, this old man is at least a flesh-refining realm fighter, full of blood and energy, he might live another 10 years. The favor of saving your life. You already paid that back. Now it's him who owes us. Seeing Qianxiu still hesitating, Madame Qian slapped him across the face. What are you still thinking about? If you want to keep being a servant, I won't. I'd rather starve to death than serve people again. He's just an 80-year-old old bastard. Most people in Jinyuan town already think he's dead. What are you afraid of by killing him? Seeing this, Qianxiu finally clenched his teeth, showing a bit of determination in his eyes. Fine, go find someone right now. The gate guard is at the skin refining stage of the flesh and bone refining path. That means the old man is at least at the flesh refining stage. Don't find someone weaker than that. If we do it, we leave no way out. Even though he was usually timid, once he made a decision, Qianxiu became very decisive. As for poisoning, he didn't even consider it. If Luo got suspicious and had a servant taste the food they sent, then the 2 of them would surely die. When that old bastard was reading the account books this afternoon, I have found the right person. Come in. As Madame Qian's voice fell, 2 burly figures dressed in leather armor directly entered the hall. The 2 had identical faces. They seemed to have been carved from the same mold. The only difference was that the older brother had a scar on his face, making him look terrifying. Both are muscle refiners, that's enough. Together, the 2 brothers could even defeat 3 warriors of the same level. To completely eliminate future trouble, everything you've thought of, I've thought of too. After Madame Qian finished speaking, Qianxiu thought for a while. Strike at 3 a.m. We don't need to hurry now. Several hours later, after Zhang San and Zhang Si left the hall, Qianxiu and his companion closed the door. The dim light of the lantern cast their shadows on the wall. I wonder what kind of luck this old fool has had, to actually become a martial artist. Wouldn't it have been better for him to stay quietly on the mountain? Why come down to die? Madame Qian's voice was sharp, and she never even considered that Luo might still be alive. In her eyes, Luo could only have reached the peak of body refining at best, and it was impossible for him to go any higher. It was already a miracle that an old man had reached the body refining stage after 10 years of cultivation. Any higher? That was completely impossible. This time, they had even hired 2 muscle refiners. No matter what, it was a certain death for the other party. Just as Qianxiu nodded and was about to say something, footsteps were already heard from outside the door. So soon? The two of them displayed expressions of joy. The 2 brothers had just left, and now it was over? In the next moment, the door and windows were shattered, and 2 round human heads flew in. One of the heads had a scar on its face. The 2 of them turned pale instantly. Chapter 6, Seeking Help. Holding a white cloth, Lu Mo wiped the blood from his hands. As he followed the blood trail on the floor, he walked into the hall. Having lived for so many years, he had done all kinds of things. But this was the first time he had killed someone. However, he didn't feel any psychological burden. After all, the other side had come to kill him, so how could he let them go alive? How is this possible? Seeing the unscathed Lu Mo, Qianxiu's voice trembled, his body collapsing onto the ground. He even suspected that he was seeing a ghost. After several checks, the 2 heads on the ground were indeed the 2 muscle refiners they had hired. But why had they been killed by Lu Mo? Looking at the blood on Lu Mo's hands, Qianxiu didn't think anyone else had acted. But why? 10 years ago, the old master was already 70 with no cultivation at all. How could he have reached such a level in just 10 years? Even with the facts right in front of him, Qianxiu still couldn't understand the scene before him. Meanwhile, Madame Qian's eyes flickered, suppressing the fear inside. She started crying. While crying, she crawled toward Lu Mo on her knees. Master, it's all his doing. I've always advised him to spare you, but he insisted on hiring killers to deal with you. Master, I'm innocent. Slap. Before she could crawl to Lu Mo's feet, a slap landed. Half of Madame Qian's face was immediately crushed, blood and flesh in a mess. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh, her life extinguished. Arriving in front of Qianxiu, the other person's face had turned ashen. He didn't even glance at his wife who had died violently. Looking at Lu Mo, a face both familiar and strange, Qianxiu opened his mouth but said nothing. Lu Mo paused, took out a packet of powder from his chest, and poured it into a wine cup on the table. This was found inside the clothes of the 2 on the floor, colorless and tasteless. Then, he picked up a nearby wine jug and filled the cup. When you were 10, I saved you. All these years, you've served me, poured wine for me. Now it's my turn to pour for you. After speaking, Lu Mo turned and left the hall, his expression showing no emotion or change. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, the sound of a wine cup falling and an object crashing to the ground echoed. Having lived so long, he had seen too much of life, aging, illness, and death. Indeed, nothing could truly touch him. After returning to his residence, Lu Mo noticed Madame Qian's malice and watchful gaze, understanding that the other party could not abandon her current status and would definitely make a move against him. Then he also pointed out Qianxiu. Unfortunately, there are always some people who walk the road to death without turning back. An hour later, at the gate of the Lu residence, several constables were moving 4 bodies covered with white cloth. As they hadn't been dead long, there was no foul smell, and the constables were experienced, showing no change in expression. Occasionally, they cast curious glances at the old man chatting with the captain at the entrance. These 2 brothers' identities have been uncovered. They are 2 fugitives from the neighboring town, specializing in dirty work. They hid in Jinyuan town a few months ago. Although they claim they can handle 3 martial artists of the same realm, they never take contracts to kill those of the same realm, just to be cautious and avoid drawing attention. Didn't expect it. Sun Daiyuan couldn't help but take a good look at Lu Mo. You fell into my hands today. He tapped his smoking pipe and the look of surprise in his eyes had not yet faded. But I also didn't expect. You're actually still alive? And why didn't you tell me you were back? If you had, these 2 wouldn't dare to act so boldly against you. The captain Sun Daiyuan was considered an acquaintance of Lu Mo. In the early years, while in Jinyuan town, he inevitably dealt with people from the officials. Sun Daiyuan was a person quite suited to Lu Mo's taste, often accompanying him to the brothel to listen to the songs. The news of Qianxiu occupying his assets was secretly relayed to Zhao Zihai by Sun Daiyuan. However, since there hadn't been much movement, Sun Daiyuan had long thought that Lu Mo should be dead. Didn't expect to meet him today. After glancing at Sun Daiyuan, Lu Mo smiled and said, honestly, the feeling of being secretly targeted by someone is much worse than them coming at me directly. It's better to remove this thorn early. Indeed. Taking a puff of his pipe, Sun Daiyuan nodded. But his gaze lingered on the few bodies being taken out, and Sun Daiyuan pondered before asking the question in his heart. Did you really kill those brothers Zhang San and Zhang Si? With a smile. Lu Mo did not hide it and nodded directly. It was clear that he had become a martial artist, something that could not be concealed, and it was better to be frank. He had no intention of hiding his identity. However, whether people believed it or not was none of his business. You're just bragging. Shaking his head. Sun Daiyuan did not believe it at all. Although Lu Mo's spirit and energy looked extraordinary, showing some possibility of having become a martial artist. But to say that it was he who killed Zhang San and Zhang Si, Sun Daiyuan could not believe it at all. He had seen the wounds on the two brothers. Both died instantly without any struggle, and the knife used to behead them belonged to Zhang San. This meant someone else is handling it, just not convenient to show up. After all, he is not like the Qianqiu couple who knows the relationship between Lu Mo and Zhao Zihai. Having a half-step celestial being find a bone-refining realm martial artist to protect Lu Mo is reasonable and justified. Alright, you don't say anything, I won't push. I'll take the body away, you don't have to worry about the follow-up. Just sign your name when it gets archived. After saying this, Sun Daiyuan planned to leave with the other constables. Although 4 people died this time. It's not a troublesome matter. The contracts sold by the Qianqiu couple were returned to Lu Mo 10 years ago, but secretly occupying Lu Mo's assets and hiring someone to kill can't be escaped. Zhang San and Zhang Si are also fugitives, the case couldn't be any simpler. Only Lu Mo's bone-refining realm expert behind him hasn't shown up. But this doesn't matter. Just thinking of this, Sun Daiyuan, who had already walked a few meters away, turned back again. I have something. Seeing Sun Daiyuan's awkward expression, Lu Mo guessed that the other party might have something to ask of him. We've known each other for so many years, I won't be polite. In a couple of days, I might need your help. After some consideration, Sun Daiyuan continued. Strictly speaking, I should need the help of your bone-refining realm expert behind you. Hearing this, Lu Mo was taken aback for a moment. My expert behind me. Who? Chapter 7, Controlling the Evil. After sending off Sun Daiyuan, Lu Mo turned back to the courtyard. In the earlier conversation, Lu Mo had already learned why Sun Daiyuan was asking for his help. In the past few days, an evil cultivator appeared from somewhere. Every 7 days, he kills a person, causing a number of tragic incidents. The officials take this very seriously, assigning bone-refining realm Sun Daiyuan to investigate. But the opponent's technique is strange. Although Sun Daiyuan and others have found the opponent's trace several times, they all let him escape. Once, the opponent even exchanged a few blows with Sun Daiyuan. Then, without a trace, he suddenly disappeared. Sun Daiyuan couldn't even see the opponent's direction of escape clearly. But because he could engage with Sun Daiyuan, the opponent is only a bone-refining realm martial artist and shouldn't be too strong, it's just that his techniques are too strange, making it hard to capture him. With Sun Daiyuan's own abilities, capturing him should be impossible. So, upon seeing that he killed Zhang San and Zhang Si effortlessly, the opponent thought of seeking help. To have him assist next time when the evil cultivator appears. Of course. In Sun Daiyuan's eyes, he is seeking help from the mysterious person behind Lu Mo. Although Lu Mo had explained, Sun Daiyuan wore an understanding expression. Old Sun had thought about looking for the disciples from the sect in town. But this group of people was too proud, asking them to act would likely lead to unreasonable demands, and various restrictions, even requiring compensation if their clothes got stained with blood. After collaborating with them once, Sun Daiyuan hesitated to ask this group again. Although the mysterious person behind Lu Mo should also be a disciple of Tianyu sect. But with this connection through Lu Mo, this cooperation should be more normal. As for Lu Mo's insistence that he killed Zhang San and Zhang Si, Sun Daiyuan completely dismissed it. A 70-year-old man, becoming a bone-refining realm martial artist in 10 years, seems too far-fetched. Returning to the courtyard. The bloodstains in the hall had been gradually cleaned up by the servants. Seeing Lu Mo appear, everyone's expressions grew a bit tense and worried. After all, in the eyes of the servants, they didn't know what had happened yesterday, they only knew that the Qianqiu couple was dead, and the Qian family's name had changed back. There were even 2 headless bodies of unknown origin. All these changes happened too quickly, for them, it can hardly be overstated that the sky changed overnight. Lu Mo did not make it difficult for these people. He only kept those willing to stay, even if these people still feared him now, they knew that leaving through that door would likely only lead to starvation. Ignoring everyone, Lu Mo walked straight to the back courtyard. After dismissing the servants, Lu Mo stood with his legs apart, and the sound of punches began to echo. However, this time Lu Mo was performing the decaying elephant fist. Yet it was somewhat different from usual. Every punch and every move seemed to carry a thick sense of viciousness, as if each punch was aimed to take a life. The air roared with ferocity. In the courtyard, many insects lay on the ground, not daring to move. But just yesterday, Lu Mo's decaying elephant fist remained restrained and steady, merely a hammering technique. Now, it seemed to have transformed into a genuine lethal martial art. If Zhang San and Zhang Si were still alive, they would surely notice that this set of fist techniques contained a trace of murderous aura, similar to the aura on them. While performing the punches, the spiritual light that flashed at midnight yesterday reappeared in Lu Mo's mind. You discovered that the opponent's knife technique carries a murderous aura that can amplify its power, allowing you to focus on comprehension and understand how murderous aura enhances killing techniques, and create the control of murderous aura technique, obtaining 100 essence of comprehension. Last night, he witnessed the purest means of killing from the Zhang brothers. Although these two brothers did not use any particular techniques, they simply took a swing at him with a knife and were then dealt with. But just that one swing, Lu Mo caught a whiff of something unusual. Because the two brothers had killed too many, they carried their own murderous aura, making it hard for ordinary people to approach them, and common creatures would even be subdued at the sight. This murderous aura enabled the brothers to be more decisive and swift when killing, boosting their strength when facing others. Whenever they unleashed their techniques, it would be accompanied by a murderous aura, enhancing its might. If one's mind was not strong, they could temporarily lose control under the impact of this murderous aura. However, because the two brothers had no talent, they only knew the most basic applications of the murderous aura, relying entirely on instinct. If they understood how to concentrate all their murderous aura into their knife techniques, then the swing that struck Lu Mo last night would at least have doubled in power. After the encounter last night, Lu Mo captured that glimmer of insight and created a more advanced control of murderous aura technique from the brothers' actions. Strictly speaking, this was not a technique for offense or defense, but a method that could perfectly control the flow of murderous aura. Lu Mo could actively gather all the murderous aura from head to toe and release it. He could also concentrate it on a specific technique, greatly enhancing his killing power. Moreover, he could completely hide it from others, unlike Zhang San and Zhang Si, who, with a glance, would reveal they had blood on their hands. And it should be known, murderous aura is hard to acquire through cultivation, it can only be accumulated through constant killing. So even if one knows that the murderous aura can amplify killing techniques, most righteous practitioners find it difficult to master. But this control of murderous aura technique can arise naturally. With this alone, this control of murderous aura technique is enough to look down upon all techniques related to murderous aura. It could likely even stir the hearts of celestial beings. As Lu Mo retracted the murderous aura and executed the standard decaying elephant fist to improve his realm, time swiftly arrived at the afternoon. At this time, a timid servant approached the back courtyard, peeping in to speak to Lu Mo. Master. A constable named Li Feng is outside, claiming to know you. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Lu Mo pondered. Quickly, it aligned with the figure of the horseman he had taken in over a decade ago. Before, when Sun Daiyuan had left, they also talked about him. So he nodded. Let him in. Lu Mo did not consider himself a great benefactor, but he truly could not ignore the sight of frozen dead bones on the road around the Lu house. So if he had encountered them back then, he would have helped. He had indeed helped many people. Just like Xianxiu, this person included. This Li Feng was a refugee Lu Mo had found by the roadside back then. Coincidentally, when his horseman had passed away, Lu Mo had given him a job caring for horses. The other party also understood the importance of gratitude, taking better care of the horse than even his own mother. Because of his cleverness, Lu Mo also paid a lot of attention to this boy. When Lu Mo dismissed his servants and prepared to go up the mountain, this boy was the one crying the loudest. At that moment, Lu Mo even felt like he wasn't heading up the mountain, but to heaven. Soon, a young man with slightly deformed body ran into the backyard. As soon as he entered, he knelt in front of Lu Mo, hugging his legs and crying uncontrollably. Master! I knew you were still alive. They all said you were dead. But I knew Master, a good person, would be blessed with a long life. The newcomer was not very old, looking like he was in his 20s. Although he wore a constable's uniform, his waist was clearly protruding to the left, and his bones seemed somewhat deformed. 10 years ago, when Lu Mo dismissed his servants, he had given this Li Feng some money. Who would have thought that after 10 years, he had become a constable, a truly miraculous change. When he was about to leave, Lu Mo seemed to have casually chatted with Sun Daiyuan, mentioning that he had a coachman who could endure hardship and asked if there was any way to give him a livelihood. After all, back then, Li Feng, who was only a teenager, was the youngest servant in his household. It seemed that Sun Daiyuan had taken him in, otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident that morning where Li Feng came to him after Sun Daiyuan handled the case. They were all from the Yamen. As soon as I heard your news, I rushed over, and I can't believe you're really still alive. Li Feng cried with snot and tears. Seeing this, Lu Mo couldn't help but sigh. Not everyone was like Xianxiu, who repaid kindness with hatred. After chatting for a while, Lu Mo finally asked about Li Feng's physical condition. Because he could tell that although Li Feng was practicing martial arts and had a strong build, it seemed he hadn't even reached the fourth gate. His breath still seemed like that of an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Li Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Master, after you went up the mountain, I found a martial arts school. At first, they said I had a martial bone, excellent talent, and took me in as a free disciple. But for some reason later on, I couldn't even pass the fourth gate, and I couldn't even refine my skin. Eventually, a senior expert came and discovered that although I have martial bones, my deformed bones from birth ruined the flow of energy contained in the martial bones, so I can't practice. In the end, I was kicked out of the martial arts school. After hearing Li Feng's story, Lu Mo said nothing but instead personally examined his bones. Martial bones are martial bones, how could they be so easily destroyed? Perhaps it was just because he hadn't found the right method to guide it. Perform the set of punches you're currently learning. All right. Though unsure why Master would ask such a thing, Li Feng didn't hesitate and immediately began his stance in the courtyard. After watching him finish, Lu Mo's thoughts were confirmed. He thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. Do you want to become a true martial artist? Faced with Lu Mo's question, Li Feng's expression was determined as he nodded and replied. Of course I want to. I dream of it every day. But with my body, it seems that I will never be able to become a martial artist in this life. Looking at his deformed waist and bones, Li Feng shook his head, his expression darkening. Over the past 10 years, he had tried many ways. But none of them worked. Whether it was medicinal baths or other methods, none could make his damaged martial bones start to cultivate. He had long since given up on that obsession. If he had to walk the path of martial arts, for him now, it seemed there was only the path of evil cultivation left. I don't know why you're asking this, Master. However, after hearing Lu Mo's question, Li Feng still concealed a trace of hope deep in his eyes. Before coming here, he had heard from Sun Daiyuan about some of the events that had happened, roughly about how Qian Xiao and his wife hired someone to kill, and how the mysterious powerful protector of Master had killed them. It was then that he learned that Master had a very good relationship with the leader of the Tianyu sect. Although Li Feng had tried many ways over the years, but his identity cannot reach the three major sects outside of Jinyuan town, so he is unaware if there are any methods within these forces that can help him embark on the path of cultivation. Could it be that the cultivators of Tianyu sect behind the old master want to help him? Show me the body refining technique you know. I have always kept it with me. Li Feng took out a yellow booklet from his pocket. This is the body refining technique from the North Street Martial Arts Hall. If the talent is good, one can cultivate to become a great martial artist, and even be recommended to the three major sects by the Martial Arts Hall. Li Feng respectfully handed the yellow booklet to Lu Mo. According to the rules, this body refining technique is a secret of each major martial arts hall, only disciples of the hall can cultivate it, and it cannot be spread easily. But Li Feng knows that his life was given to him by Lu Mo, so what's a body refining technique? After receiving the yellow booklet, Lu Mo casually flipped it open. Then he picked up the brush on the stone table in the backyard and started to revise it. Watching Lu Mo's actions, Li Feng was momentarily confused. Is the old master modifying the body refining technique? What about the cultivators of Tianyu sect? However, despite his doubts, Li Feng did not interrupt out of trust in Lu Mo. He remained quiet and waited for Lu Mo to finish his work. It's almost done. Lu Mo threw the yellow booklet back to Li Feng and said indifferently. I have modified this body refining technique quite a bit, it should be more suitable for your abnormal martial bones. However, this technique is extremely difficult, and the level of hardship during cultivation will probably exceed that of ordinary body refining techniques by several times. If you can persevere. Lu Mo stroked his white beard. Cultivating to become a great martial artist should not be a problem. If you truly succeed and still want to continue on the path of martial arts, you can come to Tianyu sect to find me then. By that time, I should be at Tianyu sect. After receiving the yellow booklet, Li Feng's body trembled slightly. Although he didn't quite understand why, after not seeing each other for 10 years, the old master suddenly had such deep understanding of martial arts. But he did not doubt the truth of Lu Mo's words. I will definitely not let the old master down. With tears in his eyes, Li Feng hurriedly kowtowed 3 times to Lu Mo before leaving the backyard. Watching Li Feng's back, Lu Mo didn't think too much, it was just a casual act. However, this time he did not receive any system notification or rewards. It seems that if the modify technique is of too low a grade or not for self-cultivation, then the system will not react. Afterward, looking at his white beard, Lu Mo couldn't help but fall silent. With cultivation, his physical condition would indeed improve day by day. He also needed to pay attention to his image. Come here. The old master commands. Find me a barber. Although he had returned to Jinyuan town, back to the Lu residence, Lu Mo did not neglect his cultivation. In just a week, Lu Mo had already become a great martial artist in the refinement realm, and he was even close to the edge of the Qi refinement realm. Lu Mo's previous understanding and insights about himself were indeed correct. Among the 7 barriers of body refining, the most difficult for him was the first 4 barriers of skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. After all, for an 80-year-old body, refining skin, flesh, tendons, and bones is much harder than for young people. However, the last 3 barriers of essence, energy, and spirit did not have this limitation. If I dye my hair again, who could tell that I am already 80? Putting down the copper mirror, Lu Mo murmured. Because by shaving off the most obvious white beard, plus the many black hairs that had already grown among the white ones, Lu Mo now looked much younger than before. Even compared to a week ago, he appeared much more spirited. Many servants in the Lu residence were secretly discussing, thinking their old master must have had some miraculous adventure that allowed him to regain his youth. After setting down the copper mirror, Lu Mo tentatively punched out at a distance. The fist wind immediately stirred up a flurry of fallen leaves, and the distant peach tree even shook for a moment. The imposing presence was overwhelming. In just over 20 days, he became a great warrior. This is what is called a genius. If he were 60 years younger, Lu Mo had no doubt he could pass a stage in just one day. But even now, this kind of cultivation speed was enough to look down upon the world. In this week's time, besides practicing martial arts, Lu Mo spent most of his time reading various classic texts and organizing his assets. After all, having a top-level comprehension not only serves in cultivation but can be used in many areas. Astronomy, geography, yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and so on. As long as there are enough classics, Lu Mo could easily become a leader in these fields. As for the industry aspect, Lu Mo did not make many changes. Aside from removing the remaining people from the money family, the rest of the industries were still managed by the previous different managers. After all, most workers didn't care who the boss was. As long as they got paid on time and received dividends, that was enough. Lu Mo even raised the wages, which were much better than the exploitation before. Many of the old buddies from 10 years ago were also invited back by Lu Mo. However, apart from that, not many people came to visit Lu Mo. After all, aside from a few familiar faces, not many knew Lu Mo had returned. Lu Mo did not intend to stay for long. Now all that was left was to take stock of all the assets and then purchase some cultivation resources before heading up the mountain to find Zhao Zihai. Tianyu sect. TSK. There should be plenty of good things inside. Meanwhile, Peach Blossom Valley. A figure in a blue shirt appeared in midair, swiftly flying towards the wooden house below. Sounds echoed throughout the entire Peach Blossom Valley. Old Lu. I found you 2 longevity pills, enough to extend your life by 10 years. I had planned to deliver them to you earlier, but I got held up by some small matters, so I'm late. You don't mind, do you? As they chatted, Zhao Zihai had already landed in the center of the square. But upon seeing the tightly shut door, he sensed something was off. Old Lu? Lu old man? Pushing the door open, the bed inside was neat, but there was no trace of anyone. Even a lot of dust had clearly accumulated over several days without anyone staying there. Returning to the square, Zhao Zihai jumped up and released his divine sense. In an instant, it covered the entire Peach Blossom Valley. But still, there was no sign of any living being. At this point, Zhao Zihai had already realized something, his eyes slightly red and swollen. Old Lu. Why didn't you wait a few more days for me? Why did you leave so soon? Although Zhao Zihai had already detected that Lu Mo showed some signs of passing, he thought Lu Mo still had at least another month to live. How could he be gone in just over 20 days? Looking toward the depths of the valley, Zhao Zihai wanted to see where Lu Mo had buried himself. He remembered Lu Mo saying he had already dug a grave for himself. Without any attachments in this world, he could just lie down in it when the time came. But he didn't want a tombstone, nor did he want anyone to worship. Life comes from nature and returns to nature. Thinking of this, Zhao Zihai respected his old friend's choice and did not disturb his resting place. When he returned to the ground, he dug out several jars of peach blossom wine under the largest peach blossom tree. But being someone who enjoyed drinking at ordinary times, he merely set these jars of peach blossom wine aside. Then he went into the house, took a few of Lu Mo's clothes, and set up a grave marked by clothes under the peach blossom tree. Although he would not disturb his old friend's resting place, he still wanted a place to visit regularly, so he set up a clothes grave as well. Watching the gradually forming mound, Zhao Zihai could not help but burst into tears. Logically speaking, having lived for over 100 years and seen many separations and deaths, he should not have such emotions. But Zhao Zihai was well aware that after Lu Mo left, some things would truly never return. Old Lu. Why did you only leave me 3 jars of peach blossom wine? Only 3 jars, how is that enough for me to drink? Ton. Now there are only 2 jars left. Lu Mansion. Achoo, Lu Mo couldn't help but rub his nose. How can a great warrior still catch a cold? Chapter 9, The True Goal of the Evil Cultivator. In the underground of the Lu residence. Looking at the already empty cellar, Lu Mo felt a sense of nostalgia. When he left, he had actually left quite a bit of peach blossom wine behind. If handled properly, selling it for a few years wouldn't be a problem. But he learned from a servant that after he left, Zhenxiu sold out all the peach blossom wine in the cellar within a year, leaving not a single jar. Do you understand what hunger marketing means? At first, he thought the moonlight was nice today and wanted to have a few drinks. But there wasn't a single jar of peach blossom wine. Turning around. Just as he was about to leave the cellar, Lu Mo suddenly remembered something and walked toward a corner. I remember this cellar wasn't this small. Reaching a dirt wall, Lu Mo touched it with his hand. The color of this wall was indeed a bit different from the others. Without hesitation, Lu Mo directly smashed a punch into it. In the next second, the entire dirt wall instantly collapsed, revealing a much larger space behind. Jars of peach blossom wine filled the entire space, layered on top of each other. I didn't expect Zhenxiu to hide so much here. After murmuring to himself, Lu Mo picked up a jar of peach blossom wine and walked out of the cellar. With so much peach blossom wine, he could still sell some. Just as he stepped out of the cellar, he saw a servant anxiously searching for him. Sir, a constable has come to the gate, saying there is something very important to discuss with you. Arriving at the gate to take a look, the visitor was a young constable under Sun Daiyuan, who had come to the Lu residence a week ago to move a body. Lu, sir. The evil cultivator that Constable Sun mentioned before has been spotted. Following the constable, the two quickly rode to the outside of a dilapidated courtyard on East 3rd Street. On the way, the young constable couldn't help but peek several times. He had never seen an old man ride a fast horse, so calm and without panting. Moreover, he knew Lu Mo was already 80 years old. Ordinarily, an 80-year-old riding a horse would be gasping for breath. But Sun Daiyuan had told him Lu Mo should also be a warrior of the skin refinement stage, so he didn't overthink it. Under a withered locust tree, Sun Daiyuan and several constables were already waiting here. There were even a few unsung heroes without official uniforms. Lu Mo scanned the area. Surprisingly, he found that including Sun Daiyuan, 4 warriors of the bone refinement stage had actually come. It seemed that to deal with this evil cultivator, Sun Daiyuan had almost exhausted his network, as the local officials had not many warriors. Because of the presence of the 3 major sections, many talented people were unwilling to go to the officials and had instead joined sections. There weren't many skilled warriors in the official office. Seeing Lu Mo arrive, everyone took a glance. However, their gazes quickly turned toward the dark street behind Lu Mo. Although they didn't see anything, they all knew that a bone refinement warrior must have followed Lu Mo here. Before this, Sun Daiyuan had already told them about Lu Mo's situation. But this person hadn't shown himself up until now. Poof. Just another bone refinement warrior like us, no need to act all high and mighty. A hero holding a large copper blade disdainfully withdrew his gaze from the distant street. Most of the others shared the same thought, while Lu Mo just chuckled. He had explained many times, but no one believed him, and he could do nothing about it. Sun Daiyuan quickly interrupted the man. Zhou Yu, stop with the nonsense. It's already good enough that he is willing to help. Looking at Lu Mo, Sun Daiyuan wasn't too tense. Even though that evil cultivator has strange movements, based on my estimation of his strength, 4 of us at the bone refinement stage should be enough. We invited you here just to be cautious. It's possible that you won't even need to take action. Not having the door. Lu Mo mumbled something, but no one paid attention. Don't waste time, let's get to it. Another constable had become excited. He, like Sun Daiyuan, was also at the bone refinement stage. He nodded. 4 bone refining experts leapt into the air, simultaneously landing on the 4 corners of the courtyard walls. Lu Mo leapt lightly into the air as well, landing next to Sun Daiyuan. Upon seeing this, Sun Daiyuan showed a slight surprise, but did not think much of it. He pointed to the broken, dilapidated house below and made a gesture with his hand, counting down from 3, 2, 1. The final finger dropped. The 4 figures dashed toward the broken house, and the wooden door and broken windows were instantly smashed open. The smell of decaying wood was swept up by the impact of the group. 4 figures holding knives burst into the abandoned house from 4 directions, almost simultaneously. As soon as the doors and windows were smashed, a strong smell of blood surged out, making several of them instinctively cover their noses. The scene inside the broken house unfolded before them. They saw more than a dozen young, fragile, and decaying bodies, awkwardly piled up together. Blood had long since stained the entire floor. None of these corpses were intact, all had been horribly mangled. Some had their entire bodies sliced in half from left to right, with their bloody intestines scattered all over the place, while others had half of their heads cleaved off, their skulls hollow. No sign of the evil cultivator. A formation has contained the stench from spreading. 13 bodies, none appear older than 20, and most of them are women. The group was not made up of inexperienced youth. They quickly understood the situation in the room. At this moment, Luemo leisurely walked in from the door. Though he had lived for 80 years, this was the first time he had seen such a bloody and terrifying scene, making him furrow his brows. The evil cultivator that Sun Daiyuan had mentioned shouldn't be so exaggerated. Despite their displeasure at his intrusion, no one said anything. After all, they had just given orders. Martial artists below the bone refining stage were not to approach this courtyard. The other constables obediently stood outside. Only Luemo, the old man, walked in. Why is there no one? My people clearly saw this evil cultivator enter this house and never come out. Why is there no one left? Looking at the empty, broken house, Sun Daiyuan was puzzled. And how did so many corpses come to be? Such a tragic scene even moved Sun Daiyuan, who had been through many battles. If they couldn't catch this evil cultivator, who knew how many more people would die? These bodies seemed to have been gnawed on. Lumo's voice unexpectedly rang out. At this moment, he was squatting next to a body, observing the wounds. I remember that Wei Zhou did indeed have records of man-eating evil cultivators. Looking at Luemo, Sun Daiyuan's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Old man, you understand this too? Luemo didn't respond and straightened up. And these wounds feel like many were caused by wild animals. These bodies here all have claw marks. Following Lumo's gaze, the group also noticed that some of the bodies indeed had different conditions. They then looked at Luemo with more serious expressions. Perhaps this evil cultivator is linked to monsters. If that's the case, we'll need to ask for help from the Demon Suppressing Division in Weizhou. Jinyuan Town was already near the Great 10,000 Mountain, which was a gathering place for demons, so demons often appeared in Jinyuan Town. Cases related to demons were generally handled by the Demon Suppressing Division. After hearing Sun Daiyuan's words, the group's expressions became more serious. This case appeared to be a simple one of a bone-refining evil cultivator causing trouble, but if demons were involved later, things would be much more troublesome. Perhaps these corpses were used to feed the demons. Captain Sunday. What was the condition of the bodies of the victims this evil cultivator killed before? How old were they? At this moment, Lumo's voice rang out again. Sun Daiyuan thought for a moment. The victims' bodies were left at the scene, their throats slit with a single sword strike. There were no other changes. Their ages ranged from their 20s to 50s. Paused for a moment. Could it be there are two evil cultivators? Luemo shook his head right away, denying Sun Daiyuan's guess. How could something that coincidental happen? I'm afraid the reason this evil cultivator kills one person every 7 days is to draw most of your attention, so you won't notice his real goal. I'm afraid this place isn't the only place where he hides the bodies. Openly fixing the plank road, secretly crossing Shinsong. Since this evil cultivator showed up, haven't there been more missing people in Jinyuan Town? Sun Daiyuan was stunned for a second, then recalled the case files from this period. Then he nodded. His expression became a little unpleasant. If this is true, then it was a huge dereliction of duty that he didn't see the connection. We can only go to the Demon Suppression Division in Weizhou Town, or ask the 3 nearby sects for help in the name of the government. Clearly it's just someone at Bone Refining Realm. Yet he killed so many people right under our noses. And he might even be connected to demons. Maybe this case isn't that simple after all. Besides Sun Daiyuan, the other Constable Zhao's face didn't look good either. As for the other 2 martial artists they had invited, though shocked, they didn't care much since the case wasn't really related to them, they were just here for the money. Alright, since the guy isn't here, let's go. But remember what we agreed on, even if we didn't catch anyone, the reward can't be less. After saying that, the 2 were about to leave. But they suddenly stopped moving because of Lumo's faint chuckle. Who said that evil cultivator ran away? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Didn't run? Then where is he? Chapter 10, Showing Power. What nonsense are you saying? Besides us, there's no one alive here. Zhou Yu stabbed his copper-ringed blade into the ground, looking at Luemo. In this room, besides the 5 of them who were alive, there was only a floor full of corpses. When they had broken into the ruined house just now, they had thought about whether the evil cultivator was hiding somewhere. But one glance showed the whole room clearly, and they also checked the ground. There was no hidden path underground, so it was truly impossible for anyone to hide. Sun Daiyuan was much more cautious. Master Lu, did you notice something? Luemo didn't answer their questions. His eyes slowly scanned around the ruined house, finally stopping at a pile of corpses in the corner. Then he reminded everyone. The corpses on the ground, most of them are missing parts. Some are even left with only half a body. That means the evil cultivator must have needed parts of their bodies for something, maybe even for eating, so these corpses couldn't be lying here whole. But among all these bodies, his gaze stopped on a corpse that was mostly covered. Luemo spoke calmly. Only one body is untouched, with only a dirty bloody wound on the neck. Don't you think that's strange? Following Lumo's gaze, everyone saw the strange corpse in the corner. Just now they had looked around the ruined house, but only glanced at the corpses and hadn't noticed the problem. Now that Luemo reminded them, they finally saw it. This black-robed corpse really was different, limbs whole, no big wounds. Even the face was covered in dirty blood, making the features unrecognizable. Maybe the evil cultivator just didn't get the chance to do anything to this one yet. Right, this corpse has no sign of life at all. It's definitely dead. Whoosh! Before the words finished, Sun Dayuan had already rushed toward the corpse. The other three figures moved almost at the same time, though their mouths said they had no doubt. After Luemo pointed it out, all four of them instantly realized there was something wrong with this body, and while relaxing their words, they suddenly attacked. Crack! Two blades flashed down. White marks slashed across the floor in an instant. But the corpse that had just been lying on the ground had now vanished, charging wildly towards the doorway. Zhou Yu had already anticipated the escape route, and his direction of attack was the same. The copper-ringed sword in his hand slashed down towards its neck in an instant. His methods were ruthless, without any hesitation. Facing this strike, even the evil cultivator did not dare to respond head-on, sidestepping and countering with a punch. Bang! Zhou Yu was forced back by the tremendous force, but he steadied himself in just a few steps. However, due to the lost timing, the evil cultivator had already used the force to burst through the door, its figure becoming quite blurred, as if about to merge into the darkness. Witnessing this scene, the previously unperturbed captains, Sun and Zhao, were not tense at all. Instead, they had confident smiles on their faces. Swoosh swoosh. The last rogue bone cultivator, who had not spoken much before, surprisingly also displayed his agility. Following the trace of the evil cultivator, he flashed a few times and disappeared into the darkness beside the street corner. It seems that today, we won't need your old man's help. With a smile, Sun Dayuan and the other three quickly followed. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed from the nearby darkness. A figure was directly forced out of hiding. By the side, Sun Dayuan and the three had already rushed over, surrounding it completely. If it were just them, they indeed could not stop an evil cultivator bent on escaping, but as long as others restrained it, the opponent's speed wouldn't be much faster than theirs. Leave it to you all. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, stepping out from the shadows. The face of the clearly paler rogue was obviously in worse shape. He had exerted quite a bit to keep the evil cultivator from escaping. Although the two had only briefly crossed blades, the opponent's treacherous techniques had caused him considerable agony. His role was merely to hold the opponent back, while the others would handle the decapitation. This guy has a strange power, becoming braver with each battle. Don't waste time, kill him directly. With rising momentum, the three encompassed the evil cultivator in a dead end. Sun Dayuan, having fought the evil cultivator multiple times, was aware of the opponent's potential strategies. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, the evil cultivator wiped the blood from his face, revealing a sinister and cold visage, with his already sharp and bloody teeth. He also realized that if he didn't reveal some trump cards today, he might truly die here. Rustle. Tearing open his robe, the evil cultivator fully displayed his right arm to everyone. Seeing what was hidden beneath the robe, everyone instantly turned pale with shock. Because the evil cultivator's right hand was actually a beast arm covered in bristles. The connection had clear signs of stitched seams. Wolf demon arm? No wonder he eats people, no wonder there are claw marks on the corpses. So it was all because of this. After a moment of shock, Sun Dayuan quickly collected himself. There are many wicked techniques in the world, and it is common for evil cultivators to merge themselves with demons, turning into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Some even seek out the remains of great demons to stitch onto themselves. But such cases are rare. Unexpectedly, they encountered one today. His aura feels a bit strange. The copper ring on Zhou Yu's sword clanged steadily, clearly sensing something off. And the formerly pitch-black pupils of the evil cultivator were gradually turning crimson. Go! Sun Dayuan reacted the fastest. In an instant of sensing the change, he charged directly forward. Though he didn't know what would happen, he knew it was not something they wanted to see. Swish! The big sword swung down fiercely. Sun Dayuan's face flushed, clearly using all his strength. But before him, the evil entity's eyes had already turned completely red, and the beast arm stretched out. Eek! The strike, containing Sun Daiyuan's full power, was actually caught firmly by the evil cultivator with one hand, unable to move an inch. The other two immediately halted behind Sun Daiyuan. They too sensed a stronger aura coming from the evil entity. Great warrior of refined essence? Run! A murmured voice. The two instantly retreated. When Sun Daiyuan saw his blade easily caught by the opponent, he didn't hesitate for a moment, directly kicking the evil cultivator's chest to use the force to fly backward. An evil cultivator who already had the strength of the refining essence stage. To kill the few of them, it was simply too easy. They could only seek help from the few sect cultivators in Jin Yuan town. While retreating, Sun Daiyuan had already thought of a follow-up plan. A great martial artist, though only at the refining essence stage, was already someone he could not handle. This time, he still had to deal with those annoying people. Looking at the retreating group, the evil cultivator raised his blood-red eyes, revealing sharp teeth. Instantly, he charged toward them, a bloody wind filling the air. Go! Why are you just standing there looking? During the retreat, Sun Daiyuan passed by Luo Mo, unsure why the old man had no reaction, just watching the approaching evil cultivator. Was he scared stiff? Grinding his teeth, Sun Daiyuan hurriedly turned around. He knew that the person was someone he had invited, and he couldn't just abandon him like this. Logically speaking, shouldn't there still be a Tianyu sect cultivator in the shadows? Where were they? Sun Daiyuan had already turned to rush toward Luo Mo, but the evil cultivator was clearly faster. The bloody wind was already sweeping toward them. In the evil cultivator's eyes, this was just an old man about to die, not worth his effort. But since he was blocking his way, he didn't mind using his hand to send him off. His fingers turned into claws. Without even looking at Luo Mo, the evil cultivator casually lunged at Luo Mo's face, as if the next second, he could see the scene of brain matter scattered everywhere. Boom! With a single hand, Luo Mo instantly grabbed the evil cultivator's head. Then, his blood surged, and his muscles bulged as he directly slammed the evil cultivator's head into the ground. Crack! Boom! The stone bricks cracked, and the evil cultivator's entire head was forced into the ground by Luo Mo. The murderous aura gathered in his palm, and the force intensified again. Puff! The evil cultivator's head was directly crushed. Chapter 11, Harvest. Standing up, Luo Mo shook off the filth on his hands. He took a white cloth from his chest and began to slowly wipe. He originally just came to watch the excitement, but didn't expect he'd have to take action himself in the end. This evil cultivator was probably never a martial artist before. By chance, he found a demon's corpse, then transplanted the beast's arm onto himself, starting his cultivation journey. But because his power was gained through such evil methods, he didn't go through the real process of refining his body. So his body was much weaker than a normal martial artist, which was why Luo Mo could easily crush his head. However, the technique used by the evil cultivator earlier did have some merit. Although he didn't fully unleash it, Luo Mo could still smell something unusual from this technique. He would check if there was a complete cultivation method on the evil cultivator's body later. Meanwhile, far away, Sun Daiyuan, who was watching this scene, looked as if he had seen a ghost, stunned beyond belief. He had originally planned to go back to save Luo Mo, but instead, he saw the scene of Luo Mo instantly killing the evil cultivator. It should be known that the evil cultivator's strength was already at the refining essence stage, yet he still didn't last even a round in Luo Mo's hands. Swallowing, Sun Daiyuan's voice trembled. This old man is so strong? Old Lu? Was it really you who killed Zhang San and Zhang Si? Luo Mo helplessly spread his hands. I've said it before, you just didn't believe me. Except for Sun Daiyuan, the others, who had run farther away, also came back. Although they only vaguely sensed the fluctuations here, they still turned back to see what happened. No one expected that this inconspicuous old man would solve the evil cultivator they couldn't handle. You. Are you a great martial artist? From the fluctuations earlier, Sun Daiyuan had already confirmed that Luo Mo had definitely reached the top 3 stages. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo Mo didn't hide anything. The Qi refinement stage is coming soon. Hearing this, Sun Daiyuan's face changed even more dramatically, while the others showed no obvious reactions. In their eyes, Luo Mo was at most a practitioner who had cultivated for many years, stronger than them. But that was all there was to it. After all, anyone could see that Luo Mo had long stepped into the twilight of life, and his cultivation would not improve any further. They themselves had average talent, but at least they could live a few more decades than Luo Mo, perhaps surpassing him one day. An 80-year-old man. Let alone reaching the refinement stage, even in the Qi gathering stage, not many people cared. But only Sun Daiyuan. The shock on his face lingered for a long time. Because only he knew that Lu Mo had no cultivation whatsoever 10 years ago. Even if Lu Mo began cultivating right after leaving Jinyuan town, it had only been 10 years. In 10 years, he became a great warrior, surpassing most practitioners. Not to mention, the other party was an 80-year-old man. Generally, if someone had not started cultivating by 50, they had no hope of becoming a warrior for the rest of their lives, even if they had good talent in their youth. But this old man before him began cultivating at 70 and still became a great warrior. Thinking of this, Sun Dayuan couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity, wanting to ask Lu Mo what kind of adventures he had experienced these years, whether it was resources from the Heavenly Feather sect or if Lu Mo had found treasure himself. But Sun Dayuan also knew that such secrets would probably not be easily shared, so he suppressed his curiosity and did not ask further. Brutal in action, decisive, and leaving no room for mercy. Not bad. As a voice rang out from the high wall in the distance. Only then did everyone realize that there was someone else present, and it appeared they had been there for a long time. The elderly person who spoke nodded to Lu Mo before turning his gaze to Sun Dayuan and the others. His perspective was the same as those of Zhou Yu and the others. A great warrior in his 70s or 80s was not worth as much as a few middle-aged warriors. After all, the latter had more potential, while the former's life was already set. Who knows when he might collapse under the exhaust of the vital energy from the top 3 realms and become useless. The young disciples behind him had never even glanced at Lu Mo. Of course, Sun Dayuan and the others did not attract their attention either. Simply standing on the high wall with fists clasped gave off an aura of being untouchable. Sun Gate practitioners? Looking at the clothing of the crowd, Sun Dayuan quickly identified who they were. The elder nodded. I am Wu Daozi, an elder of the Sun Gate. Recently, I brought my disciples to Jinyuan town to purchase cultivation resources, staying nearby, and hearing commotion here, I came to take a look. I originally intended to lend a hand, but didn't expect this evil practitioner had already been dealt with by you. Looking at the beast arm of the evil practitioner on the ground, Wu Daozi continued. This demon probably only had the cultivation of the Yuan Xiao realm, not much of an issue. There may be other bodies hidden by this evil practitioner, you might search for them later. Although Wu Daozi was conversing normally with Sun Dayuan and the others, he did not introduce the disciples behind him. After all, in his eyes, the disciples of the Sun Gate and the group below were from 2 different worlds. The people below had already reached their limits at the top 3 realms, while the Sun Gate disciples were just getting started in their initial stages. Why bother introducing them? After continuing the pleasantries, Wu Daozi left with his disciples. 3 disciples from the Sun Gate, 2 at the top 3 realms, 1 in the initial stage. Those 3 look like they're all under 16. Clicking his tongue, Sun Dayuan also showed a look of envy. The others felt the same way. These disciples from a major power are the real prodigies, whose talent is beyond anything they could compare with. They worked their entire lives just to reach the top 3 realms but couldn't even touch the starting point of the others. After the 7 realms of body refinement. As one enters the initial realm, one can fully perceive the energy of heaven and earth and utilize it, but cannot store it. Above the initial realm is the Yuan aperture, establishing the body's acupoints to nurture and retain energy. Reaching this level means one is already among the elite cultivators. Above the Yuan aperture is the Sea of Qi, and after that, one can reach the stage of a celestial being. However, for most people, these realms are already dreams that cannot be pursued. As the deepest power of Jinyuan town, the disciples of the Yang sect indeed surpass those of Nine Sword Mountain and Tianyu sect in quality. But whether it's the Yang sect, Nine Sword Mountain, or Tianyu sect, they are not high branches that we can climb. As he spoke, Sun Dayuan couldn't help but glance at Lu Mo. They couldn't do anything, but Lu Mo had a close relationship with the master of Tianyu sect. After thinking for a while, Sun Dayuan always felt that it was Tianyu sect that helped Lu Mo become a great warrior at 80. Although there are many sects in Daesung, their strength is still a notch below that of the government. Muttering this, Zhou Yu raised his bronze-ringed saber and cupped his fists to the others. Now that this matter is settled, we will take our leave. Nodding slightly, Sun Dayuan also did not linger. Although he thought about whether there would be any good items on the evil cultivator, they didn't really put in much effort and couldn't bring themselves to ask for more. Getting the original reward was enough. Only Lu Mo and Sun Dayuan remained on the scene. Another Captain Zhao went to call the surrounding officers to come out and clean up the area. After feeling the evil cultivator's corpse, Lu Mo quickly pulled out 2 yellow books. One was an introductory guide to formations, and the other was a martial art called Blood Escape Technique. It was because a simple formation was arranged that the bloody smell from the broken house did not spill out. Seeing this scene, Sun Dayuan quickly spoke up. The evil cultivator was killed by you, the old man can take whatever he wants. However, I have fought this evil cultivator, and this blood escape technique is extremely strange. It must be infused with killing intent, otherwise its power will be halved. At your age, it may be difficult for you to practice it. Sun Daiyuan offered a reminder. But Lu Mo just smiled and accepted the 2 yellow books. He had already noticed that this blood escape technique was not something that could be cultivated by anyone but those entwined with extreme evil. But guess what? I, the old man, am just right for it. Even if it's not suitable, can't it be modified? Chapter 12, The Flamboyance of the Past. Walking on the ground paved with blue bricks. Lu Mo had already left the scene. After all, the follow-up handling was no longer Lu Mo's concern. The 2 yellow books were decent gains. Lu Mo was already looking forward to the scripture pavilion of Tianyu sect. In the deep night, Jinyuan town was not too silent, since there was no curfew. As he left the quiet place, he could occasionally see a few thin silhouettes on the street. There were taverns still in operation late at night, serving workers doing night shifts. Of course. At this late hour, the shops still open on the street mostly had a red lantern hanging at their entrance, and faintly, one could hear the sounds of laughter from inside. Speaking of the entertainment venues in Jinyuan town, the Yunyan Tower ranks first. Each courtesan there is rare and hard to encounter. Decades ago, Yunyan Tower was just a regular establishment, not much different from several others in Jinyuan town. But due to several groundbreaking reforms, it leaped to become the top entertainment place in Jinyuan town, even ranking first among the surrounding villages and towns. Thinking back to those years, Lu Mo couldn't help but feel sentimental. He too had many years of flamboyant past. At this moment, as he turned a corner, he heard the voices of others. Senior brother Sun, this year's courtesan is absolutely stunning, with a face that can make the moon hide and a beauty that can shame the flowers. Can she really see you? Don't you see who I am? There are few who spend more than me in the entire Yunyan Tower. But I still think last year's courtesan was better, a decent woman halfway, her brows were full of spring, hard to find in the world. On the side of the street, 2 figures were chatting enthusiastically about Yunyan Tower. Hearing about past courtesans, none other than Xian ranks first, her beauty stunning the world, a creation of heaven, difficult to see even for 1,000 gold. Those who could spend a night with her are even rarer, and it is rumored she has never received a guest. But that was decades ago, and I don't know if she is as beautiful as the rumors say. The person called Brother Sun recalled some people's evaluations of the once famous courtesan. However, at that time, he hadn't even been born yet. Xian is beautiful, but too delicate, weak and sickly, with no reaction to the night activities, like a dead fish, tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. I once planned to redeem her, but she caught a cold and died. While the 2 were chatting, suddenly an old voice spoke up. Yuer is also not bad, childlike face and big chest, but too unruly, making the whole night restless. If the mood strikes, she won't let you leave the next day. Holding his waist, Lu Mo seemed to recall past memories again. What I truly desire is still Honghua, the daughter of a high-ranking official, but because her family was implicated in corruption, she was sent to Yunyan Tower. If I had to say a type, it would be the one you young friends mentioned. The 2 had already stopped moving. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared behind them, they couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Heroes think alike. He cupped his fists to Lu Mo, and the person called Brother Sun also agreed with this statement. At Yunyan Tower, courtesans are not limited by age, only their overall grace matters. Lu Mo also cupped his fists in return. However, upon a closer look, he realized that these 2 looked incredibly familiar. Although they wore luxurious clothes and looked like rich young masters, their aura was profound, and Lu Mo couldn't discern their depths, showing that their strength was above his. At such an age with such cultivation, the only possibility was that they were disciples of the 3 major sects nearby. Brother Sunday. Lu Mo finally recognized who the 2 in front of him were. Wasn't this the Tianyu sect disciple Sun Zhangyang he met at the West Gate? Also, a close disciple of Zhao Zihai. It is said he is a virtuous gentleman untainted by worldly desires. How come he knows so much about Yunyan Tower? Moreover, he appeared to be disguised. Had it not been for Lu Mo's acute sensitivity to aura, he wouldn't have discovered it. For a moment, Lu Mo's expression was somewhat strange. Zhao Zihai had praised this direct disciple of his in front of him more than once, calling him rare in the world for his purity and integrity. So it turned out the female disciple who was rejected was due to the pursuit of asterisk? Virtuous gentleman Sun Zhangyang, seeing asterisk makes his heart itch? Feeling a little flustered under Lu Mo's gaze, Sun Zhangyang didn't know what was going on, but he still laughed and said, I once thought that there were no lectures in the world who could compare with me, but unexpectedly, the old man actually has such insights. Truly, there is always someone better. Not afraid of his identity being discovered, he didn't hide anything. He waved his hand. It's just something from the past. If any of my past love interests are still alive, they will probably have faces full of wrinkles now. Luomo also looked towards the side. At the end of this road is Yunyan Tower. In the years shortly after he climbed the mountain, he occasionally went to Yunyan Tower, but because of his own capabilities, he could only listen to music, and while he had regained his strength as a great warrior, he lost that mood. If you old man still have a chance to go to Yunyan Tower to listen to music, you can mention my name for a 10% discount.
My name is Sun Zahai. Doesn't that just add your master's name into it? Glancing at Sun Zhengyang, Luomo didn't say much more.
The more one spends at Yunyan Tower, the more discounts one can enjoy, even allowing friends to enjoy them, a rule he had previously devised for them.
Although he knew Luomo had been a flirt when he was young, Sun Zhengyang didn't think the other could match his spending.
Waving his hand and laughing, Luomo slowly walked back towards his home. You can also ask the Mama-san to report my name, I am Luomo.
Perhaps they won't believe it. Add a line, cloud thinks of clothes, flowers think of beauty. In the midst of their conversation, Luomo had already vanished before the two. As for the possibility that the other party might discover his identity, Sun Zhengyang had not considered it at all. An old man couldn't possibly see through his disguise or know who he was. Strange old man. Sun Zhengyang did not take Lu Mo's words to heart. After all, he was already a VIP receiving a 10% discount and didn't believe anyone could be above him. Half an hour later. Yunyan Building. I will go call the new courtesan to accompany you two gentlemen.
The Mama-san speaking had also been a courtesan more than 20 years ago. Her name was Hohat, and she still looked to be in her 30s, although her actual age was much more. Yet, she still exuded charm. Her purple robe couldn't conceal the vigor. Her figure was better than that of many young ladies.
By the way, on our way here, we encountered an old man named Luomo. I wonder if Mama Hohat remembers him. He left a line of poetry, cloud thinks of clothes, flowers think of beauty. Sun Zhengyang was just mentioning it casually.
But he noticed that the Mama-san before him trembled slightly upon hearing the verse, as if she had recalled something. After a moment of silence, there was a hint of moisture in her eyes.
Seeing this, both Sun Zhengyang and his companion were taken aback. This old man seemed to have a deep connection with Yunyan Building. Could it be that they would really get an even lower discount this time? Gentlemen, today's expenses are waived. Stunned,
Sun Zhengyang and his companion were almost dumbfounded.
How much had this old man spent in the brothel?
In the world of formations, they are actually used to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth, to wield the power of heaven and earth.
Not long after returning home, Luomo flipped through the basic formation discourse in his hands, his gaze gradually immersed in it. Chapter 13 Entering the Initial Realm.
As the sun began to set,
with a few spirit stones dropping to the ground, they quickly disappeared from sight. The entire backyard seemed to smell faintly of burning. Then, Luomo lightly pointed, and a white-silver light suddenly appeared out of thin air, rushing toward a stone mill in the distance. Crack! In an instant, this large stone mill was blasted open, creating a dark hole the width of a finger. It was directly penetrated. However, witnessing this scene, Luomo's expression showed no joy. On the contrary, it slowly furrowed. This was described in the basic formation discourse, a very ordinary, basic thunderstrike formation. Originally, the formation had no real power, just meant for practice. It probably wouldn't even cause harm to someone who had successfully refined their skin. And now, being able to blast through the large stone mill was already a result of Luomo's improvements. Since returning to the Lu residence, he had plunged directly into the study of the basic formation discourse. Though it was just a basic explanation, it contained the essence of formations. It also recorded several ordinary formations for practice. The formation used by the evil cultivator to seal the energy was noted in it as well. The position of the formation eye can still be changed, and this formation is too easy to collapse, but its compatibility is decent. If I could make the improvements more solid, maybe I could stack several similar formations on top of each other to enhance their power. Though the basic formation discourse had recorded it. Unless it was a special formation, stacking was not allowed. If the formation eye clashed with the formation pulse, explosions could lead to the formation planner's immediate death. But having fully understood the essence of formations just now, Luomo was now able to perfectly balance them. After thinking, Luomo did not hesitate at all, directly starting to make improvements. Soon, a thunderstrike formation appeared, which was slightly weaker than before but more difficult to collapse, followed by the second, the third. In a moment, dozens of thunderstrike formations covered the entire backyard. The ground was densely covered with spirit stones. This should be the limit this space can bear. With a mumble, Luomo took a step back and then triggered the formation. Boom! The huge white light exploded, and with a loud thunder, many people around couldn't help but look up at the sky, puzzled about where the thunderous sound came from on a sunny day. Bang! The thunder struck the large stone mill that had just been pierced again.
And this time, with a series of explosions, countless fragments of stone flew everywhere, and the entire mill was blown into pieces, with splintered stones even piercing through the surrounding walls. It already possesses the might of the initial realm.
Watching the scene, Luomo was quite satisfied.
Moreover, he had a brilliant insight, realizing he could truly merge these scattered formations into one complete lightning strike array. Its power could increase several times. However, transforming and evolving to this level required using essence of understanding, as the difficulty of modifying such a formation had already exceeded his life intensity by a lot. A person capable of setting up an initial realm formation could at most create formations of 7-grade quality.
Those who could create initial realm formations must be more powerful formation masters.
The difficulty of setting up and the difficulty of creating are completely different. However, Luomo at this moment had no thoughts of transforming or evolving this lightning strike array. After all, he had not yet entered the initial realm and couldn't draw on the energy of heaven and earth. He could only complete the formations using spirit stones. Even if he were to finish the transformation of the formation right now,
he still couldn't set it up using spirit stones.
Luomo could feel that stepping into the initial realm would mean he had truly touched the beginning of martial arts cultivation, which would bring a significant qualitative change to himself.
However, although due to life intensity in cultivation, Luomo himself couldn't set up higher-level spirit arrays.
He had completely mastered the true meaning of initial realm formations, which is something countless people could never achieve in their lifetime. In other words, to him, ordinary formations could be easily broken, and this limitation had nothing to do with the power and grade of the formation, only with understanding of the formation.
Above the initial understanding, there should still exist the true understanding.
If I completely comprehend the true understanding, perhaps in this world, I will be the foremost among those who understand formations.
When mastering the initial understanding, Luomo had already sensed the existence of the true understanding above it.
Even that, the true understanding of formations could be filled with essence of understanding, directly created by him. But the quality of the true understanding was too high, and it was already at the very top of this world, needing to spend a great deal of essence of understanding to create it.
Luomo took a glance at his 200 essence of understanding. Not even enough for a fraction. But beneath the heavens, for the initial understanding of formations, it should be enough. Muttering to himself, Luomo put it away and then took out another yellow book.
In addition to the initial understanding of formations, he had also gained another technique, the blood rush technique. This technique was much more useful to him at the moment than the initial understanding of formations.
Opening it up, Luomo almost scanned through it rapidly without any pause.
If there were outsiders present, they would surely think Luomo was flipping through it for fun, not really reading it. After all, ordinary people couldn't even see the words clearly before he turned to the next page. His speed was simply too exaggerated. After glancing through it a few times, the brilliance in Luomo's eyes couldn't help but shine. This blood rush technique actually sends out force using blood energy. Each surge can make one's blood energy surge a bit, which means the next surge's power will be a bit higher. Layer by layer, it can stack the power to an impressive degree.
Moreover,
because it uses blood energy as momentum, regardless of realm, this type of strength has remarkable effects, and even for higher realm practitioners who specialize in powerful physical blood energy, this blood rush technique can even be used as a primary killing method.
However,
this method has a huge drawback. It needs to be enhanced and triggered with murderous intent. Without sufficient murderous intent, the power will be weak. Conversely, the more murderous intent there is, the more powerful the strength. Looking at the blood rush technique in his hand,
Luomo rarely felt a moment of joy.
This was his true means of fighting and killing.
Indeed, lacking, several attempts were forcefully crushed through strong cultivation.
Originally, he planned to enhance this aspect after going to Tianyu sect, never expecting someone to bring things to his door so soon.
Without much hesitation,
after calling the servants to tidy up the backyard, Luomo arrived at the neat front yard and directly took action. As his own killing intent gradually emerged, Luomo's blood began to surge slowly.
Time passed.
After the heavy rain, a new round of sun rose again.
After Luomo obtained the initial realm of formations and blood sprint, another 10 days went by.
During this time, he had successfully refined Qi and started refining spirit for several days.
At this moment, it has been a month since Luomo embarked on the path of cultivation, with half a month since he descended the mountain. And on this day, Luomo had just finished a complete set of decaying elephant fist.
He suddenly felt his vitality surging, and a faint aura in the surrounding world was precisely sensed, no longer as ethereal as before.
Luomo also sensed that if he wanted, he could even use it.
He closed his eyes to deeply comprehend. The surrounding world and all things were almost surrounded by a faint aura. With a thought, strands of aura came swirling around him.
Opening his eyes, Luomo exhaled a breath of turbid air.
1 month of cultivation has reached the initial realm.
It's time to go to Tianyu sect. Chapter 14, Xian Tian Thunder Formation. He clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power flowing in his body. Luemo felt a surge in his spirit.
On the path of martial arts, the 7 gates are the beginning, but countless people are stuck here for a lifetime, unable to progress further, yet he had successfully reached the initial realm in just 1 month's time.
Such terrifying speed had probably never appeared before.
The manifestation of supreme comprehension and cultivation speed can be summed up in one word:
fast. No one can compare to this speed. However, Luemo also knew well.
If the outside world knew of his cultivation speed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Many top forces would surely focus on him, wanting to uncover the secrets behind it.
This isn't necessarily a good thing.
Caution leads to long-term success. It is wise to be careful, and such secrets need to be kept.
Fortunately,
except for Zhao Zihai, others did not know his cultivation speed. Most believed he had used 10 years. This time was still considered fast, and coupled with his 70-year-old age, it was quite peculiar, but it still wouldn't attract too much attention.
As for Zhao Zihai, Luemo did not believe that the other party would reveal his details.
Having known each other for so many years, Luemo still had confidence in his character. It had been a month since they last met.
He couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Zihai's expression would be upon seeing him enter the initial realm. Next,
getting familiar with his current physical condition, he had a preliminary understanding of how to control and utilize the aura of heaven and earth.
Luemo murmured as he summoned his system panel. Name, Luemo. Age, 80 years. Cultivation, initial realm.
Techniques: decaying elephant fist, falling leaf body technique, controlling killing technique, blood sprint.
Talent, supreme comprehension. Comprehension essence, 200.
Now he could attempt to evolve the previous thunder attraction formation using comprehension essence, creating a truly initial realm level formation.
With a thought,
the surrounding aura of heaven and earth was slowly mobilized. One by one white light spots fell into the surrounding space, then disappeared without a trace.
Once he could sense and utilize the aura of heaven and earth, setting up formations no longer required spirit stones.
As the thunder attraction formation was arranged, a flicker of inspiration that was previously hard to grasp in his mind jumped again.
But this time, Luemo didn't hesitate, directly pouring his comprehension essence into it.
Based on the thunder attraction formation, merging your own understanding of formations, and consuming 180 points of comprehension essence, you successfully created the Xian Tian thunder formation.
Feeling the new information appearing in his mind,
Luemo took a deep breath, then continued to control more aura of heaven and earth to fly into the surrounding space. One by one new formation veins and formation eyes emerged. The whole space was filled with a sense of lifelessness. However, just when the formation was about to reach its critical point, Luemo's expression became serious, and he withdrew his hands, causing the surrounding lights to slowly fade away, and the formation to disintegrate.
But Luemo's face was full of excitement.
He dismantled the formation for one reason. That was because, during the process, he sensed that the power of this mysterious heavenly thunder formation had far exceeded his imagination. If triggered, his entire yard would likely be completely destroyed.
Once caught in this formation, no one beneath the essence realms can survive. Sensing the power of the formation just now, Luemo couldn't help but smacked his lips.
It's important to know that he had just stepped into the initial realm, yet with this formation, he could already stand undefeated among those at the same level.
Moreover, he clearly felt that this was not the true form of the formation yet, because he had just entered the initial realm.
Thus, the amount of heavenly energy he could utilize and perceive was limited, and as his cultivation progressed, the power of this formation could still increase.
For one who had just entered the initial realm,
the perception of heavenly energy is like the dawn breaking or soft rain falling, and what can be utilized is also the same. As his cultivation improved, the amount of heavenly energy available to him would increase, until it surged like a great river.
At this stage, he could open up orifices within his body to accommodate the heavenly energy. This was the next stage after the initial realm, known as the essence orifice.
No wonder the essence of comprehension is needed. Such quality formations indeed exceed my current life force by too much, and ordinary intermediate formation masters would find it difficult to create.
However, things created through the essence of comprehension cannot yield the same rewards. Thinking about it, the system isn't a fool. Feeling quite rewarded, Luemo had also learned how to use the essence of comprehension.
But having wasted more than half in one go still made him feel a bit pained. He increasingly looked forward to how much gain the Heavenly Feather Sex Library could bring him.
Since he had no attachments, Luemo did not linger much in Jinyuan town.
He had already collected and purchased many cultivation resources, just waiting for his breakthrough.
So, on the second day after Luemo successfully broke through to the initial realm,
he was driving a small cart, leisurely making his way out of the western gate of Jinyuan town.
Purple huang fruit, 100-leaf incense, spirit-nurturing herb. Sir, I've counted the items again, they are all here.
I also followed your instructions and made arrangements with several shops in town to send these items up every month.
Inside the cart, A bent-backed servant had just finished counting several boxes of goods. Each item inside was worth years, even decades of his wages. Nodding, Luemo picked up a white red fruit and ate it, feeling a cool flow slide down his throat, and the strands of heavenly energy were absorbed, merging into his limbs. Even the wealthy young masters being sent to the sect didn't have such luxurious habits. Eating spirit fruits without refining them would lose a lot of efficacy. But Luemo didn't care at all. "Alright, you can go back. Sir, don't you need me to serve you all the way? You alone may face danger on the road." Although he had learned that the master seemed to have become a warrior with great power, the servant still felt a bit worried. And Luemo simply smiled and pushed him off the cart. If there were truly someone who could threaten him, having the servant around would only bring death to him. Then he mounted the reddish-brown horse. Luemo slowly headed towards the direction of the Heavenly Feather sect. He hadn't gone far. With Jinyuan town still behind him, a group of people rode over, puffing and greeting him. "Old man, you look strong. Are you practicing martial arts?" The speaker had a scruffy face, a robust body, and was half naked, looking very friendly. They had seen Luemo alone riding his cart from afar, originally not intending to greet him, but... However, after a closer look, he found that although Luemo appeared old and weary, his aura was remarkably strong. This intrigued him as a martial arts enthusiast. Behind the strong man, there were other people. They were all boys and girls around 15 or 16 years old, full of spirit, and casting curious glances at Luemo. "Have you practiced for a few years?" Luemo glanced at everyone. Such a combination was quite rare. It's impressive to have such vitality after just a few years. "I suppose you have all become martial artists?" The strong man cast a look of admiration. For a martial artist in their 70s or 80s to maintain such vitality was truly extraordinary. "By the way," he pointed at the group of boys and girls behind him, "I am Zhang Rui, the head of the Zheng Family Martial Arts School in Jinyuan Town. These are my disciples and a few talented disciples from the nearby towns. This time we are going to Tianyu sect." The young people all nodded at Luemo. However, at this moment, their eyes were filled only with yearning for Tianyu sect, eagerly hoping to be selected and then soar to great heights. "Tianyu sect is preparing to recruit a group of new disciples, and I specifically chose several relatively talented ones to go. If they join Tianyu sect, my martial arts school's reputation will greatly improve. I wonder where the old gentleman is going with a cart full of items." Lacking in guile, Zhang Rui directly revealed their destination. Hearing this name, Luemo quickly connected it with a certain martial arts school in Jinyuan town. When he headed up the mountain, Zheng Family Martial Arts School had already been established. The head's late-stage cultivation was also outstanding among the martial arts schools in Jinyuan town. After all, even the strongest people wouldn't look down on the income of running a martial arts school. Casually aligning with a wealthy household or sect would provide just as much income, and it would be easier. He also heard from Zhao Zihai that they planned to recruit new disciples, and he didn't expect to bump into a group like this. Waving the whip, Luemo smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm also going to Tianyu sect. You're going with us?" Hearing this, Zheng Rui was taken aback. After all, not everyone could go to Tianyu sect. Without permission, one couldn't even enter the mountain gates. Furthermore, the location of Tianyu sect was quite remote, and the journey was fraught with difficulties. If recruits were not being taken, only Tianyu sect's cultivators would usually travel on this road. "Old gentleman, are you a cultivator from Tianyu sect?" Zhang Rui couldn't help but size him up. Although he wasn't very sensitive to auras and could only perceive vitality, Lumo's vitality was abundant, but in comparison to his own, it was still lacking. He should just be a martial artist. Not to mention being a martial artist, even being a novice martial master at such an old age was unlikely. After all, at such an advanced age, the path of cultivation would have come to an end, unless one was a major martial master of the Yuanxiao realm. Otherwise, Tianyu sect would never take him in. Tianyu sect was not a place to accept garbage. Unless the other party's cultivation was far above his, so he couldn't see it clearly. In that case, he must form a good relationship. Zhang Rui felt a bit nervous and began to reconsider Luemo, regretting why he hadn't cultivated some aura-related techniques himself. Otherwise, he could have clearly sensed the other party's strength. But the next moment, Luemo brushed off that thought while holding the horse's mane. That's not the case. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rui let out a sigh of relief. It would indeed be too coincidental to meet a Tianyu sect cultivator on the way. It was unlikely. "I'm just going to visit a friend." He once again took out a spiritual fruit, wiped it off, and took a bite casually. Zhang Rui wore a look of understanding. After chatting a few more minutes, he returned to his disciples. "Head, what is the background of that old gentleman?" A young disciple asked. "He should be a relative of a certain Tianyu sect disciple, here to deliver some resources to his younger generation." Looking at Lu Mo continuously pulling out spiritual fruits from the cart, Zhang Rui quickly formed a guess. Although he also felt a bit envious of these resources. But envious as he was, he couldn't bring himself to commit robbery. Moreover, with such a large operation, it was clear the other party was from a big family, making it easy to find out what had happened. In the following time, the two groups got along peacefully, moving closer towards Tianyu sect. With company on the road, Lu Mo didn't feel as bored. During the conversations, these 15 and 16-year-old young cultivators also found that Lu Mo seemed very friendly, easy to talk to, and could chat freely about various romantic topics. Even from time to time, he would give them a few spiritual plants. It was important to know that most of them came from ordinary families, struggling just to gather enough money to join the martial arts school, let alone enjoy spiritual plants. So, after a day, Zhang Rui found himself alone. All the young disciples had gathered around Lu Mo, creating quite a lively scene. It appeared that Lu Mo was the leader, while Zhang Rui became an outsider. Amid such an atmosphere, they traveled for half a day and finally approached Tianyu sect. After this valley, you'll reach the mountain gate of Tianyu sect. At that time, it's up to you whether to stay or leave. Glancing at the lush path ahead, Zhang Rui reminded them. But the other martial arts disciples were all gathered around Lu Mo, completely ignoring his words, leaving him feeling helpless. If it weren't for Lu Mo's slow cart, these young people wouldn't have waited. They probably would have reached Tianyu sect long ago. Old man, tell us again about your trip to Weizhou, how you amazed the Li family's young lady with a poem, and then what happened? Then? Lu Mo sighed deeply, kicking the horse's belly to speed it up. Originally, I hit it off with the Li family's young lady, we had a wonderful conversation, and even prepared to exchange tokens of affection. But I inadvertently revealed that I was already engaged, and the Li family's young lady did not want to be a concubine, so in the end, we parted unhappily. After listening, everyone sighed in amazement. For these kids who had little experience, such romantic stories sparked their curiosity. As Lu Mo casually took out a spiritual fruit and tossed it to a young man, he continued. After that, I left Weizhou and continued south. Soon I arrived in Yangzhou. Halfway through speaking, Lu Mo suddenly stopped, not continuing, but quietly watching the dense forest in the distance, as if sensing something. The surrounding boys and girls still wanted Lu Mo to continue. But Zhang Rui's voice rang out. What's happening with the fog in broad daylight? Following Zhang Rui's voice, the disciples around finally noticed that, for some reason, a faint white mist had started to rise from the ground, quickly enveloping them. Everyone hurriedly gathered together. Zhang Rui even drew out his large sword, keeping the others behind him. Everyone looked a bit panicked. After all, the appearance of such an eerie event definitely signaled something was wrong. Only Lu Mo looked calmly at the mist in the distance, then spoke to the martial arts disciples behind him. The martial way is not just about strength, but also about the heart. Without the courage to overcome countless difficulties, you are destined not to go far. Remember that. Go! After saying that, Lu Mo once again mounted his chestnut horse and slowly drove the cart into the mist. Old man, what are you doing? Though confused by Lu Mo's actions, Zhang Rui did not chase after him, as his primary task was to protect the disciples behind him. But this mist seemed to sense his thoughts. Even though everyone had gathered together, soon some disciples began to suddenly vanish, disappearing into the mist. In a short amount of time, more than half of the disciples had silently vanished. Seeing this, Zhang Rui felt a surge of adrenaline, unable to wait any longer, wanting to lead the rest out of the mist. But in an instant, a figure landed in front of him, blocking his path. The opponent's vitality far exceeded his own. Seeing this scene, Zhang Rui felt a chill in his heart. At the moment the opponent appeared, the remaining disciples of the martial arts school behind him were all swallowed by the mist, disappearing without a trace. Outside the valley, two figures in blue shirts stood on a large rock, quietly watching the mist rising in the valley below. One had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a heroic demeanor, holding a sword and looking down. The other had graying hair and eyebrows, clearly of advanced age, holding a compass in his hand. More than 20 young cultivators, with 13 having decent talent, but I wonder how their temperament is. After this round, there should be at most 10 left. When they enter the school, they will be retested for talent, and in the end, I wonder if there will even be 5 who can stay. Both were disciples of Tianyu sect, and the events happening in the valley were just their latest method of testing disciples. Because a few years ago, there were incidents where disciples abandoned their classmates to escape. Thus, the temperament of the disciples became their primary concern. If a disciple's temperament is steadfast, even poor talent doesn't matter. But who is this old man? He looks to be 70 or 80 years old, yet he has the cultivation of the initial stage, and his vitality is abundant, showing no signs of decline due to age.
In their eyes, the white mist seemed non-existent, and they soon spotted a thin figure within.
Lumo's state made them take a few extra glances, but that was all. Unclear.
Perhaps he is here to deliver resources to a disciple in the sect.
The old man holding the compass shook his head, speculating about Lumo's identity.
After all, there were indeed many wealthy youngsters in their sect, and it was common for people to bring resources up the mountain.
Should we let him go?
He doesn't seem to be with the others, just traveling the same path.
No hurry, since they're traveling together, letting him wait is fine.
Upon hearing this, the young swordsman nodded, but suddenly his body shivered as if he had seen something astonishing.
What is it?
The old man beside him asked.
Elder Feng, this old man seems to have walked out of your formation.
Hearing this, Elder Feng burst into laughter.
Xiao Feng, you really know how to joke.
My mist formation can even trap great martial masters in the Yuan Xiao realm. How could an initial stage martial artist possibly break free? Before he could finish speaking, Elder Feng's gaze stopped on a figure below, and his eyes widened in shock. The compass in his hand fell to the ground.
In the dense mist,
a thin, old figure slowly drove a horse-drawn carriage out.
Chapter 16, Guiding the Yuan Xiao Realm Formation Master. How is this possible?
Looking at the situation in the valley, Elder Feng's voice trembled slightly.
After all, Lumo's aura clearly only belonged to the initial stage.
Yet the mist formation he set up could trap even an ordinary martial master of the Yuan Xiao realm for a while. But this initial stage old man. In his eyes, it seemed as if his formation did not exist at all, as he simply rode out on his horse. Elder Feng felt as if he was seeing a ghost, unable to believe such an unbelievable scene.
He hurriedly grabbed Chen Xiaofeng's collar, pointing at Luo below. This person's aura, are you sure it is only the initial stage?
Knowing Elder Feng's mastery of formations, Chen Xiaofeng's expression also turned quite strange.
After multiple confirmations, he finally nodded.
Whether it is vitality or aura, it is indeed only at the initial stage. Though he was only at the Yuan Xiao cultivation level, Li Xiaofeng had a means to perceive aura, and unless it was a half-step heavenly person like his master.
Otherwise, below that, it was difficult for anyone to hide their aura from him. But if he was a half-step heavenly person, why would he need to conceal his aura in front of the two of them?
Yet an initial stage person could disregard a formation that trapped great martial masters. This was equally mind-boggling.
I don't understand. I can't understand.
Chen Xiaofeng continually shook his head, while Elder Feng pondered for a moment, then without hesitation, leaped directly into the valley, appearing next to Luo.
I am Feng Yuan, elder of Tianyu sect. May I ask who you are?
With cupped fists, Feng Yuan showed respect to Luo. After all, there were too many suspicious aspects about this person.
Behind him, Chen Xiaofeng also flew down, nodding at Luo. Looking at the two men before him, Luo could not sense even a hint of aura from them, only the unhidden surge of vibrant blood energy. This only meant both of these men's cultivation levels should be at least one major realm above his own. However, although he could not see through their aura, Luo noticed the traces of formations on Feng Yuan. Just call me Luo. An idle person. Idle person? Feng Yuan and Chen Xiaofeng exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with even more confusion.
I've come to see Zhao Zihai.
Zhao Zihai?
For a moment, the two men did not immediately recall this name in their minds.
But soon,
Chen Xiaofeng reacted, his expression stiffening for a moment as he nudged Feng Yuan with his arm.
Its master's real name. Seeing this,
the confusion in Feng Yuan's eyes faded a bit, but he quickly grew more curious about Luo's identity. Inside Tianyu sect, perhaps no one dared to speak the sect master's real name, so initially, the two were perplexed by these three words. A person bold enough to call the sect master by name surely had an extraordinary relationship with him. So, you are a guest of the sect master.
I apologize.
With a bow, Feng Yuan suddenly looked a bit awkward, wanting to ask something, yet shy about speaking it.
Seeing this,
Luo immediately understood, smiled, and pointed at the fog formation behind him with his whip.
Was this formation set up by you? Indeed.
A trace of pride surfaced in his tone, but Feng Yuan quickly suppressed it upon realizing something. Your talent is decent, but your understanding of formations is too poor. It merely has the appearance, but is not worthy of consideration. If even one formation eye is discovered, the entire formation will collapse. He pointed his whip towards several directions in the fog. In setting up these three formation eyes, some tricks were employed. If a great enemy were actually present, this could cost you your life.
And also, upon facing Luo's guidance, Feng Yuan became increasingly shocked. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Because every piece of information Luo shared was completely accurate. This only indicated one thing. The other person's expertise in formations was likely far beyond his own. Yet, the other's cultivation was clearly only at the initial stage. This was truly inconceivable.
Nonetheless, Feng Yuan continued to listen carefully, nodding in agreement. Beside him, Chen Xiufeng observed Feng Yuan's demeanor, feeling Lu Mo's weight in his mind increase several notches. After all, he knew just how proud Elder Feng was.
As one of the few mid-level formation masters in Qingyu State, Feng Yuan rarely regarded others highly.
Yet, facing a stranger he just met, he could display such courtesy. Although he did not understand formations, Chen Xiufeng also realized. This elder before him likely had astonishing achievements in the field of formations.
Alright, I shall take my leave now.
After guiding Feng Yuan for a while,
Lu Mo waved his whip, preparing to move on. Feng Yuan, with a flattering expression. Do you need me to call a disciple to accompany you? Waving his hand, Lu Mo directly declined.
You may stay and continue testing these martial art disciples.
However, next time, choose a location farther away.
It is too suspicious for strange events to happen so close to Tianyu sect. Someone with a sharp mind could easily discern the truth.
Yes. Feng Yuan quickly nodded. Elder Lu is right, next time we will be even more cautious and detailed. Watching Lu Missouri drive away, Feng Yuan only straightened up once Lu Mo completely disappeared.
The excitement and thrill in his eyes had not diminished.
Elder Feng? Is it really that exaggerated? Is this person's skill in formations really that high? TSK TSK TSK. Feng Yuan clicked his tongue 3 times.
Your vision is too narrow, you have never encountered formations. Seeing this person is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. But if you are like me and regard formations as the path, seeing this person is like a mayfly looking up at the vast sky.
Tianyu sect occupies the entire peak of the cloud-entering mountain. Surrounded by layers of mountains, with pavilions and towers hidden within.
And at the waist of the mountain, in a huge square seemingly carved out of thin air, many disciples are practicing martial arts. Although this place is only the outer sect of Tianyu sect, most disciples have reached the cultivation level of major martial artists of the top 3 realms.
At the entrance of the square, Lu Mo, riding on a horse, had just appeared here. Behind him,
Zhang Rui, leading a large group of martial school disciples, also appeared. However, among these 15 or 16-year-old young disciples, half had gloomy faces with tears in their eyes, while the other half were extremely excited, curiously observing everything in the square.
Not long after Lu Mo left, the disciples brought by Zhang Rui were also finished with their tests.
Then, at Feng Yuan's request, everyone quickened their pace to catch up with the leisurely Lu Mo. Zhang Rui also knew what had happened. The person who had blocked him back then was just a disciple of Tianyu sect.
From the expressions of the people in the square,
it seemed that at least half of them had failed the test this time.
Since it was already so close, Zhang Rui still brought them up the mountain. Although they could no longer join Tianyu sect, it was still good to see the world.
Senior Lu, I will take this batch of disciples to report first.
Feng Yuan cupped his fists towards Lu Mo, then took the disciples who passed the initial trial away from the square. This action was seen by many disciples in the square. The gazes directed at Lu Mo were filled with curiosity.
After all, they knew the respect Elder Feng commanded, only the sect master was as respected as him, so who was this old man?
But soon, before any curious disciples could approach to ask,
a powerful aura suddenly swept over, and all disciples in the square immediately sheathed their swords, looking towards a figure coming from the clouds.
We greet the sect master. The voice was united like thunder, dispersing the fog. Seeing this scene, Zhang Rui behind Lu Mo was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his face turning red.
He never expected he would have the chance to meet the sect master of Tianyu sect. This was a blessing that could be cultivated over several lifetimes. Many martial school disciples behind him who had been eliminated felt much lighter in their hearts. Being able to meet the sect master of Tianyu sect meant this trip hadn't been in vain.
Only Lu Mo remained indifferent.
He watched the familiar figure approach, even pulling out a spirit fruit to munch on.
Chapter 17, Shocked by the Celestial. What are you doing? Why aren't you getting off your horse? Although Sect Master Zhao is kind, he can't stand your lack of manners. If he gets angry, no matter who you know in Tianyu sect, you won't have a way out.
Long before they arrived at the square,
Zhang Rui and many martial school disciples had already dismounted.
Now seeing Zhao Zihai appear, everyone respectfully bent down, only daring to sneak a peek from a distance. After all, he was half a step into the celestial realm, a true big shot. People like them must truly look like ants in his eyes.
But Zhang Rui didn't expect.
The old guy beside him not only stayed mounted but even sat there without any regard for Zhao Zihai, pulling out a spirit fruit to eat. Didn't he see how respectful the disciples and elders of Tianyu sect were around him?
Let's move further away.
Whispering to the other martial school disciples behind,
Zhang Rui and the others slowly distanced themselves from Lu Mo.
Even though it was said Zhao Zihai was extremely kind, they had never met him. If he got angry at Lu Mo's disrespectful actions and then vented his anger on them,
They feared even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. At the same time, in the distance, Zhao Zihai appeared from the clouds. Beside him stood another inner sect elder. The two had come to the mountain's waist to see how the disciples were training. "Master, it seems you've been in much better spirits lately. Have you finally shaken off the gloom?" After landing in the square, Elder Chu smiled, recalling how for several days the master had been in a bad mood and hardly left the main peak, but now he looked slightly better, with a smile on his face. Facing the concern, Zhao Zihai took a deep breath, looking at the many disciples on the square. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to ignore him and continue their training. Immediately, the sounds of swords and fists rang out once more. Perhaps because the master was present, everyone's energy surged dramatically. That's enough. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are part of life. There's no need to feel sad about it. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zihai knew the other had always wondered why he occasionally left the sect, so he began to explain. Earlier, I used to leave the sect from time to time because I had an old friend in Taohua Valley. We've known each other far longer than you and I have known each other. Perhaps you've heard of the famous wine, Taohuan Yang. It was crafted by this person. Listening to the explanation, many of Elder Chu's doubts were cleared. He crossed his arms and tucked them into his sleeves. I see. Your only hobby is drinking, so it makes sense that you formed a bond with this person, but the lifespan of mortals is indeed short, so there's no need to feel too sad. After a pause, Zhao Zihai seemed to see something in the square. A sense of emotion flickered in his eyes. I don't know if I miss his wine too much or the man himself, but I've actually produced an illusion. I feel like he's right in front of me. Riding a horse and pulling a cart, munching on a fruit, and even his beard is trimmed, he looks much younger. Even his head full of white hair has some shiny black streaks. This is truly haunting. Hearing Zhao Zihai's words, Elder Chu was momentarily stunned. Then he followed Zhao Zihai's gaze and saw an old face. Then he withdrew his gaze, looked again, and withdrew once more. Master, what you see doesn't seem to be an illusion. Upon hearing this reminder, Zhao Zihai was taken aback. He immediately squinted his eyes, focusing intently ahead, and in the next moment, his entire aura exploded, enveloping every corner of the square. And the living breath of the other was truly captured by him. His expression froze instantly, and in 3 steps he moved forward too. Zhao Zihai quickly arrived in front of Luo Mo, his face full of shock. You old thing, you're not dead yet?" Finishing the spirit fruit in his hand, he spat out the pit aside. "Who said I was dead? I just returned to Jinyuan town for a while. It's great that you're not dead, great." Grabbing Luo Mo by the shoulders, Zhao Zihai kept mumbling, and his shocked expression gradually turned to delight. He realized he had never really confirmed if Luo Mo was truly dead, only concluding that he was when he saw no one in Taohua Valley, combined with Luo Mo's earlier state of appearing in a flash of light. Now, seeing him, he realized he had worried for nothing. The old man knows Zhao Master? Not far away. Zhang Rui couldn't help but slap himself twice, wondering what he had missed. And in the arena, Zhao Zihai still had not released his grip on Luo Mo's shoulders. "After I passed you the Wanxiang fist, I regretted it a bit, fearing you'd forcefully train and injure yourself. Now it seems you didn't continue practicing, but how come your health has improved so much?" Patting Luo Mo's shoulder, Zhao Zihai seemed to sense something. His smile suddenly froze. Even his entire motion paused for a moment, and his expression was instantly replaced with deep shock. In an instant, Luo Mo could feel the other's aura probing his body hundreds and thousands of times. You've entered the initial realm." Luo Mo shook off the hand on him and smiled, nodding. "Just a bit of luck." "No, it's impossible. How could you possibly enter the initial realm?" Zhao Zihai's voice trembled continuously, and because of this, his face turned a bit pale. Such a performance surprised the others around. They could not understand how a beginner could cause such a reaction from a near-god being. Feng Yuan and Chen Xiufeng, who had settled the new disciples, also arrived at the square. Seeing Zhao Zihai's condition, they too felt a bit bewildered. Because in their memory, this was Zhao Zihai's first time losing control like this. Even when facing a true god, Zhao Zihai had not acted like this. Only Zhao Zihai understood. This old friend in front of him was, just a month ago, an ordinary person with no cultivation. Just a month has passed, yet he has already crossed the 7 levels of body refinement and entered the beginner stage. Such speed could hardly be described as madness. Perhaps there have been prodigies who entered the beginner stage in a month, but let us not forget that Luo Mo is still an 80-year-old man. With a decayed body, to enter the beginner stage in a month is likely unseen throughout history. Sect Master, what happened? Master, even though the old man is very old, how could a beginner's cultivation shock you like this? Beside him, the voices of Chen Xiufeng and Feng Yuan rang out. Looking around, he found everyone was gazing at him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zihai then opened his cracked lips. Old Lu is 80 years old this year. He left Jinyuan town for the secluded Peach Blossom Valley 10 years ago. And at that time, pausing for a moment, Zhao Zihai forcibly calmed his emotions and looked at Lu Mo with a strange expression. The old man had no cultivation whatsoever. Knowing the importance of the matter, Zhao Zihai did not elaborate on Lu Mo, as there were many people around, and if news spread that an 80-year-old man entered the beginner stage in a month, it would likely cause a stir throughout the entire Great Earth. At that time, a small Tianyu sect would likely not be able to keep him. Although unsure why Lu Mo behaved this way, Zhao Zihai understood that his old friend likely held incredible secrets, perhaps capable of carrying the Tianyu sect to great heights. Regardless of how it turned out, this matter must never be leaked to the outside world. But even after holding back, Zhao Zihai's words still stirred commotion among the crowd. After all, an old man starting cultivation at 70 and achieving the beginner stage at 80 is already quite remarkable. It is likewise shocking for everyone. However, it was clear that the sect master was also withholding details. If it were merely a late bloomer with 10 years of cultivation, it would not cause such astonishment from a near-god being. So Chen Xiufei and the others speculated. Old Lu's cultivation time must be shorter. But they could never imagine that this short time was, in fact, only a month. Chapter 18. Entering the Sutra Pavilion. Hearing Zhao Zihai reveal Lu Mo's cultivation time, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but reassess this 80-year-old man who was just a beginner. Just a moment ago, many had thought Lu Mo was merely their sect master's friend. But now it seemed Lu Mo's hidden talent was also astonishing. He actually embarked on the path of cultivation with a decayed body, as if the law of time simply did not exist before him. Meanwhile, aside from Zhao Zihai, Chen Xiufeng and Feng Yuan's expressions were equally captivating. In fact, the excitement on Feng Yuan's face was nearly overflowing, because this likely meant that Lu Mo's proficiency in formations was also developed in these 10 years. Having such proficiency in formations in just 10 years almost made Feng Yuan tremble with excitement. Because one should know, the path of formations is much more challenging than merely practicing martial arts. Not only must one improve their cultivation simultaneously, but one must also delve deeply into formations. Being able to set up formations that exert the power of 7 levels in the beginner stage means the formation master is at the beginner level, the yuan cavity of the medium level, and above the heaven person for the advanced level. It took me over 50 years to become a mid-level formation master. Yet the old man in front of me achieved mastery in just 10 years, far surpassing my own skills. Originally, I thought that with his help, I might have a chance to advance further as a mid-level formation master. But now it seems perhaps I might have the opportunity to touch the threshold of a high-level formation master. That would be a formation master comparable to a celestial being. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lu Mo's hand, my eyes sincere. I didn't expect you, old man, to bloom late and possess such talent. Please be sure to stay at Tianyu Sect for a long time. Whatever you need, feel free to come to me. Facing Feng Yuan's flattering state, the others looked a bit puzzled. Why has this formation master, who looks down on ordinary martial artists, suddenly become so warm and hospitable? Perhaps there are secrets on the way here that they are unaware of. Elder Chu also stepped forward. Guests are guests, there's no need for you to be too restrained, old man. Listening to their words, Lu Mo turned his gaze to Zhao Zihai, his forehead wrinkled with lines. Then he smiled and said, I didn't come here as a guest. Zhao Zihai naturally understood Lu Mo's meaning. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made when he left Lu Mo back then. Moreover, he now had a strong desire to keep Lu Mo around. From this day on, Lu Mo shall become an inner sect elder of our Tianyu sect and enter the Shaozhu Peak. Half an hour later. Shaozhu Peak. Elder Lu, the room has been tidied up, and the things you brought have been arranged inside. If you need anything else, just let us know. The young girl who spoke lowered her head and shyly glanced at Lu Mo. She found it hard to understand. This new elder in front of her seemed to have only initial cultivation like herself. Yet he directly became an inner sect elder, enjoying a status and power almost second only to the sect master and a few direct disciples. It wasn't just her. Many inner sect disciples were a bit confused upon hearing that an initial cultivation inner sect elder had arrived. While they had heard that Lu Mo only started practicing 10 years ago, many of them had also entered initial cultivation within 10 years. Could it be that being older really comes with privileges? However, despite their doubts, very few spoke up to question it, as this was a decision made by the sect master, and they had no right to discuss it. It's fine. Looking at the brand new wooden house, Lu Mo nodded in satisfaction. He didn't like overly extravagant residences, this plain place suited him perfectly. He casually took out a spirit fruit and tossed it to the inner sect female disciple. Her eyes instantly lit up, and after hurriedly thanking him, she ran towards the alchemy hall.
Although she was an inner sect disciple, she could only receive one of such quality spirit fruit in a month.
How's the residence?
A voice appeared behind Luomo. Without turning around, he already knew it was Zhao Zihai.
Just average. Not minding Luomo's words, Zhao Zihai approached Luomo and hesitated before finally asking his question. How did you achieve that in just a month? After pondering for a moment, Luomo looked at the many disciples practicing on the hillside. One moment of enlightenment, one soar to the sky. Upon hearing Luomo's answer, Zhao Zihai did not ask further.
After all, such secrets were already quite trusted if he could explain, and the world was full of wonders. Perhaps Luomo indeed had some late bloomer physique.
It could even be true that he experienced sudden enlightenment. However, Zhao Zihai was slightly worried. Is there a limit to such enlightenment? Is initial cultivation the upper limit?
Luomo directly shook his head, his gaze looking towards the 9 heavens. No different from ordinary people, one can constantly progress. Listening to this answer, Zhao Zihai finally breathed a sigh of relief and then proposed a request to Luomo.
Old Lu, can you promise me one thing? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Zihai finally stated his request. If one day I have to leave Tianyu sect, can you take care of things for me?
Without answering directly, Luomo turned back to glance at Zhao Zihai, sensing something deeper from this sentence. It seemed his old buddy also had some stories of his own. The other party also showed no intention of continuing to explain.
Nodding slightly.
Seeing this, Zhao Zihai finally put away his serious expression and clapped Luomo on the shoulder.
Alright, you are now an inner elder of our Tianyu sect. If you need anything, just ask.
As soon as Zhao Zihai finished speaking, he felt a twinge of regret. He saw Luomo's eyes suddenly light up at his words, quietly staring at him.
How many treasures does Tianyu sect have?
I can't remember the exact number, but there are over 100 various techniques.
What do you need? I can bring them for you. Luomo shook his head, an unusual spark of excitement in his eyes. No need. Just take me to the scripture pavilion.
After just putting down his things,
Luomo didn't linger at Little Bamboo Peak and was directly taken to the outside of the Tianyu sect scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion has 3 floors, nestled within a sea of bamboo, containing various skill manuals. It also has many elders' cultivation insights from Tianyu sect.
Ordinary disciples find it hard to enter, they need an elder's order.
However, for Luomo, there were no restrictions since he was already an inner elder. After greeting the elder guarding the scripture pavilion, Luomo dove headfirst into the vast sea of books. In the following period, aside from cultivating at Little Bamboo Peak, Luomo spent all his time in the scripture pavilion.
Over time, some disciples had become accustomed to it. No matter when they came to the scripture pavilion, they would see an old figure lost in concentration.
Knowing Luomo was now completely different, Zhao Zihai did not disturb him anymore.
During this time, the one who interacted with Luomo the most was Elder Wei Qi, who guarded the scripture pavilion.
Luomo's selective reading of the skill manuals piqued his curiosity.
Generally, skills are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the 3rd floor is categorized accordingly.
But for some reason, Luomo only moved between the 1st and 3rd floors, never visiting the 2nd. If he looked down on the middle grade methods on the 2nd floor, it would be one thing, but why did he also spend time on the 1st floor? One should know.
The books on the 1st floor are mostly introductory explanations of methods, with very few complete techniques. For example, initial sword techniques, insights on body movements, mastering long knives over 10 years, how to increase fist techniques power, and so on. These books are simply there to enhance disciples' understanding in these areas, facilitating their mastery of martial arts.
But why was Luomo so focused on them?
He even spent more time on the 1st floor than the 3rd.
Wei Qi was very curious. But soon, as Luomo finished reading the last part of the books on the 1st floor, he finally devoted himself entirely to the 3rd floor. There lie all the upper grade skills of Tianyu sect. Elder Lu, you are here so early today? I couldn't sleep, so I came directly to the scripture pavilion.
Luomo greeted a few disciples on the 1st floor, not looking back as he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor and continued his steps toward the 3rd. Although most disciples thought he hadn't been seen since joining Tianyu sect, those who often visited the scripture pavilion were familiar with him. As for Zhao Zihai's several direct disciples, they were even more mysterious than he was. Except for Chen Xiufeng, whom he met on the way up the mountain, he didn't know where the others were. There was Sun Zhengyang, whom Luomo had seen, but he hadn't returned to Tianyu sect yet, and Luomo wondered what expression he would have upon seeing him. In this past month, he had nearly finished reading all the books on the 1st floor. In the eyes of ordinary people, they can only gain some initial insights and understanding, but in his eyes, it is something remarkable.
A beginner's understanding of formations.
This has allowed him to vastly surpass Feng Yuan in his mastery of formations.
Not to mention that there are different martial arts interpretations here. Currently, Liu Mo
has already reached the forefront in several martial arts. Common weapons like swords, spears, and halberds are present, as well as body techniques and fists, and there are rarely seen unique arts like poison and talismans.
Among these, Liu Mo has specifically focused on some, achieving an impressively exaggerated level of mastery.
In this month, because most of the time was spent in the scripture pavilion, although his cultivation didn't advance much, his understanding of various martial arts has become unmatched.
And the rewards from the third floor are equally rich.
Looking at the sword technique in his hand, the brilliance in Liu Mo's mind continued to expand. Although this white bear splitting blade technique is powerful, its flexibility is too poor. If faced with someone skilled in body techniques, it might not even land a strike. Instead, it can increase its agility without weakening its power. As the light of inspiration appeared, you have deconstructed the white bear splitting blade technique, comprehended its true meaning, and realized that the white bear is not the most suitable essence for this blade technique. Thus, you integrated the essence of the white tiger and transformed it into the white tiger swinging blade, rewarding you with 93 essence of comprehension.
Not only that. In the following period,
looking at various excellent techniques and martial arts,
the light of inspiration in Liu Mo's mind never ceased.
One technique after another was improved by him into something more complete. You found that the cloud mist body technique has a significant flaw: the speed increase is too slow. Therefore, you dissipated the cloud mist, summoned thunder, and transformed it into the thunder cloud body technique, rewarding you with 103 essence of comprehension. Fists and feet have no eyes, but the galloping horse fist method holds back power at every turn, not fully unleashing its might. You transformed it into the galloping horse fist, rewarding you with 80 essence of comprehension. Heavenly sword descends, cutting through the world. This sword has an overwhelming momentum, but its intention is too lofty, making cultivation difficult and incomplete. You concealed the sword in its edge, significantly reducing the difficulty of cultivation, transforming it into the essence sword technique, rewarding you with 200 essence of comprehension.
The prison dragon spear technique is partially incomplete and cannot be cultivated.
You reverse engineered it with your current spear technique, successfully completing the prison dragon spear technique and obtaining the complete prison dragon spear, rewarding you with 130 essence of comprehension. As various superior techniques were perfected,
Liu Mo also gained a large amount of essence of comprehension.
However, due to currently having a low life intensity, these essences have no use for the time being. Additionally, above the middle and lower tier qualities, there are also unparalleled techniques and martial arts.
However,
perhaps because the difficulty of transforming these unparalleled techniques is too high, none of the modified techniques have reached the top tier quality without using any essence of comprehension. But compared to before, their power has increased significantly. Among the superior martial arts, they have already become exceptional.
Many upper tier techniques that had huge flaws were also refined by Liu Mo to eliminate their defects. Liu Mo speculated.
Among the techniques he possessed, the rotten elephant fist has the highest quality, and because it has been entirely transformed for himself, it has an unparalleled quality for him. And these modified and evolved techniques and martial arts,
Liu Mo did not consider monopolizing them.
After all, whether it is his understanding of various martial arts or the foundation of techniques, such a significant growth is all due to the scripture pavilion.
Naturally, he also needs to give back to it.
So these past 2 days,
he has brought a pen to the scripture pavilion.
After transforming a technique, he writes the modified technique down.
And at this moment,
at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, after sending off the last disciple, Wei Qi, dressed in a dark blue long robe, frowned and gazed at the third floor. Liu Mo had been spending more and more time here these past few days.
Moreover,
he also noticed during these days,
when Liu Mo came to the scripture pavilion, he brought a pen, not knowing what he was going to do. I can't figure it out.
From the beginning, he felt a bit perplexed by the new inner sect elder, thinking the other person was quite strange. Sometimes he would look at various basic techniques on the first floor, and other times he would take paper and pen to the third floor and not come down for a long time.
He just couldn't understand, really couldn't understand.
Shaking his head, Wei Qi had no intention of getting involved too much. After all, as long as the other person didn't mess around in the scripture pavilion, whatever they wanted to do had nothing to do with him.
However, at this moment,
one of the inner sect disciples who had just left now ran back with the book of techniques he had borrowed in hand. He opened it and pointed to a certain page, puzzled, and spoke to Wei Qi.
Elder Wei Qi, what's going on with this technique?
I remember this page was about the true meaning of cultivation for this method, so why is everything scribbled out now? Hearing this, Wei Qi instantly became nervous and hurriedly snatched the book. After taking a look, he was shocked. The key page of this superior sword technique had been completely blackened, making the content unreadable.
You must understand.
Most of the techniques in the scripture pavilion are original, containing countless insights and Tao rhythms left by cultivators. Although techniques can be rewritten, new writings lack the Tao rhythm, making the cultivation difficulty several times higher.
Let alone if one wants to rewrite it. It requires fully mastering the technique to do so.
But there are many superior techniques on the third floor that have not been fully mastered. If damaged, the loss will be enormous.
You hurry and call the sect master. What on earth is this old man doing?
After confirming that the book had been defiled, Wei Qi didn't have time to look at the awkwardly scribbled words. Instead, he rushed directly to the third floor.
Upon arrival, he found Lu Mo holding a superior technique, making modifications and scribbling.
He was even muttering to himself. Seeing this scene, Wei Qi felt as if his heart was about to bleed. He had guarded the scripture pavilion for decades, with an almost pathological obsession with caring for and maintaining these books. If any technique borrowed by a disciple had even a slight blemish, that person might not be allowed to enter the scripture pavilion for several years.
But he never expected.
He had guarded against the minor things, guarded against the big things.
Yet, he never guarded against the old. Chapter 20, The Contrasting Attitudes of Elder Wei. Stop it right now.
Hurriedly scolding, Wei Qi rushed to Lu Mo's side and snatched the technique from his hand. Then he looked at the completely modified page and immediately beat his chest and stomped his feet.
What exactly are you doing? Do you know the value of these techniques? Each superior technique here would cause a sensation if placed outside, yet you just ruined it like this? Gently stroking the book in hand, Wei Qi's expression seemed to be bleeding.
I don't know what your relationship with the sect master is, but this time, I will definitely expel you from Tianyu sect.
Isn't he just an old cultivator who peaked late and entered the initial stage after 10 years? So what? This time, it's either you or me.
Wei Qi had made up his mind, he would not let such a person stay in Tianyu sect. No matter what the cost, he must make the sect master expel him from Tianyu sect. Gently closing the book, he quickly began to look through other superior techniques on the nearby bookshelf. Now he could only pray that the techniques Lu Mo had touched were not many. But upon looking, he discovered that over half of the techniques on the shelf had been altered by Lu Mo, and many of the original contents were completely unreadable.
Wei Qi felt as if he was about to cry.
But beside him, Lu Mo seemed unfazed and wanted to say something to the emotionally broken Wei Qi.
However, Wei Qi directly interrupted him. You don't need to say anything, it's already meaningless. The loss you brought to Tianyu sect, you can never repay in this lifetime.
I don't know what the sect master is thinking. You old fool have brought into the sect. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Zhao Zihai flew in directly through the window on the third floor, led by a disciple. Upon arrival, he saw Wei Qi slumped on the ground, flipping through various advanced martial arts manuals, almost crying from distress, while on the other side, Lu Mo held a pen with a helpless face.
What happened?
Zhao Zihai was also puzzled. He heard from the disciple that it seemed Lu Mo was damaging their advanced martial arts, but he understood his old friend well and knew that Lu Mo wouldn't act without a reason. When Wei Qi saw the sect leader, he rushed over and hugged Zhao Zihai's thigh, crying.
Sect leader, this person is going to destroy our Tianyu sect.
The advanced martial arts are the essence of our Tianyu sect for nearly a century, they are the foundation for us to become one of the three major forces in Jinyuan town, but this old man.
He pointed at Lu Mo.
Wei Qi's beard seemed to bristle with anger. He has scribbled all over the advanced martial arts, making the original characters unreadable.
This will bring immense losses to our Tianyu sect.
I begged the sect leader to punish him, to expel him from the Tianyu sect.
If the sect leader wants to keep him, then I will leave.
Wei Qi's tone was resolute, as if there was no room for negotiation. Zhao Zihai, not knowing what had happened, looked towards Lu Mo.
Old man Lu, what's going on? Lu Mo threw a modified martial arts manual to Zhao Zihai and shook his head. Don't call me old man. You just look young, but you are actually older than me. Calling me old man feels awkward. Don't address me like that from now on. Taking the book from his hands, Zhao Zihai smiled and opened it. He only felt young in front of Lu Mo, not caring much about age. Surprisingly, Lu Mo was not pleased. Seeing the book opened, Wei Qi, still hugging Zhao Zihai's leg, quickly pleaded. Sect leader, quickly look. These martial arts have all been ruined by him. Ignoring Wei Qi, Zhao Zihai carefully examined the manual Lu Mo had thrown over. Indeed, much of the content had been scribbled over by Lu Mo, but beside it, many new small characters had appeared. Though the writing wasn't great, Zhao Zihai sensed that the key might lie within those small characters. With just a few glances, Zhao Zihai's expression darkened and became serious, his face filled with shock. What, all of these have been changed? Pointing to the bookshelf, Zhao Zihai's voice trembled. He had attempted to modify these martial arts before, but without the cultivation of a celestial being, he didn't have much method to do so. Seeing Lu Mo nod, Zhao Zihai felt his heart race.
He never expected that Lu Mo, having just joined the Tianyu sect for over a month, would give him such an incredible surprise. Sect leader, what's wrong? Seeing the brilliant change in Zhao Zihai's expression, Wei Qi noticed something was off.
Have you looked at the new writing by Elder Lu on these martial arts?
When Zhao Zihai said this, Wei Qi finally reacted. He had only noticed Lu Mo's scribbles and hadn't paid attention to the newly written twisted small characters beside it. With Zhao Zihai's reminder, he hurriedly got up from the ground and picked up a manual, flipping through it. Worried about not understanding, he specifically chose one he had practiced before. Upon looking, he quickly discovered the brilliance of these martial arts. Not only had the difficulty of cultivation decreased, but their power had also increased significantly, and flaws had been eliminated. If it was just one advanced martial art that had been modified, it wouldn't have mattered much. But what if most, or even all of them were? This could potentially elevate the strength of the disciples within the Tianyu sect by a great deal. When Wei Qi raised his head again, his eyes were already filled with fervor.
However, I truly cannot compliment your handwriting. I will find someone to copy it again.
Arriving in front of Lu Mo, Zhao Zihai stuffed the book in his hand into it.
He wanted to say something else,
but he was directly pushed aside by Wei Qi behind him, as if this sect leader did not exist at all.
That. Holding Lu Mo's hand, Elder Wei Qi's eyes were sincere.
Elder Lu's talent is extraordinary, rare since ancient times, and he has the potential to mature late. What I said earlier was a bit harsh. I hope Elder Lu will not hold it against me.
Didn't you say, Tianyu sect can have me or not, but you can't have me or not? Who dares to say that?
I will not agree first.
Tianyu sect can do without anyone, but we absolutely cannot do without Elder Lu.
Listening to Wei Qi's flattering words, Zhao Zihai felt something was off.
Anyone can be absent, but we absolutely cannot be without Lu Mo. Then where is my position as sect leader? Lu Mo had no intention of blaming Wei Qi.
After all, it was indeed his fault for not greeting first, which caused such a big misunderstanding. There are still a few books I haven't finished revising.
You all.
Lu Mo had issued a dismissal order. After all, he didn't want to be disturbed. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, there was no need to waste time and should quickly finish revising the last few high-quality cultivation methods. Hearing this, Wei Qi showed no sign of dissatisfaction. With a beaming smile, he prepared to leave the scripture pavilion.
What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear Elder Lu's words?
Pointing at himself, Zhao Zihai was somewhat stunned.
Are you talking to me? What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. With a helpless glance at Lu Mo,
Zhao Zihai had no choice but to leave the scripture pavilion with Wei Qi, feeling a bit dejected. But the excitement in his heart was actually no less than Wei Qi's. It was just that he knew Lu Mo had entered the initial stage in just 1 month, so his state of mind had long been tempered, which is why he did not lose composure. At present, among the 3 sects of Jinyuan town, Yangmen's strength was far ahead of Jiujian Mountain and Tianyu sect. Before that, Jiujian Mountain and Tianyu sect were fairly evenly matched. But recently, he heard that the 9-sword real man of Jiujian Mountain showed signs of breaking through to the Transcendent realm and had begun closed-door training. If the other party steps into Transcendent first, then Tianyu sect's position would be further compressed. Originally, Zhao Zihai had some worries. But now, with Lu Mo's appearance, it was like a shot of adrenaline.
With this person around, the rise of Tianyu sect is just a matter of time. Chapter 21, Transforming the Cultivation Realm? Half a month later. Tianyu sect, Little Bamboo Peak.
The sound of all things rushing endlessly. In the field, an old man in white robe moved his hands like wandering clouds yet seemed to contain the charm of the Tao, drawing the energy of heaven and earth.
Boom!
With a punch thrown forward. The air rippled slightly, and shockwaves spread out.
Withdrawing his force, feeling the changes in his body, Lu Mo pondered for a moment.
Now he could draw on the energy of heaven and earth, which had transformed from the initial morning dew into a hazy drizzle, and there were even vague signs of expansion. He was already close to the mid-phase of the initial stage.
If Lu Mo continued to cultivate, he would surely be able to smoothly step into the final phase of the initial stage without any hindrance.
By then, the energy of heaven and earth he could draw would be like a vast river, surging powerfully. Even just using the energy of heaven and earth to confront enemies would have the destructive power to split rivers in open paths. However, Lu Mo's cultivation speed had slowed down quite a bit over the past 2 days. Because he had been thinking about the energy of heaven and earth that he could perceive.
For initial stage cultivators,
they can only perceive and control it, essentially still relying on external objects. Only when reaching the Yuan Xiao realm can they open orifices within the body to hold the energy of heaven and earth. When the energy of heaven and earth that they can hold is sufficient, it can be condensed into liquid and gathered into a vast sea, which is the Qi Sea realm.
But as a transmigrator,
though he had already lived in this world for 60 years,
Lu Mo still remembered a piece of information that his teacher once taught him. That is, water cannot be compressed, but air can. When reaching the realm of Qi, the amount of energy in liquid within the body can only change according to the size of the open Qi. However, before the energy of the universe transforms into liquid, there is a possibility for compression. If so, wouldn't the energy of the universe be able to contain even more? In fact, wouldn't the strength in the same realm become even more formidable? Stretching out his hand. Sensing the energy of the universe, a trace of white aura gradually appeared in Lu Mo's hand, floating up and down like a ribbon. But if he applied force, this energy would shrink slightly and then explode immediately. Can't be compressed? Muttering to himself, streaks of light continuously flashed in Lu Mo's mind. After leaving the scripture repository, Lu Mo had devoted himself entirely to cultivation for half a month. Ideas had flickered through his mind countless times, but he found it hard to decipher. Yet today was the clearest it had ever been. Since ancient times, countless cultivators must have tried to compress the energy of the universe, but with no recorded success. It can only mean these attempts ultimately failed. Or perhaps, even if they succeeded, they could not utilize it perfectly. No matter how gifted they were, even if they stood out in an entire era, they would still be weaker than me. Their failures do not mean I will fail. Taking a deep breath. This time, strands of white energy of the universe repeatedly appeared around him. The essence of the energy of the universe is a kind of breath, a gas, and as long as it's gas, there's a good chance it can be successfully compressed. If only the same amount of force is applied in different directions, perhaps success is possible. Once again, he drew upon a strand of the energy of the universe. Then Lu Mo tightened all the muscles in his body and began to apply pressure to this energy in different directions. With perfect control over his body, he was able to command every muscle's exertion. Soon, this strand of energy was compressed by more than half. But the very next second. Bang! With a sound of explosion. This strand of energy exploded suddenly, sending Lu Mo flying several meters back, his muscles filled with pain and trembling. The sound wave echoed, shocking some disciples below the bamboo peak, who looked up in confusion. But despite that, Lu Mo's face was filled with excitement, a smile covering his wrinkled old face unable to be concealed. It's not impossible. Without resting, Lu Mo continued his experiments. Yet after several consecutive tries, every time he compressed the energy of the universe to the same stage, it would explode, utterly unmanageable. No matter how he changed his compression method, it was always the same. I can compress the energy of the universe. But why do I always feel there's a limitation within myself, keeping the compressed energy at only an initial stage and unable to use it normally? This limitation is like a thin membrane, blocking me from taking the final step. If those before me have tried, they too must have been halted here, unable to advance. My talent is already at its peak, so this limitation must be unrelated to understanding or talent. Then what could it possibly be? Muttering softly, Lu Mo contemplated, his eyes gradually entering a meditative state as he began gathering and compressing the energy of the universe again, but this time, his focus was not on the compressed energy, but on himself. He wanted to see what was stopping everything. Boom! As yet another explosion occurred. Lu Mo finally opened his eyes. And this time, the brilliance in his eyes erupted in light. It's the foundation. In the path of cultivation, the 7 stages of body refinement are extremely important for a cultivator's foundation. The quality of the foundation is largely determined by the body refinement techniques used. Top-tier techniques build a foundation far superior to mid-tier and low-tier techniques. Many great cultivators, when reaching the highest realms, they would also transform their past body refinement techniques to better suit themselves. Or simply recultivate more advanced body refinement techniques to reforge their foundations and raise their upper limits. But the decayed elephant fist is of utmost quality for me because it has been completely tailored to my own nature. Is the foundation I built with the supreme body tempering technique not enough? Could it be that I need a foundation more perfect and unmatched, one that has never been seen before? With this thought, Lu Mo felt a slight sense of discouragement. The highest quality body tempering technique in this world is of the supreme level, even the one created by saints is the same. This means, it seems like I've reached a dead end. As his thoughts flowed, Lu Mo tried to see if he could use the essence of his comprehension to directly improve his decayed elephant fist into a higher quality body tempering technique, forging a supreme foundation. But soon he realized the body tempering technique beyond supreme that even saints cannot create. If he were to forcibly create it, would still not be enough, even with thousands of essence of comprehension. Just as Lu Mo lowered his head in disappointment, he suddenly thought. His decayed elephant fist was originally transformed from the myriad phenomenon fist. And when he first saw Zhao Zihai perform the myriad phenomenon fist, he sensed a vague and ethereal fluctuation in the fist technique, a fluctuation containing true meaning that far surpassed the myriad phenomenon fist. The myriad phenomenon fist itself had a secret.
Perhaps the secret within it could help him achieve a supreme foundation and then compress the world's chi, directly raising the initial realm's limit by a huge level. By then, even if the chi of the world he could use is still like fine rain, he could directly crush the vast, river-like, overwhelming chi of the world. And after achieving the supreme foundation, perhaps all future cultivation stages could similarly reach perfection, achieving sainthood in such a manner. Lu Mo could hardly imagine how terrifying the gap would be between himself and an ordinary saint. Chapter 22, Meeting Sun Zhenyang Again. In the misty clouds of towering mountains, Tianyu Peak rises straight into the sky like a long sword, magnificent and perilous. This place is the core of Tianyu sect, accessible only to direct disciples and elders. At the very top, above the clouds, stands Tianyu Tower, where the sect master resides. At this moment, on the blue brick steps leading straight to the sky, Lu Mo's figure appeared. He had originally come to ask Zhao Zihai about the secret of the myriad phenomenon fist, but unexpectedly, he encountered some familiar faces on the way. Elder Lu, are you looking for master? Looking at the figure appearing below, Chen Xiufeng smiled while slowly descending the stairs. Since Lu Mo became an elder of Tianyu sect's inner sect, Chen Xiufeng hadn't seen him outside. The few times they had met were in the scripture pavilion. So seeing Lu Mo finally leave the routine life of Shaozhu Peak and the scripture pavilion, Chen Xiufeng was a bit happy. This news must be shared with Elder Feng quickly. After all, Elder Feng had long wanted Elder Lu to guide him in formations, but Elder Lu had always been at Shaozhu Peak or the scripture pavilion. When at Shaozhu Peak, no one was allowed to disturb him, and in the scripture pavilion, he didn't even care about the sect master, let alone guide him. So Elder Feng had been quite anxious. Just a small matter. What about you two? Looking at Chen Xiufeng and his companion, Lu Mo also asked. Generally, unless there is something important, even direct disciples wouldn't go to Tianyu Tower to disturb Zhao Zihai. Behind Chen Xiufeng was a young disciple, about the same age as him, whose expression suddenly became strange upon seeing Lu Mo. This is fifth senior brother Sun Zhenyang, who left the mountain for trials on his own and only returned today. I'm taking him to apologize to master, otherwise, he will be locked up for several more months. Zhao Zihai only had 6 direct disciples, and Chen Xiufeng was the youngest. Looking at the somewhat awkward Sun Zhenyang behind Chen Xiufeng, Lu Mo exclaimed. Didn't expect to run into this kid today. And trial outside the mountain? He probably spent all his time in brothels during this period. This is the elder Lu Mo I told you about. Although Elder Lu's cultivation is only at the initial stage, his talent is extraordinary, and he has great expertise in formations. He was personally invited by master to join. I have met Elder Lu. Sun Zhenyang clasped his fists and bowed, but his heart couldn't help but race faster. Just now, when he saw Lu Mo from a distance, he already sensed something was wrong. This old man who allowed him to stay for free at Yunyan Tower had actually become an inner elder of his Tianyu sect. That's it. My perfect facade is about to be ripped apart. Wait a minute. I specifically disguised myself that day, my facial muscles and makeup are quite different from the real me, and the other party is only at the initial stage, he definitely can't tell. Thinking of this, Sun Zhenyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He returned to his cold, distant state. I have long heard my senior brothers mention Elder Lu. I didn't expect Elder Lu to have such an ethereal presence, truly like an immortal descended to the world. With a stern expression, though Sun Zhenyang's words were praises, they carried a hint of icy rejection, keeping others at a distance. Seeing this, Lu Mo couldn't help but size up Sun Zhenyang from head to toe. If it weren't for having talked freely with him before, he would suspect these were 2 different people. Does this kid usually act like this? If I didn't know his true nature, it would be fine. Knowing it, I really want to punch him a couple of times. Elder Lu, please don't take offense. Afraid that Lu Mo might be somewhat displeased, Chen Xiufeng hurriedly came to smooth things over. My 5th senior brother is just like this. Aside from pursuing martial arts, he cares nothing for any human affairs, even showing little kindness to our master. Our master and we several senior brothers are already used to it. Elder Lu, you can just get accustomed to it. At this point, Chen Xiufeng's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, continuing to introduce Sun Zhenyang. My 5th senior brother has an exceedingly noble character, rare in this world. My master has said that he has never seen such a pure-hearted person. Having him among us is a blessing for our Tianyu sect. Sigh. As if recalling something, Chen Xiufeng sighed with emotion. If the world was filled with people like my 5th senior brother, I wonder how wonderful it would be. Hearing this, Lu Mo's expression turned somewhat strange. If the world were full of such people, perhaps a certain type of woman would become the object of pursuit for thousands. This kid is hiding so deep? Even Zhao Zihai was deceived? However, Lu Mo also understood that if he hadn't happened to bump into Sun Zhenyang in Jinyuan town, he would probably have continued to be kept in the dark. After all, the extraordinary Sun Zhangyang now is vastly different from the Sun Zhangyang who talked freely back then.
I'll tell you a secret. At this moment, Chen Xiufeng approached Lu Mo, bending down to whisper something. Once, a female disciple, late at night. That's enough. Elder Lu has business with our master, so let's not waste his time. Although he knew that Lu Mo probably wouldn't recognize him, hearing Chen Xiufeng's compliments still made Sun Zhangyang feel somewhat ashamed. He hurriedly interrupted Chen Xiufeng. It would be fine usually, he even enjoyed it. But facing someone who had seen his true self, he felt his face turning a bit hot. However, no matter how he felt inside, his expression showed no change, maintaining his previous coldness. Seeing Sun Zhangyang say this, Chen Xiufeng didn't continue. After nodding, he prepared to take his leave. Then we will take our leave. After saying this, the two left Lu Mo and continued down the mountain. To make sure Lu Mo didn't remember him, Sun Zhangyang deliberately glanced a few more times as they passed Lu Mo, trying to draw his attention. Seeing that Lu Mo had no reaction, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he had already made plans. From now on, wherever Lu Mo was, he wouldn't show up, even if he had to wear a mask or feign illness. But the two had barely taken a few steps when they heard Lu Mo's voice from behind. By the way, I read a line of poetry in Jinyuan town before, but I don't know what the poem is called. I wonder if you two have heard of it. The two people stopped, looking at Lu Mo with puzzled faces. That line of poetry seems to be something like, clouds desire garments, flowers wish for beauty. Never heard of it, but next time I come down the mountain, I can ask for Elder Lu. Chen Xiufeng shook his head, unfamiliar with the poem. On the other side, as soon as the words were spoken, Sun Zhangyang's face instantly turned pale. Looking at Lu Mo with a half-smile, Sun Zhangyang's heart only had one thought. It's over. Completely over. He remembers me. He recognized me. Completely doomed. For a moment, his body was somewhat unsteady and about to fall. Fortunately, Chen Xiufeng beside him caught him. Fifth senior brother, what's wrong? Did you practice too much and hurt your origin? Seeing Sun Zhangyang's pale face in front of him, Chen Xiufeng immediately became worried, as this was his first time seeing Sun Zhangyang in such a state. With a cold glance at Chen Xiufeng, Sun Zhangyang's gaze returned to Lu Mo. The meaning of begging for mercy was already visible in his eyes. If at this moment, only the two of them were here, he would have instantly knelt at the other's feet, pleading for mercy. Elder Lu, Grandpa Lu, please spare my life. Ignoring Sun Zhangyang, Lu Mo, feeling refreshed, turned around and continued up the mountain, leaving Sun Zhangyang, whose mind was racing with despair. He shouldn't tell the master. He didn't say who I really am in front of the sixth junior brother, but what about his smile? Why did he smile at me? Could it be he already saw me being shunned by everyone? Is he planning to expose me in front of everyone at some point? Will he casually tell the master? Sun Zhangyang felt hopeless about life, thinking it was pointless to live, and began to contemplate a painless way to die. For the next few days, Sun Zhangyang didn't even close his eyes to rest, afraid that when he woke up, the sky would have collapsed. Chapter 23, The True Meaning of the Dragon's Roar. Continuing forward. At the end of the stone steps, the magnificent Tianyu Tower appeared. However, Lu Mo had not yet officially arrived at the mountain peak. After climbing a few more steps, whoosh! With the sound of wind, Zhao Zihai's figure appeared before Lu Mo. Old man Lu. Seeing Lu Mo glance at him, Zhao Zihai quickly changed his greeting. Elder Lu, did you come to Tianyu Tower today for an important matter? Zhao Zihai's expression was somewhat excited. He felt Lu Mo's approach from afar. After the incident at the scripture pavilion, he had completely realized how much Lu Mo would enhance the Tianyu sect. So, upon seeing Lu Mo take the initiative to find him, he appeared quite thrilled. Lu Mo did not speak immediately, gesturing to go up the mountain to talk. Zhao Zihai did not ask further, and the two quickly arrived at the mountain's peak square, where the Tianyu sect was located. Here, they were already above the sea of clouds. The surrounding sea of clouds surged like a storm, occasionally revealing mountain peaks like lonely islands in a vast ocean, scattered like stars. Okay, what's the matter? Zhao Zihai rubbed his hands, waiting for Lu Mo to speak. After pondering his words, Lu Mo slowly said, I want to know the mystical fist. What other secrets does it hold? Zhao Zihai was stunned. He furrowed his brows. The mystical fist has no secrets, just a superior body refining method. Could it be that you saw something, old man? After Lu Mo came to the Tianyu sect, Zhao Zihai also inquired about the body refining fist technique that Lu Mo modified, and after learning that only Lu Mo was suitable for cultivation, he did not ask further. Why did today the other party suddenly become interested in the mystical fist? Thinking for a moment, Lu Mo continued to speak.
When you demonstrated the mystical fist in front of me, I felt a very secret true meaning within it. It was like. He paused. The dragon's roar. Hearing Lu Mo finish speaking, Zhao Zihai was instantly frozen in place, looking quite shocked. You actually could feel it? And yet you haven't even practiced it yourself. Just because I typed it out once. Zhao Zihai suddenly felt a chill down his back. Although he had greatly overestimated Lu Mo's late-blooming talent, he was still shocked. You must know. Even among his 6 direct disciples, only 2 or 3 had sensed a trace of the dragon's roar essence within the Wanxiang fist. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions. Actually. Zhao Zihai looked towards the distant sea of clouds. This isn't really a secret. Many people in the sect know. Retracting his gaze back to Lu Mo. You should know, I am not from Jinyuan Town. I established my own sect in Jinyuan Town nearly 100 years ago. Lu Mo nodded, as he had known this information for a long time. Within the Datsang realm, apart from the official families, there are only 3 forces with saints. The Jiuxiu Holy Sect is one of them. I come from there. Zhao Zihai narrated his origins. This information was not much of a secret. I know that too. But what does it have to do with the true essence hidden within the Wanxiang fist? Lu Mo asked the question he wanted to know most. After all, this was about whether he could achieve the supreme foundation and raise the limits of his initial realm. The Jiuxiu Holy Sect has 2 major body refining techniques, the Wanxiang fist and the Wanlong fist. The former is easier to practice but has a correspondingly lower limit. It is merely a superior body refining technique. While the Wanlong fist is extremely difficult to practice and is an unparalleled body refining technique. If one only practices the Wanxiang fist, though the speed of practice exceeds that of ordinary superior techniques, the difficulty of breaking through to Tianren becomes even greater, with both advantages and disadvantages. Lu Mo was not overly shocked by this information. After all, if a force like the Jiuxiu Holy Sect did not have unparalleled skills, that would be too strange. And Zhao Zihai's voice continued. Generally, disciples of the Holy Sect focus on the Wanxiang fist in the early stages of body refining. Once they reach the Qi realm, they can then recultivate the Wanlong fist to refine their foundation better before stepping into the Tianren realm. Both body refining techniques share the same origin and contain a trace of each other's true essence. If both body refining techniques are practiced, then the foundation can almost reach a perfect level. However, this trace of true essence is extremely hidden, and ordinary people find it hard to detect. I didn't expect you to discover it on your first try. It's because I don't have the method for practicing the Wanlong fist that I've been stuck at half a step to Tianren for so long. Listening to this explanation, Lu Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. From Zhao Zihai's words, he sensed that these 2 techniques, while only serving to help practitioners refine their bodies at different realms, sparked a light in his mind, telling him that these 2 techniques could completely merge into one. To practice both body refining techniques simultaneously could already refine one's foundation to near perfection. So, perhaps after merging the 2, it would be what he sought. The unparalleled body refining technique above all. But you can't? Lu Mo quickly calmed down. He caught a hint of something off in Zhao Zihai's previous words. Zhao Zihai nodded. When I left the Holy Sect, I hadn't reached the Qi realm yet. Moreover, any cultivator who learns the Wanlong fist cannot leave the Holy Sect. This unparalleled body refining technique is the foundation of the Holy Sect. Have you ever seen anyone perform the Wanlong fist? Lin Mo continued to ask, refusing to give up. Zhao Zihai pondered for a moment and finally recalled some images from his early memories. Since the Wanlong fist is extremely difficult to practice, it requires an elder who fully understands the technique to teach it personally. Therefore, they don't mind being seen by other disciples who are not yet qualified. After all, even if they see it, they won't be able to learn it. I happened to witness one such scene back then. Stepping back a step, Lu Mo made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Seeing this, Zhao Zihai knew what Lu Mo meant. But he still felt a bit confused. I only remember a few moves from that scene, and I have no understanding of its true essence. Even if I could demonstrate them, it would only be the surface and framework, far from the real Wanlong fist. Lu Mo showed no signs of worry. Just smiled. Enough. That's enough. Did not continue to ask more. Zhao Zihai began to flow with the vague memories in his mind. As his body rolled, one move after another appeared, powerful and vigorous. There really was a trace of charm. However, Zhao Zihai knew very clearly that this was due to his own half-step celestial realm cultivation. Even if he casually threw a few punches, the momentum would be equally exaggerated. The Wanjun fist he unleashed only contained a few surface techniques, and it held no true meaning. Boom! As the final punch was thrown, Zhao Zihai finally stopped. That's all. The Wanjun fist, like the Wanshou fist, has 81 moves, but I only remember 30 of them, and still without any true meaning. Boom! Before Zhao Zihai finished speaking, He saw Lu Mo, with legs apart, already beginning to flow with the rhythm. His movements were almost identical to Zhao Zihai's just now. Zhao Zihai was not overly surprised by Lu Mo, who remembered all his moves after just watching once. After all, he had seen it before. But he knew. Even if Lu Mo remembered everything, he probably couldn't nurture true meaning, because what he remembered was only a tiny fraction, merely superficial. Previously, Lu Mo transformed the Wanshou fist and many techniques in the scripture pavilion based on the premise that the original techniques were complete. Even if there were incomplete techniques being completed, it was because their quality was only superior, and the incomplete parts were not many. But this Wanjun fist, let alone having most of its moves missing, the most important true meaning was completely absent. Moreover, it was an extraordinary quality body refinement method. To complete it was a challenge as difficult as ascending to the sky. Just as he wanted to tell Lu Mo not to waste time. In the next second, Zhao Zihai's pupils trembled, and his whole being stiffened a little. Because he actually heard the sound of a dragon roaring from Lu Mo's Wanjun fist. Based on his own incomplete surface understanding, Lu Mo actually deduced the true meaning from it. Chapter 24, The Foundation of Tianyu Sect Grows Exponentially, Dragon Hidden in Wanshou. What's going on? Zhao Zihai's face changed greatly as he instinctively exclaimed. His body could not help but take a step back. Roar! In the arena, a faint mist emerged around Lu Mo, manifesting the energy of heaven and earth. The mist transformed into dragon shapes, swirling amongst the clouds. It resembled the Wanshou fist slightly, but the true meaning was even more magnificent. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was continuously drawn, and if listened closely, it seemed as if surrounded by countless dragons, rising up to the sky. This kind of might only extraordinary body refinement methods could possess. And in Lu Mo's mind, as the spiritual light completed the Wanjun fist, a direct reminder also appeared. You have perceived another body refinement method through the true meaning of the Wanshou fist, and then memorized part of the Wanjun fist moves, deducing it back, consuming 150 comprehension essence, and finally completely filled in the Wanjun fist. It really is a complete and even contains true meaning Wanjun fist. Although he had not practiced it, Zhao Zihai still sensed from the abundant true meaning contained in the Wanjun fist that this was not something that had been modified or changed, but a truly complete extraordinary body refinement method, the Wanjun fist. Watching Lu Mo, who was gradually familiarizing himself with the movements in the arena, Zhao Zihai's heart couldn't help but tremble again. He originally thought that he had already anticipated Lu Mo's sudden talent. But he did not expect to still underestimate him. Only relying on a small part, even without containing true meaning, of a few punching techniques could completely deduce a true extraordinary body refinement method. Such talent could no longer be described as terrifying. Moreover, he discovered, when Lu Mo was using the Wanjun fist, the skin membrane and aura around him showed no changes at all. One must know, the differences in the foundations forged by different body refinement methods are enormous. When a cultivator repractices a higher quality body refinement method, it will also reshape the 7 gates, making it more perfect. If it were him, probably just after finishing one round, the membrane will show signs of reshaping and enhancement. But Lu Mo did not show such a reaction. That is to say, Lu Mo's previous body refinement method itself was of unparalleled quality, so even after practicing the 10,000 Dragons Fist, there would be no change. Zhao Zihai knew that Lu Mo had modified his infinite fist. He also knew that the modified infinite fist was almost only suitable for Lu Mo himself, but he did not expect that the body refinement technique modified by Lu Mo had already possessed unparalleled quality. But if that's the case, why did this old man still show interest in the 10,000 Dragons Fist? After all, the 10,000 Dragons Fist had no enhancement for Lu Mo. Just as Zhao Zihai was wondering what Lu Mo wanted to do. With his hands coming to a stop, a complete set of 10,000 Dragons Fist was finally finished by Lu Mo. Looking at Lu Mo, who still had a calm expression as if nothing significant had happened, Zhao Zihai opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Instead, Lu Mo seemed a bit pleased. You said before that you were stuck at the celestial level for so long because you hadn't learned the 10,000 Dragons Fist. Now I can pass on the true essence of the 10,000 Dragons Fist to you. It can help you break through the celestial level. Disciples within the sect can also practice it. Faced with Lu Mo's proposal, Zhao Zihai shook his head in refusal without a second thought. The unparalleled body refinement method is the foundation of the holy sect. It cannot be spread outside, nor can outsiders practice it. If discovered, the holy sect will make a direct purge. And the body refinement method itself is the foundation of the cultivator. Regardless of the level, it is extremely easy to see which body refinement method has been practiced. It's too dangerous. I don't want the Tianyu sect to disappear so early. Nodding slightly, Lu Mo, feeling happy at the moment, did not think too much. But he was not overly worried and gave Zhao Zihai another surprise. Just now I discovered that by taking a part of the true essence of the 10,000 Dragon's Fist, the Infinite Fist can actually be modified to achieve unparalleled quality. And it doesn't resemble the 10,000 Dragon's Fist too much. Even if discovered by the people of the Joshio Holy Sect, they would feel this was modified from the Infinite Fist and has little relation to the 10,000 Dragon's Fist. If it was said. Just now, Zhao Zihai was only shocked by Lu Mo's talent. Then Lu Mo's words completely excited him. If this is true, he could practice this unparalleled body refinement method without any worries. Disciples within the sect, if talented, could also practice. It is important to know. Throughout the entire Datsang, besides the ruling families, the forces that possess unparalleled body refinement methods do not exceed 5, all of which are top-tier forces. Among these, even if 2 of the forces do not have sages, relying on the unparalleled body refinement methods, they can still have a supreme status. And now, their Tianyu sect might have the chance to become the 6th one. Is this true? Zhao Zihai felt his voice trembling, he even wanted to kneel down directly. Sure enough. Elder Wei Qichong was right, Tianyu sect can lose anyone but cannot lose Elder Lu. Nodding, Lu Amo slowly said. This method is called Hidden Dragon in the Infinite. You skillfully mastered the Infinite Fist and 10,000 Dragon's Fist, discovering the true essence connection among them, thus hiding a trace of the true essence of the 10,000 Dragon's Fist within the Infinite Fist, transforming it into an unparalleled body refinement method, Hidden Dragon in the Infinite, gaining 200 Essence of Enlightenment. Telling the name in his mind to the other party. Lu Amo did not hold back at all. Before. Because the 10,000 Dragon's Fist lacked too much, plus it was an unparalleled skill, he still needed some Essence of Enlightenment to fill in the gaps. But now, with both the Infinite and 10,000 Dragons complete, modifying one of them became much simpler. Hidden Dragon in the Infinite. Good. Saying good 3 times, Zhao Zihai's surprised expression only then faded. He was already thinking of passing this method on to a few direct disciples and elders, and after he practiced it himself, he could also try to push for a breakthrough at the celestial level. But soon, Zhao Zihai realized something and stopped smiling. He looked at Lu Mo. He still couldn't figure out what the other side wanted to do. After all, no matter whether it was the Wanlong Fist or the Wanxiang Sanglong, it had no effect on Lu Mo, who had already practiced the ultimate body refinement method. Could it be just for the Tianyu sect? Zhao Zihai understood his old friend very well. The other party had previously been stingy about a jar of peach blossom brew, so how could he be so generous now? Zhao Zihai felt that Lu Mo's true purpose was not for himself or the Tianyu sect. Old Lu, old man. You asked me about the secrets of the Wanxiang Fist, and then filled the gap for the Wanlong Fist. It shouldn't just be to add an ultimate body refinement method to the Tianyu sect, right? With a smile, Lu Mo did not deny it. That's natural. Then what exactly do you want to do? As soon as he asked this question, Zhao Zihai felt his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He always felt that Lu Mo's purpose was quite extraordinary. I want to try something new. What I want is not the Wanlong Fist, nor the Wanxiang Sanglong, but... Lu Mo pointed to the sky, and Zhao Zihai followed his gaze, seeing nothing but a few clouds. Something even higher. It was only then that Lu Mo finished his sentence. Even higher? Zhao Zihai mumbled, while Lu Mo had already started slowly descending the mountain. The Wanxiang Sanglong cultivation method, I will have someone send it to you soon. Without urging, Zhao Zihai just nodded. The other party bringing an ultimate body refinement method to the Tianyu sect was already an extraordinarily generous gift, how could he urge further? Moreover, what he cared about at this moment was Lu Mo's last words. What he pursued was not the ultimate body refinement method, but something even more extraordinary. In other words, even the ultimate body refinement method was something Lu Mo looked down upon at this moment. Thinking of this, Zhao Zihai felt goosebumps all over his body and dared not continue thinking. His face turned a bit pale. What could be above the ultimate body refinement method? What else is there? Chapter 25, Transformation Successful, Unrivaled in the Same Realm. The Wanxiang and Wanlong Fist styles come from the same school, and their true meanings are similar. You use the Wanlong Fist as the base, the Wanxiang Fist as the supplement, merging the true meanings of both to create a transformation, consuming 2,300 Essence of Enlightenment, and successfully creating the Longxiang Zhenyu Jin. His eyes instantly opened wide. Brilliance erupted. Roar! The roar of dragons and the sound of elephants echoed on Shaozhou Peak, the momentum roaring, clouds rising, and fog swirling. Lu Mo raised his hands to the heavens, an unprecedented Tao rhythm emerged. Even just the starting pose made the surrounding world's qi naturally mobilize. Boom! Almost instantly, the membranes around Lu Mo's body bulged, with essence shimmering beneath, and blood surged. Like the shadow of a blood-red dragon, it swam rapidly under Lu Mo's skin, soon circling around him, and as Lu Mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, it echoed through the clouds.
The sound of elephants followed. Thud thud thud. At this moment, it seemed like countless giant elephants were trampling around Lumo, and each step made the membranes bulge even more. In just a few breaths. Even though the first wave of Longshan Jinyujin hadn't finished, a sparkling light had already emerged beneath Lumo's membranes. Moreover, the world's chi truly gathered into a solid dragon and elephant form, as if they had really descended here. If the Wanlong fist condensed only a thin phantom formed from clouds and mist, then what appeared around Lumo at this moment seemed truly like a newborn dragon, accompanied by elephants. Its momentum was incomparable. Even outside Shaozhou Peak, many disciples vaguely felt their internal chi and blood stirred up, showing signs of restlessness. On Tianyu Mountain, many gazes near Shaozhou Peak turned towards it in confusion. Outside Tianyu Tower, Zhao Zihai, who hadn't had time to return, also noticed the changes on Shaozhou Peak. Because Lumo had just demonstrated the Wanlong fist in front of him. So he could feel a hint of the true meaning of the Wanjun fist in this momentum, but it was extremely thin and vastly different. If one were to sense carefully, it seemed that the true meaning of the Wanshan fist was also a part of it. However, upon closer inspection, he found this momentum unlike any body refinement method he had ever seen. But what shocked Zhao Zihai was not this. Rather, it was that Lumo, despite his cultivation being only at the initial stage, could summon such a magnificent momentum, even merging with the heavens and earth. This could only mean that what Lumo was doing on Zayas Yufeng had far exceeded his imagination. With a single wave of his hand, the momentum within Zayas Yufeng was instantly sealed, unable to spill out. After doing all this, Zhao Zihai placed his hand on his chest. His heart, pounding, could already prove that even he was incredibly shocked by the commotion that erupted on Zayas Yufeng. Combining this with what Lumo had said to him not long before going down the mountain, Zhao Zihai understood that Lumo might really be accomplishing something that his predecessors could not finish. A week had passed since the previous fluctuations on Zayas Yufeng. A few days earlier, disciples had discussed it, but because the fluctuations did not last long and did not appear again, most disciples had not taken it seriously and stopped discussing it. In fact, if such fluctuations had occurred on any other auxiliary peak, perhaps no one would have even glanced at them. But appearing on Zayas Yufeng was quite shocking. After all, the disciples of Tianyu sect knew that Elder Lu inside Zayas Yufeng was just an initial stage cultivator. It was indeed strange for an initial stage cultivator to cause such fluctuations. And at this moment, inside Zayas Yufeng, crackling sounds. The breath erupted, and the surrounding bamboo forest collided, producing a rustling sound. In the center, Lumo had just opened his eyes, his hair flowing behind him, and surprisingly, a third of it had turned black. Even the wrinkles on his face had noticeably reduced. At this moment, Lumo looked significantly younger than he did a week ago. However, Lumo's breath fluctuations had not changed at all in this week. He was still at the initial stage, still a bit away from the mid-stage. But if one could see inside Lumo, they would definitely discover that his internal organs, skin, muscles, and bones had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Every meridian, every piece of skin seemed to have a faint crystalline color at this moment. After creating the supreme body refinement technique, the dragon elephant suppression technique, Lumo didn't waste a single second and directly began to reshape his 7 gates. Skin, muscles, bones, vital energy, and spirit. Previously, he had spent a month refining the foundation through the rotten elephant fist to step into the initial stage. Now, he reshaped his foundation. It only took 7 days. 1 day, 1 gate. Now, he had completely perfected it. So this is the foundation of the unrivaled? Extending his hand and clenching his fist, feeling the immense vitality and blood energy inside him, Lumo was also somewhat surprised. Though he had anticipated this, the changes in himself were still quite exaggerated. Supreme foundation. Murmuring softly, Lumo's eyes burned hotter. He remembered clearly that his most important goal in reshaping his foundation was to see if he could raise the upper limit of the initial stage, directly utilizing more refined, compressed heavenly and earthly energies. Not wasting any time. After confirming that he had achieved the supreme foundation, Lumo, just like a week ago, directly took control of a strand of heavenly and earthly energy and then applied the same force in different directions, trying to compress it. Here it comes. With his expression and gaze, Lumo entered a meditative state, his mind focused solely on the heavenly and earthly energy before him. Then he burst out power, compressing it. 1 strand, 2 strands. This strand of heavenly and earthly energy was constantly compressed, soon reaching the compression limit he could never cross before. Lumo was fully concentrated. Bang! When this strand of heavenly and earthly energy was compressed by more than half, the explosion that would have surely occurred before did not happen, and the compression continued. Lumo vaguely heard the sound of a non-existent membrane shattering. Seeing no obstacles at all, Luemo knew he had bet right.
Continuing to apply pressure to this aura of heaven and earth, while continuously drawing more ordinary aura to supplement.
In a moment,
a jade-white, crystal-clear aura of heaven and earth appeared before Luemo.
With a move of his mind, this aura of heaven and earth, like the ordinary aura, could be manipulated at will. Watching the compressed aura of heaven and earth in front of him, Luemo couldn't help but feel his heart racing a little faster.
The same size of aura of heaven and earth, but this one's power was at least 10 times stronger. Luemo also felt that this was because he was still not experienced enough, and the power of the aura of heaven and earth he had compressed could still increase quite a bit.
Moreover, raising his hand again, a brand new aura of heaven and earth appeared.
This aura of heaven and earth, upon appearing in Luemo's hand, was crystal white in appearance.
In other words,
after mastering this technique and ability, with just a thought, he could instantly compress the aura of heaven and earth and use it directly. There was no need to do anything extra.
It was as if it should have been this way, always this way.
As long as there is an unparalleled foundation, breaking through the limits of the initial realm, using this aura of heaven and earth is as simple as drinking water.
Muttering to himself, Luemo compressed the surrounding air instantly, causing the bamboo forest to rustle. The unparalleled, crystal-clear white dots were like a drizzling rain, surrounding Luemo. Each raindrop forged by the aura of heaven and earth was the compressed aura.
Closing his eyes, carefully feeling the surrounding terror,
Luemo finally confirmed.
Though the aura of heaven and earth he could currently use was only the size of a drizzle, it was already enough to crush the surging river of others.
Even without using formations. In the same realm, I am already invincible. Chapter 26, Sword Child of Tianyu Sect. During cultivation, time seemed to flow much faster. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Luemo, who once counted the days with his fingers, had not paid attention to the passage of time for some days now. After successfully refining his body, his old frail form had already sprouted new buds, and his vitality had greatly increased. Entering the 7th gate had extended his life for a few years, and now he had become an initial realm martial artist, living even longer. The grave that was once so close has long since become the past.
The mid-stage is completely stabilized.
Perhaps I can have a clash with those who have just entered the Yuan aperture.
Outside the wooden house on the little bamboo peak,
Luemo, who had just compressed the fluctuations after breaking through, murmured as he sensed his own changes. Ever since successfully forging the unparalleled foundation and compressing the aura of heaven and earth, he had devoted himself completely to cultivation for half a month.
He quickly established a firm footing in the mid-stage of the initial realm.
Now the aura of heaven and earth he could use had transformed from a drizzle into a torrential downpour, its power had increased significantly.
It should be noted,
the aura of heaven and earth he could use was not ordinary, it was already more abundant and had been compressed. Now, this torrential downpour-like aura of heaven and earth could probably unleash a power far beyond his current realm.
Focusing his mind,
looking at the stone steps leading off Little Bamboo Peak.
Faintly,
he could still hear the voices of disciples practicing down the mountain.
Luemo's figure moved slightly as he walked up the steps to leave Little Bamboo Peak. Thinking for a moment.
Since joining Tianyu Sect, he seemed to have rarely interacted with the disciples. Except for knowing that there was a strange inner elder like him, many disciples had never even seen him.
Well then, today he would go out and explore.
And during these past half months, the day after he successfully forged the unparalleled foundation, he passed on the Wandering Dragon body refinement method to Zhaozahai. As this superb body refinement method was of great importance, it could not be easily spread. So aside from Zhaozahai and a few core elders, no one else knew of its existence. Zhaozahai planned to master the Wandering Dragon technique himself before slowly passing it on to a few direct disciples. Many disciples of Tianyu Sect were still unaware at this moment.
The status of Tianyu Sect is slowly undergoing a transformation. Tianyu Sect,
on the top of a mountain peak, much higher than the surrounding peaks. It seemed as if someone had cut off part of it, leaving behind a vast jade square floating among the clouds and mist. Many disciples are gathering here, their eyes filled with excitement as they watch the scene in the arena, occasionally erupting in cheers. Amidst the clashing of swords and blades, the sound of metal striking metal can be heard endlessly. Compared to the outer gate at the waist of the mountain, the number of disciples here is noticeably much fewer, but their overall quality is significantly higher. Almost all of them are at the initial stage, and there are even a few disciples at the Yuanqiao level.
Good.
He actually used only 3 strokes. It seems Brother Jiang has deepened his understanding of the sword path. I can hardly see Brother Zhong's sword strikes. As expected of the sect master's direct disciple. I've heard that even the Yang sect once tried to recruit Brother Jiang. It seems there is a competition among the disciples, capturing everyone's attention.
So, when Luemo arrived, for a moment, not many people noticed him. Luemo didn't remind the crowd, instead choosing to squeeze into the crowd to watch the competition among the disciples.
Among Zhao Zihai's direct disciples, there is only one named Jiang Hong. It appears he is competing here today.
Who are you? Elder Lu?
A disciple saw this strange old man.
During this time,
even though Lu Mo hasn't shown off much, a few disciples recognized him from when he was in the scripture pavilion.
The one who recognized Lu Mo is one of them.
However, his eyes are filled with even more confusion.
How is it that just over a month has passed, and Elder Lu looks even younger? Is there really someone who can turn back the clock and grow younger?
After he spoke, the other disciples around also realized who Lu Mo was, quickly making way for him.
But similarly, they all look at Lu Mo with curious eyes.
After all, most of them have only heard of Lu Mo's name and have never truly seen him.
As the crowd parted, Lu Mo quickly saw a few figures in the arena that had just competed.
Amidst the flashing sword lights, 5 figures continually weaved and crossed each other, the sounds of swords ringing in the air.
Upon closer observation, one would find
that it was actually a 4-against-1 competition.
Moreover, the advantage surprisingly lies with the smaller group.
And this competition has already reached its conclusion.
Clang, clang, clang. With several sounds of metal clashing, the 4 swords fell to the ground, their wielders trembling, clearly unable to fight any longer.
Only the disciple known as Brother Jiang stood there in a green robe, sword on his back, with a countenance like a jade crown, smiling faintly as he watched the opponents. He then shook his head.
Too weak. I've only used 1/3 of my strength. And you have already failed to withstand it. Sigh.
After saying this, Jiang Hong slowly sheathed his sword, revealing a look of disappointment as he spoke. Those who learn from me will die, those who imitate me will also perish. You all pursue my sword path too much, losing your own heart and forgetting your own path.
But I am not so easy to learn. Turning around, he slowly walked to the edge of the square, looking down at the sea of clouds, and Jiang Hong took a long breath. My sword is unmatched in the world.
Hearing this, the other disciples in the arena erupted in cheers. Clearly, they had been inspired by Jiang Hong's words, their gazes fervently following his silhouette.
No one noticed
that with his back turned to everyone, Jiang Hong's expression finally couldn't hold back, and after saying this, the corners of his mouth pulled up to his ears. His body was slightly trembling.
Little fools, aren't you all charmed to death by me?
Listening to the cheers behind him, Jiang Hong felt ecstatic. He had achieved his goal this time. He had always been envious of Sun Zhengyun's popularity, but the latter is noble and distant, unreachable for ordinary people.
It's something most people cannot learn. He had finally grasped his own way of showing off.
But just as he was savoring the praises from the disciples behind him,
an ear-piercing voice reached his ears.
Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed good, but it seems a bit superficial and unstable. If you continue like this without change, your potential will not be very high.
Who is talking nonsense while I am showing off? In a hurry, he turned around.
Jiang Hong quickly spotted a smiling old man in the crowd. Puzzled, he looked a few times, remembering that the Tianyu sect didn't seem to have this person, except for a new elder he hadn't met yet.
Elder Lu? Elder Lu Mo nodded.
Before Jiang Hong could say anything, another disciple nearby spoke up.
Elder Lu, you might not know our senior brother Jiang. His talent in swordsmanship was praised by the sect master back in the day, nearly the best in the world.
That's right. At that time, the Yang sect also tried to recruit senior brother Jiang, which shows how exceptional his talent is. Even though Lu Mo was an elder, most disciples didn't take this remark seriously, as Jiang Hong's talent in sword intent had long been recognized. They all felt that, given some cultivation time, Jiang Hong would inevitably stand at the peak of swordsmanship. Jiang Hong lightly touched his sword sheath and smiled.
Elder Lu, it's not that I'm arrogant.
But, with a flick of his sword, the blade sang to the sky. I fear that in the entire Qingyu prefecture, when it comes to understanding sword intent, no one is above me. If Elder Lu has any doubts, we could simply compete in sword intent alone. Knowing his realm was higher than Lu Mo's, Jiang Hong suggested a contest of sword intent, unrelated to cultivation level.
If it's just sword intent, even a half-step celestial master would not be able to defeat me. Facing Jiang Hong's proposal, Lu Mo thought for a moment.
He then looked to the side, and a nearby disciple quickly handed his sword to Lu Mo.
Having watched the previous contest, Lu Mo realized that while Jiang Hong's talent in swordsmanship was good, there were already signs of superficiality. If this continued, the celestial realm would be his endpoint. Being overly confident and proud was indeed his flaw. Back when he was on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, swordsmanship was one of the areas he paid special attention to, thus, his talent in this path was almost at the top. Seeing Lu Mo did not refuse, Jiang Hong shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to show off again today. Even his master couldn't match his understanding of sword intent, let alone Elder Lu Mo, who was at a beginner's level. I wonder how long Elder Lu has been deeply studying the way of the sword. Standing with his sword, the sword intent began to surge slowly. Lu Mo casually drew his sword. About 2 months. At this declaration, not just Jiang Hong, but all other disciples present were stunned. Everyone's expressions froze, unsure of what to say. 2 months, and you want to test swords with me? Are you kidding? Withdrawing his sword, Jiang Hong stared at Lu Mo with an odd expression, thinking for a long time before managing to squeeze out a response. Today, I am a bit inconvenienced, so let's forget about it. He thought Lu Mo had some understanding of sword intent but realized that he had only been exposed to swordsmanship 2 months ago. This old man was clearly just joking with him. After saying this, he ignored Lu Mo and returned to the square, turning his back. It seems you haven't heard my story about defeating demons with 3 swords back in the day. With cheers ringing out, almost all the disciples gathered around. It was quite rare to have a direct disciple share stories with them, which was a special treat. However, at that moment, Lu Mo held out his sword sheath to block a certain inner disciple preparing to listen to the story. This person was one of the 4 who had challenged Jiang Hong earlier. Elder Lu, is there anything else? Watching Jiang Hong's figure in the distance, Lu Mo slowly shook his head, then looked at the person. Would you like to defeat our Tianyu sect sword prodigy in sword intent just once? Hearing this, the disciple pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Who? Did not attract Jiang Hong. Yet these people's gazes were frequently looking to another place. In a corner opposite Jiang Hong, Lu Mo was here with the inner door disciple Shen Tian. The other party had just challenged Jiang Hong with 3 others but was easily defeated. However, Lu Mo still noticed that his talent was the best among the 4. Although there was still quite a gap compared to Jiang Hong. But with his guidance, wanting to defeat Jiang Hong once was not too hard. At first, Shen Tian did not believe Lu Mo's words. After all, he had heard that the inner door elder in front of him had only been practicing swordsmanship for 2 months. That was about the time the other party had just entered Tianyu sect. And Lu Mo also admitted his understanding of swordsmanship came entirely from the books in the scripture pavilion. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian felt this was even more absurd. How could a person who had been in touch with swordsmanship for only 2 months possibly have the ability to guide him? But soon, just after 1 round of sword intent collision, Shen Tian was utterly crushed, and then he believed Lu Mo's words. Then the 2 of them came to the corner, where Lu Mo taught his understanding of swordsmanship. Of course, in such a short time, it was completely impossible for Shen Tian's understanding of swordsmanship to surpass Jiang Hong's. After all, the foundation of the 2 was too different. But just now, in Jiang Hong's move, Lu Mo had already discovered the other party's fatal flaw. As long as Shen Tian worked hard in that direction, he could win against Jiang Hong once in the next encounter. Sometimes, a smooth path is not necessarily a good thing. Jiang Hong was too careless, a lesson was also good. Right here, thrust. Lu Mo shouted sharply, and Shen Tian immediately thrust forward. The long sword flashed with silver light, stopping just 3 inches before Lu Mo, caught between Lu Mo's 2 fingers. Seeing this, Lu Mo nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he had completely taught Shen Tian following Jiang Hong's sword path to help him grasp the flaw within. Shen Tian was quite perceptive and quickly understood the essence of it. And in the distance, Jiang Hong's story was almost finished. Seeing his back, Lu Mo slowly nodded to Shen Tian. Upon seeing this, Shen Tian, with fiery eyes, clasped his hands to Lu Mo and headed towards the other side of the square. Jiang Xixiang. Shitty requests another battle. Shen Tian's momentum surged, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even Jiang Hong stopped speaking, looking at Shen Tian with confusion, a hint of anger in his eyes. Earlier, it was fine for an elder who had only been practicing swordsmanship for 2 months, but how could someone whom I just defeated dare to challenge me again? Are you crazy? Looking at the approaching Shen Tian, Jiang Hong frowned. Shen Tian, however, shook his head seriously. Shitty has gained some insights just now and wishes to challenge Xixiang again. I hope Xixiang will grant it. This time, one-on-one. As soon as Shen Tian finished speaking, the other disciples around couldn't help but think that this person was insane. Just 2/4 of an hour ago, the 4 of you could not succeed together, and now you want to do it alone? The disciples really couldn't understand what Shen Tian was thinking. And Jiang Hong directly drew his sword, appearing somewhat angry. Shen Tian continued. But this time, I hope we only compare sword intent. After saying this, Shen Tian took out the blush he had borrowed from a female disciple earlier and dabbed it on the sword tip. One move to decide the winner. Whoever gets the red on them first loses. This rule was told to him by Lu Mo earlier, and it was only this rule that gave him the chance to win against the other party. Hearing Shen Tian say this, Jiang Hong almost laughed in anger. If it were a normal contest, the other party might have a shred of a chance to win. But this method of competition, which solely focused on sword intent understanding, left Shin Tian with absolutely no chance. Also dipping the sword tip in red, he spoke. Although I don't know why you suddenly became so foolish. But I can give you this opportunity. Pointing his sword at Shin Tian, the crowd around suddenly dispersed. Though they didn't know what had come over Shin Tian, they could once again see Jiang Shixian make a move. They were still very willing. After exchanging a glance with Lu Mo, the other party nodded. Shin Tian took a deep breath. Come. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Hong's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Silver light instantly filled the entire square, and sword flowers scattered thickly. Just by making a move, the huge gap between the two was evident. But Shin Tian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with his sword drawn, his long sword seemingly dancing casually yet precisely dodging the rain of sword flowers, a sword gliding like a cloud, a gentle breeze swaying the willows. Upon seeing the opponent not retreating but advancing, even taking the initiative to attack, Jiang Hong could not help but snicker coldly, completely disregarding Shin Tian, and then a ray of silver light shot directly at him. Seeing this, Shin Tian took a deep breath, his expression serious, for Lu Mo had told him that in order to defeat Jiang Hong, he must strike within the slightest moment, not allowing a prolonged battle. And the key point was this very moment when Jiang Hong took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Suddenly stopping, Shin Tian's sword broke through the air. In the next instant, both figures stilled, as if space and time had frozen. Both paused at the last second of their actions. One could see Shin Tian's long sword pressed against Jiang Hong's chest, already staining it with a red glow from the sword tip, while Jiang Hong's sword tip was merely an inch away from Shin Tian's forehead. The encounter between the two lasted but a moment. Yet a victor had already been determined. No way, Jiang Shixian must have made a mistake. That's right, it's this rule that's the problem. If it continues, Jiang Shixian will definitely win. The surrounding disciples watched the scene, stunned by the unfolding spectacle, yet still somewhat disbelieving. It was Shin Tian who first sheathed his sword. He cupped his fists at Jiang Hong. Jiang Shixian, I thank you. He clearly knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. In a fight to the death, he would have no chance of hurting the opponent. Moreover, even if the same challenge were to happen again, as long as Jiang Hong was cautious, he would have no way to succeed. But this time, it was indeed his win. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly, Jiang Hong's voice turned hoarse, his face pale. I lost. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples erupted in an uproar, many looking at Shin Tian in shock, unable to comprehend how such a change could occur in just a quarter of an hour. Who taught you? Jiang Hong finally asked everyone's doubts. And Shin Tian cupped his fists towards Lu Mo, who was not far away. Elder Lu had the heart to guide me. All I learned in these 15 minutes was imparted by Elder Lu. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Mo in the distance, expressions filled with shock. Just now, Elder Lu was not joking. He truly could compete with Jiang Hong. However, due to arrogance and underestimating the 2 months of sword training, no one took Elder Lu's words seriously. Thus, Lu Mo let Shin Tian verify his previous assessment of Jiang Hong's words. Watching Lu Mo in the distance, unfazed with a faint smile, Jiang Hong had come to a clear realization. To be able to teach Shin Tian how to defeat him in just 15 minutes, Lu Mo's understanding of swordsmanship had far surpassed his own. After all, just now, Shin Tian was able to defeat him by seizing a momentary flaw. And this flaw, Lu Mo discovered with just a few glances, was exceedingly exaggerated. It is important to note. If there was no mistake, the opponent had only been exposed to swordsmanship for merely 2 months. Elder Lu, just now, I was too careless and arrogant. But I still want to know. What exactly is the gap between us two? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hong cupped his fist towards Lu Mo, and then emerged holding his sword, retracting his aura, fully relying on the intention of the sword. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, Jiang Hong had already arrived in front of Lu Mo. To the average eye, it was almost just a flash of silver light. This time he showed no signs of underestimating, unleashing all his swordsmanship foundations. But clang! Clang! Lu Mo didn't even draw his sword, merely pinching his fingers together, transforming them into a sword, reaching out forward. Man and sword united. With casual gestures, his 2 fingers easily deflected the oncoming blade. In an instant, Jiang Hong felt that he was not facing an old man, but a thick sword intent condensed from countless sword cultivators throughout history. The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped him. As if countless sword shadows were blazing and covering the sky. The two instantly brushed past each other. But the next moment, Jiang Hong's long sword had already dropped to the ground, actually slipping from his hand. Half kneeling on the ground, Jiang Hong's body was constantly trembling slightly. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. After truly experiencing the gap between the two, he understood how ridiculous his previous words were. But when it came to sword intent, he had no ability to resist at all. The road is still long. Calm your heart. Patting Jiang Hong's shoulder, Luo directly turned and left. And Jiang Hong said nothing. Picking up his sword, he left the square in a few steps. A hint of resilience emerged in his expression, only leaving many disciples shocked, looking at Luo, their bodies stiff. I heard earlier that Elder Lu has profound attainments in formations, but I didn't expect his sword intent to be so exaggerated. If Elder Lu's cultivation improves, it will probably be just a matter of time before Ditsun becomes famous. Meanwhile, Luo had just arrived at the edge of the square's steps, when a disciple hurriedly ran over from the foot of the mountain. Elder Lu. There is an elder from Yangmen seeking an audience. Yangmen elder? Luo felt somewhat puzzled. He believed he had no contact with Yangmen. Why would a person from Yangmen come specifically to Tianyu sect to find him? Chapter 28, Yangmen comes to recruit? Today's Tianyu sect mountain gate was a bit special. Several elders rarely gathered together, gazing at the old man who had just soared in from the clouds, their eyes filled with confusion. Even the usually proud elder Feng Yuan was present. Logically speaking, Tianyu sect and Yangmen did not have particularly strong ties. Under normal circumstances, elders of both parties seldom visited each other. But today, the other side not only arrived suddenly but specifically requested to see Luo. This left everyone momentarily unsure of the other party's intentions. And the Yangmen elder, after conveying his message, did not explain much, only saying that once Luo arrived, he would understand. Though he was merely an outer sect elder. Because Yangmen's strength greatly surpassed Tianyu sect, their sect master had long since stepped into the realm of transcendent beings. Thus, even an outer sect elder had to be received with a higher level of courtesy. After all, currently, the strength of Yangmen and Tianyu sect indeed had a significant gap. Elder Luo has arrived. With the voice of a disciple ringing from the bluestone steps, the Yangmen elder finally opened his eyes, then saw Luo slowly descending the mountain not far away. The title of elder sounded somewhat harsh, but it matched the information he had received. In his view, if Luo really was just a decayed wood body, and only cultivated for 10 years to enter the initial realm, then getting an outer sect elder position at Tianyu sect was very possible. After greeting Feng Yuan and others, Luo also cupped his fists toward this person. I don't know what brings you to find me. Though the other party carried a higher demeanor, upon seeing Luo, he still restrained some. I am Hanyu, elder of Yangmen. As he spoke, he also sized up Luo. Soon he sensed from Luo's aura that the other party had already reached the mid-stage of the initial realm. His eyes also showed some surprise. The message he obtained was merely that this old man before him had entered the initial realm in 10 years, but he didn't expect that in just a few months at Tianyu sect, his cultivation had advanced again. It seemed there was truly some secret behind this. I came this time mainly to extend an olive branch to you. Olive branch? Luo asked, puzzled. Hearing these three words, not only Luo, but even Feng Yuan and others showed some strange expressions. They understood very well what this term represented. Exactly. Nodding, Hanyu squeezed out a smile. We from Yangmen heard that you, elder, began your cultivation path at the age of 70, and within 10 years, from a decayed wood body, you became an initial realm warrior. There is a talent that blooms late. Thus, I would like to invite you to join our Yang sect. Our Yang sect is also willing to offer you the position of an elder for minor duties. Since the Yang sect is much larger than the Tianyu sect, there are still minor disciples within our sect. Though they are called minor disciples, they are essentially doing odd jobs. And the position of a minor elder wouldn't be very high. However, compared to the outer elders of the Nine-Sword Mountain of Tianyu sect, the treatment wouldn't be much different. In many areas, their status might even be higher. All of this. It's simply because the sect master of the Yang sect is a legendary celestial expert. He ranks among the top in the entire Qinggu province. Facing Han Yu's suggestion, Luo was not too surprised. After all, his decaying body had taken 10 years to reach the initial realm, which was no secret in Jinyuan town. However, if it were only because of this, it wouldn't be worth the Yang sect coming specifically to visit him, right? As if sensing Luo's confusion, Han Yu continued. The Yang sect has a deep-rooted background. Many of the older elders inside are nearing the end of their lifespans, their potential exhausted, and are almost waiting for death. So, Han Yu didn't go on. Listening to this, Luo nodded in understanding. If that were the case, it could indeed be comprehended. These old men from the Yang sect were nearing death. Upon hearing that he was a late bloomer in his second life, they hoped to discover secrets within him, to see if he could help them recover their strength and extend their lifespans. A drowning person is unwilling to let go even of a straw. And he is the straw for these elders of the Yang sect near death. Unfortunately, his methods can't be followed by others. So, how about it, have you considered?
Hanyu smiled, fully believing Luomo wouldn't refuse. After all, the status of the Yang sect was far beyond that of the Tianyu sect. There are many sects with half-step celestial beings, but places truly having celestial beings are extremely rare. Not to mention an old celestial being. Seeing that they had directly come to request a person, Feng Yuan was also a bit angry. After all, he knew that besides Lumo's late-blooming talent, he also had an extraordinarily exaggerated understanding of formations. If he truly left, it would be a massive loss for Tianyu sect.
He hadn't had the chance to ask about many formation aspects yet. Waving his hand. Before Feng Yuan could say anything, Luomo calmly shook his head.
Thank you for your kindness, but I have a very good relationship with the sect master, so I will not leave the Tianyu sect.
Hearing Lumo's refusal, Hanyu looked incredulous.
As if he felt he might have misheard.
Do you have any misunderstandings about our Yang sect? Even if it is just a minor elder, the external status is not lower than that of an outer elder of the Tianyu sect. Cough, cough. Feng Yuan suddenly coughed a couple of times, then pointed at Luomo.
By the way, I forgot to introduce earlier.
This is our inner elder from Tianyu sect, residing at the Shaozhu Peak. Inner elder? Hearing those two words, Han Yu's expression turned more exaggerated with disbelief.
He had only heard that there was a septuagenarian who achieved the initial realm in 10 years of cultivation and then joined the Tianyu sect. But he never expected the Tianyu sect would directly grant this old man the position of inner elder.
With a peculiar expression, Han Yu suddenly didn't know what to say. If Luomo was indeed an inner elder, he would surely look down on the position of minor elder of the Yang sect. To note, even he didn't have a dedicated peak. However, looking at the people before him, inner elder? And with a dedicated peak.
Though he may have the talent for late blooming, it shouldn't attract such attention from you all. Plus, your Tianyu sect has only been established for less than 100 years and doesn't have any elders at the end of their lifespan. Hanyu truly couldn't understand, his eyes filled with question marks.
What basis do you have for granting him the position of inner elder? To him, it seemed Luomo indeed had some hidden secrets.
Achieving the initial realm in 10 years at 70 years of age was impressive. But the status of an inner elder still seemed exaggerated.
And this question. Actually, besides Feng Yuan,
the other elders of Tianyu sect were also a bit unclear. They only knew that the sect master must have his reasons and just couldn't reveal anything at the moment. Seeing Hanyu, who truly couldn't figure things out, Luomo smiled.
Yangmen's Wu Daozi, I wonder what your relationship is with him. Hearing the familiar name, Hanyu nodded. We are both outer sect elders, and we have a good private relationship. Back when I was in Jinyuan town, I met him once. Please pass on my regards to him when you return. He might be able to answer your doubts.
After saying this, Luomo said no more and turned to leave the mountain gate. At that time in Jinyuan town, when he killed the evil cultivator, Wu Daozi from Yangmen had indeed taken notice. He was just a warrior at the 3rd level then. So if Wu Daozi knew who he was, he would clearly understand that his cultivation speed was far beyond that of a decade. At least he could guess that it was within a year.
Luomo had no intention of deliberately concealing his talent. With his cultivation speed, what was there to fear?
If he hid too much, it would harm his Dao heart. Moreover, at that time, there were also the captain Sun Daiyuan and 2 martial artists present. They all knew he was just a great warrior then. He couldn't hide the news of him entering the initial realm and becoming an inner sect elder for too long.
Rather than that, it was better to be more straightforward.
After listening to Luomo, Hanyu thought for a long time and finally leaped away from Tianyu sect's mountain gate.
The news of an initial realm cultivator becoming an inner sect elder of Tianyu sect was undeniably explosive. He had to hurry back to ask Wu Daozi. The secrets of this Luomo might not be that simple. Chapter 29, Wu Daozi, who was utterly shocked. Is Elder Wu here?
Not long after, Hanyu, who had just returned to Yangmen, arrived at the outer sect elder peak and directly knocked on the door of Wu Daozi's 2-story bamboo house.
Coming, no need to knock. A voice from inside gradually approached.
As Wu Daozi pushed open the door, he saw the hurried Hanyu.
Elder Han? Didn't you go out to take care of business? Why are you back so soon? Elder Wu, do you know Luomo? Hearing this name, Wu Daozi thought for a moment and then shook his head. He had only heard of this name before. Luomo.
I remember he is one of those inner sect elders whom you were asked to invite. It is said he started cultivating at 70 and entered the initial realm in just 10 years. He might have gotten some secret method for a second life, which is why we noticed him.
But I only know this name, I don't know him personally. Wu Daozi shook his head, and he was not lying. At that time in Jinyuan town, he indeed met Luemo once, but he didn't know the other's name. I knew no one could refuse our Yangman's invitation. You returned so soon, the other side probably didn't hesitate and agreed directly, right? Wu Daozi smiled. In his mind, there was no possibility of Luemo refusing. After all, the weight of Yangman's invitation was too overwhelming.
But Han Yu was now shaking his head wildly.
Seeing this, Wu Daozi was momentarily taken aback. He refused?
Han Yu entered the bamboo house, drank a cup of tea to quench his thirst, and then continued.
Indeed. How could that be possible? Wu Daozi showed an expression of disbelief. An initial realm cultivator becoming their Yangman's miscellaneous elder was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. How could anyone refuse?
Han Yu didn't keep him in suspense and explained directly.
Do you know Lu Mo's status in Tianyu sect? Zhao Zihai gave him the identity of an inner sect elder and a dedicated peak.
If he was still somewhat incredulous earlier, now Wu Daozi's expression was completely like he had seen a ghost, as if he had heard something incredibly shocking, and his entire being froze for a moment.
Is Zhao Zihai out of his mind?
Although he has the potential to achieve greatness later in life, how could he possibly be worthy of being an inner sect elder?
What on earth is going on?
After pouring another cup of tea and finishing it, Han Yu continued.
This is what I want to tell you. This Luemo says he knows you. Wu Daozi's eyes revealed some confusion. Why don't I have any memory of him?
The other party said that he met you once in Jinyuan town. After Han Yu finished speaking, Wu Daozi fell into deep thought. Although Yangmen is near Jinyuan town, he rarely goes there.
Only a few months ago.
He needed some special materials for his disciples' body training, so he personally went to Jinyuan town to buy supplies, hoping to gain something. Originally, such matters were handled by the mundane elder, but because his disciple had a special constitution and needed unique herbs that are hard to identify, he had to go himself.
But he remembers.
When he was in Jinyuan town, he hardly saw any old man over 80.
Except for. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Wu Daozi's mind.
He was momentarily stunned, his expression stiff.
He hastily looked at Han Yu and commanded. What does this person look like?
Hearing this, Han Yu knew Wu Daozi must have recalled something. So he directly summoned the energy of heaven and earth to form a white mist, which quickly shaped into the figure of an old man in front of them.
Combining with his memory, Han Yu quickly controlled the energy to display Lu Mo's appearance.
Looking at Lu Mo's face before him,
Wu Daozi quickly matched it with the image in his mind. When he was in Jinyuan town, he sensed the aura of an evil cultivator.
When he arrived, he saw Lu Mo act decisively and kill the evil cultivator.
And at that time,
he remembered clearly that this old man was only at the third realm.
What happened? What exactly is this person?
Dismissing the figure before them, Han Yu quickly asked. And Wu Daozi's expression had turned somewhat pale.
You said this person is Luemo? Already in the first realm, Luemo?
Han Yu nodded, but then remembered something and quickly added.
Yes.
However, this person is now already at the mid-stage of the first realm.
Hearing these words, Wu Daozi's expression grew even paler.
After all, this matter was too shocking and made it hard for him to control his mind.
About 3 months ago,
I saw this person in Jinyuan town. At that time, he killed an evil cultivator.
Listening to the explanation, Han Yu still didn't quite understand. But what does this have to do with the position of inner door elder given by Tianyu sect?
Wu Daozi suddenly looked at Han Yu with wide-open eyes. His voice was a bit hoarse.
At that time,
this person was only at the refining stage. When this was said, the air in the room seemed to turn cold.
Han Yu's expression also froze instantly. 3 months, from the beginning of the third realm to the mid-stage of the first realm?
Such a terrifying speed, even among the entire young generation of Datsung, could be considered a peerless genius.
And he is just an 80-year-old man? So terrifying.
At this moment, Han Yu finally understood.
For an inner door elder position, Luemo is fully qualified.
Even they at Yangmen would probably be willing to offer such a status.
Wu Daozi couldn't help but feel emotional.
He didn't expect that the old man he met briefly before had such talent. This time, Tianyu sect probably got an extraordinary inner door elder.
A few days later,
at the disciple peak of Tianyu sect.
Today, because Luemo was here, the entire plaza was quite lively. Many swordsmanship disciples made rapid progress under Lumo's guidance.
Looking at the disciples skillfully wielding their swords in front, Luemo nodded.
As an elder, sometimes he still needs to come out and give some pointers. Then,
Lumo's gaze turned to the peak of Ruyun Mountain, where Tianyu Tower is located. Waning Xiang Sanglong Zhaozahai has been practicing for half a month. He should have gained something. Perhaps he will close the door and break through to the human level in these 2 days.
At that time,
Tianyu sect will truly have the qualification to sit at the table.
Just as Lu Mo was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Elder Lu? Looking up, Lu Mo also saw a few familiar faces. Autumn Wind and Zhang Yang? Are you planning to go down the mountain?
Aside from Chen Xiufeng and Sun Zhangyang, there were also two inner disciples, both with the same cultivation level as Yuan Xiao, whose faces were filled with excitement, as if they were preparing to go to a wonderful place.
But upon seeing Lu Mo, Sun Zhangyang's face darkened, and he seemed to be lost in thought.
Before this, he had been afraid that Lu Mo would reveal his true nature, so he hadn't left his residence for several days, and he hadn't even slept well at night. But later, there was no news about him circulating within the Tianyu sect, which made him feel relieved. This meant that Elder Lu had not leaked his true nature.
He had also deliberately avoided Lu Mo.
However, he didn't expect that just as he was about to go down the mountain, he would run into him again. Seeing Lu Mo looking at him with a strange expression, Sun Zhangyang hurriedly explained.
We are not going to Jinyuan town this time. Instead, we are going to Pinyin village to seek opportunities. Fearing that Lu Mo might misunderstand, Sun Zhangyang explained.
Hearing this place name, a look of confusion also appeared in Lu Mo's eyes. He had indeed heard the three characters Pinyin village mentioned a few times from some inner disciples. At the time, he didn't think much of it. But now it seemed that even the direct disciples knew a lot about this village.
And what opportunities could there be? Could a village's opportunities attract Zhao Zihai's direct disciples? And two of them at that?
This village must have some secrets that he was still unaware of.
It's not far, Elder Lu. If you are interested, you can come along. Chen Xiufeng smiled and extended an invitation. Meanwhile, Sun Zhangyang's face darkened even more, and he kept waving his hands behind Lu Mo. Seeing this, Lu Mo clicked his tongue, looking at Sun Zhangyang's unwilling face.
In the despairing gaze of the other, he slowly nodded.
Let's go.
I just haven't been down the mountain for a while, I can go see.
But you need to tell me first. What is going on with Pinyin village? Chapter 30, The Master of the Holy Emperor?
Several hours later.
In the dense forest, several figures were weaving through the trees, leaping from treetop to treetop.
Occasionally, some beasts without intelligence sensed their presence, but before they could see the figures clearly, they had already vanished. Ahead, Chen Xiufeng and the others couldn't help but look back frequently, their eyes filled with astonishment. This was because Lu Mo seemed to have practiced a certain ethereal movement technique, his speed not significantly slower than theirs.
In fact,
the speed of the other two newly initiated Yuan Xiao disciples was even slightly slower than Elder Lu's.
As grand martial artists, they naturally understood the difference between Yuan Xiao and the initial stage. The amount of heaven and earth energy that could be utilized by the two was like comparing the sky to the earth. But Elder Lu, in terms of speed, actually wasn't much slower than them and was even faster than the newly initiated disciples. Although the two of them had not used their full strength, they were still surprised. What are you thinking about? Keep leading the way. After a brief pause, Lu Mo caught up with Wang Mu and Wan Lu, the two brothers, and smiled at them.
These two brothers were the last two disciples of Tianyu sect going to Pinyin village. They had just broken through to Yuan Xiao not long ago.
Nodding their heads,
without further delay, Chen Xiufeng and the others continued to lead the way ahead. However, this time their speed slowed down, matching the pace of the others. Of course, Sun Zhangyang still kept the farthest distance from Lu Mo, unwilling to get close. I didn't expect that a village could become a place of opportunity for the three major sects because of an old man.
Jinyuan town has such big figures as well.
Thinking about the information Chen Xiufeng and the others had just told him, Lu Mo felt quite emotional.
All the way.
He had already learned the secrets of this Pinyin village and understood why it attracted direct disciples to go. And not only the direct disciples of the Tianyu sect, many disciples from Yangmen and Jiandao Mountain would also occasionally go to this so-called Pinyin village. The reason the village attracted the attention of the three major sections
was simply because it housed an old man with an incredible background. Yang Qingfeng, over 100 years old.
Though Elder Yang's cultivation was only half a step to the celestial realm, his true identity could command respect even from saints.
Not for any other reason. Only because Elder Yang is the master of the current Saint Emperor of Datsong. He also made great contributions during the war between Datsong and Daqian decades ago. It's a pity.
In his youth, Elder Yang rushed into battle to quickly break through his realm, leaving many hidden dangers behind. Plus, from various hidden injuries on the battlefield, he ultimately lost the ability to step into the celestial realm. And because of numerous hidden injuries in his body, despite having the cultivation of the Qi, his vitality had become as fragile as a candle in the wind, nearing its end. So, 10 years ago,
Elder Yang declined the invitation left by the Saint Emperor and returned to his birthplace. That is, the small and peaceful village in Jinyuan town. Although he didn't stay in the imperial city, Elder Yang returned with a great deal of rewards from the Saint Emperor. Various martial arts methods, spiritual herbs, and countless treasures. There were even many high-quality rare items. At that time, a cultivator from the Yuanxiao sect wandered into the peaceful village, met Elder Yang, and not only did Elder Yang guide him but also provided resources to help him break through the Qi Si. Over time, the three major sects all learned about this place. Many disciples would come here during their free time, keeping Elder Yang company, and if lucky, they might take home some good things. You must know, the combined treasury of the three major sects has very few high-grade spiritual plants and treasures, but when Elder Yang makes a move, it's a bunch. He does not mind these disciples coming to find him to play, on the contrary, he feels it adds some fun to his otherwise dull life. Now, Elder Yang is even called a common elder of the three major sections. I heard this time the prize is a damaged spiritual weapon. If we can obtain it, perhaps we can repair it completely. As he spoke this, excitement could not be hidden in Chen Xiufeng's eyes. After all, spiritual weapons are extremely rare and hard to obtain. In the entire Tianyu sect, only the sect master possesses a complete spiritual weapon. Now they might become the second. Even Sun Zhengyang, who felt somewhat embarrassed to face Lu Mo, showed a look of longing in his eyes upon hearing this. Lu Mo had heard them say before. This time, Elder Yang took the initiative to hold a martial arts competition, inviting disciples from the three sects to participate together. In the end, Elder Yang would select one person to give the prize. This has nothing to do with winning or losing. Elder Yang only cares about the talent and methods of these disciples. So even if one loses, as long as they show enough, they still have a chance. We've arrived. Retrieving his drifting thoughts. A dirt yellow small path appeared in front of everyone. At the end of the path connected a village that wasn't too big or too small. Most of the houses were made of wood and earth, but they were quite clean and showed no signs of mess. By the small pond at the village entrance, several children wearing belly wraps were swimming and catching fish, while women by the side washed clothes and chatted about gossip, without anyone paying attention to the newcomers just appearing. After all, the villagers had long been used to it. After greeting a few familiar people, Chen Xiufeng led the group into the village. Passing under a large locust tree, a huge stone platform appeared before everyone, beside which was a two-story courtyard surrounded by a brick wall, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding wooden and earthen houses. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man sitting on a recliner appeared before everyone. The old man had a long scar on his face, running from his right eye down to his chest, with a head full of white hair. Nearby, two teams of disciples clad in different clothing were already lined up, scanning the newly arrived disciples of Tianyu sect with combat-ready gazes. Seeing everyone arrive, Elder Yang also got up from his recliner. Xiaochen, you guys are a bit late. There were some delays on the road. Embarrassedly scratching his head, Chen Xiufeng felt a bit awkward. According to reason, the distance between Tianyu sect and Pingyang village is the closest among the three sects, even closer than the farthest Jiujian mountain by several times. But for some unknown reason, it seems that because they feel closer, they always dawdle a bit when going out, resulting in them being the latest to arrive. This is my fifth senior brother, Sun Zhanyang, whom you have met before, Elder Yang. These are the Wang brothers, Wang Wu and Wang Lu, who have just broken through to Great Martial Master. And this one. Before Chen Xiufeng could finish speaking, Lu Mo stepped forward and smiled as he cupped his fists toward the elderly man in front of him. I am Lu Mo, who just became an elder of Tianyu sect a few months ago. I am here to join the fun. While observing the other was also looking at him. Although Elder Yang and Zhao Zihai were about the same age and cultivation level, the vitality of the two was completely different due to various hidden injuries accumulated on the battlefield over many years. Elder Yang looked like an old man at dusk, not much different from his pre-cultivation self. Seeing Lu Mo, who was only at the initial stage, Elder Yang was a bit surprised upon hearing the self-introduction. It was indeed quite strange for someone at the initial stage to become an elder of Tianyu sect. However, that was all there was to it. Elder Yang had no interest in the reason behind this. All visitors are guests. This time, let's watch the competition together, and you can be a judge. Schwer, bring out another lounge chair. Elder Yang called out to the backyard. Soon, a timid little girl around 7 or 8 years old peeked out her head and hurriedly moved a lounge chair that was bigger than her own body. Witnessing this, Chen Xiufeng rushed forward to help, and then the rest of them came to the outside of the competition arena. Upon seeing the lounge chair being received, the little girl quickly ran back to close the big door. But from the crack of the door, Lu Mo could still feel her gaze. An orphan, her parents passed away from illness a few years ago. I took her in. Elder Yang smiled and then returned to his lounge chair. Lu Mo did not stand on ceremony and sat next to Elder Yang. While the other disciples warmed up, the two chatted about health maintenance. Before he began cultivation, Lu Mo was a master in this area, otherwise, he wouldn't have lived to 80. Therefore, some retirement techniques were met with Elder Yang's amazement. All right. It's about time.
Looking at the many disciples on the competition stage ready to fight, Elder Yang finally spoke. The first round of the same realm competition, each of you find your opponent. The prize this time is a real, albeit damaged spirit weapon.
You all better not fool me, old man.
Pointing to the nearby rake, Elder Yang walked over slowly, then with both hands, he forcefully disassembled the rake head.
The remaining part actually turned out to be a long spear. A damaged spirit weapon. Just like that, it was equipped with a rake head for plowing. However, even so, no one in the arena dared to underestimate it, and many disciples stared at the dirty long spear with fervent eyes. Chapter 31, Sudden Crisis. Sun Tianyuan, the direct disciple of the Zhejian Mountain sect master, who dares to come and offer guidance.
Stepping onto the competition stage empty-handed, this person actually had no weapon in hand, but his blood energy was immensely powerful, and faint patterns appeared on his muscles.
Seeing this, Wang Wu was about to step forward. But someone from the Yang sect in another direction spoke up. A practitioner of body training, unless someone can directly overpower him with physical strength, how could he be convinced? This Tianyu sect little brother should step back.
A hint of anger sparked in Wang Wu's eyes, and just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Qin Xiufeng beside him.
You are not a match for these two. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu had no choice but to give up.
And this practitioner of the Yang sect directly stepped onto the stage.
Zhao Ri, I seek your guidance. As soon as the words fell,
he tore his garment, revealing a physique as solid as refined iron, every muscle seemingly containing boundless power.
And the two didn't hold back. Almost in an instant, they collided with fervent gazes.
The competition among the practitioners of the physical training is extremely simple, with no fancy tricks, relying solely on the strength of the body to fight.
Bang bang bang.
The fists of the two hit each other like they collided with metal, the sound surpassing the realm of flesh. Because the competition platform has been specially reinforced, it can withstand their collisions. If it were on the ground, it would likely be a complete wreck.
Below, Lu Mo.
Watching this scene, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly.
Although the Tianyu sect's scripture pavilion holds various martial arts and skills, it lacks physical training techniques the most.
There isn't even a single top-notch physical training technique, only a few inferior ones. This results in the Tianyu sect being the weakest among the three major powers in terms of physical strength and physical training practitioners.
And even if the inferior techniques are modified, they won't reach a high level without tapping into the essence limit of comprehension. Thus, the physical training techniques within Tianyu sect remain those few. Moreover, a special point about physical training techniques is that Lu Mo cannot gain insights into the cultivation method just by watching.
After all, there are no so-called moves or routines. Indeed, both of them know how to use their abilities, and their methods are quite skilled. In terms of mastery of physical training techniques, the two are very close, making it an evenly matched contest. Watching the continuous sounds of collision from the platform,
Elder Yang nodded and commented. Lu Mo also added a remark.
Indeed evenly matched, but Zhao Ri is clearly more experienced.
Sun Tianyuan is going to lose.
Just after saying this, Elder Yang's gaze shifted from the platform to Lu Mo, and his expression showed some surprise. After all, outside the competition platform, the other disciples from the three sects could not see the difference in the ways, but aside from himself, this old man surprisingly had such high martial arts skills? But clearly, he was just a beginner.
The next moment, as Lu Mo said,
with a punch thrown, Sun Tianyuan was directly knocked off the competition platform and rolled several times on the ground before stopping.
I concede.
Bowing his fists, Zhao Ri jumped off the platform and took his clothes back from the other disciples of the Yang sect, putting them on, while Sun Tianyuan returned to the area of the Nine Swords Mountain disciples.
Well done, both of you.
This time was just a narrow defeat. If you gain more battle experience, there will be a chance to win.
Elder Yang commented.
Hearing this, Sun Tianyuan's eyes also sparkled with a bit more excitement. After all, the outcome of this match didn't matter, only the specific performance and who Elder Yang favored. Even if he lost, there was still a chance. Afterwards, the disciples of the three major sects also chose their opponents, continuously sparring. Sun Zhengyang and Qin Xiufeng each took their turns, easily defeating their opponents, one being a disciple of the Yang sect's inner sect and the other being a direct disciple of the Nine Swords Mountain sect master. Naturally, their matches were much more exciting than the previous ones. Even Elder Yang couldn't help but get up from his lounge chair and come to the side of the competition platform to watch up close. While watching, he cheered. It was clear he was quite fond of this interaction among the young disciples. Soon, when Qin Xiufeng left the stage, two perfect beginner disciples from the Yang sect and Nine Swords Mountain also stepped onto the competition platform. Jian Yun and Zhou Chen had sparred several times before, each winning and losing. Even though they were from different sects, they regarded each other as their destined rivals. Though your realms are the lowest among everyone here, don't give up too soon, show all your levels and strengths. You also have a chance to win a reward. Elder Yang encouraged Xian Yun and the others from the other side of the platform. Sometimes, beginner matches are even more exciting than those of the Yuan Aperture. After all, because their realms are lower, they want to demonstrate themselves even more. Only Luo remained quietly watching the competition from his lounge chair. Grandpa, do you know Elder Yang? Seeing that there were no other people around the courtyard, only Luo left, Shui'er quietly pushed open the door and came to Luo's side. Seeing the well-behaved and clever little girl in front of him, Luo smiled. I just met your Grandpa Yang today. Do you also like watching the matches? Shui'er nodded her head like a rattle drum. The competition is the best to watch, these big brothers all seem like immortals, sometimes they can even fly. While saying this, Shui'er climbed onto the recliner originally belonging to Elder Yang. Then she deliberately imitated Elder Yang, leaning back slowly. In the distance, Elder Yang, standing beside the competition stage, smiled upon seeing this but said nothing. I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I have started to practice martial arts too. Leaning quietly next to Luo, Shui'er spoke. Though it was already obvious, Luo still pretended to be shocked. Really? You're that impressive? Of course. Shui'er shook her little fist. And I have successfully refined my skin. Last year, I begged for a long time before Grandpa Yang agreed to teach me martial arts. Hearing this, Luo nodded and said, that's really impressive, it won't be long before you catch up with those big brothers. Luo pointed to the people still competing on the stage. The little girl had an expression of course on her face. Luo was not lying, before the age of 10, one's bones had not fully formed, making it nearly impossible to step into the path of martial arts, unless one came from a real martial arts family with unique secret methods. But this little girl was born in a humble situation and managed to refine her skin successfully at the age of 8. This was enough to show her talent far exceeded that of ordinary people. At the same time, the competition between the two in the arena had already entered its final phase. They had almost drawn out all the available energy of heaven and earth, covering the entire competition stage with immense energy that flowed like a great river. In all the previous methods, the two were surprisingly similar in strength. In the end, only the pure collision of the energy of heaven and earth remained. Their match was indeed much more exciting than some previous one-sided competitions, even Elder Yang couldn't help but applaud frequently. Boom! With a mistake, Xian Yun was forced to the edge of the competition stage, nearly collapsing his own energy. The colossal energy from his opponent came crashing in, almost ready to crush him. Just when everyone thought this match had a clear winner. Suddenly, at the edge, Xian Yun's body suddenly surged with even more energy of heaven and earth. A brand new, enormous river of pure energy formed from heaven and earth appeared behind him. Its might soared. A chilling aura spread out in an instant. Seeing this, even Elder Yang couldn't help but have bright eyes, while the other disciples were exclaiming in amazement. A breakthrough in battle. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xian Yun. His opponent, seeing this scene, became a bit flustered, and the energy behind him rolled again, wanting to defeat Xian Yun before he could break through. But it was already too late. Boom! A wild wind gathered, and the energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. Although there was no chance to open more pathways in battle, the energy of heaven and earth he could use far exceeded that of his opponent. 1 river, 2 rivers, 3 rivers. 3 enormous rivers of energy from heaven and earth appeared simultaneously, instantly reversing the situation. Taking a deep breath. Stepping forward, deep footprints appeared on the ground, and the surging energy of heaven and earth instantly swallowed his opponent. Seeing that he was outmatched, Zhou Chen hurriedly jumped off the competition stage and admitted defeat. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Because Qian Yun's energy was unstable after just breaking through, coupled with forcibly gathering 3 rivers of energy, he tightened his chest and spat out blood, losing control of the vast river formed by the 3 energies. The latter immediately burst out of the competition stage and swept in a certain direction. Watching this scene, everyone's face changed dramatically. Because in that direction were Luo, who was merely in the mid-stage of the initial realm, and Elder Yang's granddaughter. In the next second, the energy of heaven and earth around Luo was wildly stirred, as if a rainstorm was pouring down. It seemed as if he wanted to forcefully use the mid-stage energy of heaven and earth to block the 3 great rivers in front of him. But how could this be possible? The strength of their energies. Completely different levels. All the disciples turned pale, even though many of them were great martial artists. But they couldn't keep up with the rushing speed of the natural energy. The old man himself wasn't in much trouble. But if Yang Lao's granddaughter got hurt, it might spell the end of their shared elder status among the 3 sections. Fortunately, They also knew that Yang Lao was half a step into the realm of heavenly beings, so he should be able to save her. However, Yang Lao's expression was calm. Although he started to gather his energy, he did not take immediate action to save her. But he also wanted to see. What exactly did old Lu mean? Facing such a vast gap in natural energy, why was there still a fighting spirit? Shui'er hid behind Lu Mo, gripping the hem of his clothing, unable to open her eyes due to the overwhelming pressure of the natural energy. Boom! It was as if an ant was trying to shake a tree. The torrential natural energy exploded, meeting a colossal wave of natural energy. In an instant, the two collided. But the scene that no one expected unfolded. 3 massive rivers of natural energy were actually crushed by the torrential wave of natural energy. Chapter 32, Yang Lao's Treasure House. Whoosh! The whirlwind created by the collapse blew in all directions, clearing all the fallen leaves on the ground. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Mo, who was sitting in front of the chair. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Seeing that nothing seemed wrong, Shui'er finally opened her eyes, and upon noticing everyone looking in that direction, she suddenly felt shy. She stuck out her tongue at everyone and ran into the yard, shutting the wooden door behind her. How is this possible? A disciple from the Nine Swords Mountain murmured, his face pale. Not just him, almost everyone's thoughts were the same. After all, this was a pure collision of natural energy, with no other methods involved. If it included all hidden cards and life and death battles, it was not unusual to fight across realms. After all, some people had strange and profound methods. But a pure collision of natural energy had no shortcuts. It was like comparing a cup of water to a bowl of water. A cup could hold less water than a bowl, and this is a common sense even a 3-year-old would understand. But now, it seemed that this common sense was broken. The natural energy you can harness seems a bit unusual. Yang Lao was the first to notice the problem. His gaze towards Lu Mo was filled with surprise. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, he had never seen anything like this. Although there were indeed some methods at the realm of energy that could amplify natural energy's strength. But how could someone at the initial stage wield something that was thousands of times smaller in volume to crush the opponent? Indeed, I have researched some. Lu Mo merely acknowledged it and did not elaborate further. Seeing this, Yang Lao did not press further. After all, everyone had their secrets, but Lu Mo's secret was simply too exaggerated. However, the other disciples in the place, without Yang Lao's insight and cultivation, found it exceedingly hard to understand everything that had just happened. Elder Lu, we have underestimated you. At a loss for words, Chen Xiufeng's astonishment was hard to quell. He had been in the sect for some time and naturally knew some of Lu Mo's achievements. Whether it was formations or swordsmanship, Elder Lu had displayed almost peak talent. But he had never imagined that Elder Lu's secrets extended beyond that. Perhaps it's because Chen Yun just broke through. The newly gathered natural energy only appears abundant, but doesn't truly contain as much as it looks. This old man sensed it and directly dispersed it. In the crowd, someone thought for a moment and murmured. Hearing this, other disciples nodded in agreement. After all, this might be the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, they couldn't think of anything else, no matter how hard they tried. What exactly is the reason? But if that's really the case, they, a group of people who had no idea about the problem, were discovered by a mid-level novice? It still doesn't make much sense. But no matter what, at least there is an explanation. Alright, since no one got hurt, then let's continue. After glancing at Lu Mo, old Yang withdrew his gaze and prepared to continue the competition. He had actually been ready. If Lu Mo couldn't cope, he would step in immediately to prevent any injuries, but he didn't expect it wouldn't be necessary at all. The second round will be one match. Chen Xiaofeng and Sun Zhangyang, both of you will team up against Xiao Xian. Hearing this, only Lu Mo seemed surprised. The other disciples were not surprised at all. Clearly, this method of competition was not uncommon for old Yang. After Wang Wu explained, Lu Mo also understood the reason. In the first round of the competition, only cultivation was considered, so often the outstanding peers would easily crush their opponents. A direct disciple versus an inner sect disciple, even if they had the same cultivation level, their actual strength could be worlds apart. But in the second round, old Yang chooses opponents with similar strength to compete, which has nothing to do with cultivation, and even less with numbers. Senior brother Chen has now opened the 4th acupoint, while senior brother Sun is at the 5th. Both of them are still in the mid-level of Yuan Xiao. But Xiao Xian is the 7th direct disciple of the Yangmen sect, having opened the 7th acupoint, with extremely strong power. Just now, all three had crushed their opponents. Perhaps old Yang feels that by teaming up, the two senior brothers have a chance against Xiao Xian. Wang Wu's eyes were full of enthusiasm. This match should be the highlight of the day. The others outside the arena also had fiery gazes. With a single wave of old Yang's hand, A huge barrier covered the competition stage, preventing the fluctuations from reaching the outside, otherwise, there might be more incidents like before.
Tianyu sect Chen Xiufeng. Tianyu sect Sun Zhengyang. Please enlighten me. In an instant,
the two figures charged forward at the same time, their overwhelming power instantly engulfing the entire competition stage. Although Yuan Xiao seemed to just open acupoints to hold the energy of heaven and earth.
In reality,
the energy from heaven and earth, being refined day and night in the acupoints, would gradually give rise to strength. Under the enhancement of this strength, the power of the energy used at the Yuan Xiao level was extraordinarily exaggerated.
It was as if the energy brought a knife. Before long,
the three in the arena had exchanged hundreds of moves. The excitement of this match was indeed far beyond the previous one.
Old Yang watched and nodded along with it. However, just as everyone thought this battle would turn into a prolonged one,
Lu Mo and Old Yang murmured at the same time.
It's over.
As soon as the words fell, Chen and Sun unleashed a combined technique, directly knocking the opponent's spear from his hand, with their swords positioned at two fatal spots.
The barrier was also lifted by Old Yang. I lost.
Xiao Xian said nothing more and turned to leave the stage.
While Lu Mo looked at the true strength Sun Zhengyang had just displayed with his eyes full of surprise.
He didn't expect this kid, though different in public and private, actually had such strength and talent.
His understanding of sword intent was not much worse than Zhang Hong's.
If Zhang Hong continued being lax, and if he didn't wake him up, it wouldn't be long before Sun Zhengyang surpassed him in understanding sword intent. Feeling the scorching gazes, Sun Zhengyang couldn't help but sheath his sword with a faint smile, thinking it was the female disciples from the Young Men or the Nine-Sword Mountain who were infatuated with him. But as he followed the gazes, he saw Lu Mo, who had a wrinkled face and was smiling at him, not knowing what he was thinking.
Seeing this,
Sun Zhengyang's body stiffened, and he hurriedly jumped down from the stage. He was truly afraid that this old man would get bored and expose his matters. Old Yang, this round of prizes. After the last match ended, everyone came up to Old Yang, their gazes were slightly heated. After all, this prize was a broken spirit weapon, as long as there were enough materials.
Every bit of it can be repaired.
After scanning the crowd, he looked around. Elder Yang reached out with one hand, and the long spear flew into his grasp. You all performed well earlier, but I already have my target in mind.
He tossed the long spear to Qian Yun with a smile.
To break through in battle and turn the tables in dire situations, such scenes are rare. Receiving the long spear, Qian Yun shook it with one arm, and mud splashed, revealing its true steel body, gleaming brightly.
Thank you, Elder Yang. Elder Yang nodded and then looked at the others. But don't lose heart, today's competition was very exciting. Everyone has something to take home.
After speaking, he turned and pushed open the wooden door that Linger had just closed.
He led everyone into the courtyard.
Since others had been here before, their expressions showed no change.
But Lu Mo, stepping into the courtyard, couldn't help but be stunned.
Surrounded by several fences, there was a vast expanse of high-quality spirit plants, with jars piled in the corner exuding the fragrance of elixirs. Countless weapons like swords and spears were casually scattered on the ground. There were even two long spears stuck into the ground, connected by a thin rope, actually used to hang clothes. Linger held a stone used for teasing dogs. Even a chipped corner had the luster of white jade.
Lu Mo thought having one spirit fruit in his mouth was already showing off his wealth.
But looking around now, he realized he was far from Elder Yang in this display of riches.
Chapter 33, Extraordinary Spirit Weapon, Trade. However,
the spirit plants and treasures in the courtyard were not what captured Lu Mo's attention the most. As soon as he stepped into the small courtyard, he sensed the evil energy within him being stirred.
Following the direction of the disturbance, a 3-foot broad knife appeared before Lu Mo.
The broadsword was casually thrust onto the table, emitting a chilling cold light, almost instantly capturing Lu Mo's gaze.
The weapons in Elder Yang's courtyard. Most were from battlefields, so it was normal they carried evil energy.
But the evil energy contained in this broad knife, however, made Lu Mo feel an uncontrollable fluctuation of the evil energy within him.
It's important to know.
After cultivating the evil control technique, releasing evil energy had become second nature, and it was rare to encounter a situation he couldn't suppress.
The quality of this broad knife. It was probably a true spirit weapon.
You kid have opened the 4th acupoint, but your aura seems a bit unstable, you haven't fully filled the 4th acupoint yet.
Take this gathering chi pill.
You are a Yuan acupoint practitioner, yet you're still holding a common long sword, go pick one from that pile in the corner. You seem close to breaking through to the Yuan acupoint, take this mirror breaking pill. Your physical body is too weak, and you have no defensive technique, take this Xian Ironstone to forge a protective armor. Leading the disciples into the courtyard, Elder Yang casually handed out various items.
Almost half of the disciples received something.
At this moment, Elder Yang noticed Lu Mo's gaze and walked over with a smile.
So, you're interested in this knife? Luemo nodded and approached the table. May I give it a try?
What he didn't expect was that as soon as Luemo finished speaking, Elder Yang directly shook his head. This knife has too strong evil energy, ordinary people who touch it will be harmed by the evil energy. Chen Xiufeng, who had just received a new sword, also came to Lumo's side.
Elder Yang is right, this knife is not something an ordinary person can touch. After all, this is a true extraordinary spirit weapon.
After saying this, Chen Xiufeng left the courtyard with Sun Zhenyang and others to spar again with other disciples who had also gained something. Listening to these 4 words, Lumo's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He never expected the quality of this broad knife to be so high. It reached the extraordinary level above spirit weapons. Standing next to the table, he casually drew it out.
Elder Yang looked at the broad knife in his hand with a bit of sentiment. This knife
was once used by the current Ditsong martial saint on the battlefield long ago, and it accompanied the martial saint to the saint realm.
But in the end,
due to the material, it has already reached its limit, and the martial saint had no choice but to put it in the royal treasury, awarded to me by the Holy Emperor.
Listening to the origins of the horizontal knife, Luemo also re-evaluated it.
No wonder it has such quality, no wonder it has such a strong aura, this all explains it.
Great Song martial saint.
That is a truly top figure standing at the peak of this world.
And this horizontal knife before me was once his weapon.
A few years ago, the leader of the Yang sect came to find me, wanting this knife.
But how could I easily give away such an extraordinary spiritual tool?
After Elder Yang finished speaking, Luemo clenched his fist and pondered for a moment, then made a request.
I wonder. Can I give it a try?
Once he said that, Luemo saw a clear look of surprise in Elder Yang's eyes.
He just informed about the harmful killing aura within this knife, how could this old man still want to give it a try?
If a young person is overwhelmed by the aura, at most their blood will surge, and they will feel agitated for a while.
But if an old man is overwhelmed, it could be life-threatening. However, remembering how Luemo had just dispersed a colossal river of world aura with only a torrential surge of heavenly energy, Elder Yang did not directly refuse.
He also wanted to see if this old man before him had any other means. I will watch you closely, if something goes wrong, I will intervene.
Nodding, Luemo didn't say much more.
Elder Yang directly threw the horizontal knife over. With one hand reaching forward, the horizontal knife was firmly held in his hand.
In an instant, an immensely vast killing aura surged into his mind, causing Lumo's eyes to turn slightly red.
The horizontal knife in his hand began to tremble violently, as if it couldn't be contained.
Seeing this, Elder Yang was about to take action. But in the blink of an eye,
a similarly surging killing aura erupted from within Luemo, enveloping the horizontal knife in his hand. But the horizontal knife seemed to be stimulated, trembling even more fiercely.
Humph! With a loud huff,
the killing aura within Luemo erupted once again, and a tremendous force burst forth from his hand.
The horizontal knife instantly calmed down, surprisingly restrained by Luemo. Watching this scene, Elder Yang couldn't help but frown because he felt an incredibly dense killing aura emanating from Luemo. And this kind of killing aura, if one hasn't been on the battlefield, it can only exist on the bodies of countless murderous evil cultivators. Immediately,
a thin halo covered Elder Yang's eyes, and patterns seemed to appear within it as he observed Luemo again. Soon he discovered something, retracted the halo in his eyes, and regained his usual expression.
You have only killing aura on you, but not much of the bloody aura of murder. It's likely a kind of technique for practicing killing aura.
Since he was from the royal family, Elder Yang had seen much. He quickly figured out where Lumo's killing aura came from.
Although, in the eyes of ordinary people, killing aura is almost impossible to gain through cultivation. But who is Elder Yang?
The master of the Holy Emperor, naturally wise in various strange and unique techniques, he also had seen the Great Sung treasury in the royal city, so he wasn't too surprised.
Luemo nodded and replied. Indeed, I have cultivated a technique before. But as soon as Luemo finished speaking,
the horizontal knife in his hand unexpectedly began to riot and tremble again. And this time, no matter how he pressured, Luemo found it difficult to maintain his grip. Seeing this, Elder Yang waved one hand. The horizontal knife flew back into his hand, and Elder Yang explained. Besides having enough killing aura to counteract, to truly use the horizontal knife, you also need to have cultivated a quality technique for horizontal training. Otherwise, holding it for too long will still harm oneself.
At this moment, Luemo realized, on Elder Yang's arm that held the horizontal knife, there were faint golden threads appearing.
These were evidently the horizontal training technique Elder Yang mentioned. And looking at the horizontal knife in Elder Yang's hand, Lumo's gaze revealed a rare fiery intensity. After all, a weapon to fight against enemies was exactly what he currently lacked. Moreover, spiritual tools like this, No matter what one's talent is, there is no way to create something out of nothing. Even if one has read books on forging and possesses the ability to forge spiritual weapons, the materials are still the biggest problem. A complete and unparalleled spiritual weapon. So rare. Even though I only held it for a little while, Luemo already felt it. When the 3 lines of the world's energy formed a majestic river and struck me, if I held this knife, then I would not even need to use much of the world's energy to easily cut it apart. The increase in combat power from an unparalleled spiritual weapon is too exaggerated. It was as if Elder Yang sensed Lumo's gaze and took out a scabbard to insert the knife into it. This knife is the most precious item in my broken courtyard. I won't give it away. Old Lu, you should pick another one. Pointing at the other items in the courtyard, Elder Yang put away the knife and was ready to take it back inside. Watching this scene, Luemo thought for a moment and called to stop him. I also know how precious this knife is, so I never thought of getting it for free. Elder Yang. Could we make a deal? Hearing these words, Elder Yang turned around and actually laughed. A deal? He even wondered if he had misheard. Pointing at the many high-value items in the yard. Do you think I still lack anything now? And I currently have no desires, only wishing to quietly pass my final years. An old man who lacks everything and wants nothing. You want to trade with me? Shaking his head, Elder Yang felt that Luemo was joking. After all, even if the other party offered the entire Tianyu sect, he still wouldn't be interested, let alone other things. After speaking, he turned around, ready to return the knife to the house. But Lumo's next words instantly made Elder Yang's body freeze, his expression solidifying. I might be able to restart Elder Yang's path to becoming a celestial. Chapter 34 Restart the Path to Becoming a Celestial. When Luemo spoke these words, the entire courtyard fell into silence, and Elder Yang's back trembled slightly, clearly deep in thought. But he did not move forward. Luemo offered such a condition after deep consideration. Although he had consumed over 2,000 essence of understanding when creating the dragon elephant suppression technique, he still had around 2,000 left due to the rich harvest in the scripture pavilion. This number should be enough for him to create a method to help Elder Yang heal his internal injuries. What did you say? Elder Yang's voice clearly showed he was moved. He held the scabbard in his hand and slowly turned back to look at Luemo, his eyes showing shock like never before. Even though he said he lacked nothing and wanted nothing. But all of this was based on the premise that he had no hope of breaking through to become a celestial and his life was nearing its end. If there really was a way to reopen the path to becoming a celestial, he certainly would not give it up. However, when I was in the Imperial City, how many royal doctors helped me see, even martial saints have probed my internal energy, yet they were equally helpless. Why do you say you can restart my path to becoming a celestial? After the shock in his heart, Elder Yang quickly regained his rationality. Then his eyes revealed disappointment. He did not believe this old man, who was only at the initial realm, could resolve his numerous internal injuries. He assumed that the other party wanted this unparalleled spiritual weapon too much, so he was suddenly speaking nonsense. If you don't try, how will you know? But Luemo seemed not to have heard his words, instead his eyes sparkled with confidence. Earlier in the scripture pavilion's first level, in addition to various martial arts insights, there were also a few medical books, which he mastered, making him top in this area as well. Combined with his remaining 2,000 essence of understanding, Luemo indeed felt a bit confident. Seeing Elder Yang wanting to say something to refuse again, Luemo directly moved forward and placed his hand on Elder Yang's shoulder. No matter what, you have to try to know. Since you are idle anyway, why not let me give it a try? Hearing this, Elder Yang finally nodded. However, there was still a hint of indifference in his gaze. How will you begin? Relax your mind, I need to check your hidden injuries first. Elder Yang followed his instructions. One hand checked the pulse, while the other channeled the energy of heaven and earth into Elder Yang's body. Luemo quickly focused his attention on examining Elder Yang's body. What he discovered was indeed surprising. Elder Yang had more hidden injuries than he had imagined, even his energy sea was harmed, missing a large portion. But soon, Luemo found out. The biggest reason Elder Yang could not break through to the celestial level was not these hidden injuries, but rather the fundamental method of body refining he practiced. Retracting his hands. Lumo's eyes brightened even more, for this meant that helping Elder Yang would be simpler. Elder Yang, your body refining method seems a bit special. Elder Yang looked surprised, he didn't expect Luemo to notice this information so quickly. So he nodded. This method is an unparalleled body refining technique, the 9 layers of blood body.
Its difficulty in cultivation is immense, requiring a large amount of murderous aura and blood energy, almost entirely prepared for the battlefield. As long as you are deep in the battlefield, bathing in a sea of corpses and blood, the speed of cultivation will be extraordinarily exaggerated, several times or even 10 times that of ordinary people. But this method also has substantial hidden dangers. Luemo continued, and Elder Yang glanced at him and nodded. Because this method of cultivation almost forces growth, it accelerates the cultivation speed artificially, so the foundation is severely lacking once reaching the highest realm. The difficulty of breaking through to the celestial level is much higher than that of ordinary people, and with years of hidden injuries, breaking through seems nearly impossible. Shaking his head, Elder Yang's gaze showed a hint of despair. It was clear. He understood the flaws of this body refining method the best. But if given the choice again, he would make the same decision. Nearly 100 years ago, the Dacian army was at the city gates, leaving him no time for slow growth. Moreover, this method is special. Once cultivated, it becomes integrated into the foundation. It is impossible to re-practice other body refining methods, to reshape it. Looking at Luemo, Elder Yang felt the other party would offer a solution, so he preemptively blocked Lumo's mouth, telling him this method was of no use. But Lumo's expression remained unchanged. Even after hearing Elder Yang finish speaking, his look still shone brightly. I wonder, Elder Yang, can you demonstrate the 9 layers of blood body technique? Furrowing his brow, not understanding Lumo's intention. He was about to ask, but seeing Lumo's serious expression. Elder Yang also felt that if he didn't dissuade this old head today, it would likely be difficult for him to find peace later. So he put down the sword sheath in his hand. Stepping to the center of the small courtyard, he spread his legs into position, and waves of gruesome blood energy instantly overflowed. Originally playing with a dog in the corner, Snow couldn't help but pinch her nose and took the little dog upstairs. What's wrong? Outside the courtyard, Chen Xiufeng, who was originally sparring, poked his head out, with other disciples who hadn't left behind him. Clearly, everyone felt the fluctuations in the courtyard. It's nothing, I have important matters to discuss with Elder Yang. Without further questioning, Chen Xiufeng stepped back out of the small courtyard and closed the wooden door. And in the arena, Elder Yang, wanting to just give Luemo a perfunctory demonstration, did not deliberately slow down but accelerated instead. Thus, he quickly demonstrated the 9 layers of blood body. He did not think Luemo would be able to see anything. But as Elder Yang completed his actions, Luemo slowly closed his eyes, the light of inspiration rapidly dancing in his mind. Moreover, combining it with his earlier examination of Elder Yang's body, the direction of transforming the 9 layers of blood body quickly surfaced. Elder Yang has many hidden injuries in his body, but they are traceable and not incurable. You will remodel the 9 layers of blood body. Consuming 1,700 essence of understanding, successfully transform the 9 levels of body refining technique. It's done. Opening his eyes, the light in his pupils shone brightly. Although from now on, he had only 300 essence of understanding left. But swapping for a peerless spiritual weapon was worth it beyond measure. Well then, now you must have no words left. Shaking his head, old Yang slowly approached Luemo. The other party should have no more excuses now. But he did not expect. Luemo not only had nothing more to say, but instead smiled at him. Then, he entered the room, took out a brush and a blank yellow booklet, and began to write something on it. Because he really couldn't figure out the situation. Old Yang also came to Lumo's side, wanting to see what this old man was actually doing. But soon, he discovered the other party was actually copying the cultivation method of the 9 levels of blood body. No, that's not right. Before he could even be shocked, the other party had memorized the 9 levels of blood body just from a single look. Old Yang then noticed that the body refining method written by the other party was actually quite different from the 9 levels of blood body. In many places, it was completely opposite. In the end, even old Yang was uncertain about what this body refining method, which resembled the 9 levels of blood body, was all about. Moreover, after finishing writing it, Luemo even added several prescriptions at the back. Once everything was done, Luemo slowly put down the brush and handed the yellow booklet to old Yang. What is this? Although he already had a guess in his heart, old Yang still found it hard to believe. A peerless body refining method of the same origin as the 9 levels of blood body, it will not cause any conflict. Cultivating this method, combined with the prescriptions I wrote, will bring you hope of transcending the mortal realm. Even though Luemo had already said this, and he had just seen that this body refining method was indeed quite unique, old Yang still found it hard to believe. The predicament that troubled him for so many years, which even saints couldn't solve, was now quickly resolved by this old man? It was as if he knew old Yang's thoughts. Luemo did not urge anything but pointed to the small courtyard next door. If it works or not, old Yang will know after practicing according to what is above. Upon hearing this,
Old Yang no longer hesitated, directly entering the small courtyard, flipping open the yellow booklet, and memorizing each movement in his heart.
Then, following the new body refining method, he began to put it into practice. Boom! The gale swept through, the small courtyard echoed with thunderous sounds of breaking through the air. At first,
Old Yang was still a bit worried, afraid that practicing another body refining method would cause conflicts with the original 9 levels of blood body. So at the beginning, his movements were somewhat cautious and slow. But he soon discovered this brand new peerless body refining method really did not conflict with the 9 levels of blood body. So his speed increased, and the excitement on his face grew more intense. Whoosh! With the last move executed, beads of sweat even appeared on Old Yang's forehead. His chi and blood were indeed showing signs of recovery. However, this was not what excited Old Yang the most. After completing the 9 levels of body refining once, he was astonished to find that his foundational strength actually showed signs of increasing again. He tried it out. His own chi could absorb a trace of heaven and earth's energy again, even showing slight fluctuations. Decades with no progress in cultivation. At this moment, it finally made progress again. Although this change was quite subtle, almost requiring full concentration to discover. But for Old Yang, it was already a tremendous surprise. It worked, it worked! Looking at his trembling hands, Old Yang's voice was even a little shaky. Although he still didn't know if he could really break through the realm of transcending the mortal, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Slowly approaching Luomo, Old Yang's eyes were already filled with tears, a tear track sliding down his cheek. On his aged face, such an excited expression had not been seen in a long time. Thank you, thank you. Holding on to Luomo's hands, Old Yang said thank you several times in a row. At first, I was wondering why the Tianyu sect would invite you to become an elder. Now I understand. Your talent and ability are truly outstanding in this world. Wiping the tears from his face, Old Yang looked up at Luomo. He didn't ask Luomo how he did it, nor did he wonder about the other party's background. He knew very well that some secrets should not be casually asked about. Returning to the table, Old Yang handed the sheath to Luomo, inside which was the unmatched spiritual weapon. This sword is named Jinwu. It is yours now. Then, Old Yang entered the room, looking left and right as if searching for something. Soon, his gaze landed on a book used to prop up a corner of the table. He bent down and picked it up. Brushing off a layer of dust, Old Yang handed it to Luomo as well. I said before that to fully master this Shinwu sword, one must have practiced a high-quality horizontal training technique. As Old Yang spoke, Luomo opened the book in his hand. The words Tianxian Jinxian appeared before Luomo. A peerless horizontal training technique. It is divided into 3 levels. After perfection, it is invulnerable to water and fire, and difficult to extinguish by heaven and earth. Looking at the unmatched horizontal training technique in his hands, Luomo did not hesitate and directly put it away. Then, Old Yang rubbed his hands and made a small request. Can you stay for a few days and teach me in detail? I am not doubting the 9 layers body refining method. I just fear that unexpected issues may arise during cultivation that would cause this hard-won opportunity to be lost. Moreover, Tianxian Jinshan cultivation requires a lot of resources and several rounds of medicinal baths, which the Tianyu sect probably doesn't have. Pointing to the fence area next to him where high-level spiritual plants were growing. I can also help you cultivate Tianxian Jinshan to the first level. Facing this proposal, Luomo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. This horizontal training technique cannot rely completely on oneself, it needs external assistance, and the treasures in the Tianyu sect's treasure hall cannot compare to what Old Yang has, as there are many things missing. Rather than that, staying for a few days is indeed the best choice. Both could cultivate together. This might also be the last few days Old Yang would stay in Pingan village, as the prescription he wrote needed various rare spiritual plants that Old Yang didn't have, plus several large medicinal herbs. This kind of medicine. Not to mention Jinyuan town, the entire Qingyu prefecture has very few. If Old Yang wanted to truly break through the realm, he still needed to return to the royal city to fill in the gaps. After seeing Luomo agree, Old Yang was very happy and hurried to the second floor to call Shuer to prepare a room for Luomo. At the same time, the sky was beginning to darken. Knocking on the wooden door, Chen Xiufeng and others walked in. As it was getting late, the other 2 sect's disciples had already left, leaving only the few of them. Elder Lu. You and Old Yang chatted for so long, did you get what you wanted? Chen Xiufeng smiled. Although he knew Elder Lu was very wealthy and had brought a spiritual fruit, compared to Old Yang's collection, there was still a big gap. Even as an elder, Chen Xiufeng thought Luomo would have something he coveted. Luomo revealed the sword sheath behind him. Looking at this sheath, the expressions of the few were somewhat puzzled. They seemed to have seen this sheath in Old Yang's hands before. Swish!
He drew the sword, and a cold, silver light sparkled. However, Lu Mo quickly sheathed it again. Although the speed was fast, everyone's expressions were already frozen in place. Because they knew all too well what this sword was. Why you mean old Yang gave you this peerless spiritual weapon? Why?
Chen Xiufeng's voice was somewhat trembling, and beside him, Sun Zhengyang, who usually liked to act cool, almost stumbled.
Even if the two hit it off, it shouldn't be this exaggerated.
I helped old Yang solve his physical hidden ailment. He has restarted his path to becoming a celestial being. There was no further explanation, just these words spoken.
But the expressions on the faces of the crowd showed even more shock.
They could understand each word, but how they fit together was completely incomprehensible.
A beginner level. Restarted the path of a half-step celestial being? Everyone did not know what kind of gaze to use to look at Lu Mo. Wave after wave of shock made them almost numb.
When I first met you, Elder Lu, I only discovered your talent for spiritual formations.
I didn't expect. That was just a tiny part of what Elder Lu is capable of.
With a click of his tongue, Chen Xiufeng had already decided to visit the small bamboo peak to see Lu Mo more often, wanting to build a good relationship with him. Just in case he faced difficulties breaking through, for Elder Lu, it would be just a casual matter.
After gathering his expression,
Chen Xiufeng forcibly shifted his gaze from the sword sheath.
Elder Lu, it's almost time, we should head back. Lu Mo shook his head.
I need to stay here for a few more days, you can return on your own. Hearing this, the others were not too puzzled. After all, they had previously stayed in Ping'an village to gain more guidance from Elder Yang. However, since becoming direct disciples, with Zhao Zihai's guidance, Chen and Sun had less time to stay here. I can also stay, after all, this sword is a rare spiritual artifact. If Elder Lu goes back alone, it might be dangerous.
After a moment of thought, Chen Xiufeng also planned to stay. Wang Wu and Wang Lu nodded in agreement too.
At this moment, building a good relationship with Elder Lu was more important than anything else. Only Sun Zhengyang, standing by, looked a bit awkward, not sure what to think. Seeing this, Chen Xiufeng explained to Lu Mo. Senior brother's son had arranged with an inner sect disciple to go to Jinyuan Town auction house. He said he wanted something there.
Originally, it was a very normal statement.
But once Chen Xiufeng finished speaking, Sun Zhengyan's face immediately turned red.
Noticing this, Lu Mo was a bit helpless. How could this guy keep everything inside? Moreover, it seemed like it hadn't been long since he returned to Tianyu sect, and he was already thinking about going again? Did he have such a strong craving? He stepped forward and patted Sun Zhengyan's shoulder. Lu Mo clicked his tongue. It's fine, if you want to go, just go. Just don't delay your training.
Hearing this, Sun Zhengyan's face suddenly turned all sorts of colors, and he even started to stutter.
And no, that's not it. We aren't going.
His face flushed red as he looked at Chen Xiufeng and the others, who were puzzled. Sun Zhengyang still couldn't speak the following sentence. Then he jumped out of the small courtyard and actually ran away directly.
Elder Lu. Why do I feel like senior brother son becomes a different person when he sees you? Chen Xiufeng finally voiced his confusion. Lu Mo thought for a moment but did not explain.
Senior brother son has his own unique pursuit.
Sooner or later, you will understand why.
After saying this, he turned and left.
Chen Xiufeng and the three exchanged glances. Though they were puzzled, they didn't ask further.
After closing the wooden door, they returned to the village to find other villagers to stay with.
Staying directly at Elder Yang's house still felt a bit unworthy for them. Chapter 36, Remodeling the Horizontal Training Method, now Battle Power.
Though they were staying at Elder Yang's house,
the days were not any easier than at Tianyu sect. For several consecutive days, Elder Yang would wake up at the crack of dawn and then pull Lu Mo to practice. Sometimes, in his excitement, he would even knock on Lu Mo's door in the middle of the night, asking about some of the difficulties with the ninefold body training method. This sudden late-life pursuit of the Tao, Lu Mo didn't really mind, as he could understand Elder Yang's inner thoughts. But Schwer was a bit confused. She didn't understand why. The usually lazy and playful grandfather Yang suddenly became so hard-working. He didn't even take her out to play anymore. However, upon noticing that grandfather Yang was practicing again, every day her energy and blood improved, and she was quite happy. In these past few days, Chen Xiufeng and the others, having also settled in the village, often came to seek advice. Lu Mo could only teach some fundamental things about martial arts, but Yang Lao's also had much more to offer. Feeling in a good mood, he had no reservations with Chen Xiufeng and the others, pouring out many insights on cultivation. Grandpa Lu, why does today's medicine smell so bad again?
Schwer, holding a puppy, just came down from the second floor and saw Lu Mo soaking in the medicinal vat. Just one distant glance made her unable to help but pinch her nose.
Lu Mo splashed some water away. Schwer nimbly dodged. Good medicine is bitter. This medicinal bath may smell bad, but its effects are superb. When you reach a higher level, maybe your Grandpa Yang will let you soak too. She hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. I will never soak in this stuff, it stinks to death. After saying this, Shuer bounced away with the puppy, going to play with Chen Xiufeng and the others. Luemo took a deep breath, feeling the muscle tremors brought by the medicinal power, his face slightly flushed. The liquid in the vat was as black as ink, and the countless precious herbs were almost losing their radiance. If observed closely, one would find the thin halos of these herbs were gradually flowing towards Lumo's body along with the medicine. At the same time, countless natural energies were swirling in the vat, wrapping around Luemo completely. Although the outside world couldn't see the situation, when leaves approached, they were almost instantly torn apart by the fierce natural energy. And Luemo was bearing tremendous pressure at the center of this terrifying natural energy. Horizontal training techniques. Besides needing the assistance of medicinal baths, they also require natural energies to temper the body. Its essence. He extended his hand from the medicinal bath, and there seemed to be faint golden threads wrapping around it, soon merging back into himself and vanishing. Is to refine the body with vital energy, grinding the flesh to increase strength. Proper medicinal baths can deepen this process. In the days of practicing horizontal training techniques, Luemo also grasped the essence of these techniques. It was like ordinary people. After years of hard work, they would develop calluses on their hands. Most horizontal training techniques also tempered the body in different ways. Even if one didn't know any horizontal training techniques, just controlling the natural energies to grind oneself over time would also increase some physical strength. However, this method was almost worlds apart from the physical strength honed by true horizontal training techniques. The natural energy I can control is far beyond that of ordinary people. Although the celestial golden physique already possesses extraordinary quality, it still feels somewhat insufficient to me. In these past few days, I have used stronger natural energies to temper my body, and the medicinal bath has also been improved. The final product may no longer be the celestial golden physique taught by Grandpa Yang. Feeling the changes and pulsations in his blood, Luemo knew he had likely reached the first level of the golden thread stage. Splash! Leaping out of the medicinal vat, his energy surged, and temperature rose. As the smoke enveloped him, the moisture quickly evaporated. Luemo put on clothes beside him, clenching his fists to feel the power within. With a thought, countless golden threads instantly emerged, layering and enveloping him. Looking at the knife sheath on the table, Luemo directly drew out the Jinwu knife. Similarly, the Jinwu knife almost instantly became fierce. But this time, the golden threads gathered in one place, merging into the flesh of his arm, instantly suppressing the Jinwu knife. At this moment, Luemo finally felt he had completely mastered the Jinwu knife. Horizontal training techniques require subtle work. You started with the stronger natural energy for tempering, combined with the perfectly modified formula, forging a brand new immortal golden physique, obtaining 820 essence of comprehension. Feeling the information appearing in his mind, Luemo was not overly surprised. After all, on the first day of refining the heavenly mysterious gold aspect, he had already used a much stronger aura of heaven and earth and revised the formula. Originally, the number of spiritual plants needed to support the heavenly mysterious gold aspect and directly cultivate to the second level had been fully consumed by him at the first level. Looking at the courtyard of Elder Yang, the various spiritual plants had already been reduced by more than half, and Luemo felt a bit embarrassed. However, this brand new immortal tower gold aspect's quality was probably superior to the heavenly mysterious gold aspect. If he had not achieved the supreme foundation and compressed the aura of heaven and earth, he probably would not have such gains today. Everything has its reason. Perhaps there is also supreme quality, he murmured softly. Holding the Jinwu blade, Luemo gently traced it across his arm. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, the skin was cut, but no blood flowed out, as countless golden threads surrounded it. Amidst the golden light, the wound actually healed as good as new. Watching this scene, Lumo's eyes sparkled with light. It should be known that this was an extraordinary spiritual weapon, yet it only caused a small wound. Moreover, it healed in an instant. Trying again with a few broken spiritual weapons placed in the corner, when he struck himself, only a few white marks appeared. The immortal tower gold aspect also has 3 stages: gold threads, gold armor, and gold aspect. Just the first stage, and I fear standing still, it would be impossible for anyone to hurt me in the initial realm. Although currently the gold threads cannot cover my whole body, they can actively gather in certain places to enhance the defense or strength of that part. Just don't know. Looking at the Jinwu blade in his hand, Luemo murmured. What is my true strength now? Just as he finished speaking, the wooden door of the small courtyard was pushed open by Chen Xiufeng. Elder Lu, you look in good spirits. Can you fully master the Jinwu blade now?
Seeing the horizontal blade in Lu Mo's hand, Chen Xiufeng smiled. Having stayed here for a few days, he naturally understood why Lu Mo had remained, knowing that the elder was practicing a horizontal martial art.
Lu Mo nodded, pondering for a moment, weighing the Jinwu blade in his hand. Xiufeng, want to try the blade? Nodding, Chen Xiufeng appeared relaxed, not feeling anything inappropriate. In his view, having finally mastered an extraordinary spiritual weapon, wanting to try it out was normal. He thought he could let Lu Mo feel a sense of achievement by holding back a little. But the next second, holding the horizontal blade, Lu Mo stepped forward directly to Chen Xiufeng's front, gathering all his golden threads in one place, his arm muscles bulging, and he struck down with a swift blow. At this moment, Chen Xiufeng had not realized anything and did not dodge. Drawing his sword, he raised it to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted instantaneously, and the next second, Chen Xiufeng felt a tremendous force hit him, his face changing color. Whoosh! The ground was dragged out, leaving a huge skid mark, and after more than 10 steps, Chen Xiufeng forced the long sword into the ground to slow down, finally steadying his form. But his sword arm couldn't stop shaking slightly. His face looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Just now, the impact he felt was no weaker than that of a same-realm cultivator. But he knew. He had already opened the fourth acupoint, yet Elder Lu in front of him was only in the initial middle stage. Abnormal. Giving a glance at Lu Mo, Chen Xiufeng secretly murmured 2 words in his heart. He had originally planned to hold back, but unexpectedly, after just a few days, Elder Lu had experienced such significant growth. He could make himself feel so embarrassed. Staying behind to build a good relationship with Elder Lu was truly wise. With the Jinwu blade, the immortal tower gold aspect, and my own foundation of the aura of heaven and earth, I can fight even in the mid-stage of the Yuan aperture. Are you okay? Looking towards Chen Xiufeng, Lu Mo inquired. Xiufeng shook his head, putting away the sword. No problem. At this moment, Lu Mo also sensed another astonished gaze. Following the direction of the gaze, he saw Elder Yang, who had appeared he knew not when. At this moment, the expression was equally rich. You. Swallowing a bit of saliva, old Yang hurriedly approached to examine Lu Mo, even going so far as to pinch his muscles. Have you attained the celestial Shen golden form? But I just saw that your horizontal training method seems to be somewhat different. Schwer said that you haven't taken the medicinal baths following the prescriptions I gave you during this time. After weighing his words, Lu Mo spoke. I made some changes to the celestial Shen golden form. The intensity of the new horizontal training method should be higher. Listening to these words, Old Yang's expression was also quite remarkable. Through the previous transformation of his body refining method, he had already realized that although the old man in front of him didn't have high cultivation, his talent was extremely exaggerated. But he didn't expect that this type of gradual horizontal training method could also be altered by the other party. Moreover, in just a few days, he had succeeded in his training. This kind of speed and talent is incredibly impressive, even when compared to the Ditsong royal family. Once the other party matures, he will likely become a huge asset to Ditsong. After completing the immortal building golden form, Lu Mo saw no reason to stay any longer. Now that the horizontal training method has succeeded, the true martial blade can also be completely mastered. Looking at the true martial blade in his hand, we few probably have no reason to continue staying. Nodding, old Yang did not try to keep him. After all, he didn't have much time left in Peace Village. I can sense a barrier in the 9 levels of body refinement method that requires the large medicine you mentioned to break through, in order to continue rebuilding my foundation. So, pausing for a moment, old Yang waved his hand, calling Schwer, who was playing with a dog in the distance. I plan to take Schwer back to the Imperial City in a couple of days. With the resources of the Imperial City, I can thoroughly break through to the celestial human realm. Regarding this information, Lu Mo did not appear surprised. After all, he had talked with old Yang before. Not to mention Jinyuan town, there are hardly any medicinal herbs in the entire Qingyu province to support old Yang in healing his hidden injuries. Grandpa, did you just say you want to take me back to the Imperial City? Hearing this, Schwer's eyes brightened significantly. A little girl naturally yearns for big cities. She hadn't even been to Jinyuan town many times. And now she heard old Yang say he would take her to the Imperial City. This made her little face turn a shade of red, filled with excitement. Old Yang, patting Schwer's head, looked at her with affection. Of course. The Imperial City has the best candied hawthorns in the world, and various opera stages. When are we going? Let's go right now. With sparkling eyes, Schwer seemed unable to wait any longer. But old Yang was not in a hurry. Wait a few more days. Pausing, old Yang continued. And you should thank your Grandpa Lu. Old Yang pointed at Lu Mo in front of him. You are still young. You don't know how much your Grandpa Lu has helped me. In the future, you should treat Grandpa Lu the same way you treat me. Treat him as well as you treat me. Got it? With a soft Schwer nodded. In these days, she had become familiar with Lu Mo and knew that Old Yang's recovery was due to him, so she had already taken to calling him Grandpa Lu. After Old Yang said this and called Schwer away, weighing his words a bit. If this time, when I return to the Imperial City, I truly succeed in reaching the celestial human realm thanks to Elder Lu's help, I can still. Looking up at Lu Mo, Old Yang's expression became serious. I can ask for an opportunity for Elder Lu to summon a sage. Hearing this, even Lu Mo couldn't help but be shocked. One must know. A sage is someone who stands at the peak of this world, whose every move can cause the world to tremble. And Old Yang could actually bring an opportunity for him to summon a sage. The value of such an opportunity cannot be measured by money. Before, although he knew Old Yang was the current Sage Emperor's master, how close their relationship was, Lu Mo was not clear. But now it seems. The relationship between Old Yang and the Dutsong royal family is not simple. However, Lu Mo is also clear. Old Yang's actions are due to his own talent. He is also investing in his own future. After thinking for a moment, Lu Mo did not refuse. After all, a chance for a sage to make a move is too precious, and at a critical moment, it holds the power to change destiny. Then thank you very much. Waving his hand, Old Yang's wrinkles unfolded. The one who should be thanked is me. If it weren't for Elder Lu, I might really not have many years left to live. Even the longevity pill is of little use to me. I fear the Sage Emperor would be pleased to see my current changes. Hearing the words Sage Emperor, Lu Mo felt quite emotional. A few months ago, he was waiting to die in Taohua Valley. But now, he has already met the teacher of the Sage Emperor and may have the chance to receive a sage's assistance. All of this indeed makes him feel like he has been given a second chance at life. After chatting a few more sentences, Lu Mo sheathed the Jinwu blade. I won't stay any longer. He looked towards Chen Xiufeng in the distance. Xiufeng, call Wang Wu and his two brothers. Let's head back. The eastern part of Jinyuan town is not far from the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Tianyu sect is located right between Jinyuan town and the 10,000 Great Mountains. Continuing east for several dozen miles, you can reach the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, in the dense forest at the edge, several figures were quickly shuttling. Elder Lu, that. Can I take a look at the Jinwu blade? On the forest path, Wang Wu looked at Lu Mo's back and hesitated for a long time before speaking. He had heard that this blade was filled with a strong killing aura, and ordinary people could not approach it. But after all, it is a peerless spiritual weapon. Moreover, this might be the closest he has ever been to a peerless spiritual weapon in his life. So Wang Wu could not help but speak up. Lu Mo did not turn his head, tossing the sheath to Wang Wu. Don't think about completely unsheathing it, or you'll be easily hit by the killing aura. Nodding, Wang Wu took a deep breath, slowly grasped it, and then pulled out a bit, instantly bright silver light bursting out with thick killing aura. In almost an instant, Wang Wu's eyes turned extremely red, blood surging. He almost crashed into a tree. Clang! He hurriedly reinserted it into its sheath, and only then did Wang Wu's face return to normal, looking fearful. Fortunately, with Lu Mo's warning, he did not overly recklessly pull it out completely, otherwise, the consequences could have been quite serious. This blade came from the battlefield, and the killing aura is terrifying. You can just stop dreaming. Helplessly shaking his head, Chen Xiufeng took back the sheath and tossed it back to Lu Mo. Elder Lu cultivates with special methods, only then can he use it. A peerless spiritual weapon is not something that just anyone can wield. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xiufeng suddenly stopped. Not just him. Everyone suddenly halted in the woods, looking into the distance. The ground was continuously vibrating with buzzing sounds, causing small stones to bounce. Following the direction of the vibration, a patch of black soon appeared at the end of their sight. People from the Demon Suppression Department? Chen Xiufeng was the first to see the clue, puzzled. There is no Demon Suppression Department in Jinyuan town, and the nearest one is in Weizhou. But Weizhou is at least 1,000 miles away from Jinyuan town. How could they appear here at this time? In the previous second, this group of black-clad figures was merely at the end of their vision, but in the next second, they had already arrived in front of the crowd. With horses standing at 8 feet tall, full of spirit, the winding path in the forest became unimpeded before these horses, as if there were no obstacles at all. Just a glance was enough. Even Lu Mo couldn't help but praise the fine horses.
On the horses, the riders were spirited, dressed in cloud-patterned satin, wearing cloud shoes, looking down at the crowd from a height. But among the 5 resolute-looking members of the Demon Suppression Department, there was a small girl with a weak stature and a veil on her head. She looked completely out of place with everyone else. "Are there cultivators here?" The leading middle-aged man pulled the reins with one hand, scanning the crowd below. Chen Xiaofeng stepped forward and cupped his hands. The expression was subtle as he glanced at the girl behind the people from the Demon Suppression Division. Compared to this group of cultivators from the Demon Suppression Division, it was clear that this girl had a more mysterious identity, surrounded by everyone as if she were the main focus. Jinyuan Town's Heavenly Feather Sect cultivator. "I wonder why the Demon Suppression Division has come here." Xiao Feng spoke up. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, recalling the powers near Jinyuan Town. Soon, he remembered something. Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division in Weizhou, Zhu Xinxiang. He let go of the reins of the horse. He cupped his fist to everyone. But Zhu Xinxiang's expression remained tense, pointing towards the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "There's a disturbance in the Demon Suppression Formation at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. We are ordered to reinforce the formation." He scanned everyone and found that besides Lu Mo, the others all had Yuanxia level cultivation. "You all have decent cultivation. Since we've met, perhaps you can give us a helping hand." As if sensing that Lu Mo and the others might reject the suggestion too suddenly, Zhu Xinxiang added, "Don't worry, the task isn't too difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't just send one Chi-Si deputy commander to lead. Afterward, you can also take credit." Following Zhu Xinxiang's pointing direction, that side was indeed the true area of the 10,000 Great Mountains. During this time, Lu Mo learned from several disciples about the strange things that happened in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Most demons in the world originated from the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, compared to the inner areas, where humans dare not enter and demons abound, its outskirts aren't too crowded with demons and even have many opportunities. But even on the outskirts, demon caverns sometimes appear, nurturing demons. It is said that demon caverns connect with the interior of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and once formed, they are hard to eliminate, only possible to seal. What Zhu Xinxiang mentioned was likely a sealed demon cavern close to Jinyuan Town. Hearing this suggestion, Chen Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but look towards Lu Mo. This action naturally caught the attention of Zhu Xinxiang and others. They initially noticed this old man with only initial level cultivation, but clearly didn't take him seriously. After all, a martial artist in his old age has little room for advancement. Instead, those young great martial artists around were worth their attention. But unexpectedly, this group of cultivators actually turned their gaze to this old man. "Reinforce the formation." Muttering, Lu Mo didn't answer directly but looked up at Zhu Xinxiang. "May I ask? What is the level of this demon suppression formation?" Securing the horse reins, which calmed the steed beneath him, Zhu Xinxiang didn't hide anything. The demon suppression formation is constructed from dozens of celestial arrays, layered upon one another to completely seal the demon cavern. This time we go. It's just to repair the loosened parts. Upon hearing the term celestial arrays, Lu Mo's expression grew serious as he re-evaluated everyone. In front of him, among the demon suppression division, only Zhu Xinxiang was Qi-Si level, and the others were all Yuanxia level. And the girl surrounded by everyone had an aura that only suggested initial level cultivation. These highest level Qi-Si cultivators were going to repair a celestial array? Lu Mo looked at the veiled girl. She noticed Lu Mo's gaze and stepped back a little. Lu Mo also saw a compass hanging at her waist. Having studied the initial understanding of formations thoroughly, my comprehension of formations had reached its peak under the celestials. But due to the limited insight at the time, he hadn't been able to turn that initial understanding into a true comprehension. If these people really had that ability, they must possess extraordinary spiritual artifacts capable of setting up celestial arrays, and at least one person must have a true understanding of formations. Perhaps they could help him fully complete the musical rhyme of the formation. Since Commander Zhu says there's no great danger, then we can go. Lu Mo nodded. The surrounding Chen Xiaofeng and others didn't say much either. But the expressions of Zhu Xinxiang and others seemed a bit odd, unable to help but scrutinize Lu Mo again. How come this group of people would really listen to him? After thinking for a moment, Zhu Xinxiang hesitated to look at Lu Mo. Although there's not much danger, an initial level cultivator really doesn't provide much assistance to us. So, Lu Mo was startled, not expecting that he was already planning to help. But the other party rejected it. That's understandable. A beginner seems somewhat unqualified. But just at this moment, the girl who had been silent gently lifted her veil and spoke. A beginner can still be useful.
Seeing this person speak, Zhu Xinxiang said no more. He nodded and looked into the distance. We are not far now. If we hurry, we can resolve it before dark. Keep up. Turning the horse, the group sped off again towards the 10,000 great mountains, the ground shaking once more beneath them. After exchanging a few glances, Lu Mo and the others followed behind. Compared to the demon suppression department, this place was actually more familiar to them. After pointing out a few shortcuts, in just an hour, a desolate, abandoned camp appeared before them, with crumbling walls and debris everywhere. On the ground lay many discarded equipment and weapons. However, the items were already rusty and overgrown with weeds. When the demon abyss first emerged, the demon suppression department and nearby cultivators fought here for years to seal it. This place is a relic, Chen Xiaofeng explained to Lu Mo. Meanwhile, Lu Mo's gaze was focused on the seemingly empty space around him. He could sense that this place was covered with thick layers of powerful formations. It was a pity. The quality of these formations had indeed reached the celestial level, surpassing his own understanding. He could only vaguely feel them, nothing more. Ahead. After helping the veiled girl off her horse, Zhu Xinxiang approached everyone. That is Miss Wang Lin, the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Weizhou. She is the main force for this formation restoration. We only need to assist her. Hearing these words, Lu Mo showed no reaction. Instead, Chen Xiaofeng behind him had a shocked expression, unable to help but take a few more glances. The Wang family, which once had a half-holy formation master. Zhu Xinxiang nodded, his expression becoming much more respectful. Although Miss Wang only has beginner realm cultivation, her understanding of formations is already at the level of a high-rank formation master. With the Wang family's heavenly machine compass, she can barely set up celestial-level formations and can also repair part of the ceiling formations. However, the heavenly machine compass has a limit on its usage. Once used up, it must be returned for nurturing. After hearing the explanation, the others finally understood why everyone regarded her as the leader. A person with such extraordinary qualifications in formations would make even the demon suppression department take her seriously. After listening to the explanation, Lu Mo paused, involuntarily looking up at the empty sky behind him. He had always been extremely sensitive to breaths and the gazes of others. He had felt a gaze sweeping over him just now. He thought it was just his imagination. Now it seemed. Perhaps it was a hidden protector. The loose ceiling formation is not here. Taking out a white jade-carved compass from her bosom, Wang Lin looked at the pointer that danced above and murmured. Then she walked towards the demon abyss. Keep up. Zhu Xinxiang shouted loudly. Everyone followed behind him. Soon, walking past the crumbling walls and debris, a massive cave at least 100 meters wide appeared at the end of their line of sight. Countless foul-smelling black gas continued to seep out. But the black gas only rose about 100 meters. Then it seemed to touch an invisible wall and instantly dissipate. Chapter 39, Failure, the True Solution of the Formation. This is the place. Wang Lin did not continue forward but stopped at the very edge where she could barely see the demon abyss. Then she activated the compass in her hand. In an instant, a terrifyingly violent surge of overwhelming natural energy erupted, filling the entire space. For a moment, it pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to open their eyes. A peerless spiritual artifact. Muttering to himself, Chen Xiaofeng couldn't help but glance at the scabbard behind Lu Mo. Before this, let alone a peerless spiritual artifact, even ordinary spiritual artifacts were hard to come by. How could it be that today they would see two peerless spiritual artifacts at once? Under the impact of this overwhelming natural energy, above everyone's heads, a gigantic spiritual formation radiating green light slowly appeared. And around, one after another, equally magnificent giant formations emerged. Soon, they spread across the entire sky surrounding the magic abyss. The formations piled up, with various hidden patterns connecting them to each other. They seemed separate, yet were actually one. Any issue with a single formation would affect the strength of the entire grand formation. Heavenly Man Formation. Looking up, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Even Zhu Xinxiang and other members of the Demon Suppression Department found it difficult to see the Heavenly Man Formation, let alone so many at once. Though all these Heavenly Man formations were of the same type of sealing magic formation, they were still quite rare. Even Lu Mo's eyes sparkled. Although his understanding of formations was only below that of the Heavenly Man, he could see that the sealing formation above them was indeed having some significant issues. I do have the celestial compass assisting me, but the available celestial energy is still insufficient. Everyone, take your positions and use the celestial energy to help me reinforce the formation. 2 fingers lightly tapped the compass. Suddenly, countless emerald light spots appeared, merging into the ground and forming a small spiritual formation.
In front of each person, a blurry figure resembling themselves appeared, guiding them to a certain part of the formation.
Once in position, everyone became a core of the formation.
Even Lu Mo had his own spot. No wonder they say even the initial stage is useful, they actually called us here to be batteries. Since he was not far from Lu Mo, Chen Xiufeng heard this statement. However, he could not understand some of the words at all. But before he could ask, a pulling force came, and everyone quickly channeled the celestial energy towards the direction of the pull.
Among them,
Zhu Xinxiang undoubtedly exerted the most effort as a battery. The celestial energy he could easily channel was already at a level that others could hardly touch.
It's starting.
Mumbling to herself, Wang Lin took a deep breath, her expression became much more serious, fully immersing herself in the celestial compass in front of her to control it. A stream of celestial energy surged into the sky. It filled the unstable ceiling formation above everyone's heads. Although they were only reinforcing the ceiling formation above them, since all ceiling formations were interconnected, pulling one would affect them all.
So the difficulty was not low at all. However, under Wang Lin's control, countless emerald patterns quickly emerged around this giant ceiling formation, slowly covering it.
While casually controlling the celestial energy to assist,
Lu Mo looked up.
But his eyes couldn't help but furrow slightly.
Though it's just the ceiling formation that has a problem, it seems that after so many years, the connections between each ceiling formation have also become much weaker.
I remember that decades ago, the weather in this area hardly fluctuated, there weren't many heavy rains, so there was not too much damage to the formation.
However,
in the last decade or so, the weather here has often erupted, with storms and heavy rains appearing at times, greatly accelerating the wear and tear on these spiritual formations. Because he had built such a grand formation made up of several small formations,
Lu Mo knew very well. The connections between different formations were, in fact, the most fragile.
Under normal weather conditions, a heavenly man spiritual formation could last 100 years, but the connections between different formations might weaken tenfold, making issues arise more easily.
Looking into the distance at Wang Lin, who was fully engaged in repairing the ceiling formation, Lu Mo couldn't help but mumble. They should know about this, right? Know what? Not far away, Chen Xiufeng couldn't help but look over after hearing Lu Mo's words.
I mean, they should know that this place hasn't been peaceful in recent years, with heavy rains and hurricanes often occurring, and the speed of formation consumption has increased greatly. Otherwise, it's really uncertain whether they would be able to succeed in the repairs.
Before Lu Mo could finish, in another direction,
a member of the demon suppression department who heard his words suddenly turned pale.
Isn't it said that the weather near Jinyuan town is always favorable? How can there be such a statement?
Before, indeed, it was smooth sailing, just in the last 10 years, things have been a bit unsettled.
Lu Mo replied. But before the other party could say anything more, boom! With a loud explosion, the demon ceiling formation above everyone's head suddenly shattered.
The wild energy of heaven and earth instantly wreaked havoc on everyone.
Moreover,
the explosive force spread along the connection points of the formation, reaching the other formations.
In the center, Wang Lin's face changed, almost collapsing to the ground.
The formation connections were much weaker than expected, it has failed.
And
her voice trembled slightly because of this.
Due to the chain reaction, the entire large formation may encounter problems.
In the heavenly mechanism compass, countless points of light composed of rich energies of heaven and earth rushed out, heading towards the sky, delaying the explosion.
Yet even so,
the shockwave from the explosion still spread at a visible speed.
Soon, several surrounding formations showed signs of loosening.
In the distance, the demon abyss seemed to sense something. The dark energy surged several times thicker, beginning to violently assault the seal.
Watching this scene, Chen Xiufeng couldn't help but glance at Lu Mo. Although he didn't speak, Lu Mo still read the words crow's mouth from his expression. Prepare to retreat. These demon sealing formations should still be able to stall for some time. After so many years of sealing, the strength of the demons nurtured in the demon abyss will not be too high in the short term. However,
Zhu Xinxiang looked at Chen Xiufeng and the others. Perhaps the three major forces of Jinyuan town need to work together to temporarily hold back the demons from the demon abyss, giving us time to mobilize the heavenly people formation masters. Although Wang Lin's understanding of formations had reached the level of heavenly people, she still fell a bit short. At most, she could only repair the demon sealing formation but lacked the ability to set it up. After all, the demon sealing formation was not low level among the formations of heavenly people. Hearing Zhu Xinxiang's words, Chen Xiufeng also realized the seriousness of the situation. But just as he was about to nod, he saw Lu Mo had somehow come to their side, murmuring, "I may have a way." Just as he finished speaking, Everyone's gaze turned towards him, even Wang Lin, who was arranging the formation ahead, looked surprised.
What is this old man doing here?
Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lu Mo approached Wang Lin and, after considering for a moment, spoke. Miss Wang has such an understanding of formations, she must have grasped some of the true solutions of the formations.
I have also studied formations. May I borrow a look? Chapter 40, Let me handle it. Boom.
The demon ceiling formation in the sky continued to crack, and the dark energy in the distance from the demon abyss surged even more wildly. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Mo, looking somewhat dazed.
Though he wore a veil, Lu Mo could still sense the surprised expressions of those around him.
Clearly, they were somewhat shocked by his words.
After snapping out of it, everyone's expressions were a bit strange. Even if you have studied formations. But what time is it now?
For an ordinary person, it might take decades just to understand a page of true formation solutions.
Are you now trying to cram for exams last minute? Even Zhu Xinxiang couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiufeng beside him.
His eyes filled with confusion. Chen Xiufeng was also taken aback. He knew Elder Lu had achievements in formations, but since he had not acted earlier, he felt Elder Lu's understanding might not reach the level of heavenly people.
But hearing it now, Elder Lu planned to learn it on the spot? Old man, don't joke around, prepare to retreat.
I will set up additional formations to slow down the collapse of the demon ceiling formation. You just need to contact the sect's powerful figures to come and guard this place, waiting for the support from the demon catching division.
After giving Lu Mo a glance, Wang Lin withdrew her gaze. After all, what Lu Mo said was simply too ridiculous.
She was known for her talents in formations, being praised by her clan as the one with the strongest formation talent in history.
But even so,
her grasp of the true solutions of formations was only about half, and it took her over a decade.
Trying to learn it all at once now? What a joke. After saying that, Lu Mo did not linger. After nodding, he turned and left. But at that moment, a powerful voice suddenly rang in Wang Lin's mind. Let him have a try. Listening to this sentence,
Wang Lin hesitated a bit, but still took out a yellowed book from her bosom and threw it towards Lu Mo. This level of true explanation booklet inherently contains the essence of the Tao, and without an understanding of the formation, a glance would probably leave one dizzy. So she was not worried that Lu Mo would memorize it, causing the true explanation to spread to the outside world.
Old man, catch it.
Turning around to catch the booklet, looking at the 4 big characters of the true explanation of formations on it,
Lu Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath.
If he wanted to use the essence of comprehension to fill in the gaps from the initial understanding, it would at least take him several thousand. But now it had actually come into his hands. As he sat down on the ground slowly under everyone's gaze, he really began to flip through it on the spot. However, he soon discovered this booklet of true explanation of formations had some missing parts, probably lacking 1/3. It seemed that even the masters of formations did not have a complete true explanation of formations, but even with the incomplete version, it had once forged a half-saint level formation master, which showed how terrifying the complete true explanation of formations was.
And for Lu Mo,
even if it was only 2/3 of the incomplete version,
it was enough. While Lu Mo was flipping through the true explanation of formations on the spot, the expressions of the others became even stranger. They didn't expect Wang Lin would actually agree. Are those who work with formations really this casual? Half an hour later,
Wang Lin, holding the heavenly mechanism compass, let out a long sigh and finally stopped her movements. Zhu Xinxiang and the others instantly felt that their aura of heaven and earth had stopped depleting. Above everyone, a brand new formation as white as jade appeared, delaying the collapse of the demon ceiling formation. But during the operation of this formation, there were constant tremors, clearly unable to hold on for too long.
It should be able to buy some time. Go invite the celestial formation masters. Muttering to herself, Wang Lin wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, deep under her veil. Then she looked at Lu Mo, who was still sitting not far away. This person could read the true explanation of formations, indicating that he indeed had some skill in formations, probably just wanting to take the opportunity to take a few more glances at the true explanation of formations. But in just half an hour, he probably wouldn't be able to finish even the first page.
At this moment, in Lu Mo's mind, brilliant insights had already appeared. Your previous understanding of formations already came just below the celestial level, you just need one last push, and soon you will grasp the true explanation of formations, consuming 600 essences of comprehension, successfully filling in the gaps of the true explanation of formations. So that's how it is. Feeling the new information appearing in his mind, Lu Mo couldn't help but keep exclaiming. Although it would still take several days to fully understand and digest it. But at this moment, he, in terms of understanding formations, had already reached an extraordinarily high level.
After a few days of thoroughly digesting the information in his mind, there probably wouldn't be anyone in this world whose understanding of formations surpassed his. Looking up. The previously incomprehensible demon ceiling formation was now crystal clear, and he understood how to arrange it with one glance. In Jinyuan Town, there are spirit tools for long-distance communication with the demon department in Weizhou Town, but it will still take some time to summon the celestial formation masters. During this time, you need to contact the powerful figures from the three major sects to come and defend this place. Not far away, Zhu Xinxiang was instructing Chen Xiufeng and others. At this moment, Lu Mo, holding the true explanation of formations, also came to the side of everyone. "Old man, have you found anything?" Zhu Xinxiang couldn't help but ask. "A little gain." Nodding, he returned it to Wang Lin while Lu Mo made another request. "I wonder. Could I borrow the heavenly mechanism compass again?" After saying this, even Zhu Xinxiang felt that Elder Lu was a bit excessive. Wang Lin directly hid the heavenly mechanism compass behind her, having seen shamelessness before, but never such shamelessness. But before she could refuse, Lu Mo's next sentence turned her face pale instantly. She looked up at the delay formation. Common people all believe that the formation eye can only be hidden within the formation. Little do they know, the formation eye can also be hidden outside the formation. But 3 feet underground is not a suitable location. Stamping her foot, Lu Mo indicated. The others couldn't understand this sentence, their faces filled with confusion. Only Wang Lin's expression turned pale, a bit incredulous. Just now, the eye of the formation she arranged was hidden underground by special means. Such a technique, even many senior formation masters in her clan could hardly detect. How could this old man before her see through it at a glance? "Now, may I borrow the heavenly mechanism compass for a moment?" This time, Wang Lin truly regarded the strange old man in front of her. Thinking for a moment, she then handed over the heavenly mechanism compass in her hand. This action left the others even more puzzled. Why did it feel like these two were living in two separate worlds? Such a rare spiritual tool was just lent out like that. What a good thing. It's just a pity it has usage limitations. Because Wang Lin's ability to harness the energy of the world was far less than Lu Mo's, plus her understanding of formations was slightly lacking, she could not fully control the heavenly mechanism compass. So, she had to rely on the energy of others to set up a celestial-level formation. But Lu Mo did not have this limitation. Looking at the heavenly mechanism compass in his hand, Lu Mo smiled faintly. Rise. The next second. Boom. 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 Countless wild energies of the world erupted from the compass, shooting straight into the sky, clearing the clouds and fog. Under this impact, the delay formation that had just been arranged was instantly cracked. As this formation shattered, the other ceiling formations began to accelerate their collapse once more. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xinxiang's face changed dramatically, and he tried to rush forward to stop Lu Mo. But the next second, an arm blocked in front of him. Following the arm, he saw that it was actually Wang Lin who had stopped him. At this time, Wang Lin's veil was blown off and she didn't even notice, revealing her exquisitely sculpted face like white jade. But her expression clearly became a bit pale. "He is resetting the formation," she muttered softly. Zhu Xinxiang and the others immediately looked up at the changes in the sky, their expressions somewhat surprised. "Resetting the formation? Is it true?" Chapter 41, Protector of the Wang Family. Boom. 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 The vast energy of the world was condensed into light points, covering the previous ceiling formations. The several collapsing ceiling formations suddenly began to reverse, showing a new pattern of formations. In the void, it seemed as if a giant hand was continuously connecting and repairing various ceiling formations. Soon, a brand new and more powerful ceiling formation appeared, replacing the previously decayed ones. And the connection points between the formations were constantly changing and colliding. After a few breaths, all the connection points disappeared, but the many ceiling formations did not collapse because of this. Instead, they became more solid, as if they had completely fused together. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin couldn't help but widen her eyes, a bit unable to believe the picture before her. It seemed that Lu Mo not only reset the old ceiling formations but also reinforced and upgraded them. This kind of method, even a typical celestial-level formation master couldn't achieve it. Otherwise, the previous ceiling formations wouldn't have been connected in the most crude and simple way. "Miss Wang, how is this person's understanding of formations?" Even though Zhu Xinxiang had no knowledge of formations, he could feel that the newly set ceiling formation by Lu Mo seemed stronger than before. Just now he was still a bit skeptical. But seeing the black energy being suppressed back at a distance, he had to believe it now. "Far above me." After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin murmured in response. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed again. Could it be that, in just half an hour, Old Master Lu completely understood the true meaning of formations? Zhu Xinxian's voice rose a few decibels, somewhat incredulous. And Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. The voice from earlier echoed in her mind again. In half an hour, I couldn't even finish the first page. How is it possible? That old man was probably just playing with you, his understanding of formations has always far exceeded yours. After a moment of silence, the words in his mind were conveyed to others. Zhu Xinxian's expression finally eased a bit. After all, mastering the true interpretation of a formation in just half an hour is simply unbelievable. This explanation makes somewhat sense now. In the arena, only Chen Xiufeng looked at Lu Mo's back, wondering what he was thinking. Over this time, he had come to know Elder Lu somewhat. Could it really be that terrifying? It's done. As the last magic sealing formation was completed, Lu Mo murmured. Feeling the remaining air of the world in the heavenly mechanism compass. Not much left, but I should still be able to set up another human-level formation. Although the heavenly mechanism compass is an unparalleled artifact, it cannot be used indefinitely and needs to be nurtured after use. Returning to the people, everyone's expression towards Lu Mo had changed. Several magic control department practitioners showed strong vigilance in their eyes, but soon sighed again due to Lu Mo's cultivation level. Although he has such formation skills. Unfortunately, his cultivation is only at the beginner stage, and he is too old to advance further. While Wan Lin's understanding of formations is not as good as Lu Mo's, she is still young, and once she cultivates to a high level, she will become a true high-level formation master without needing any external objects. What a pity! With a deep sigh, Zhu Xinxiang stepped forward and cupped his fists. This time it was our investigation mistake, we misjudged the strength of the magic sealing formation. Thank you for your help. After speaking, he took out a token and handed it to Lu Mo. I will give old man Lu 10 great merits, which you can exchange at any time in the Wei Prefecture Magic Control Department. Receiving the token, marked with a character for sealing, Lu Mo nodded. Even if he is not a member of the Magic Control Department, he can still assist in their cases to earn merits, he had known about this long ago. And 10 great merits are evidently not few. The expressions of several practitioners from the Magic Control Department changed significantly upon hearing this number. But they quickly suppressed their shock. After all, this mission can be said to have been completed solely by Lu Mo. There's still some left, I should still be able to set up a human-level formation. The young girl has good skills, with a few more years of research, using the heavenly mechanism compass, she should be able to set up a complete magic sealing formation. Handing over the heavenly mechanism compass, Lu Mo was about to return it. But at that moment, a strong voice rang out from the side. Accompanied by laughter, a figure appeared. There is heaven beyond heaven, and there are people beyond people. I always thought that among the entire Great Song, the highest level in formations could only come from our Wang family. But, unexpectedly, Jin Yuan Town actually has such a character. Everyone looked over at the voice, only to find a previously unseen middle-aged man in a white robe, with an eagle-hook nose and a square face. Human level? Sensing the other's aura, Zhu Xinxiang was taken aback. Wang Lin ran over to greet this person. Then introduced to everyone that this was her protector. Uncle Lu. The other also nodded in response, but his gaze was fixed on Lu Mo not far away. Although he is a protector, he doesn't actually have much knowledge in formations. Just now he had secretly told Wang Lin that she could let Lu Mo give it a try. He didn't expect the other party to really hide his skills. However, his habit of playing tricks on people is not good. Regarding Lu Mo mastering the true interpretation of a formation in just half an hour, he certainly does not believe it at all. Though he could see that Lu Mo only had beginner cultivation and was already old. But he did not feel regret like Zhu Xinxiang and the others. After all, their Wang family possesses the heavenly mechanism compass. With the help of the heavenly mechanism compass, even if the other party remains at the beginner stage, he can still set up a human-level formation. If they become friends, their Wang family would see a significant improvement. Lu Sun. He cupped his fists towards Lu Mo, then pointed at the heavenly mechanism compass. The heavenly mechanism compass must be thoroughly emptied of the world's energy each time it is nurtured, hence, even if some remains, it is meaningless. I heard that the old man comes from Tianyu sect. Why not take the opportunity to set up a celestial-level spirit-gathering formation for the sect? As soon as these words came out, Chen Xiufeng and the others instantly lit up with excitement. Although Elder Feng Yuan had arranged a spirit-gathering formation for Tianyu sect, it was only of the Yuan Qiao level, and the increase in the essence of nature it brought was not substantial. However, a celestial-level spirit-gathering formation would produce an utterly exaggerated improvement. Even the Yang sect has only a half-step celestial spirit-gathering formation. After all, the status of a formation master is far higher than that of a cultivator at the same level, and high-level formation masters are extremely rare. Those who can arrange celestial-level formations are high-level formation masters. If Tianyu sect had such a formation, its status would skyrocket beyond imagination.
That is why Chen Xiufeng and the others were so excited.
But Lu Mo smiled and did not agree right away. There is no free lunch in the world. Lu Sun quickly shook his head, as if afraid of Lu Mo misunderstanding.
I only hope the old man will remember our Wang family in Weizhou and come to visit us when free, to guide the younger generation.
There are absolutely no other intentions. Moreover, we are merely undertaking a task from the Demon Suppression Department, and failure would also tarnish the Wang family's reputation.
This can be considered our gratitude to the old man.
Looking at Lu Sun's sincere expression, Lu Mo nodded in agreement under the eager gaze of Chen Xiufeng and the others.
Before reaching the celestial realm, if he wanted to arrange high-level formations, he indeed could not avoid dealings with the Wang family.
And if what the other side said was true, re-nurturing the celestial compass would clear the essence of nature within it. Rather than waste it, it's better to ignite the Tianyu sect further. A peerless body refining method, combined with a high-level spirit gathering formation. Tianyu sect is probably truly going to soar this time. Chapter 42, Returning to Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect. On the outskirts.
Elder Lu, when I arrange formations, I sometimes enter a unique state where my mind is focused solely on the formation before me, improving both efficiency and quality significantly.
But I have never succeeded in actively pursuing this state. Why is that?
Wang Lin stood beside Lu Mo, continuously asking questions about formations, her eyes shimmering with silver light.
At first, she was worried that Lu Mo was too aloof to teach.
But soon she realized.
Lu Mo was actually quite kind, without any airs.
Behind them were Lu Sun, Chen Xiufeng, and others. Since Lu Sun had already taken the initiative to appear and would escort Wang Lin back, all the people from the Demon Suppression Department said their goodbyes and left early.
Everyone quickly returned to Tianyu sect.
The state of sudden enlightenment is something that can be encountered but not sought, forcing it may rather hurt your Dao heart. You just need to focus on yourself.
Murmuring softly, Lu Mo continued to guide her in her understanding of formations.
Meanwhile, the expressions of Chen Xiufeng and the others were the most excited. They wanted to rush up the mountain immediately and tell their fellow disciples and masters that Tianyu sect was about to have a real celestial-level spirit-gathering formation. But since neither Lu Mo nor a certain celestial big shot were in a hurry, they didn't dare to overstep. They could only walk honestly behind, but their flushed faces had already betrayed their anxious hearts. Furthermore, just earlier on the road, Elder Lu had mentioned that there was an equally astonishing surprise that the sect master would soon tell them about. With all these circumstances, their excitement was nearly bursting from their faces. At the same time, the group had crossed the stairs and arrived at the flat platform halfway up the mountain. As soon as they appeared, they heard the noisy discussions coming from a distance.
Not many people paid them attention. Don't listen to his nonsense.
Come to me as a direct disciple, and I will definitely give you the best resources.
What are you, a primary formation master, doing here?
Speak when you can arrange the Chi-Hai formation. Become my direct disciple, and the scripture pavilion will be your backyard. You can enter at will. Elder Wei, just guard your scripture pavilion well, don't come here to steal our people.
Everyone, stop arguing. Just now, the sect master transmitted a message to me.
He is willing to take this person as the 7th direct disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding elders immediately deflated, no longer speaking.
They originally thought
they could take in a highly talented martial bone disciple without the sect master noticing.
Unexpectedly, someone had already informed him. At this moment,
Lu Mo and the others squeezed through the crowd and reached the center, looking at what kind of person the young man was that the elders were fighting over.
He could actually make the sect master extend an olive branch.
Such a scene was indeed rare. A naturally deformed martial bone should be unable to cultivate, yet it triggered the talent and entered the initial realm.
Exactly.
He actually broke the limitation of the deformed martial bone and can cultivate. He will definitely achieve something in the future.
After just a glance,
Lu Sun could see the young man's potential.
The eye of a celestial being is indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, several elders looked over at the same time and discovered an unfamiliar person had appeared. Who might you be?
Just call him Lu Sun.
Lu Mo murmured beside him.
So it's Taoist Lu Sun, my apologies.
Everyone clasped their fists in greeting.
Although they couldn't sense the other's specific aura, from Elder Lu's words, it seemed that he was just a cultivator with similar strength to them. There was no need to pay too much attention.
At this time,
the young cultivator surrounded by the crowd also saw Lu Mo, who had just returned. He took a few steps forward and directly knelt in front of him, deeply bowing 3 times.
Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat confused. Earlier, we invited you here for so long and you refused, even the sect master wanted to turn you down. Why did you kneel the moment you saw Elder Lu? Master's grace of rebirth, Li Feng will remember forever. In this life, I am willing to go through fire and water for Master, never refusing to die. Hearing Li Feng's words, the others finally reacted. So this person suddenly came to Tianyu sect today because he was looking for Lu Mo. And it seemed, his ability to cultivate to a martial artist was closely related to Lu Mo. Lu Sun couldn't help but observe Lu Mo again. It seemed that the other's secret wasn't simply about his mastery of formations. Helping Li Feng up. Lu Mo also examined him from head to toe. The body refining technique I originally gave you should only help you break through to a great martial artist. I didn't expect you to enter the initial realm. It seems your martial bones potential is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Lu Mo was also somewhat surprised. When he had just returned to Jinyuan town, Li Feng had sought him out. The other was an orphan he had sheltered in his early years. After he went to Taohua Valley, he had dispatched him. At that time, seeing that he possessed martial bones but could not cultivate due to deformity, he specially created a body refining technique for him. Unexpectedly, within just 3 months, he had become an initial realm cultivator. Such talent was indeed quite astonishing. I want to follow Master in cultivation, Li Feng said firmly. But Lu Mo thought for a moment. I don't really like taking in disciples, it's a hassle. If you don't mind, you can come to Shaozhu Peak as a registered disciple. As for treatment. Lu Mo paused. Let's treat it according to the rank of a direct disciple of the sect master. And from now on, just call me Master, don't call me Master. Okay, Master. Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, Li Feng hurriedly changed his words and called him Elder several times. Seeing Li Feng had decided on his path, the other elders couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, shifting their focus from Li Feng, they began to examine Lu Sun and his companion who had come with Lu Mo. As for the excited Chen Xiufeng and others behind them, they were ignored. Now that I know your name is Lu Sun, I would like to know why you have come to Tianyu sect as a guest. This young lady beside you, who is she? Chulatian spoke up. He was the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect, with strength second only to Zhao Zihai. We are from the Wang family of Weizhou. This is the young lady of the Wang family, Wang Lin. We have come this time. Lu Sun smiled, showing no hint of arrogance of a celestial being. He glanced at Lu Mo. I came to repay Elder Lu. The crowd gasped in understanding. They began to ponder the names of various families in Weizhou, trying to recall if they recognized any. Soon, Zhu Lintian's expression changed, as if he recalled something. Weizhou's Wang family? That expert in formations? Lu Sun smiled but did not answer, instead looking at Lu Mo and handing him the heavenly machine compass. It's getting late, Elder Lu can directly set up the array. Once we're done, we'll leave right away and not waste time. As Lu Mo received the heavenly machine compass, he took a slow, deep breath and stepped forward toward the center of the square. His understanding of formations far surpassed Wang Lin's, allowing him to fully control the heavenly machine compass without needing assistance from others' heaven and earth energy. Watching Lu Mo take the compass, the other elders' expression suddenly changed. Is that a peerless spirit tool? Wait a moment, Elder Lu, could the scabbard on your back be? Is the token at your waist from the demon subduing division? Knowing that Lu Mo had been to Pinyin village and was aware that Elder Yang possessed a peerless spirit tool, they were shocked upon seeing the scabbard on Lu Mo's back. Did Elder Yang give you the Jinwu sword? What's the deal with this compass and those two from the Wang family? And how did you get the demon subduing division token? Senior Brother Chen, why are you so thrilled? What happened in Pinyin village these past few days? A familiar disciple beside them asked, looking at Lu Mo's figure. Chen Xiufeng feigned calmness, though his body slightly shook with excitement. You'll know soon enough. I can only tell you that our Tianyu sect is about to undergo a transformation. At the same time, Lu Mo, standing in the center of the square, slowly raised the heavenly machine compass. In the next second. Boom! 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 Endless violent heaven and earth energy erupted instantly, surging into the sky and drawing a gigantic array in the firmament. Chapter 43, What happened these days? Earlier, Feng Yuan had set up a spirit gathering array at Tianyu sect, albeit at the Yuanxia level. Thus, relying on his keen insight, Lu Mo had long perceived the essence of the spirit gathering array, knowing how to construct it. Therefore, there were no obstacles this time. As an unmatched massive amount of heaven and earth energy shot up to the sky, the clouds above Tianyu sect were dispelled, replaced by a gigantic formation enveloping the entire sect. As for the spirit gathering array previously set by Elder Feng Yuan, it was instantly crushed. What is this? Watching the terrifying might above, the elders' expressions changed drastically. With their eyesight, they could not perceive the power and quality of this array, they could only feel that this method far surpassed their understanding.
Only Feng Yuan, being a formation master himself, seemed to sense something, his complexion turning pale with shock.
Spirit gathering array. Heavens, this is a celestial level spirit gathering array.
The moment these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed dramatically, staring in astonishment at the spirit gathering array being constructed above and at Lu Mo's back.
Elder Lu had been away for just a few days and had brought back a celestial level spirit gathering array? At this moment, not only the people in the square,
all disciples and elders of the Tianyu sect,
they all sensed the change in the firmament.
They emerged from their secluded practices, staring at the continuously drawn array patterns in the sky, their expressions filled with confusion.
With a whoosh, as a gust of wind blew in from the direction of Tianyu Tower, a figure flew onto the square in an instant.
It was Zhao Zihai, who sensed the changes in Tianyu sect. The moment Lu Mo set up the array, he already felt this surge of heaven and earth energy, surpassing his own cultivation. Just now, Feng Yuan's words also reached his ears. At this moment, his face was equally covered with intense excitement and surprise.
He naturally understood what a celestial-level spirit-gathering array represented. With the previous Wanchang Sanglong refining technique, the foundation of our Tianyu sect, let's not mention in Qingyu Prefecture, even in the entire Dazhong, we would be among the top.
Of course.
This still requires some development time. Pulling back his gaze from Lu Mo,
he swept a glance around.
Zhao Zihai quickly discovered Wang Lin and Lu Sun on the field.
The latter was smiling gently at him. Seeing this, Zhao Zihai felt something, his expression slightly changed, and he directly dropped from the sky to stand in front of the other party. He cupped his fists and bowed.
Tianyu sect master Zhao Zihai.
I did not know that a celestial being came, and I failed to greet you properly. I hope for your understanding. As soon as these words came out, the several elders around, who had not felt anything unusual, suddenly changed their expressions.
Is this a celestial being?
Just now, they had been calling each other fellow Taoists and almost put their arms around each other. How could this be a celestial being? In an instant, countless beads of sweat appeared on everyone's forehead, and even the gaze that had been focused on Lu Mo's formation quickly withdrew. If the other party felt displeased because of their earlier words and directly killed them, perhaps no one would stand up to say a word for them.
In this world, strength is the hard truth.
Compared to the saints who rarely make an appearance, celestials are the strongest in this world. In Jinyuan town, there is only one celestial, the Lord of Yangmen. Zhao Zihai is only half a step into it.
Yet Lu Mo casually went outside and brought back a celestial. Unable to help but glance at Lu Mo's back, Feng Yuan and others couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Big boss, this is a celestial being. Just now you were saying, just call him Lu Sun. And just that. How can we dare to call a celestial's name so casually? If we didn't know better, we might think you Lu Mo are a celestial too.
Seeing everyone's loss of composure, Lu Sun smiled and helped them up. No worries, I said I came this time to repay Elder Lu's kindness, so you all don't have to be too constrained. Lu Sun did not continue to explain.
Everyone, including Zhao Zihai, couldn't help but look towards Chen Xiufeng.
They just wanted to quickly grab him and ask what had happened these past few days.
Didn't they say he just took Lu Mo to Pingyuan village for a stroll? How is it possible that just a few days later, Lu Mo managed to acquire the unparalleled spirit weapon from Elder Yang, established connections with the Wang family of Weizhou, brought back a celestial, and laid out a high-level spirit-gathering formation for Tianyu sect using another unparalleled spirit weapon, with the magic command medallion hanging at his waist? Is this really something that could happen in just a few days? And in the arena?
After Lu Sun finished speaking with a smile, he examined Zhao Zihai.
It seems you are also about to break through to become a celestial, right? Here, I want to congratulate you in advance. Zhao Zihai did not deny it and nodded.
I could have entered seclusion to break through 2 days ago, but since Elder Lu had not returned, I had some matters to discuss with him, which delayed a bit of time. Although the other party was an old celestial,
Zhao Zihai did not lower his posture too much.
After all, after practicing Wanchang Sanglong, breaking through to celestial is just a matter of time.
At that time, our Tianyu sect will ride ahead in Jinyuan town. Although Yangmen also has celestials, they do not have unparalleled refining techniques and celestial-level spirit-gathering formations. It's almost done.
Looking at the gigantic spirit formation above, Wang Lin slowly opened her lips. And as her voice fell, the last meridian was successfully established, and the entire gigantic spirit formation flickered for a moment before vanishing into the surrounding space.
Though invisible to the naked eye, in the next second,
the density of the vital energy of heaven and earth within Tianyu sect directly skyrocketed several times. The vital energy of heaven and earth within dozens of kilometers around was frantically rushing towards Tianyu sect. At this moment, Tianyu sect seemed to transform into a vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth without knowing satiation. With every gesture, the vital energy felt several times richer.
Our Tianyu sect also has its day. Zhu Lintian's legs went weak. He collapsed on the ground and cried loudly.
He co-founded the Tianyu sect with Zhao Zihai, so his feelings for the sect are no less than Zhao Zihai's. That's why he lost control like this. Zhao Zihai's eyes were somewhat red, looking at Lu Mo, who was slowly approaching, unsure of what to say. Going to the Peach Blossom Valley to see Lu Mo, inviting him to join the Tianyu sect was the best decision of his life.
Ahead is a divine-level gathering spirit formation, behind is the emergence of a divine being.
I'd like to congratulate the Tianyu sect for soaring to new heights. With a smile, Lu Xun cupped his hands to the crowd, took the Tianji compass, and brought Wang Lin to his side.
He then looked at Lu Mo.
Elder Lu, if one day you come to Weizhou, don't forget to visit my Wang family and discuss the secrets of the formations.
Everyone, I take my leave now.
As soon as his voice fell, he took Wang Lin and soared into the sky, disappearing into the heavens. After flying out of the Tianyu sect's range,
Lu Xun couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It's a pity that Elder Lu is older, his cultivation is unable to improve. If only he were younger. That way.
As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Lin beside him. Wang Lin seemed to realize something, her face flushed.
Uncle Lu, don't say such things. In the Tianyu sect square.
With his gaze pulled back from Lu Xun, everyone looked at Lu Mo as if they saw a treasure, their eyes shining. Lu Mo felt like they wanted to swallow him whole. Previously, there had been several elders who found Zhao Zihai's decision to recruit Lu Mo a bit strange. Now looking back, they only wanted to slap themselves for their initial doubts. Everyone recalled the words often spoken by Feng Yuan and Wei Qi, the Tianyu sect can do without anyone, but cannot do without Elder Lu. Now it seemed, this statement was absolutely correct. Elder Lu, please go back and rest, tomorrow come to Tianyu Tower, I have important matters to discuss before my seclusion. After speaking to Lu Mo, Zhao Zihai quickly pulled Chen Xiufeng, who was about to leave. The other elders around instantly surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chen Xiufeng felt like he had become a piece of meat, surrounded by hungry wolves.
Even Zhao Zihai was unable to keep his composure. Xiufeng, tell us what happened. What exactly occurred in these days? Next day. Not long after daybreak, Li Feng went up the mountain to wake Lu Mo. The two of them arrived at Tianyu Tower together.
At this moment inside the tower, almost all of the high-ranking members of the Tianyu sect had gathered. The 4 inner sect elders and Zhao Zihai's 5 direct disciples. They were all present.
Long before acquiring the Wanshang Sanglong, Zhao Zihai had already started summoning the external direct disciples to return. At this time,
except for Qiu Yuan, the first direct disciple who was in the Datsang army, the other 5 were all present.
Sun Zhengyang had actually gone to Jinyuan town for an auction item and returned, so he was here too. Originally, Li Feng was not qualified.
But because he was Lu Mo's disciple, he enjoyed the treatment of a direct disciple. So he stayed as well.
When they saw the two appear, everyone's gaze was a bit heated.
Clearly, after the gathering spirit formation yesterday and their half-day of perception and experimentation, they fully understood the immense changes the divine-level gathering spirit formation brought to the Tianyu sect. Now everyone's cultivation speed had at least increased several times over. All of this came from the old man who had just appeared in front of them.
Disciple Xiao Hai greets Elder Lu. Disciple Kong Xiaoyao greets Elder Lu.
The other inner sect elders were already familiar, only the 2 who had recently returned from Zhao Zihai were meeting him for the first time. They were Zhao Zihai's 4th and 2nd direct disciples. After greeting, Zhu Lintian looked at the sect master in the main seat. Sect master, your gathering of us this time should not be nearly for yesterday's gathering spirit formation. Half a month ago, Zhao Zihai had already begun to summon back the external direct disciples. So the matters of today definitely have another reason. Faced with the inquiry from the Grand Elder, Zhao Zihai did not respond directly, instead looking towards Lu Mo, and only after the latter nodded, did he slowly choose his words. You all should know how much the spirit gathering array that Elder Lu built for the Tianyu sect yesterday will elevate our sect. The eyes of the crowd once again sparkled with enthusiasm. This is natural. Even the Yang sect only has a half-step celestial spirit gathering array. With this array, our sect stands out, there are very few in the entire Qingyu prefecture. Given some time, we will surely rank among the top forces in Qingyu Prefecture. Zhu Lintian grew more excited as he spoke. He had witnessed the Tianyu sect grow step by step, seeing it flourish today was incredibly thrilling. But before he could finish, Zhao Zihai raised his hand to interrupt. Qingyu Prefecture? He laughed twice. It seemed he found the other's perspective too short-sighted. Zhao Zihai's smile left others somewhat puzzled. Only Lu Mo lazily lounged back, casually sipping tea. Given some time, the entire Datsang will remember the name of Tianyu sect.
Turning his gaze towards Lu Mo, Zhao Zihai slowly took out a gilded book from behind him. Even though at that time, Lu Mo had only given him a rough draft. He could not treat it lightly, he wrote an entirely new gilded version. Looking at the book in Zhao Zihai's hand, everyone had a puzzled expression. They didn't know what this thing was. Why did the sect master just say that Tianyu sect would gain fame in Datsong? Could it be related to this book? Before the celestial level spirit gathering array, Elder Lu also presented another great gift to the Tianyu sect. This is a brand new body refining method, Wanxiang Sanglong. World-class quality. As soon as these words came out, the temperature of the surrounding space seemed to rise significantly, everyone froze momentarily, then gazed ardently at the gilded book in Zhao Zihai's hand. As cultivators of Datsong, they naturally understood what a world-class body refining method represented. This was true top-tier foundation. In the entire Datsong, there were only a handful of forces with such methods. If the difficulty of breaking through to the celestial realm with an ordinary superior body refining method is 2, then the world-class methods make it at most 1.5. Though it may not seem like a vast difference, countless cultivators throughout history have fallen on this 0.5. And now, Tianyu sect actually had one. World-class body refining method. Li Feng murmured, looking at Lu Mo in front of him. He had thought that the old man's talent was already extraordinary, but he never expected he could actually create a world-class body refining method. Ignoring the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhao Zihai scanned everyone in the hall. This method I have already verified, there are no issues, and it can coexist with Wanxiang Fist. Thanks to this method, I have thoroughly grasped the threshold to the celestial realm. This time in seclusion, I will surely break through to the celestial realm. With good news coming one after another, everyone was at a loss as to how to react. Just months ago, the Tianyu sect was the last of the 3 major forces around Jinyuan town. But in just a few months, they were on the verge of making their name known throughout the entire Datsong. And all of this was thanks to the seemingly ordinary old man in front of them. You all can today borrow the method of cultivating Wanxiang Sanglong in Tianyu Tower. Moreover, in view of Elder Lu's contributions to the Tianyu sect, I intend to appoint Elder Lu as our Grand Elder of Tianyu sect, enjoying supreme status, and he can even establish his own sect. As soon as this was said, everyone's expressions were somewhat surprised. Several elders looked towards Wei Qi. They did not expect it to be true, as he initially said, no one in Tianyu sect could do without Lu Mo. Even the sect master was willing to lower his own position by 1 tier. However, everyone could understand. A celestial level spirit gathering array combined with a world-class body refining method could attract a large number of powerful followers in any state of Datsong, even directly founding a sect. That they were willing to stay in Tianyu sect was indeed their fortune. Is there anyone who is unwilling? Zhao Zihai was also quite democratic. Everyone also voted. But no one raised their hand, only Lu Mo slowly asked. I don't want to be involved in the trivial matters of the sect. Naturally. Zhao Zihai nodded. Then it's fine. After saying this, Lu Mo directly got up and left. He only heard Zhao Zihai behind him still instructing others that before his breakthrough to the celestial being, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Even the matter of the celestial level spirit gathering array should not be spread for the time being. Tianyu sect temporarily closed the sect, and disciples were forbidden to leave. After the spirit gathering array, Tianyu sect was quiet, the sect master was in seclusion. The whole sect was also temporarily shut down. Time flew rapidly here. In the blink of an eye. It was 2 months after Lu Mo set up the celestial level spirit gathering array. Boom! At the top of Shaozhu Peak, beside several peach trees, on the Jade Stone Square, Lu Mo was bare-chested, his muscles as strong as fine iron, his blood and energy surging many times compared to before, causing the air to burst as he moved. And around him, several streams of magnificent celestial energy were madly crashing toward Lu Mo, pouring into his dantian. It aimed to open the first acupoint. Inside Lu Mo's body, the celestial energy was rampaging wildly, as if wanting to destroy his entire body, but as golden threads gradually appeared. The process of breaking through the Yuan acupoint, which is extremely dangerous for ordinary people, seemed to have no effect on Lu Mo at all. In the next second, the celestial energy still raging in Lu Mo's body suddenly seemed to have found an outlet, all rushing towards the dantian. A huge acupoint, opened by pure celestial energy, was slowly revealing itself. Chapter 45, The Creation of the Visualization Method. It worked. Opening his eyes, Lu Mo slowly took a deep breath. Over the past 2 months, he had spent almost all his time on cultivation. Plus, when he arranged the spirit gathering array, he played a little trick, making the center of the spirit gathering array at Shaozhu Peak. As a result, the celestial energy enjoyed by Shaozhu Peak was much denser than in other areas of Tianyu sect. Therefore, he was able to leap directly from the mid-stage of the initial realm to successfully open the acupoint in 2 months. Originally, opening the acupoint is considered the first dangerous breakthrough stage in martial arts. After all, this act requires the use of immense celestial energy to impact oneself to open the acupoint. If one loses focus, it could even lead to destruction and death. So, when Elder Yang saw someone breaking through during a fight, he was so excited that he directly rewarded them. That's because it's incredibly difficult. However, even so, that person did not forcibly open the acupoint at that time, because this act is quite dangerous. Yuan acupoint cultivation. Now I have a bit of say. Lu Mo muttered. Behind him, a strange acupoint appeared, continuously absorbing the celestial energy around him. As the acupoint emerged, the space seemed to be pressured, making crackling sounds. This was just a single acupoint revealing itself. A perfected practitioner could open 9 acupoints, even able to press others down to the ground, unable to get up. Besides being able to absorb and refine celestial energy. Because it has enough power itself, opening the acupoint is also the last resort for Yuan acupoint cultivators. However, unless in a life and death struggle, no one would easily expose their acupoints. After all, if the acupoint is damaged, the difficulty of repair is extremely high, and it could even harm their foundation. Next, it's going to be a slow process. Retrieving the acupoint. Lu Mo contemplated other information in his mind about this realm. After opening the first acupoint, he needed to fill it up to continue opening the second acupoint. This phase is about allowing the Yuan acupoint to naturally accept and absorb celestial energy. There is no shortcut. After filling it up, even if he falls asleep and does nothing, the acupoint will automatically absorb the celestial energy around it. Taking a long breath, he put on his clothes beside him, and Lu Mo was ready to brew some peach blossom wine for a couple of cups. Although he had come to Tianyu sect, he still hadn't forgotten the habit of brewing wine occasionally. In 2 months, it was enough for himself to break through, but for breaking through to the heavenly person realm, it was still somewhat insufficient. Therefore, Zhao Zihai did not exit his seclusion. Tianyu's sect remained in a closed state. Of course. For the elders and direct disciples, their comings and goings were not affected. However, not even 2 steps had been taken. Lu Mo's expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something, and his body came to a stop. Because he felt that the acupoints within him were unable to grind the absorbed natural energy, making it difficult to increase its power. It is important to know. Acupoints not only store natural energy, but also grind it day and night to produce strength. Natural energy with accompanying strength is like being added with a knife, its killing power multiplies several times. But just now, he felt that after his natural energy merged into the acupoint, apart from slightly filling it, it did not produce any strength. Is it because of the compressed natural energy? He muttered softly. Lu Mo sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Since he had compressed natural energy in the initial stage, after breaking through to the Yuan acupoint, Lu Mo naturally wanted to incorporate the compressed natural energy into the Yuan acupoint. Although the acupoint could indeed hold it, it seemed to be unable to grind or pound his compressed natural energy. After pondering for a moment, Lu Mo drew a trace of ordinary natural energy that had not been compressed and merged it into the acupoint. Soon, this trace of natural energy was successfully ground, producing strength. As expected, it is because the natural energy was compressed. Lu Mo's expression was not too pleasant. The strength gained from grinding the Yuan acupoint increased the killing power of natural energy, while his compressed natural energy only increased the density of the natural energy. It was like scissors and stones. For ordinary people, producing strength from natural energy in the acupoint is the normal path of cultivation. His compressed natural energy had almost never appeared before. It seemed that now, he could only choose one of the two. Although there was no clear distinction of strength between the two. But Lu Mo did not want to give up any advantage from either side. Who says that a stone cannot have a pair of scissors stuck in it? In his mind, Lu Mo's ideas were flashing continuously. Revealing the acupoint, Lu Mo began to examine what this acupoint truly was and how it ground natural energy. Soon, he discovered a vortex at the center of the acupoint. It was swirling, continuously absorbing natural energy. At the center of the vortex, natural energy was constantly being compressed, colliding and exploding, with a wide entrance but a very narrow exit. In this process, natural energy was squeezed and ground, producing strength. Actually, the acupoint was also another way of compressing and evolving natural energy. People say that acupoints can absorb and grind natural energy. I didn't expect that. At the center of the acupoint, there really is a stone mill. But this stone mill is too flawed and dilapidated. Since it cannot grind my compressed natural energy, it can only mean The grinding strength is too weak.
As the ideas flashed, Luamo stared fixedly at the center of the acupoint, as if there really was a giant stone mill there.
Splash!
The surrounding compressed natural energy was frantically drawn, rushing toward Lumo's acupoint.
But this time,
their direction was not at the center of the acupoint, but constantly colliding and merging outside the vortex. It was as if something was being forged. After mastering natural energy in the initial stage, one could already control it into various forms and sizes. But this act, aside from amusing children, seemed to have no other effect.
But what Luamo was doing now was as if he wanted to forge something with natural energy within the acupoint. However, this act was also directly impacting the Yuan acupoint, causing damage to it. Cracks began to slowly appear on the surface of the acupoint. But Luamo did not stop, instead, he deepened it.
As time passed, the cracks on the acupoint showed no signs of continuing to spread. Instead, it was gradually repaired, as if it had gotten used to the impact of the essence of heaven and earth.
In the acupoint,
a stone mill seemed to have really been created, starting from every line, every spiral, and every stone skin.
Slowly being built. In the end,
a true stone mill was formed. It was almost identical to the stone mill not far from the square. You perceive the essence of the acupoint and find that the center of the vortex seems incomplete, lacking strength, so you want to increase the intensity and force of grinding the essence of heaven and earth. You visualize countless objects in your mind, ultimately choosing the stone mill, and forcefully tear open the vortex of the acupoint while placing the stone mill inside with the essence of heaven and earth as the main focus. You have successfully created a visualizing method and gained 3,000 essences of perception. The spiritual light faded away.
In the center of the acupoint before me,
the original vortex was no longer visible. What remained was a giant stone mill, slowly rotating, causing the space to vibrate slightly.
Chapter 46, The Ferocious Energy That Only the Sea of Chi Possesses? It worked. Muttering softly as he looked at the stone mill continuously turning in the acupoint, Luamo couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Originally just a thought.
Unexpectedly, in the flicker of spiritual light, a brand new method was actually created.
After visualizing the stone mill in the first acupoint, I should be able to grind my compressed essence of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Luamo directly used the compressed essence of heaven and earth and charged towards the acupoint. This time,
his essence of heaven and earth was not rejected, but successfully entered the stone mill, being ground in continuous circles.
He wanted to see
what his essence of heaven and earth would evolve into this time.
Very quickly, the ground essence of heaven and earth was slowly generated in the acupoint. With a gentle breath,
this stream of energy surged outward. It seemed like a gentle breeze brushing the face, without any ripples.
But in an instant,
several giant rocks in the distance silently broke apart inch by inch, the surfaces as smooth as mirrors. And the gentle breeze lingered without dispersing. As the breeze and falling leaves touched, they were similarly sliced. Feeling the power of his ground essence of heaven and earth after grinding, Lumo's expression froze. He was not shocked by its power, but rather by the essence of this energy. Because this ground essence of heaven and earth he had seen before, and he was even somewhat familiar with it.
This is
ferocious energy. Lumo's voice was somewhat surprised.
Initial realm cultivators could use the original acupoint to allow the essence of heaven and earth to produce strength,
while Sea of Chi experts could liquefy the essence of heaven and earth into a sea to condense ferocious energy, breaking out and covering the sky. The biggest difference between ferocious energy and the essence of heaven and earth, besides the massive increase in power, is that it can last long and solidify.
It can be both offensive and defensive.
The might of ferocious energy can cleave seas and break mountains. The ferocious energy unleashed by a Sea of Chi cultivator's full strike can even linger for years with residual strength. Even ferocious energy can transform into armor, existing for a long time. Many Sea of Chi cultivators are adept at using condensed ferocious energy as weapons to fight. Long ago, on Zhaozahai, Luamo had seen such ferocious energy.
He never expected
that after compressing the essence of heaven and earth, it would directly transform into ferocious energy after being ground by the envisioned stone mill.
At the beginning of the original acupoint,
he had mastered the ability of the Sea of Chi.
However, why was it ferocious energy?
According to logic, before compressing the essence of heaven and earth, no one had ever achieved this, and visualizing a stone mill was likewise unheard of. The combination of both should be unique.
Why then was it merely the ferocious energy mastered in the next realm? Flashes of spiritual light kept flickering in his mind. Luamo always felt as if he had discovered something.
Only by having an unparalleled foundation
could one compress the essence of heaven and earth in the initial realm.
Ordinary cultivators' acupoints seemed to have some flaws and did not have the ability to grind such essence of heaven and earth.
It was as if only the visualized acupoint was complete. Combining the two allowed one to control ferocious energy at the original acupoint. It's just like. Muttering softly, spiritual light kept flickering in Lumo's mind.
The path I am taking is truly the complete path of martial arts.
Ordinary martial arts are actually incomplete. Just after finishing speaking, Lumo felt cold sweat oozing from his back and quickly shook his head.
Regardless of whether it was related to his guess or not, he couldn't verify it in a short time.
Also, this matter involved too many secrets and was not something he could understand at the moment.
This world seemed to be far from the boring one he had imagined. After confirming that the visualization method had a huge role, he was able to grasp the true essence of energy in the Yuan Xiao realm.
Lumo felt relieved and continued to break through in the Yuan Xiao realm. He had a vague premonition.
His acupoints, besides visualizing graphite, seemed to be able to visualize other things.
Lumo did not descend the mountain.
After successfully breaking through the Yuan Xiao realm, he stayed at Little Bamboo Peak for another month.
With the help of the celestial level gathering spirit array, he quickly filled his first acupoint and ground out abundant true energy. And he soon opened up his second acupoint.
Opening his eyes, he sensed and looked at the second visible acupoint in front of him. Lumo's heart sank, and he began to try to visualize other things within it,
to see if there were any different effects.
But soon he felt that the difficulty of visualizing other things had skyrocketed many times compared to before.
After careful exploration, Lumo ultimately discovered that due to the increase in strength and cultivation, the strength and resilience of the second acupoint had increased several-fold.
Only by using true energy could he barely impact and transform it. But now, the true energy he had mastered was not enough to visualize entirely new things. However, due to his experience with visualizing graphite was easy for him.
Using spiritual light, Lumo finally confirmed.
If he wanted to visualize entirely new things, he would need at least one acupoint's worth of true energy as support.
In other words,
for every 3 acupoints, only the last one could visualize new things.
After visualizing,
one could condense its power, transforming it like the energy of heaven and earth into true energy.
Martial arts, horizontal training, spirit weapons.
Even the great wonders of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, strange snowstorms, could all be visualized. It's just that the difficulty and purpose were different. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th acupoints
can be used to visualize others.
Muttering to himself, Lumo did not dwell too much on it and similarly visualized a stone mill in his second acupoint to grind the compressed energy of heaven and earth
all over his body.
There was already an invisible armor formed by the true energy he had used. Combined with the first level of the immortal pavilion golden appearance, its defensive power increased again.
It was just that.
Extending one arm out, feeling the faintly visible golden threads within, Lumo sighed softly.
The second level of the immortal pavilion golden appearance required powerful medicine as assistance to refine it.
But in the entire gold source town and the nearby 10 miles, he had sent people to search for a month, yet still had not found the powerful medicine he needed.
It seemed he could only think of other ways.
If really necessary, he could use his great merit at the Demon Suppression Division to ask others to find it.
But Wei Prefecture is neither far nor close. Elder Lu. Just after completing the visualization of the stone mill in the second acupoint, Li Feng rushed over from below Little Bamboo Peak. During this time,
any matters were communicated to Lumo through him.
What's the matter?
Lumo looked up, having recultivated the myriad forms of hidden dragons, and Li Feng had also broken through to the initial midstage during these months. His speed was considerably faster than that of Zhao Zihai's several disciples.
The officials of Gold Source Town sent an urgent letter. There are monsters appearing in the city, asking the 3 major sects to take action. Monsters? Hearing these 2 words, Lumo was not too surprised.
After all, Gold Source Town was situated right next to the 100,000 mountains, and it would be strange if there were no monsters.
What puzzled him was that Gold Source Town would directly ask for their assistance. If it were just ordinary minor demons, the town government and local loose cultivators would be able to handle it. After all, there were several martial masters in the town. If they really needed to seek help from the 3 major forces, the strength of the monsters might have already exceeded this limit. And such powerful monsters could easily cause significant disasters. It seemed that Gold Source Town this time is not peaceful. Chapter 47, Demon Trouble, Seeking Continuation. Now that the sect leader is in seclusion and the sect is closed, I think we should not take action for the sake of safety. In Tianyu Tower, not only Lumo received the news at the same time, but also several other elders and Zhao Zihai's direct disciples. However, everyone waited for Lumo to arrive before they began to discuss. It is clear that they had already recognized Lumo's status. But compared to 3 months ago, Now, there were more than half fewer people in the room. Has the second acupoint already been opened? Feeling the aura that just emerged from Luo, Chu Lintian looked a bit surprised. After all, 3 months ago, Luo had not yet broken through to the Yuan acupoint, but in such a short time, he had already reached such a level of cultivation. Originally, it was thought that Li Feng's cultivation speed was fast enough, but compared to his master, there was still quite a gap. Let's talk about serious matters. Luo did not deny it. Eliminating demons is our duty. Now that there is a demon trouble, it is naturally unreasonable to stand by and do nothing. In earlier years, Luo had witnessed the chaos caused by great demons and the scene of corpses lying everywhere, even almost losing his life in it, knowing how much damage a demon trouble can cause. And Jinyuan town is his birthplace, with many old friends still there. This time, he had to go back and take a look. However, the elder who spoke just now still hesitated a bit. Now that Zhao Zihai hadn't broken through successfully and there was no news of a high-level gathering spirit formation in Tianyu sect. If the outside world knew about Tianyu sect's changes, it might attract a heavenly being to come knocking. That would likely deal a fatal blow to Tianyu sect. This is why he was so cautious. Before, it was fine, a Tianyu sect wouldn't attract too much attention. But now, with a heavenly formation and an unmatched body refining method, it was no longer a force without heavenly beings that could be protected. Has Jinyuan town not contacted the demon division in Weizhou? Recalling the information conveyed by Li Feng, Luo shook his head. The demon division in Weizhou discovered traces of the evil cult, the worship demon's religion, and currently has no manpower. It was the demon division that asked the officials of Jinyuan town to come directly to us, the three major forces, for help. The Yang sect is proud and rarely aids Jinyuan town, and if Jiuxian Mountain also cannot spare manpower these days, then Jinyuan town is likely to become a lamb waiting for slaughter by demons. Hearing the details, everyone nodded. However, after cultivating the myriad forms hidden dragon, recently several direct disciples and inner gate elders chose to go into seclusion to break through and improve their cultivation. There were only 3 Sea of Qi cultivators left in the room. Moreover, the strength of the demons is not weak, so they cannot let ordinary disciples go to assist. The people they could send were actually not many. Elder Feng Yuan, Xiu Feng. You two come with me for a trip. Hearing this, the few people were stunned for a moment. Elder Lu, you're going too? Nodding, Lumo's eyes showed little hesitation. I was originally looking for a precious herb during this time, it's just right to go out and see if I can find it. From the information sent from Jinyuan town, this demon trouble level should not have reached the Sea of Qi level. We can handle it. Luo didn't even ask Chen Xiufeng and Feng Yuan's opinions since his current identity is that of the Supreme Elder. He could just give orders directly. Although Elder Feng Yuan can only set up formations at the Yuan acupoint level. His cultivation, however, is a genuine Sea of Qi cultivator. The Sea of Qi has 3 stages, storing Qi, transforming liquid, and condensing the Qi, and Elder Feng Yuan is at the first stage of storing Qi. However, even though Feng Yuan is an inner gate elder, he usually lives in the outer gate. This is because the sect leader wanted to spur him, so before Elder Feng can set up Sea of Qi formations, he cannot reside in the inner gate. Chen Xiufeng has also opened his 5th acupoint. Besides these 2, there are no better choices. Tianyu sect still needs someone to stay in place. These 3 are the most suitable. After simply issuing the order and arranging, Luo and the 3 no longer wasted time. Directly rushed down the mountain overnight towards Jinyuan town. The full moon hung high, silver light spilled over the yellow earth. The 3 drove their fine horses, galloping towards Jinyuan town. Although the great martial master could control the air of the world to hover briefly, it consumed a lot, so travel rarely used it. However, Luo could use the inner energy to soar into the air like a powerful master. But for now, Luo had no intention of showing this, inner energy was one of his trump cards. Elder Feng Yuan wouldn't travel alone either, so he rode together. Half an hour later. In the distant night, several red lanterns suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of people holding torches. Beside the dry stream, countless grave mounds were piled one on top of another, broken and miserable. Most of the grave mounds did not even have tombstones, they just stuck a rotten wooden plank with inscriptions randomly. And this group of people. At one site, not only was it sufficiently large, but it was also a spacious tomb built with blue bricks. Compared to the surrounding areas that could only be called grave mounds, it was rather luxurious. This is the graveyard of Jinyuan town. What are they doing here? Riding forward, Luo was somewhat puzzled. After all, the notice said that the monster problem in Jinyuan town had lasted several days, and the people in the town were in panic, no one dared to go out after nightfall. Why were there people digging graves in the middle of the night? What are you doing? Chen Xiufeng stepped forward to inquire. The crowd turned to look at them, and upon seeing the three, their expressions became much more excited. Heavenly Feather Sex Immortal Masters. Originally somewhat afraid of encountering the monster, they finally felt relieved now. One of the guards hurriedly spoke up. Our master has been plagued by nightmares these days, constantly saying that his daughter who died 20 years ago is still alive. Tonight, he had another episode. He insisted that he saw his daughter alive and demanded to come dig the grave to prove it to us. We had no choice but to bring him here overnight. Following the voice, they saw that a red wooden coffin had already been lifted out of the dug grave. Beside it, a middle-aged man with half-white hair was prying open the coffin with a crowbar. He seemed to completely ignore the arrival of Lu Mo and the others, showing no concern at all. A wave of black mist emerged and surged from this man's head. But the guards around him seemed not to have seen it at all, not casting even a glance. A low-level trick. With a cold snort, Elder Feng Yuan's aura exploded around him, instantly dispersing the black mist above that man's head. The next second, the man's eyes regained clarity. He was stunned for a moment before hurriedly throwing down the crowbar and kneeling before Lu Mo and the others. I am Chen Xian of Jinyuan Town, greetings to the three immortal masters. Once clarity returned, Chen Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In the days of monster trouble, going out of the city at night, that truly was lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. So Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Yet, while kneeling, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Mo a couple more times, feeling like he had seen the old man before. But thinking again, how could the Heavenly Feather Sex Immortal Masters have anything to do with him? He lowered his head. Lu Mo did remember this person. He was indeed one of the wealthy merchants in Jinyuan Town. He had done business with him years ago. This person had always lived in the Chen family's mansion in the east of the town. He had even been invited to a banquet there. You can join us on the way. After glancing at everyone, Elder Feng spoke. The crowd hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate, and even had no time to put the coffin back before preparing to wait until the next day. But just at that moment, Lu Mo suddenly sensed something wrong. The black mist earlier indeed came from the monster. But why would a monster specifically want to induce hysteria in Changxian? Why do your guards have so many martial masters? Among the grave diggers, there were 3 initial-level cultivators. Such a configuration was rare in Jinyuan Town. Chen Xian hurriedly clasped his fists in explanation. Originally, I had 1 martial master in my family. In light of the recent monster troubles, I invited 2 more from the neighboring town. After hearing the other party, Lu Mo's brow furrowed. How many martial artists and masters are still in your home? Chen Xian shook his head, instinctively speaking. I am in a state of hysteria and must leave the city at midnight. To protect me, most are still here. Before finishing his words, Chen Xian's expression changed. Lu Mo and the others exchanged glances instantly. Xiao Feng, keep an eye on them. As soon as the words fell, Lu Mo directly gave up riding, leaping into the air, flying towards Jinyuan Town. Feng Yuan closely followed behind him. Chapter 48, Why the Chen Family? Please follow up. In the dead of night, Jinyuan Town was incredibly silent. On ordinary days, even with a full moon hanging high, one could see some figures on the streets when there was no curfew. Beyond the brothels, shadows were particularly numerous. But in recent days, as soon as night fell, almost no one would go out anymore. Occasionally, one might see a lantern-bearing night watchman. But on these watchmen, one could still see their deep fear in their eyes. All because of the demonic disturbances that had stirred up in recent days. There had even been several great martial artists and masters who had either mysteriously disappeared or whose mutilated corpses had been discovered. Left with no choice, Jinyuan Town had to seek help from the 3 major sects nearby. At the west gate, several pairs of officials and night watchmen looked at the few people in front of them with a sense of relief. These 2 immortal masters from Jiujian Mountain, here's roughly what happened. We suspect that this demonic disturbance involves not only demons but also the involvement of evil cultivators. Currently, it can be confirmed that at least 3 demons in the initial realm and 1 evil cultivator in the Yuanqiao realm have been discovered. Captain Sun Daiyuan was informing the few in front of him of the seriousness of the demonic troubles in Jinyuan Town these days. He was someone who did not like dealing with the 3 major sections. Yet he had to adopt such a stance, which was enough to show how serious the demonic troubles were. Originally, at first, he had thought about finding some people from the Jianghu for help, but soon realized that this demonic disturbance was far beyond their ability, so he had to contact the demon division in Weizhou Town and the 3 major sections. He had not expected. Months ago, with the help of old Master Lu, they had just resolved a case involving an evil cultivator of a great martial artist, and now they were directly facing demons in the initial realm and Yuanqiao realm. These days have been too restless. After Lu Mo left, Sun Daiyuan had also heard this news, only hearing that Lu Mo seemed to have gone to Tianyu's sect,
with no other information. In the coming days, we will assist in dealing with the demonic troubles in Jinyuan town.
Whether we can resolve the situation depends on luck.
Shi Jing'an had no expression. He had not intended to come here to subdue demons, but was simply instructed by his master to come. They would only stay for 3 days.
After 3 days, regardless of the outcome, they would leave.
Hearing this, Sun Daiyuan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more, nodding and then asking the watchman behind him.
What did the other 2 sects say? Previously, Li Feng also went to Tianyu sect, and with old Lu there too, they shouldn't just sit back and watch. The watchman who was asked shook his head.
Young Men has already replied, stating they won't intervene, while several shops of Tianyu sect said that they are closed during this time, and they can only unilaterally send messages inside. The other party has not replied. The 3 major sects all had their own business in Jinyuan town. Normally, they would contact the 3 major sections.
Hearing this news, Sun Daiyuan's expression was also somewhat grim.
If only 2 Yuanxiao realm Jiujian mountain cultivators assisted, it would be nearly impossible to completely resolve the demonic issues in such a short time.
But just then, as if sensing something,
the 2 disciples from Jiujian mountain simultaneously looked towards the outskirts of Jinyuan town. Just as Sun Daiyuan and the others were puzzled, a fierce wind rushed in, carrying 2 figures soaring through the air, directly leaping over the city walls and entering Jinyuan town.
People from Tianyu sect? Aren't they closed?
Shi Jing'an was momentarily stunned but quickly took to the air, chasing after the others.
Follow, follow.
Sun Daiyuan hurriedly instructed the officials and night watchmen behind him.
Rushed toward the direction where everyone had disappeared. The Tianyu sect should also be here to help subdue the monsters. But why? Not even a time to say hello, they went straight into the city?
It seems they are in a great hurry.
Sun Daiyuan felt quite uneasy inside. However, why did one of the 2 people who just flew by look so much like Elder Lu? Elder Lu, it seems you are not forcefully using your strength to fly. Looking at Lu Mo beside him, Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask.
The Yuanxiao cultivator can forcibly use the energy of heaven and earth to float, but it consumes a lot, yet Elder Lu before him did not seem to be using this method.
It's a special method.
Lu Mo had no time to explain now. After the 2 flew into Jinyuan town, they headed straight to the east of the city.
Because of doing business with Chen Xian in the past, Lu Mo knew the other's location.
As soon as the Chen family courtyard appeared in sight, their expressions changed.
It was because a strong smell of blood had already permeated the air.
They were still late. Although they could sense that the blood smell was sealed by a formation. But such a level of formation was almost nothing in the eyes of the 2.
Don't let any of them escape.
Pressing down the struggling woman underneath, a yellow-skinned old dog commanded the other monsters. Several equally ugly creatures surrounded the only initial stage martial artist in the area, blood gushing from all over him, no piece of flesh intact. Clearly, he had reached the end of his strength. But this pack of dog demons evidently did not plan to let him go easily, deliberately not killing him but instead surrounding him, biting away pieces of flesh with every flicker of their shadows.
And the entire courtyard had seemingly turned into a hell on earth.
Severed arms and legs were carelessly discarded, the pond in the courtyard was already stained red.
Another one died.
Throwing aside the body beneath him, the yellow-skinned old dog scanned the courtyard, looking for any survivors. But there were corpses everywhere, not even a single one moving. Only a large warrior, who had already been gnawed on one leg, was still gasping for breath.
A man will do too. After saying this,
the yellow-skinned old dog licked his lips and intended to move closer, while the warrior heard these words and his face changed instantly, so scared he fainted.
But the next second,
the dog's expression changed, looking towards a distance.
So fast?
Before the words were finished, the old dog had just drawn out the long knife from his waist.
Boom!
Lumo's figure dropped from the sky, and without any fancy moves, relied solely on the power of physical impact, directly turning this old dog's body into a pile of mush. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere.
But Lumo still left the old dog with a breath. Why are you targeting the Chen family? Is there a reason for this slaughter?
Although it is common to see monsters in chaotic times, killing without reason, this time was not that simple.
Otherwise,
they would not have been haunting Chen Xian for several days, luring away most of the initial stage guards before coming to slaughter them.
If it were just for the sake of killing in flesh, why make it so complicated? Instead, it seemed premeditated.
At the moment Lumo spoke, a brilliant light burst forth from the sky. The other monsters in the area were all decapitated. As countless points of light gathered into a formation, the remaining sentient beings in the Chen family courtyard had their life force greatly diminished. At this time, Feng Yuan finally arrived beside Lumo, his face also not looking good. After all, the horrific scene was truly shocking. And facing Lumo's inquiry, the old dog's head actually sprouted a wisp of black mist, and before it could say anything, its entire head exploded.
Thanks to the protective aura, there was no flesh or blood sticking to Lu Mo. But Lu Mo's expression was still somewhat grim. A certain kind of prohibition? Preventing us from asking anything?
Feng Yuan muttered to himself.
He quickly saw through the situation. And Lu Mo's brows furrowed. Not only had they used a ruse to mislead them, but they had also buried a trap on the dog demon that was attacking. Why be so cautious? What kind of person had the Chen family offended? Swish. Not long after the yellow dog exploded due to the prohibition. 2 disciples from Jiujian Mountain hurriedly followed and flew into the Chen family courtyard. When the tragic scene in the Chen family courtyard appeared before them, both of their expressions turned quite grim. They never expected it to be this severe. However, they quickly arrived beside Lu Mo and the others. Disciples of Jiujian Mountain, pay respects to Elder Feng Yuan. Greetings to you.
Shi Dingyan clasped his fists, looking at the unfamiliar Lu Mo, his mind racing but failing to recall anyone in Tianyu sect who matched.
This is our newly admitted Elder Lu Mo. Feng Yuan spoke from the side.
Upon hearing this, Shi Dingyan finally remembered that there were rumors about Tianyu sect recruiting a novice elder. But he never expected that the other party had already broken through to Yuanxiao.
I pay my respects to Elder Lu Mo.
I heard that Tianyu sect has closed its doors. I didn't expect both elders to care so much for Jinyuan town, coming here to provide support.
Lu Mo did not turn around but instead pointed to a few people in the distance still alive.
Seal their wounds with energy and send them to the nearest clinic. Nodding, Shi Dingyan and the others began to take action to save them.
However,
there were already very few people left alive in the courtyard, and most of them would not survive. They had already understood this when they appeared in the courtyard. Just now, I expanded my consciousness and discovered that there are still many signs of monster problems in Jinyuan town.
I will go resolve this immediately. After speaking to Lu Mo, Feng Yuan also leaped into the air. Ordinary Yuanxiao monsters are very hard to conceal in front of Qi practitioners. This is also why Lu Mo brought Feng Yuan along. With him there, the speed of clearing the hidden monsters in Jinyuan town would be much faster. However, it is feared that they still won't be able to find the root cause of it all. They may not even be clear whether this is due to monsters or human actions. Meanwhile, Sun Dayuan and the others, rushing over, finally arrived at the entrance of the Chen family courtyard.
As soon as they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a scene of scattered corpses.
Several young constables and soldiers even turned and vomited. What exactly happened with the monster problems during this time? Looking at Sun Dayuan, Lu Mo took a few steps forward.
Since the monster problems had happened for several days, there should be some clues.
Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Sun Dayuan was taken aback. He never expected that the one who had just flown by from the sky was actually Lu Mo. Because he could not see through Lu Mo's current aura, Sun Dayuan was unaware of Lu Mo's level of cultivation. After all,
Qi practitioners can carry others while flying, and Sun Dayuan did not think that Lu Mo could reach such a level in such a short time. It should be Elder Feng Yuan assisting him.
Old Master Lu. You really joined Tianyu sect? Sun Dayuan couldn't help but ask. I am now an elder of Tianyu sect.
This was not the time for casual conversation. Lu Mo merely mentioned it briefly before requesting the documents related to the monster problems. Because the matter of the monsters had made the people anxious, Sun Dayuan had carried some of the documents with him these past few days. The soldiers and constables also began to clear the scene.
So many cultivators have died? Lu Mo was also startled when he looked at the information.
In just a few days, the number of martial artists who had died in Jinyuan town had already exceeded 10.
This did not even include the Chen family massacre that had just occurred. This was quite rare for Jinyuan town. What connections do the deceased have?
Knowing that it was not a simple monster case, Lu Mo inquired.
But Sun Dayuan simply shook his head.
I have investigated carefully, there is almost no connection among the deceased. There are disciples from martial arts schools, people from the rivers and lakes, and even among my constables, several have died. I was also attacked before. Flipping through the documents, Lu Mo indeed found that it was as Sun Dayuan had said. There was almost no connection among the deceased.
However, besides the muttering, Lu Mo frowned tightly. When did the demon trouble begin?
Because the documents were incomplete, there was no information from the very start. Sun Dayuan rubbed his head and thought for a moment, then quickly remembered something.
He then looked at Lu Mo. Speaking of which, this is also related to you, Old Master Lu. Me? Lu Mo was taken aback.
He clearly did not expect this answer.
Sun Dayuan nodded.
The earliest case was when several servants in your household were killed, their bodies separated, confirmed to be the work of a demon.
Since then, the demon trouble has erupted in the town. Frowning deeply, Lu Mo obviously did not expect this answer. The last time he left Jinyuan town, he had only left a few servants in the courtyard. He did not expect that more than half of them had died. When Lu Mo left, he had told the tavern owner in his establishment that he could contact him through Tianyu sect if needed. But it appeared that the other party did not think the deaths of a few servants was a big deal, so no news came. Why did it start with me? Muttering to himself, Lu Mo began to ponder. He considered himself to be kind and had not made too many enemies. The former steward and his wife did not have any significant background, making it impossible for them to be involved with demons. In the end, it only involved the evil cultivator he had slain back then, which had some cause and effect with him. Thinking of this, Lu Mo asked about the names of the other constables and the Jianghu people who had helped deal with the evil cultivator. Upon receiving Lu Mo's inquiry, Sun Daiyuan was initially taken aback, then his expression changed slightly as he hurriedly recalled the identities of all the deceased. He soon discovered that most of the constables and Jianghu people who had participated in arresting the evil cultivator had died in this demon trouble. Among the two Jianghu people from back then, one had also been exterminated. The other constable had met a similar fate as well. The other deceased might just be a cover. Perhaps this demon trouble is someone avenging the evil cultivator. The main participants have almost all been exterminated. But why did the other Jianghu person who surrounded the evil cultivator only die? Recalling the information on the document, Lu Mo frowned. Sun Daiyuan quickly provided an answer, his voice trembling slightly. I remember that person, he had no father or mother, and was all alone. After a moment of silence, Lu Mo looked at the blood-soaked ground behind him in the courtyard. Why the Chen family? At this moment, Sun Daiyuan's face had turned extremely pale, looking very bad. He had clearly realized something. When I issued the bounty seeking the traces of the evil, it was Chen Xian who provided the clue, leading us to discover that the evil cultivator was hiding in the abandoned mansion on East 3rd Street. As he said this, Sun Daiyuan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Mo. I also encountered an attack from a demon, but why did they spare me and my family? Lu Mo was silent for a moment, then looked into the distance. If they kill you, finding out their detailed intentions would be much easier. Don't forget, I was the one who personally beheaded the evil cultivator. I am his biggest target. With a cold snort, the connections in his mind began to clear up. Before I leave Tianyu sect and return to Jinyuan town, he will not act against you. This person knows our relationship and must understand that after causing the demon trouble, you would seek help from Tianyu sect. Looking at the ground covered with corpses, Lu Mo did not expect that the cause and effect were actually related to him. He then clenched his fist tightly. It was likely that his return to Jinyuan town had already been learned by the other party. Only now, his strength was completely different from a few months ago. Chapter 50, Direct Confrontation, please continue reading. I see now. No wonder I have not encountered any trouble yet. As Lu Mo explained, Sun Daiyuan's back involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. Before this, he had not thought that this demon trouble was actually related to the previous evil cultivator. Now that he thought about it, he had probably been teetering on the edge of a cliff several times already. If Lu Mo had not returned to Jinyuan town this time, it was likely that the other party would have lost patience and taken action. At that time, myself and my family would become targets. But thankfully, we have you all. Sun Daiyuan's expression relaxed quite a bit. Elder Feng Yuan personally came to Jinyuan town, so this ghostly thing probably won't dare to act for a while. However, hearing these words, Lu Mo slowly shook his head. This is not good news? A moment ago, he had examined the restrictions set by the dog demon's brain. It had not reached the atmospheric sea stage. Why? Sun Daiyuan seemed a bit puzzled. If I were the only one back, the other side probably wouldn't have any caution and would directly act against me, and I could destroy it. But the other side is only a Yuan Xiao demon trouble, after seeing Elder Feng Yuan at the atmospheric sea level. If it hides and doesn't act, then everything becomes unknown. He looked towards Sun Daiyuan. Lu Mo was also somewhat worried. This feeling of being secretly watched by someone is not very comfortable. After all, we can't stay in Jinyuan town forever. Sun Daiyuan also realized this, and his eyes turned a little terrified. He himself was not very afraid of life and death, but it was obvious that the other side was targeting his whole family. Then, what should we do? Also, why did you say, Old Master Lu, that you could deal with it if it acted against you? The other side is a Yuan Xiao demon trouble. Sun Daiyuan couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Mo. In just a few months, Old Master Lu could already deal with Yuan Xiao demon troubles? How is that possible? Lu Mo did not answer the other's confusion. He merely told Sun Daiyuan how to protect his family. In the next few days, rent a courtyard next to my residence and bring your family over. We will find a way to figure out the other side. Nodding, Sun Daiyuan accepted this suggestion, as it was indeed the best solution for now.
Knowing the other side's intentions, he could not put his family in danger.
Chen Xian has returned. On the street late at night.
Even a glimmer of light can draw attention, let alone a group of people carrying lanterns and torches. When the light appeared at the end of the street, Luo Mo fixed his gaze on it. Looking at the distant Xiufeng, who was protecting Chen Xian on his way back, Luo Mo shook his head at him. Chen Xiufeng also understood something, his face became grim, and his pace slowed down.
Meanwhile, Chen Xian was still rushing towards the courtyard.
The courtyard had not yet been cleaned up.
Luo Mo could not imagine what expression the other side would have upon seeing the tragic scene in the courtyard. I'm leaving first. Struggling to accept the scene that would happen next, Luo Mo turned and left the Chen family courtyard.
Sun Daiyuan rushed forward, blocking the terrified Chen Xian with one hand. In the other person's eyes. As long as it was not confirmed that something had really happened, there was still a glimmer of hope.
You don't go in first.
Son Inspector, let me go in to take a look, I just want to see for a moment. Looking at the constables behind Sun Daiyuan, who were moving white cloth-covered items out, and the strong smell of blood in the air.
Chen Xian's voice trembled a little. Even.
He was already at the point of needing support to stand.
In the end, Sun Daiyuan could not stop Chen Xian.
The news that the Chen family courtyard had been wiped out by demon trouble, with 35 lives lost in just one night, quickly spread throughout Jinyuan town.
This made the already panicked townsfolk even more terrified. The county government urgently reported to Weizhou town's demon control office again, but the latter still could not spare manpower, only promising to send a batch of martial artists to strengthen Jinyuan town's official capabilities. The demon trouble here still relied on the three major sects to resolve. However, the situation in the following days indeed turned out as Lu Mo had expected. When Feng Yuan and Chen Xiufeng stayed in the Lu family courtyard, the demon trouble had curiously fallen silent. For half a month in a row, no cases occurred. It was as if the other side had directly vanished after Lu Mo and the others arrived in Jinyuan town. During this time, the two disciples of Jiujian Mountain had already returned, and Chen Xiufeng had also gone back to Tianyu sect. Now, only Lu Mo and Feng Yuan were left in Jinyuan town. I didn't expect that even after leaving Tianyu sect, Elder Lu, your training speed is still so fast. Midnight. In the back courtyard of the Lu family. Two old men were enjoying tea at a stone table under the peach blossom tree. Feeling the aura from Lu Mo, Feng Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. He originally thought that without the heavenly level gathering spirit formation, Lu Mo's training speed would slow down. But he forgot. Lu Mo has the ability to spend money. Although the surrounding atmosphere was much thinner, Lu Mo simply used various precious spiritual plants and elixirs to forcibly fill this gap. He spent money without hesitation, buying spiritual plants by the box. Such a method, even Feng Yuan had rarely seen before. So in the past half-month, Lu Mo had already filled more than half of his second acupoint. Money is just an external thing, spend it if you have to. Lu Mo smiled and was about to say something. But suddenly, his expression changed. Feng Yuan was also stunned, and the two looked towards the east. In the next second, they flew towards the direction. When they crossed the stone wall into the neighboring yard, they saw an eerie black mist rolling in, bringing a sense of heavenly might, directly attacking a small room. Looking from the window, even just the might was enough to make Sun Daiyuan and the others faint, blood gushing from their noses and mouths. Poof! Feng Yuan waved his hand, and a burst of vigor erupted, piercing through space to slam into the black mist. The mist trembled violently but remained undefined, still holding its ground, but the next second exploded backward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qi cultivation? Somewhat interesting. Feng Yuan's gaze sharpened as he murmured. At the same time he spoke, he had already soared into the sky. Landing in the courtyard, after investigating and confirming there was no danger to life, Lu Mo also leaped up, rushing towards where the two had vanished. Previously, he and Elder Feng had confirmed. The trap that forced the yellow dog to explode did not reach the Qi stage at all. But at this moment, the one attacking them was clearly a cultivator at the Qi realm. However, despite this, Lu Mo's expression showed no excessive worry. He had discussed with Feng Yuan, after the enemy saw Feng Yuan in Jinyuan town, they had two choices, either give up revenge or find Qi allies. From the current situation, it was clear they had chosen the latter. Feeling Elder Feng's aura, Lu Mo quickly chased after, flying out of Jinyuan town, crossing the city moat and plunging into a forest. The speed of Qi cultivators was incredibly fast. Even though Lu Mo was almost going all out, he soon lost sight of Feng Yuan and the others. Standing on a tree branch, there was no trace to be seen in the distance. Can't catch up. Muttering to himself, Lu Mo gave up on the pursuit and was ready to return to the city. But in the next second, a thick, nauseating stench suddenly filled the entire forest. Smelling this odor, Luemo furrowed his brow. It's exactly the same smell as the evil cultivator back then. So you're not alone, nor are you a beast. Just like the evil cultivator whose head I crushed myself. Just a hybrid thing. Looking towards a nearby thicket, a foul odor continuously emanated, even becoming a visible red mist. You don't seem surprised. The first to emerge from the bushes was a black-skinned wolf head, still chewing on half a human leg. Stop talking nonsense. Just eat you alive. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the origin acupoint in such a short time. Your flesh must be more delicious than that of ordinary cultivators. Under the wolf head was a half-human, half-beast stitched body, and on the other shoulder, there was actually another human head. At this moment, it was smacking its lips, glaring at Luemo with eyes full of hatred. Its appearance was surprisingly similar to the evil cultivator from back then. Chapter 51, The Might of Vigor, Slaying Monsters. Please continue reading. The previous evil cultivator had only stitched a single arm into a beast's arm. But this person before him had stitched most of their body with various monster parts. Not only did they have an extra wolf head, but the skin on their arms had completely peeled off. Sewn with snake scales found from an unknown place, the seams of the scales continuously oozed foul-smelling blood. It is neither human nor not human, neither monster nor not monster. In order to forcibly cultivate, this person has long become more monstrous than a monster. Beast. Muttering to himself, Luemo placed one hand on the scabbard behind him, and the intense killing intent had already awakened the true martial sword. The recent tragedies in Jinyuan town. They were probably all caused by the person in front of him. Because he is half human, half demon, he is even able to control some low-level demons to do his bidding. Chewing and spitting out the last piece of human bone, the wolf-headed figure exposed its sharp teeth. My son, I will avenge you now. With a roar. The other's figure had already vanished from its spot, charging forward with an overwhelming stench of blood. Its speed was so fast that its figure seemed almost impossible to track. It was on all fours, moving like a beast. In an instant, it reached the tree, leaped up, and its wolf mouth opened wide, sharp claws reaching out. Its aura had already reached the limit of the Yuanxiao realm. Clang. In an instant, Luemo drew the true martial sword, and as the figure of the opponent expanded to the extreme in his eyes, Luemo struck. But the two heads of the opponent had an astonishingly identical expression, not dodging at all, clearly not taking Luemo's counterattack seriously. The beastly arm's scales closed tightly, almost becoming as solid as fine steel, as if determined to tear the person in front of him apart. But the next moment, the scene of crushing and destroying did not appear. Even though the scales closed, under the true martial sword, there was still barely any resistance, and after a brief pause, it was directly severed, with the momentum unyielding. The sword continued downward, starting from the right shoulder, almost cutting to the chest. Foul-smelling black blood gushed out, indistinguishable whether it was human or beast blood. At this moment, the intense pain finally arrived. The half-demon's face changed drastically from the pain, and it kicked Luemo in the chest. The enormous force exploded. Boom! Luemo was instantly kicked tens of meters away, crashing into a large tree before finally stopping. A peerless spiritual weapon, you actually have a peerless spiritual weapon. The opponent's beastly arm was almost severed by Lumo's sword, leaving only a bit of skin and bone. The entire chest was nearly split in two. But the opponent's aura didn't weaken much, and in fact, there were faint signs of growth. It let out two excited roars, and with its other hand, it directly ripped off the beastly arm, throwing it into the wolf mouth and chewing it. Behind it, the 9 Yuanxiao were opened. An overwhelming and boundless power instantly swept through the entire forest, causing all nearby creatures to bury their heads in the ground, trembling, too afraid to look up. The chi within the orifices was now filled with the stench of black energy, having already lost its essence. But the power did not decrease in the slightest. 9 orifices. Muttering to himself, Luemo got up from the ground. The tightly gripped true martial sword had not slipped from his hand, and his body showed no signs of injury. It seemed as though the kick he had taken had not caused any harm to his body at all. You also have external training techniques? It seems you also have a protective armor. Good, good, good. This time, after eating you, and taking the peerless spiritual weapon, I will definitely break through the Chi-Si realm. The opponent did not realize that Lumo's protective defense was not an external armor, but the transformed Chi. His eyes were already filled with greedy flames. With just physical strength, the opponent was indeed no match for Luemo. But this thing had really opened 9 orifices. But Luemo at the moment only had 2 orifices. Die. The human head's pupils dimmed, but the other wolf head's pupils grew brighter. Therefore, its 9 orifices expanded by another third. At this moment, the evil cultivator had completely turned into a humanoid demon. Boom!
There was no fancy display, countless violent forces from the heavens and earth gathered, and the immense power from the 9 orifices exploded, rushing towards Lumo. Along the way, giant stones, old trees, flying birds, and running beasts were all swept away by the overwhelming power, leaving not a trace. The entire space was completely cleared, raising large amounts of flying sand and stones. Seeing this, Lumo's second orifice slowly rotated. Instantly spread wide. Infinite breath erupted, and instead of retreating, it surged forward. Watching this scene, the half-demon half-human with 2 heads had their mouths nearly split to their ears, howling in frenzy, surprisingly starting to celebrate. But in the next moment, when the 2 breaths made contact, the expressions of the 2 heads instantly froze. Far away they hadn't noticed, but upon contact they felt it. What the other party erupted forth was actually not strength. Boom! The breath erupted from a single aperture instantly tore them apart, and then the momentum didn't diminish at all, wildly sweeping over the half-demon half-human who had nowhere left to retreat. Hiss! Countless blood and flesh were instantly engulfed by the fierce energy, dissolving, with no way to respond. Behind the half-demon half-human, they were also swept away by the fierce energy, creating large clouds of blood mist, filled with various flesh and blood scattered in the air. Ah! The wolf-headed humans screamed in agony simultaneously. In almost an instant, their entire body had been dissolved by more than half, with the entire left side revealing countless spliced beast bones and wounds that were deeply embedded. Fierce energy, why can you use fierce energy? The human head was already extremely weak, unable to speak, leaving only the wolf head's terrified expression. For strength, fierce energy can be said to be a qualitative change. But why? A single aperture can use such vast fierce energy? Although the outer skin was completely dissolved, blood and flesh splattered, and they had suffered severe injuries. But with 9 aperture cultivation and the powerful recovery ability of demons, the half-demon half-human still managed to hold on, even showing signs of slow recovery. Though I don't know why you can use fierce energy. But just now should have been your final trump card. Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, the wolf head actually started tearing off the broken flesh from their body and throwing it into their mouth. But the next second, Lumo simply took a step forward, the first aperture opened. An even more overwhelming, terrifying breath brewed. Instantly surged out once more. The second aperture, not even halfway polished, the fierce energy is far from full. This is the complete fierce energy of a single aperture. Boom! This time the half-demon half-human directly placed the 9 apertures in front of him to block, their face changing drastically. But the violent breath was already sweeping in. Endless fierce energy rampaged, almost in the blink of an eye, the 9 apertures were instantly destroyed. The might of the fierce energy, heaven and earth collapsed. Impossible. Impossible. In just 1 second. The body of the half-demon half-human, along with the roar it released, was completely engulfed by the vast fierce energy. More than dozens of miles to the north. Several villagers were trembling under their covers, even afraid to glance toward the northern sky. The various fluctuations coming from that direction seemed like the might of immortals, shaking the ground repeatedly. Soul-charming ghost energy. You are from the ghost cult. The other party had already emerged from the black mist, and Feng Yuan's eyes were serious. Though he already knew their target was very likely to invite a Chi Si cultivator. But he never expected a ghost cult evil cultivator would come. Not to mention the Great Song, even the Great Qian and several surrounding dynasties, the ghost cult was the largest evil cult, with records of city slaughter numerous. Previously, Wei Prefecture was unable to support Jinyuan Town because of the ghost cult. Unexpectedly, there was still one here. In the name of the holy cult, how can you defile it at will? The mouth hidden beneath the mask laughed coldly a few times but did not make a move. The two had only exchanged a few rounds before they both stopped with a tacit understanding. Feng Yuan mainly practiced formations, and his cultivation strength was actually not very high, making it difficult to take down the other party. While the other party's goal was merely to lure Feng Yuan away, there was no need for a fight to the death. Looking at Feng Yuan behind him, the ghost cult cultivator sneered. You seem to have anticipated that I would lure the tiger away from the mountain, not truly wanting to fight me to the death. Feng Yuan did not respond. You also didn't think about going back to support. You should know, I am waiting for someone, right? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. What a coincidence. I am also waiting for someone. Feng Yuan had just finished speaking. The expression of the ghost cult evil cultivator beneath the mask actually froze for a moment, then couldn't help but shake their head and laugh. You wouldn't. I believe that a cultivator who has only opened 2 meridians can kill a half-demon, half-human who has opened all 9 meridians? Hearing the phrase 9 meridians, Elder Feng Yuan's expression showed no change. During this time, he tested Lumo's strength and knew it far surpassed his cultivation.
He even understood that the other party had some means to manipulate vital energy. So he wasn't particularly worried. Even if he couldn't win. With Lumo's agility, escaping would still be easy. However, he didn't expect that the opponent actually had 9 meridians of cultivation, just a step away from the Chi-Si. If they really came to blows, it would indeed be somewhat risky. But just then, both of them sensed something at the same time. They looked southward. There, in the dense forest, a figure was rapidly darting through, soon appearing in their sight, halting at the crown of an old locust tree. Seeing the shadow appear, Feng Yuan couldn't help but pat his chest, completely relieved. On the other side, the masked evil cultivator of the ghost worship cult, although his expression couldn't be seen, wore a mask. Nevertheless, Feng Yuan could feel. Under the ghostly mask, the expression must be incredibly fascinating. At this moment, he was fixated on Lumo, his cold gaze emanating from the hollow of the mask, almost tangible. Though it appeared, Lumo's clothes were hardly damaged, not resembling someone who just fought fiercely. But the bloodstains on his Jinwu knife were enough to explain many problems. I didn't expect Tianyu's sect has such a character. He actually fell into your hands. His voice was extremely cold, evidently not anticipating that Lumo was the one who came. A figure cut through the air, and Lumo arrived next to Feng Yuan, gripping the Jinwu knife tighter with a cold stare at the distant evil cultivator. A person from the ghost worship cult. Qi gathering stage. With just 2 simple sentences, Feng Yuan informed Lumo about the opponent's agility. At the same time, light points began to appear around them, seemingly attempting to blend into the surrounding space to set up a formation. Lumo also pulled out 2 spirit fruits, tossing them into his mouth without chewing, replenishing his strength. Seeing this scene, the figure behind the mask grew 3 points colder. You still want to kill me? Looking at the two, the other party hesitated for just a moment. Then instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and fled. I'm Han Gizi. Remember my name. A hoarse voice echoed in the night sky, but the figure had already vanished. He was only here to collect a reward, merely helping to divert Elder Feng Yuan, with no further concerns for the situation. It was unnecessary to put himself in danger for someone already dead. Moreover, he had already gotten the benefits. There was even less need to stay behind. Lumo and the others did not forcibly pursue. After all, how could a Chi-Si cultivator be caught without absolute strength to suppress them? I didn't expect the ghost worship cult would appear in Jinyuan town. Muttering softly, he drew his arm to wipe the knife and sheathed it. Lumo's tone was somewhat worried. No matter where they were, the ghost worship cult was always a prime target for arrest. Simply colluding with demons was already a heinous crime. Not to mention, the ghost worship cult's goal was to release the 10,000 mountain blockade, allowing demons to control this realm. Although it was only referred to as the 10,000 mountains, how vast was the area? Not merely 10,000 mountains. Even if the Great Song and the 10,000 mountains were bordering each other, it was just a part of the 10,000 mountains. To the north lay the Great Qian, and further still were North Mysterious, South Sea, and Great Shu, among other powers. And even though these forces fought one another, surrounding and sealing off the 10,000 mountains was a pressing matter they all agreed on. Go back and report this to the Yamen, let them contact the Demon Suppression Office. Concerning the ghost worship cult, the Demon Suppression Office should not be so careless. Feng Yuan's expression was equally unpleasant. Now that the ghost worship cult was growing bolder, it was not a good thing for them. Lumo also briefly explained the battle process to Feng Yuan. He also mentioned that the evil cultivator he killed was this person's son. That's why he was looking for revenge against me. After saying this, Lumo suddenly remembered something. He took out something from his bosom. Oh right. A blood-red jade stone, covered in strange patterns, appeared in Lumo's hand, and he handed it to Feng Yuan. I found this on that half-demon, half-human. He had nothing else on him except for this. Receiving it, Feng Yuan wiped his eyes and carefully examined it, looking surprised. Clearly, he saw something significant and appeared to be a bit shocked. But soon he shook his head and regretfully handed it back to Lumo. What is this? Lumo did not understand Feng Yuan's expression. This is Sin Pattern Blood Jade. I didn't expect this cursed thing to contain such a valuable treasure. No wonder it could cultivate to the 9-aperture realm. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yuan extended one hand toward the dark ground, and soon a hidden old wolf in the underbrush was pulled out from its den. He crushed its skull with one hand. A faint blood-red aura was slowly absorbed into the blood jade. Holding the blood jade, Lumo instantly felt this strand of blood energy flowing into his body after passing through the blood jade. Not only did his physical strength recover slightly, he also absorbed a trace of the energy of heaven and earth. Although a beast's blood energy provided no boost to him anymore,
This act, however, instantly made him understand the function of the sin-patterned blood jade, and his expression brightened.
Seeing that Lu Mo understood, Feng Yuan nodded and said,
The blood jade can absorb the blood energy of others to strengthen oneself.
As long as one keeps killing, the holder's cultivation will steadily advance. The speed of cultivation is incredibly exaggerated. For evil cultivators, this jade is a treasure.
Perhaps the Han ghost earlier didn't know there was this on the half-demon, half-human, otherwise, he wouldn't need us to take action, he'd have killed it to seize the treasure. However, this item has little effect for us. After Feng Yuan slowly explained, Lu Mo also understood the use of the sin-patterned blood jade he held.
He also comprehended the elder Feng Yuan's final regret.
After all, they were not evil cultivators and absolutely could not kill at will to absorb blood energy. If used to absorb the blood energy of demons, it could easily lead to being infected by demonic aura, causing one to lose control. Moreover, ordinary cultivators, without some evil methods to assist, would have an absorption rate of less than 10% using the blood jade. It was considered a useless item. Furthermore, this thing had many drawbacks. If absorbing blood energy far beyond one's own, sudden death could easily occur. And after killing an opponent, the blood jade had to absorb the blood energy in a very short time, or else it would dissipate. This half-demon, half-human didn't know how many cultivators it had killed, how much blood energy it had absorbed, to achieve the 9-aperture realm.
However, listening to Elder Feng Yuan's explanation, Lu Mo's eyes became brighter and brighter. Because these several issues were not a problem for him at all. He could easily create a control method for demons with just a wave of his hand, and creating a technique to eliminate demonic aura was simple. As for the conversion rate, after just absorbing the blood energy from the old wolf, Lu Mo already understood its transformation principle. His intellect was exceptionally bright, and it wouldn't be difficult to improve it. It could be said. With full-level comprehension, the sin-patterned blood jade had almost no negative effect on him. In the future, even if his opponent did not carry anything, he could still use the blood jade to absorb blood energy. Even after their death, they could provide light and heat. A good thing indeed. Chapter 53, Opening the Third Aperture. Seeking continued reads. Golden light fell, and the tiles of the small courtyard gleamed with a hint of golden brilliance. Sun Daiyuan supported his wife and children, sitting in a reclining chair. The doctor, who had just arrived, was bending down and writing a prescription after checking the pulse. Yet, Sun Daiyuan occasionally gazed at the sky, seemingly worried about something, his focus completely away from the present. As a martial artist, he actually endured a bit more than his wife and children. He felt the overwhelming and terrifying pressure coming. He knew very well that after a silence of half a month, the other side had finally come to his door. If this time he couldn't solve the issue, he was even considering whether to move to live at the foot of Tianyu Sek's mountain. After all, it didn't feel good to be targeted by a Yuanxiao evil cultivator. Dad! His son suddenly grabbed Sun Daiyuan's jacket, looking at the two people who appeared in the courtyard with fear. Sun Daiyuan was first taken aback, then turned around with a look of joy on his face. You two are back? The people who appeared were, indeed, Lu Mo and Feng Yuan. Sun Daiyuan knew that the latter was a Qi-Hai immortal master from Tianyu sect, with astonishing cultivation. Since they had appeared, it meant this matter had been resolved. The mastermind has been dealt with. It was the evil cultivator I killed back then. You can move back now. As they slowly walked towards the neighboring courtyard, Lu Mo's expression also relaxed a lot. The feeling of being watched for half a month was indeed uncomfortable. Sun Daiyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, good, good. Saying good 3 times in a row, Sun Daiyuan finally felt at ease to sit down, his body a bit limp. However, this time, the other side actually found a ghost worship cult Qi-Hai evil cultivator to assist. This matter you must report in full to the Demon Suppression Division. As more words came out of Lu Mo's mouth, Sun Daiyuan's expression became serious. He committed every detail to memory, recording them on paper. In the future, he would inform the entire situation, only blurring the details of how he killed the half-demon, half-human, as Lu Mo and Feng Yuan finally returned to the courtyard. The evil threat had been removed. Now he only needed the big medicine he wanted. And sometimes good things come one after another. That afternoon, a servant reported news of the dragon's blood flower. The Shuetian Chamber of Commerce in Jinyuan town would be bringing in a batch of new medicinal herbs from the imperial city, among which was the dragon's blood flower, a big medicine from Lu Mo's refining of the Jinxiang Level 2 immortal building. However, this batch of medicinal materials would take more than half a month to be transported here. Lu Mo originally wanted to use the name of Tianyu sect to reserve it directly, but unexpectedly, the other party did not accept this. But that also made sense. The Shuetian Chamber of Commerce was widespread in Ditsang, and Jinyuan town was just a branch. The headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce had several Tianren strong cultivators.
Even the imperial city sometimes needed to buy medicine from Shui Tian Chamber of Commerce.
Tianyu sect's influence was still not enough. They could only wait.
Because of the news of the big medicine, the original return to the sect was delayed again. Elder Feng Yuan continued to stay and did not leave, worried that Han Gizi would come back again. Although the other side no longer had a reason to attack them, the actions of the ghost worship cult evil cultivators were unpredictable. Who knew if the other party would return to take action out of resentment?
It's done.
The conversion rate has increased to 30%, with no hidden dangers.
The method to kill monsters and remove their evil aura has also been successfully created. That night,
in the Lu family's main house, looking at the sinful blood jade in front of him, the divine light in Lu Mo's mind had just faded away. You grasped the sinful blood jade, understood its operating principle, increased the absorption efficiency, created the 9 turns method to enhance the conversion rate of the sinful blood jade, and obtained 500 essence of enlightenment. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are common to humanity. If used appropriately, they can sharpen oneself, but can also lead to demonic deviation, as the evil aura of monsters can easily taint it, increasing the chance of falling into madness. To shield against the pollution of the evil monster's aura, you successfully created the exorcism technique, rewarding 500 essence of enlightenment. After confirming that the evil threat had been removed,
Jinyuan town soon returned to its usual tranquility. Although only half a month had passed.
But the curfew had already been lifted, and on the streets lit by red lanterns at midnight, many figures had begun to reappear. Except for becoming a topic of daily conversation, it seemed that not many people were affected. After all, the pain of others has nothing to do with me. As long as one is not the victim, then a resolved monster threat event, besides becoming a topic of idle talk, would not have any other impact.
In the backyard of the Lu family,
several scattered spirit gathering formations are frantically absorbing the surrounding natural energy.
Although they are only at the Yuan Xiao level, they can still cause a huge impact for the entire Jinyuan town.
In an instant, almost all the natural energy in the town is rushing towards the Lu family's courtyard. The strong wind swept through, and ordinary people took it as just a change in weather. They had no idea where today's wind came from.
Originally,
there were a few novice martial masters in Jinyuan town who, feeling the flow of natural energy, were a bit displeased and set out to find the source. But just as they caught sight of Feng Yuan emerging from the Lu family's door, they instantly lost their spirit and hurriedly left.
If it were an ordinary Lu's cultivator, they could still argue a bit. But a celestial master from Tianyu sect? They better not.
After all, everyone remembers clearly that the monster problem half a month ago was resolved by that celestial master from Tianyu sect.
What's wrong with absorbing some natural energy? Hurry, it's so fast. Feeling the aura erupting from the backyard, Elder Feng couldn't help but feel an intense envy. If he remembered correctly, Elder Lu Mo seems to have just opened his second Yuan Xiao more than a month ago, without the help of a heaven-level spirit gathering formation.
Relying solely on a large number of spiritual plants and immortal fruits, he could still open the third Xiao after just over a month. Such speed and talent. Enough to make all the proud talents in Datsung feel ashamed.
TSK.
With a wave of his hand, Elder Feng set up a concealment formation again, preventing the fluctuations in the backyard from spilling over. At this moment, within Lu Mo's body, as countless natural energies and Gangqi wash over him, the third Xiao is slowly taking shape.
Whoosh! Countless natural energies, compressed like heavy rain, all enter Lu Mo's body.
Soon, the third Xiao is successfully opened.
Lu Mo opens his eyes.
His gaze is filled with excitement. Because, with the impact of Tu Xiao's Gangqi, he can now visualize other things in the third Xiao. Spiritual light continuously flickers, and Lu Mo contemplates what he most lacks at this moment. Even though I have mastered quite a few techniques, what I'm really missing is a powerful killing technique. To slay half-demon, half-human foes, it relies merely on the pure power of Gangqi.
And this is just the most basic application of Gangqi. Muttering to himself, Lu Mo's spiritual light continues to manifest.
The closer the visualization is to him, the greater the enhancement brought by the visualization.
And if it is too ethereal and vague, it wouldn't have much effect.
Besides visualization, I also need to think about how to use external objects to maximize its power. As thoughts raced in his mind, he quickly reached a conclusion.
In the next moment, clang!
The true martial blade flies out of its sheath, standing in front of him in midair. Lu Mo's eyes are fixed tightly on it, as boundless blade intent seems to become tangible, rushing towards Lu Mo.
Within the third Xiao, a majestic blade intent is slowly brewing. Chapter 54, the top killing technique nurtured, please follow.
Endless Gangqi continuously washes over the third Xiao. Looking at the true martial blade before him, Lu Mo seems to enter a state of enlightenment where man and blade become one. His understanding of the sword technique already stands at the top. Therefore, while visualizing the true martial blade.
It doesn't take long
before he nurtures an incredibly rich and powerful blade intent. Silvery white gangchi circles the Qiao, each impact solidifying the figure at the very center of the Qiao a little more.
Luomo seems to become a mirror, perfectly reflecting the true martial blade inside his Qiao.
As the blade intent surges endlessly, the formation in the small courtyard begins to lose control and spill out. Although the air seems empty, the surrounding stone walls are constantly appearing with traces of blade light and sword shadows.
In almost an instant, they covered the entire space, thousands upon thousands. What tremendous blade intent is this?
Outside the small courtyard,
Elder Feng's face shows horror, and he can't help but look back.
Although there are formations restricting it, the blade intent still leaks out, if not for dispersing the bystanders in advance.
I'm afraid that even the unintentional release of the knife's intent could instantly kill the nearby servants.
With a single hand swing. Once again, several primary level barrier formations appeared, wrapping the mighty force within.
Although Luomo was only opening his third acupoint, Elder Feng Yuan was already sweating profusely, as the formations he could set up were completely inadequate against the enemy.
Earlier,
Luomo had also given him some guidance on formations.
However, to arrange a Qi Si level formation still required him some time.
It's done. Clang.
Suddenly opening his eyes, it was as if a sharp sword was drawn from its sheath, and the air faintly erupted with the sound of a weapon being unsheathed. And at this moment, in the third acupoint, a thick, tangible knife intent, looking nearly identical to the true martial sword, was slowly swirling.
With a thought, the immense knife intent instantly broke free from his body.
Without any other action needed, the knife light surged towards the shielding formation set up by Elder Feng Yuan, carrying a dense aura, instantly drawing a silver line in the air. Several barrier formations, comparable to the primary level perfection, only lasted a few breaths before collapsing. If I face a half-demon, half-human again, I'm afraid just this one strike would directly slay them.
Muttering to himself.
Feeling the might of the knife light, Luomo reached a conclusion.
However,
the excitement in his eyes remained. If I merely use this knife intent, it is not yet its complete power. With one hand outstretched, he held the true martial sword in his grasp. The knife intent from the third acupoint reappeared infused with the true martial sword in his hand.
In an instant, silver light flowed, and the true martial sword seemed to be infused with energy, constantly booming. Luomo slowly stood up and swung the sword towards the sky. Whoosh!
A terrifying radiance, several times more powerful than before, exploded forth, a silver brilliance soaring to the heavens, instantly cleaving apart the clouds in the sky, the air humming continuously, the knife light ripping through the firmament.
Stroking the sword, Luomo murmured, "This move is called Dragon Slay."
Half of Golden Source Town witnessed this soaring silver light and the clouds that were split in the sky.
Everyone's face showed fear, unaware of who wielded such celestial power.
At the outer gate of the courtyard, Elder Feng Yuan was momentarily stunned, as he sensed that just moments ago, Luomo had instantly erased several of his shielding formations. With a wry smile, Feng Yuan felt somewhat helpless.
This kid used my formations to test his cultivation.
Before he finished speaking,
in the next moment,
an even more overwhelming knife light surged into the sky. His expression changed, and Feng Yuan instantly flew up to the courtyard wall, looking towards the scene. He saw Luomo slowly inserting the true martial sword back into its sheath, as if nothing had happened, casually glancing at Feng Yuan, his expression calm. But the clouds in the sky that had been split did not seem to agree.
Just now, what happened?
Elder Feng Yuan's voice trembled slightly, his gaze darting between the sky and the ground.
Because,
if he sensed correctly, that last strike of knife light was something he himself might not be able to withstand. To be clear, although he specialized in formations, his own cultivation was genuinely at the Qi Si level. Even though he was just at the first stage of Qi gathering, and because he focused on formations his strength was lesser than those of the same level, he was still a Qi Si cultivator. If he couldn't withstand that strike of knife light, then most Qi gathering cultivators would likely be seriously injured under such a blow. Yet, it seemed that this was merely the power unleashed by someone who had just opened their third acupoint. How could this be possible? I have gained something from my breakthrough and forged a killing technique.
Luomo did not explain much, simply giving Elder Feng Yuan a slow nod.
Yet, his words, though calm, stirred a storm in Feng Yuan's heart. A killing technique created from opening the third acupoint was already able to pose a threat to the Qi Si? Swallowing hard, Feng Yuan realized he could barely swallow, his Adam's apple rolling up and down.
The primary level could threaten the Qi Si. Didn't that mean that upon reaching the Qi Si, one could slay a celestial? What about reaching the celestial realm?
Feng Yuan no longer dared to think further, only able to bow respectfully to Luomo at the yard wall, realizing he would need to put in more effort in the formation.
If he delayed any longer, the gap between them would likely grow larger in the future. Elder Feng Yuan. How much longer until the great medicine I need arrives?
After opening the third acupoint, Luo shifted his attention to another goal for descending the mountain. With the killing techniques in hand, his body's strength naturally needed to keep up.
He couldn't neglect one for the other. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and answered. It will be soon. The Merchant Association said it will arrive the day after tomorrow. It seems there are others interested in this great medicine, so the highest bidder will likely win. The highest bidder wins. Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but smirk. Compared to this, I have a lot to say. 2 days later. North Street of Jinyuan Town.
Although the sun had just climbed above the eaves, figures were already appearing on the street. As the busiest street in town, North Street housed nearly all kinds of shops. The peddlers on both sides arrived even earlier, laying out their goods on waterproof paper and starting their shouts. And in the center of the intersecting streets stood the largest merchant association in Jinyuan Town.
Decades have passed. The items on this floor are still just those few. Luo and his companion only glanced at a few things on the first floor before heading up the stairs to the second floor.
In earlier years, he often dealt with the Shuetian Merchant Association, but growing older, he lost interest in these flashy items.
They swept through the second floor quickly.
The two men went directly to the third floor of the association. This floor was no longer accessible to everyone. Most of the goods were prepared for cultivators, with each item's price equivalent to the earnings of regular folks for years. On a normal day, there wouldn't be many people on the third floor of the association. Most visitors were disciples from the three sects who came to Jinyuan Town to buy what they needed. But today, as soon as they revealed their identities upon reaching the third floor, they already saw many figures. Clearly, the news of the great medicine had been actively spread by the association to sell it at a better price. However, most of those who came were just there to watch.
Few truly needed the blood dragon flower. Chapter 55. Sorry, there is money, please keep reading.
Although the blood dragon flower is not considered rare among great medicines and often appears in major merchant associations, because the Jinyuan Town branch is too small, it rarely has high-grade medicines sent there.
Luo and the others timed it well. Just as they arrived on the third floor, they saw the merchant boss take out a wooden box. He opened it. Inside was the blood dragon flower that Luo needed.
The flower's branches were like veins, incredibly red, with what appeared to be blood flowing in them, giving off a faint heat. The flowers on it were blood red, bright, and seemed as if they could burst with a touch. Several cultivators dressed in the attire of young men in Jiujian Mountain were watching the blood dragon flower with keen interest. They all seemed to be disciples.
Surrounding them were some wealthy merchants from Jinyuan Town. Everyone.
Bowing, the branch boss Zhou Kai stood on a platform, smiling at the crowd.
I won't waste any time. I know everyone is here for this flower.
The starting price is 100,000 taels, and the highest bidder wins. In fact, this was a small-scale auction. But since Jinyuan Town was too small, it had never really hosted any large auctions. Only occasionally, when good items were sent to Jinyuan Town by the Merchant Association, a separate auction would be held for those items. Today was one such occasion.
No one felt anything was wrong. Moreover, although they were all great medicines, the prices among different great medicines varied widely.
Some rare great medicines were worth millions, or even tens of millions, and could only be exchanged with items. Compared to those, the price of the blood dragon flower was already considered quite cheap.
Nonetheless, even so,
100,000 taels was still quite expensive for most sect cultivators.
150,000.
A disciple from Jiujian Mountain spoke up. Then he bowed to the crowd. Our sect's elder requires a powerful medicine, please be generous and refrain from competing, esteemed guests.
The Nine Swords Mountain will remember this kindness.
Before he finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out from the side.
This item naturally goes to the highest bidder, so why ask for generosity? 160,000.
Though he spoke this way, the person only raised the bid by 10,000, as if he knew there would be no further bids from others.
People turned to look.
The speaker wore a dragon-patterned luxurious robe, with a jade token at his waist engraved with the character for sun. It turned out to be a disciple of the Sun Gate, and only inner disciples had such jade tokens. Seeing this, the crowd understood why. The Nine Swords Mountain disciple who had just called out, frowned and thought for a moment upon realizing the other was a cultivator from the Sun Gate, and ultimately shook his head, choosing not to continue bidding. Even though he had banknotes worth as much as 200,000, he didn't dare to raise his bid further. Among the three major forces in Gold Source Town, the Sun Gate is the only sect with celestial beings, and its foundation far surpasses the sum of the other two sections. For so many years, it has suppressed the other two sects, keeping them from raising their heads. Upon seeing a disciple of the Sun Gate speak, Zhou Kai couldn't help but sigh. In every small auction held by the trading house, once a person from the Sun Gate makes a bid, there will hardly be any other competition.
Rich merchants in the town? Not to mention the Sun Gate, even the three major sects wouldn't dare offend them. The Skyfeather sect and the Nine Swords Mountain also dared not bid against them.
If the Sun Gate is displeased, the minor consequence would be injuring disciples from the two sects in the grand competition, and the major consequence would be directly squeezing the resources and territories of the two sections.
There's no way around it. Who could match their celestial beings? 170,000. Just when everyone thought no one would speak again, suddenly a bidding voice rang out. The crowd's eyes shone with excitement but quickly dimmed. Because the one who spoke was another disciple of the Sun Gate.
Xiaoling, you don't need the Jiao Bloodflower, why are you competing with me? Called out by name, the Sun Gate disciple shrugged, smiling even more.
Wu Ji, you said it yourself, it's whoever bids higher. I just want to bid for fun. If you have the ability, don't keep bidding.
The onlookers could see that these two seemed to often compete within the Sun Gate, which is why the latter jumped in.
180,000. Wu Ji frowned and continued to raise the bid.
He hadn't expected that outsiders wouldn't dare to bid, yet his own people would come to cause trouble. Seeing that the other seemed ready to continue, Wu Ji hurriedly snorted.
Don't forget, this medicine is for my brother.
Hearing this, Xiaoling held back words on the tip of his tongue, a trace of apprehension appearing in his eyes.
He made a gesture asking for permission and took a few steps back.
Seeing this, Wu Ji finally retracted his gaze and nodded to the trading house owner.
There won't be any more bids. Strike the hammer.
Before his words fell, an elderly cough sounded.
Slowly parting the crowd, Luemo smiled and said, 200,000.
The crowd then turned back to look, surprised to find that the speaker was actually an elderly man.
Elder Feng Yuan. Elder Luemo.
The disciples of the Nine Swords Mountain greeted the two because of the previous incident with the monster, so they were aware of Elder Lumo's presence. However, several Sun Gate disciples frowned.
Letting our own people compete is one thing, but why is a Skyfeather sect elder competing with us? You are Luemo? Wu Ji frowned, somewhat familiar with the name.
Previously, there had been some information circulating about Luemo within the Sun Gate. Coupled with the earlier incident of exterminating monsters, it was easy to guess who was standing next to Feng Yuan. He just didn't expect that the other would also bid for the Jiao Bloodflower.
210,000. After pondering for a moment, Wu Ji continued to speak. 210,000 was already the total of all his banknotes.
He didn't believe that an elder from the Skyfeather sect would dare to continue bidding against him.
250,000. Emotionless, Luemo simply continued speaking. Seeing this, everyone was stunned.
They had initially thought he just came to trip up the competition.
Do you really want to take this precious medicine from the other person's hands? Elder Luemo. What do you mean by this?
Wu Ji's expression was already quite ugly, directly questioning him. Luemo merely clicked his tongue and smiled, completely not taking it seriously.
Didn't you say the highest bidder wins? I need this thing too.
After a moment of silence, Wu Ji's face darkened again.
This is something my brother needs. I know.
Taoist, the eighth direct disciple, Wu Huang.
Luemo nodded and began to think about the information on the Yangmin sect.
During this time, he had gotten to know about the other two sects and had heard of this, someone who was called the most gifted disciple in Yangmin's history.
But what does that matter? You. Wu Ji's face changed. He didn't understand why this elder from Tianyu sect was so firm. He was completely different from the Tianyu sect elder he had met before.
Before, when they met, the other side didn't speak in a low voice, but at least they didn't dare to speak loudly. But this Jiao Shuehua, his brother truly needed it. This time, he was even given strict orders to bring it back and not let the other person take it.
250,000 should be the highest price the other party could offer.
Slamming his sword onto the counter, Wu Ji then took out a piece of jade from his chest. This sword is called Qingfeng, it costs 30,000. This jade was bought from the Merchant Guild, it can increase a cultivator's cultivation speed, it costs 40,000. Plus 21,000 silver notes on me, the total price is 280,000. To take this flower, Wu Ji could be said to have risked everything. He had nearly emptied all his assets.
280,000. Even some rich merchants in Jinyuan town couldn't take out such a large amount of silver notes at once. Let alone an old man who appeared from nowhere. 300,000. You. I have another jade. Wu Ji continued to reach for his things. 350,000. Are you crazy? 400,000. Don't forget the disciple competition is coming soon, aren't you afraid our Yangmen disciples won't show mercy? 450,000.
My brother is the 8th direct disciple of the sect master. If the sect master gets angry, how will you explain to Tianyu sect?
500,000.
Wu Ji held his chest with his hand. Cursing, he was helped out by the other young men disciples.
Then,
the Jiao Shuehua was completely placed into a wooden box, and Xiao Kai happily walked over holding it.
No need for so much. Just take the final bid of 300,000 as the price.
I've been annoyed by these young men disciples for a long time. Every time they force others not to bid, causing the price of many good things to drop.
But Elder Lu, aren't you afraid of offending young men?
Xiao Kai handed the wooden box to Lu Mo, his expression showing some worry. But when Lu Mo took it, he exchanged a look with Feng Yuan, both of them smiling, completely not taking it to heart.
Because they both knew very well. Yang Men was ranked as the #1 power among the 3 major factions. There was not much time left.
Rest assured, 2 immortals.
The Lu families and Tianyu sect's properties, we will definitely take good care of them, and we will absolutely provide great convenience.
As for the monster-slaying matter, we have reported it, and the state has agreed to reduce some taxes.
At the gate of the Lu family mansion. After buying the Jiao Shuehua, Lu Mo no longer had any reason to stay.
After a brief tidy-up, he was ready to return directly to Tianyu sect. As for some spirit plants and precious medicines bought during this time, he had the servants send them to Tianyu sect. There was no need for him to personally drive a cart like when he first went to Tianyu sect.
After hearing that Lu Mo and his companion were preparing to return, the county magistrate of Jinyuan town, along with Sun Daiyuan and others, came to visit again, to express their gratitude. And seeing the county magistrate's fawning appearance, Sun Daiyuan couldn't help but click his tongue and feel many emotions.
Previously, old Lu had made quite a bit of money, but still had to rely on the government's favor. It was usually very difficult to even see the county magistrate. But since old Lu came down from Taohua Valley,
only a few months had passed.
Now the county magistrate could come to visit and thank him. He also became a celestial master of Tianyu sect, and his status has undoubtedly increased by a large margin.
It was just a small effort. Having lived in Jinyuan town for so many years, we cannot just watch the demons harm the world. If there are demon problems in the future, you can come to Tianyu sect. Lu Mo only held a wooden box, which contained a Jiao blood flower.
Other items could be taken by servants, but this flower could not be left behind.
Yet, listening to Lu Mo's words, the county magistrate's expression seemed much more relaxed as he smiled. Perhaps for future demon problems, we won't need to trouble the celestial master anymore.
Why is that?
Lu Mo was somewhat confused.
After reporting the news about the evil cult lurking in Jinyuan town, Weizhou has decided to establish a demon suppression office in Jinyuan town. At that time, a Chi Si commander will be stationed here.
Sun Daiyuan stepped forward to explain.
His expression was also joyful. They had just received this news in the morning.
With the demon suppression office stationed here, Jinyuan town would truly become peaceful.
Although there were 3 major sects before, they were not stationed within Jinyuan town, so if demon problems arose, they could not provide immediate assistance, and in that time, many people could die.
Hearing this news, Lu Mo and the other did not show any change in expression. They simply nodded. In that case, Tianyu sect did not need to pay too much attention to Jinyuan town.
After chatting a bit more, the two stopped wasting time, and taking advantage of the daylight, soared directly out of the city. Watching the backs of the two, the people who bowed their fists and bowed only raised their heads after they disappeared into the horizon.
Captain Sun, are you really sure that a few months ago, Master Lu only had the cultivation of a grand martial artist when he assisted you in eradicating the evil cultivators? The county magistrate turned his head, curiously asking Sun Daiyuan. Sun Daiyuan nodded earnestly. At that time, Master Lu's aura was indeed that of a grand martial artist, but it does not rule out the possibility that he was hiding his cultivation. But I can confirm that 10 years ago, Master Lu truly had no cultivation at all. Hearing this, a look of yearning appeared in the county magistrate's eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Even if he was hiding his cultivation back then, 10 years to reach the Yuan aperture realm is already quite terrifying. I didn't expect that he could still cultivate at 70 or 80 years old. It's a late bloomer. This means that age seems to have no effect on cultivation. At this point, the county magistrate, who was over 50, looked at Sun Daiyuan, his eyes suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Captain Sun, I felt a burst of heat rising within me these past few days, as if it is about to erupt. Even my children have said I've been much stronger these days. Could it be that I also have some special physique that allows me to cultivate? Why don't you take me as your apprentice? Due to not wasting much time, the two quickly returned to Tianyu sect. It had only been a little over a month since they descended the mountain. On the way back, Lu Mo also learned specific information about the grand competition mentioned by Wu Ji from Feng Yuan. Though it was called a grand competition, it was actually a grand event where the young disciples of the 3 major sects competed with each other, held every 2 years, usually led by the sect masters. Since the grand competition began, Yang Men's direct disciples had almost always dominated the top 3 positions without exception. In addition to the competitions among ordinary disciples, the 3 major sects would also take this opportunity to test the strength and cultivation of their respective direct descendants. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on methods. As long as no one dies, anything goes, so the intensity of attacks varies according to the disciples' intentions. Among them, Yang Men disciples often attack the hardest, frequently severely injuring their opponents, and there have even been records of them incapacitating the direct disciples of Nine Sword Mountain. Although later on, Taoist imposed restrictions, they still could not completely stop the intensity of their disciples' attacks, and injuries still occurred. If there were conflicts on usual days, Yang Men disciples would be even harsher. The next disciple grand competition would be in half a month, at Shaozhou Peak. Thinking about the information about the grand competition, Lu Mo couldn't help but smile gently. Letting Tianyu sect gain fame can start with the disciples. During this period, he had also provided guidance to many direct disciples, and with the Tianren level gathering spirit array, securing 1 or 2 spots in the top 3 should not pose too much of a problem. I heard that people from the surrounding 10 miles came to watch the grand event. It truly is a great opportunity. However, based on Zhao Zihai's current seclusion speed, it's likely that he won't emerge even after half a month. But it's not a big deal, it won't make much difference. Looking at the Jiox Weiwei in hand, Lu Mo slowly walked to the square in front of the wooden house, where a large vat was already set up, surrounded by numerous spiritual plants and celestial herbs that were ready. Although the Jiox Weiwei was just obtained, the various auxiliary materials had long been prepared. Using so many things at once, even I feel a bit regretful. Muttering to himself, endless vigorous energy enveloped the Jiox Weiwei, instantly peeling away its skin, leaving only the pure essence inside. At the same time, countless auxiliary materials also flew up and fell into the large vat. A raging fire immediately engulfed them. Estimating the time to be nearly right, Lu Mo leaped up, holding the Jiox Weiwei and jumped inside. Almost the instant he touched the medicinal liquid, the Jiox Weiwei completely blended into it, causing the already high temperature to boil even more. Hurriedly operating the Immortal Tower Golden Phase, countless golden threads appeared, surrounding Lu Mo. Although the Immortal Tower Golden Phase was transformed from the heavenly mysterious Golden Phase, its strength soared significantly. The latter was already a legendary martial art, let alone the former. Lu Mo soaked for a full day and night. When the sun climbed high the next day, scorching the ground, Lu Mo finally opened his eyes. He saw the medicinal liquid in the vat was almost reduced by half and had turned into a pitch-black, foul-smelling liquid, detectable by ordinary people from 3 yards away. Yet within the vat, Lu Mo formed a stark contrast with the foul liquid. His body was like steel carved, and subtle jade color appeared under his skin, resembling a sculpture. With a thought, countless golden lights gathered, quickly forming armor, covering Lu Mo all over. The third aperture opened, and the cutting intent surged out, slicing towards his arm. Clang! Under the cutting intent, the arm covered in golden armor only bore a white mark. After pondering for a moment, Lu Mo mobilized all the golden armor, gathering it into one place, manifesting a solid gold armor. Again, he used the cutting intent to strike this gold armor. Not even a white mark appeared. This was the might of the Immortal Tower Golden Phase. Not only could it cover the whole body, but it could also be condensed in one place, greatly enhancing defense. The golden armor vanished into his body. Lu Mo clenched his fist with one hand, his expression filled with excitement. The second level, achieved. Chapter 57, Teaching the Visualization Method, Tuesday. Please continue reading, essential for tracking. The Immortal Tower Golden Phase consists of 3 levels, Golden Threads, Gold Armor, and Golden Phase. Each level's strength could be called a qualitative change, and the difficulty of cultivation also increased sharply. Lu Mo felt very confident. Having practiced to the second level, he could easily crush the previous half-demon with just his physical strength. It only took 3 punches. However, the difficulty of cultivating the last level was not so simple. It required several precious herbs and some unique celestial treasures. Let alone the Jin Yuan town. It's likely that even if the entire Qingyu prefecture were searched clean, it couldn't produce so many items. And these items were merely auxiliary. To fully cultivate the Immortal Tower Golden Phase to perfection, revealing the 12 towers in 5 cities, containing the Golden Phase, a key medicinal guide was still needed. That would be the source of a great demon. And a great demon was a terrifying monster at the celestial level. Obtaining its source would be incredibly difficult. However, there's no need to rush. I have just broken through the Yuan aperture not long ago, and there's no need to think too much about the future matters. Jumping out of the medicinal vat, Lu Mo washed up again. Then he stood on the peak of Shaozhou to send a voice transmission downward. Soon, Li Feng knelt before Lu Mo. After recultivating the myriad form's hidden dragon, Li Feng had also stabilized himself in the mid-stage of the initial realm, being a martial bone, he could even say there were no rivals in the initial realm. Elder, what orders do you have? Lu Mo looked towards the main peak and disciple peak in the distant sea of clouds. Almost without hesitation. Bring all the personal transmission methods. Tell them that I have a secret method to pass on, which can help them crush their opponents in the competition. Yes. Li Feng hurriedly turned and rushed down the mountain. Soon. Many personal disciples within Tianyu sect received the news and quickly gathered at the peak of Shaozhu Peak. Even some personal disciples who were in closed-door training hurriedly broke through their barriers. If it were the sect master calling them, they probably wouldn't have acted so decisively, and would have procrastinated a bit. After all, once they enter closed-door training, forcibly ending it can cause some damage to their cultivation. However, if Elder Lu called them, it was completely different. Without hesitation, upon hearing this news, a few personal disciples all left their cultivation places in closed-door training spots, rushing towards Shaozhu Peak. Many other disciples saw this. They thought something big must have happened to excite these aloof personal disciples. Besides the few personal disciples, several inner door elders also came to join the excitement. Though they roughly knew this teaching might not enhance them much, but it was good to come and gain experience. The second personal disciple, Kong Xiaoyao, who had already broken through the Qi Si, also came running over. I didn't expect Elder Lu to gain something again so quickly. I just don't know how much improvement this teaching will bring us. In the small square that wasn't very big, all the personal disciples and some inner door elders had gathered. Looking at the tightly closed wooden house, no one urged them. Chen Xiufeng's expression was filled with excitement. He had been in contact with Lu Mo for quite some time and knew how extraordinary his talent was, so he took this teaching very seriously. The other disciples were similar to him. With Elder Lu, who could create unmatched body refining methods, whatever he casually creates was enough for them to chew on for a long time. Even Sun Zhangyang, who usually avoided Lu Mo, couldn't help but run over. He was the first to arrive. Elder Feng has been with Elder Lu in Jinyuan town, he should know what Elder Lu will teach this time. Chen Xiufeng asked. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan proudly stroked his beard, as he was the first to know that Lu Mo could use the qi of the essence. These people did not yet know how much shock Elder Lu would bring them shortly. Before Feng Yuan could speak, the Grand Elder Chu Lintian hesitantly murmured. The essence must not have anything too exaggerated created by Elder Lu. That may not be the case. Shaking his head, Feng Yuan did not continue. At this moment, the wooden house was finally pushed open. Looking at the old man with an air of immortality in front of them, everyone's expression was filled with excitement. However, Lu Mo just slowly walked to a nearby lounge chair and sat down, not rushing to speak, while everyone dared not urge him, but their scorching gazes surrounded Lu Mo. After a while, it was Chen Xiufeng who couldn't hold back. Elder Lu, please don't tease us. What secret method is there in the essence realm? Lu Mo smiled, gently pointed, and a meridian gradually unfolded in midair. This was the first time. The others looked at Lu Mo's meridian. At first, they did not notice any difference, but soon they discovered a translucent object shaped like a stone mill inside. What is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, even the few elders of the Qi Si. There was something hidden in the meridian, they hadn't just seen it, they had never even heard of it before. This is the visualization method. Lu Mo glanced at everyone. Originally, the meridian only relied on its vortex to grind the energy of the world, but I found that this approach did not fully showcase the potential of the meridian. If the intensity of the world's energy is compressed, it cannot be ground. Therefore, I created the visualization method. After a pause, Lu Mo's eyebrows moved, and Chen Xiufeng hurriedly stepped forward to pour a cup of tea. I tried many things and ultimately determined that the stone mill is the most suitable object for visualization entering the meridian. Of course, it's not to say that the stone mill cannot be replaced, but for you, this is the only thing. Pointing at the stone mill on one side of the small square, the crowd's gaze shifted over. As for how to visualize, it varies from person to person, but you must completely open the acupoints, and your mind must not allow anything else. After successfully visualizing, the efficiency of grinding the energy of heaven and earth will not only increase. More importantly, Lu Mo built suspense. The energy of heaven and earth after grinding is not merely ordinary strength. Its power will increase several times. As for the Gangqi, as for the other things beyond the stone mill, no one else should think about it. Without full-level perception and a perfect foundation, without mastering the compressed energy of heaven and earth, there is no way to control Gangqi in the Yuanxiao realm. Of course, Lu Mo did not speak these words out loud. He had deduced it before. Let alone other things, it was likely that everyone would struggle to visualize the complete stone mill, at most only visualizing a flawed model, which could only be compensated for by quantity.
After all, among the people present, at the very least, everyone had opened 5 acupoints. If they mastered the visualization method, they could visualize 5 stone mills.
And that was already enough.
Even an incomplete stone mill could cause the power of the strength after grinding to soar several times, enough to crush opponents in this realm.
Listening to Lu Mo's explanation, the nearly all-eye burning, excited energy of the Yuan Niao disciples in the crowd surged. As for the Qi Si, Lu Mo continued, and the elders in the crowd instantly looked over, their faces also showing desire. But Lu Mo could only helplessly wave his hand.
I have not yet entered the Qi Si, so I do not have much understanding of this realm. But I can confirm that the visualization method is already ineffective for the Qi Si. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the elders in the crowd suddenly darkened. The most enraged was the second disciple Kong Xiaoyao. He had broken through to the Qi Si 6 months ago and could no longer apply the visualization method. He was so angry he wanted to slap himself twice. If he had known earlier, he would have kept his realm suppressed a little. You can cultivate here with me, and I will guide you when I have time.
Murmuring this, Lu Mo prepared to return to his small house. But at that moment, Chen Xiufeng seemed to think of something and asked Lu Mo. Elder Lu, if we cultivate using the visualization method, can we increase the power of our strength by several times? What about you, Elder Lu? You created the visualization method, should it not just yield this kind of result?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Mo.
They also wanted to know. What would Lu Mo's reward be?
After all, they did not know how much his perception exceeded theirs. Creating such a method should yield more than just an increase in the power of strength. His steps slowed for a moment, and Lu Mo did not turn back.
Gang Qi.
The small square instantly fell silent, as if time itself had paused.
Chapter 58 Going to the Great Competition. Time flowed like water. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After teaching the visualization method, the major disciples nearly all settled down on the small bamboo peak.
Although other elders in the Qi Si realm felt it was quite unfair that they had no method to improve their strength, they had no choice but to accept it.
In the end, they could only hope that Lu Mo would gain more after entering the Qi Si.
During this half-month, several major Yuan Xiao disciples also gained some benefits. At least, they had successfully visualized 2 acupoints. After all, this group of disciples was exceptionally gifted, otherwise, they would not have been valued by Zhao Zihai. Additionally, living on the small bamboo peak, Lu Mo occasionally provided guidance. Visualizing the stone mill and enhancing the strength of the acupoints was almost a sure thing. The energy of heaven and earth in the 3rd acupoint has almost completely transformed into magnificent strength. I didn't expect this method to have such power. Sitting cross-legged by a pond in the halfway up the small bamboo peak, Chen Xiufeng opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled.
Now,
though my cultivation hasn't changed much, my strength has already skyrocketed by an unknown amount. If I were to compete with myself from half a month ago, I could probably defeat him in just 10 moves. Thinking of this, Chen Xiufeng felt a bit restless and wanted to test his current strength. He looked across at the pond. A figure standing under a crooked tree had noticed him early on.
6th junior brother, I have been waiting for you for half a day. Sun Zhengyang's gaze was equally fiery.
His progress was actually a bit faster than Chen Xiufeng's, having already visualized the stone mill in the 4th acupoint. But he wasn't in a hurry to grind the energy of heaven and earth, so the pure strength he could master was about the same as the others. When he sensed his own strength surging, his hands were itching, not just for Chen Xiufeng. The two had already been close in cultivation, one opening 5 acupoints, the other 6. They had sparred countless times before.
5th senior brother, please give me guidance. As soon as the words fell, both figures vanished simultaneously.
In the next moment, 2 forces erupted above the pond, creating waves of booming sounds, the ripples of strength spreading out, making the pond surge and reveal its bottom. However, they had only just begun to clash. With a tremendous oppressive force, their breaths were instantly suppressed back into their bodies, and their figures landed by the pond.
Stop messing around. With this energy, you might as well save it for the competition.
In midair, Chu Lingtian's figure slowly appeared, frowning at the somewhat messy pond from just one encounter. He remembered that Elder Lu wouldn't come to this pond to fish without a reason. How did it end up like this?
I have seen the Grand Elder.
Waving his hand, Chu Lingtian looked towards the peak of the small bamboo peak. Elder Lu says prepare yourselves, you can depart for the competition now.
I have already received the list.
Since the sect master hasn't come out of seclusion, this time I and Elder Lu will lead the team. Raising one hand, a list flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of Chen Xiufeng and the other. Though it was a competition, not every disciple could attend. Only those ranking at the top among the initial realms, 7 gates and Yuan Xiao, could compete in the great contest. Looking at the list in his hand,
Chen Xiufeng and the others were quite excited. After mastering the visualization method, the two were now extremely confident.
The outside world was still unaware of why Tianyu sect had been in seclusion for several months. Now it was time to let them know.
Gather at the mountain gate in half an hour. Zhu Lingtian's figure faded away, leaving behind a lingering voice.
Yes. The two figures bowed towards the direction of the small bamboo peak and then vanished from the spot. The imposing Grand Elder before them quickly flew to the peak of the small bamboo peak and arrived next to the wooden house under the peach tree. Squeezing out a flattering smile, he gently knocked on the wooden door.
He didn't even dare to make too much noise. Elder Lu. The message has been conveyed. Should the seclusion also be lifted?
A lazy voice came from inside the wooden house.
Lift it.
Zhao Zihai's breakthrough to the celestial being should be in these few days. I feel he should have succeeded, he just needs to keep in seclusion for another 2 days to adapt.
Okay.
With a cupped fist bow, Zhu Lintian turned and restored his imposing manner, directly heading to the main peak. From today, Tianyu sect lifts the mountain closure.
Half an hour later. Amid the envious expressions of many ordinary disciples,
a team after team of exceptionally talented individuals arrived behind Lu Mo and several elders such as Zhu Lintian.
Everyone is here.
Checking the list, Zhu Lintian said slowly.
Elder Lu nodded, glancing at the excited crowd behind him.
The 7 Gates and Initial Realm disciples were actually not too excited, instead, they looked quite nervous. However, Chen Xiufeng and a few direct disciples of Yuan Xiao had relaxed expressions. They couldn't wait to win back everything they had lost in previous competitions.
Let's go. Muttering softly, Elder Lu's expression was not too fluctuated.
Zhu Lintian nodded, throwing out a palm-sized flying sword, which expanded in the wind and quickly grew to 30 feet in length. Everyone leaped onto the sword's body, transforming into a streak of light and flying out of Tianyu sect. This flying sword could be considered a treasure of Tianyu sect, a half-spirit weapon, but it had long lost its power and could only be used for carrying people. Nonetheless, it still had a bit of grandeur. The location of the competition was not within any sect's influence. Instead, it was in a valley to the west of Jinyuan town. In the valley, a grand arena was constructed, its ground made of exquisite stone, normally concealed by formations, making it hard for ordinary people to enter, while all the birds and beasts around were cleared away. Surrounding the valley, there were 3 peaks of equal size and height, each having a large piece chopped off at the top to form platforms. These 3 peak platforms perfectly enclosed the valley below. In addition, many small peaks stood tall, already crowded with spectators eager for the spectacle. They were all wealthy merchants and townsfolk from the nearby 10 miles. Every disciple's competition was a key factor for them when choosing a sect to join.
Moreover, occasionally, forces from other regions would come to this place.
It can be said that the disciples' competition of the 3 major sects was one of the few highly anticipated events in Jinyuan town. At this moment, 2 of the 3 peaks were already packed with people, and the air was thick with tension brewing between them. The many townsfolk on the lower peak never shifted their gaze away from the 2 sides.
Among everyone present, the most eye-catching figure was at the position of the Yang sect.
Their disciples were numerous, all bearing an extraordinary demeanor and valiant looks. However, these disciples paid their utmost respect to a figure standing ahead of them. The middle-aged Taoist held a whisk in one hand and a jade bottle in the other, dressed in a light blue robe, with a calm and solemn expression, showing no hint of emotion. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of authority about him. He was the sect master of the Yang sect, Taoist. On another peak, the people appeared much more low-key, with the leader, Zhenren, looking like an ordinary person who had snuck up with a sword. His face bore no distinctive features, resembling a dumpling vendor next door who had suddenly grabbed a sword and rushed up. But no one in the valley dared to underestimate him. This was because he very well might become the second heavenly being of Jinyuan town after Taoist. However, both sides shared an unspoken agreement not to make any moves, only engaging in idle chatter. This was because a third force had yet to arrive.
They're coming, they're coming.
With the cheer of some townsfolk on the lower peak, a streak of light appeared, a massive sword soaring through the air, with a radiant figure above it. But to everyone's confusion, the foremost figure was not Zhao Zihai, instead, it was an elderly man with white hair whom most had never seen before.
Nothing special about him at all. Chapter 59, Elder Taisheng of Tianyu sect? Astonishing everyone. I'm sorry for being late.
As everyone reached the peak, Zhu Lintian cupped his fist in greeting. But the gaze of the others did not rest on him, instead, they kept scrutinizing Lu Mo. A Yuanxiao realm cultivator.
Why was this person standing in front of Zhu Lintian? Even if Zhao Zihai had not arrived, it shouldn't have been this person leading the group. What everyone couldn't comprehend was that even if Zhao Zihai had missed this grand competition, he could only stand behind Lu Mo. Is this Elder Lu Mo?
Zhenren clasped his hands in greeting, as he had been somewhat aware of Jinyuan town's matters during this time. He knew a new elder of Tianyu sect had resolved the demon affliction.
Greetings, Zhenren.
Greetings, Taoist.
Luemo did not put on any airs and stepped forward to greet them, confirming his identity.
However, everyone still felt puzzled, unable to understand why the leader would be him, especially since he was ahead of Chu Lintian.
Is it really him? Daoist turned to inquire of Wu Daozi behind him. Wu Daozi squinted, sizing up Luemo before nodding. I did indeed encounter him in Jinyuan town.
At that time, if I remember correctly, he was merely a great martial artist.
I never expected.
In just a few months, he has actually broken through to the Yuanqiao realm.
Wu Daozi's tone was filled with astonishment.
He had previously thought it was incredibly exaggerated that the other had broken through from a great martial artist to the mid-stage in such a short time.
How could it be that just a few months later, he jumped up a major realm again?
In fact, during the previous martial season in Jinyuan town, it had already informed him of Lumo's current cultivation.
Yet, he found it hard to believe. But when the opponent truly appeared with Yuanqiao cultivation, he couldn't help but admit. The opponent's speed of cultivation was simply terrifying. Listening to Wu Daozi's words, the Taoist didn't exhibit much emotional fluctuation. He just looked at Luemo up and down again. There is no problem with your cultivation. But this speed indeed cannot be possessed by a decayed body.
Perhaps, as you guessed before. In the previous 10 years, he discovered some fortuitous encounter in the 100,000 Great Mountains, thus reshaping his body and embarking on the path of cultivation.
Earlier, Wu Daozi had already talked to the Taoist about Luemo.
He had also given his own speculation.
If Luemo had not hidden his cultivation from the start, then it could only be that the opponent had some fortuitous encounter.
In the 100,000 Great Mountains, opportunities abound, there are often those who enter and defy fate. At that time, the Taoist also discovered a miraculous herb that could wash marrow and change bones in a perilous area near the depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains, which led to what he has today. So, for Lumo's terrifying cultivation speed, he wasn't too surprised. He had seen many exaggerated talents with remarkable cultivation speeds, but few had actually become celestials. In the distance, Zhou Jianzhenwen was still conversing with the people of Tianyu sect. I thought after you sealed the mountain, you would give up on this grand competition.
I didn't expect you still came. It is not rare for the sect leader to go into seclusion and abandon the current competition.
Chu Lintian simply smiled. No sect leader, but we still have Elder Lu leading the team. I haven't introduced him in detail to everyone yet. After a pause, with Lumo's nod of agreement, Chu Lintian then stepped forward, his voice spreading throughout the valley.
Elder Luemo, the supreme elder of Tianyu sect. He holds an unmatched position.
If earlier, Luemo standing at the front of the sword leader only surprised everyone a bit, then Chu Lintian's words now truly felt like dropping a stone into a pond, stirring up waves. Even the Taoist, whose expression had remained unchanged, had his face momentarily freeze. Even if this old man had some fortuitous encounter and his cultivation speed far exceeded others, it was impossible to be directly given the position of supreme elder, right?
Earlier, when Wu Daozi mentioned Luemo
saying the opponent was an inner elder in Tianyu sect, he could understand and accept it.
But a supreme elder? Isn't this madness?
Not only the Taoist, but even the people from Jiujian Mountain and many onlookers were stunned upon hearing this.
Tianyu sect appointed a Yuanqiao cultivator as supreme elder. What was Zhao Zihai thinking? Zhao sect leader truly is farsighted.
I believe Elder Lu will certainly lead Tianyu sect to greater heights. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Jianzhenwen still helplessly clasped his fists.
He couldn't think of anything else to say.
Earlier, his posture was somewhat condescending, but if the other party was a supreme elder, then their status compared to him was level, or even higher.
Taoist, I've met Elder Lu.
The Taoist, who hadn't directly greeted Luemo earlier, could only clasp his fists and nod. If the elder greeted him, he merely needed to nod in response. But if they both were sect leaders,
he had to give a reply.
Even if the other party hadn't yet reached the celestial rank, it was still the rule. The three major sects of Jinyuan town, at least on the surface, still held equal status.
If contacted privately based on cultivation, no one in Jinyuan town was worth his attention.
But if appearing in the capacity of sect leader, he still had to put on a show. So since he appeared in the valley, he had only looked at Zhou Jianzhenwen and greeted him.
With the absence of Tianyu sect's leader, he didn't even need to give a glance. Who would have thought
that this Zhao Zihai appointed an old Yuanqiao man as supreme elder? It made him feel quite embarrassed. I heard the mountain was sealed earlier because Zhao Zihai was in seclusion. Perhaps Zhao Zihai's seclusion failed, and his cultivation was damaged, unable to reach celestial rank for life. This is truly a case of desperation leading to hasty decisions, appointing this old man as the supreme elder. I hope this person can protect the Tianyu sect.
Wu Daozi pondered for a moment and then approached Daorun from behind.
Daorun nodded, acknowledging his words.
But in his view,
Although this old man had some lucky encounters and cultivated quickly, he probably lacked deep roots. Once he hit barriers, he would instantly plummet and struggle to recover. The Tianyu sect this time, I'm afraid, has truly met with a major hurdle.
Since everyone is here, the time has come. Let's prepare to start.
Though countless doubts lingered in his heart, Zhou Jianzhenwen did not dwell too much. After all, this was a disciple competition, not about questioning why Zhao Zihai appointed a supreme elder.
But Daorun waved his hand. Wait a minute. Someone hasn't arrived. Everyone was taken aback. Who could make Daorun wait like this?
In previous competitions, as long as the time came, even if one side had not arrived, Daorun would not wait.
Why is this happening today?
Just then, a figure appeared in the distance from the sky, answering the confusion.
As the figure flickered, it quickly landed beside Daorun.
The newcomer had kind eyes and gray hair, but his vitality surged passionately. Even his green robe could not hide his strong iron-like body.
I am Wei Qing-song. I'm late, I hope for your understanding. Hearing this name, everyone instantly understood why Daorun would wait.
Wei Qing-song, one of the three leaders of the Qingyun Mansion in Weizhou, was also one of the three great celestial beings of Qingyun Mansion. His power contained half-saint heritage.
The three major forces of Jinyuan town combined were far less. Not to mention,
the Qingyun Mansion and the Wang family of Weizhou were allies. They were renowned array masters in the entire Dazhang, having had half-saint level array masters.
Such a terrifying existence had a connection with Daorun? Doesn't that mean Yangmen is under his protection? The crowd around the valley was stunned. With such connections, wouldn't Yangmen soar?
Feeling the envious gazes around, Daorun couldn't help but raise his head a little. Actually, his relationship with Qingyun Mansion was merely an acquaintance formed during a joint hunt against a great demon. Other than that, they had hardly contacted each other. They completely looked down on a small Yangmen.
He never expected
that this time during the disciple competition, Wei Qing-song would actively contact him and express an intention to come watch. He naturally agreed happily, quickly inviting him to come.
Being able to elevate the status of Yangmen, why not? However, he didn't notice.
Since his arrival, Wei Qing-song's gaze had remained fixated on Lu Mo, examining him with great interest.
How did this old man break through the Yuanqiao in such a short time? He indeed came upon invitation. But the true invitee was not Yangmen, but rather their ally, the Wang family. Since everyone has gathered, let's begin.
With a wave of his hand, Daorun instantly sent all the disciples behind him into the valley, landing around the competition stage.
Zhou Jianzhenwen and Xu Lintian did the same.
With every gesture, their disciples jumped into the valley.
Upon seeing this,
the audience gathered for the competition erupted in loud cheers. On the three main peaks, only the elder and sect master level figures of the three major forces remained.
Let's follow the previous rules. The first round will be the 7 barriers for the beginners.
As soon as Daorun finished his words, all the 7 barriers disciples stepped forward, arriving at the edge of the competition stage, eager to choose their opponents.
A thick smell of gunpowder began to brew. Zhang Qiu of Jiujian Mountain, who dares to come for guidance? At Zhou Jianzhenwen's signal, a silver light leapt up and landed in the arena.
He cupped his fists at the others.
Wang Shui from Yangmen.
With a cold chuckle, a Yangmen disciple stepped forward, drawing out his long sword.
In the next moment,
the two figures collided instantly. This scene also marked the official start of the disciple competition. Watching the fight scene in the valley below, Lu Mo's expression was quite calm. Before coming, he had fully understood all the detailed information about this grand competition. The trial of the 7 passes at the initial stage was just a prelude. It would not affect the final outcome. The real highlight of the disciples' competition was the clash among the most capable disciples of the Yuan Xiao realm, and only this realm's matches would count towards rankings. The Qihai disciples would not participate. As for the Yuan Xiao realm matches, they were divided into 3 categories: the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage, namely, the 3 Xiao, 6 Xiao, and 9 Xiao. Each would determine one champion. However, lower stage disciples could challenge higher stage ones to showcase their skills. Many wealthy merchants and common folks on the surrounding low peaks would also view the results of the matches as a key consideration for the next generation's quest for enlightenment. If the performance in the grand competition was good enough, in a short time, their fame would rise to the top among the 3 sects. The sect with the most victories could occupy a resource treasure for 2 years, until they failed in the next grand competition. However, this resource treasure had been in the hands of the young sect since the start of the grand competition. On the martial arts stage, the 7 passes disciples trial quickly reached the final round. Everyone, thank you for the match. With a stream of luminous jade entering his body, the previously dispirited disciple quickly returned to his peak condition. But at this moment, there were no opponents left in the arena.
The trial of the 7 passes had come to an end. As expected, the disciples left on the field were indeed from the Yang sect. Moreover, it was still Wang Shui who had been the first to compete. The rules of the disciples' grand competition were simple: one-on-one matches would take place, and after each match ended, the Taoist would use a jade bottle to restore the winner's condition before continuing to fight. Looking at the jade bottle in the Taoist's hand, Lu Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Within the entire Tianyu sect, before he arrived, there was only Zhao Zihai who possessed a semi-spiritual weapon. But this jade bottle, along with the whisk in the Taoist's other hand, were indeed 2 genuine spiritual items. Especially the former. As long as the disciple was not severely injured, it could almost instantly restore them to perfect condition. This was a healing spiritual item. The foundation of the Yang sect was indeed far superior to the other 2 forces. After the 7 passes trial concluded, it was time for the initial stage to compete. The Yang sect only sent 1 disciple for this realm. Ning Yuan from the Yang sect. Murmuring softly, he stood with cupped fists, clearly hoping to clear the initial stage disciples' trial like the 7 passes. Seeing this, many disciples from the other 2 sects lit up with excitement, their fighting spirits ablaze. Li Feng also wanted to step forward, but noticed Lu Mo nodded, and finally held back. Soon, a disciple from the Nine-Sword Mountain took the stage. But no one expected the initial stage trial would be so overwhelmingly one-sided. Not a single disciple from the initial stage could last 10 rounds at Ning Yuan's hands. Very quickly, no one dared to step onto the stage anymore. The Yang sect sending him alone clearly showed they had prepared well. Is there anyone else? With a cold huff, Ning Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Lu Mo slowly nodded to Li Feng, who then leaped up with a stern expression. Tianyu sect, Li Feng. Seeing his twisted body, Ning Yuan sneered even more. When did the Tianyu sect start accepting malformed children? Hearing this, Li Feng's face also grew cold, offering no response, but his body had already surged forward. Ning Yuan couldn't see through it. But the elders on the surrounding peaks showed expressions of surprise. Martial bone? The Taoist shifted his gaze back from the valley to the Tianyu sect's direction. I didn't expect the Tianyu sect had such a find. Chu Lintian smiled as he cupped his fists. Thanks to Elder Lu Mo, this disciple came specially for Elder Lu. Retracting his gaze, the Taoist didn't speak again. In his view, a martial bone truly had good talent. But compared to his 8th direct disciple, it was still too lacking. This disciple's grand competition is indeed interesting. Beside him, Wei Qingcang also had a burning gaze, curiously watching the valley below. And soon, the matches in the valley would come to an end. Ning Yuan was completely unprepared for Li Feng's strong offensive. Directly forcefully thrown off the competition stage, blood drenched his clothes, and 30% of his bones were shattered. The Taoist had no expression about this, only lightly using a jade bottle to help. In the initial realm contest, the last one standing was Li Feng. Though he gained much praise, everyone knew that the initial 7 gates competition was only a warm-up, the real highlight would come next. This time, the Yuan Xiao Grand Competition. Let's start from the later stages. Muttering softly, the Taoist's casual remark changed many years of tradition. Although no one knew the reason for this, they did not disagree. It was just an order change, it did not affect the final outcome. Then, the 3 major forces pushed their core disciples above the 7 apertures to take a step forward. After receiving a nod from Lu Mo, 2 figures from Tianyu sect leaped into the arena, each occupying half of the space. Tianyu sect's 4th core disciple, Xiao Hai. Tianyu sect's 3rd core disciple, Jiang Hong. One had opened the 8th aperture, while the other had opened the 9th aperture, both looking toward the locations of the Nine-Sword Mountain and Yangmen disciples. In unison, they said, "Please instruct us." This move immediately caused an uproar in the arena. The discussions on the surrounding low peaks exploded. Even the Nine-Sword real person and the Taoist raised their eyebrows in surprise. The former was shocked, and the latter was puzzled and dissatisfied. This move represented lighting the lantern, dominating the entire arena. The 2 of them were to continuously deal with their opponents without the use of the jade bottle for healing, until everyone else fell. Only then would they begin to compete against each other, regardless of who won or lost. Tianyu sect would take the top 2 spots in this realm contest. In all the years the disciples' grand competition had been held, only young men had ever lit the lantern. This represented unparalleled confidence in one's own strength, and both needed to have strength far beyond their peers. If either failed, they would become a laughingstock. You must know, there were not just people from the 3 major sects present. The results of the competition would spread to the surrounding 10 miles in just a few days, even the entire Qingyu prefecture. Not to mention, the spectators included the lord of Qingyun Manor.
If such a reckless act failed, the negative impact would be extraordinarily exaggerated. Thus, only Yangmen disciples had ever done this before, and they had lost several times. Although in those competitions, Yangmen still emerged victorious in the end, the failures in lighting the lantern led to a disastrous reputation for those 2 years, subjected to countless ridicule. Now Tianyu sect even dared to be so arrogant? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the Tianyu sect's position. Yangmen had not lit a lantern for some time. What gave you the right? Chapter 61, Lantern Successfully Lit, Yangmen's 8th core disciple. I didn't expect that Tianyu sect would be so arrogant now. The Taoist's tone clearly showed his dissatisfaction in his eyes. For the other 2 major forces, any disciple lighting a lantern was looking down on their Yangmen. Previously, lighting the lantern was almost unique to Yangmen's core disciples. What right did Tianyu sect have? Beside him, Wei Qingtsan patted the Taoist's shoulder, not thinking there was any problem. Instead, he spoke for Tianyu sect. It's a good thing for disciples to have such confidence. If young men don't have a bit of this kind of passion, how can they talk about reaching the peak? I actually have great hopes for them. After a moment of silence, the Taoist withdrew his gaze from the Tianyu sect. Let's see if they have the ability to stand till the end. Looking down at the valley, he nodded to the core disciples participating in the later competition. The other side clearly understood something, gathering their strength in advance, seemingly not planning to hold back. Each of these 2 must face 3 opponents of the same level. Though it's a wheel battle, there's no jade bottle for healing in between. What do they rely on? Is it to show off in front of the Lord of Wei, to attract attention? The 9-sword real person was also somewhat bewildered. Although each of them only faced 3 opponents. But these 3 are not ordinary late-stage practitioners, instead, they are personal disciples of the other 2 powerful factions, just like them. Between personal disciples, it's already tough to widen the gap in strength. To successfully light the lantern, one can imagine the difficulty. But no matter what, the opponent has already stepped up. In the end, the face lost is not from Jiu Jianshan after all. And amidst the words spoken, the disciples from both sides of Jiu Jianshan's young men have fiery eyes, unable to resist the urge to take the stage. The temperature in the entire valley seems to have risen significantly. They are also personal disciples and share the same pride. How could they allow their peers to be so arrogant? Jiu Jian's 5th personal disciple, I'll be the first to test you. Yangmen's personal disciple, Mo Wentian, please teach me. Almost at the instant the 2 stepped onto the stage. They charged toward their respective opponents. The overwhelming force unleashed from the late stage of Yuanxiao swept across the entire martial platform. Just as everyone wondered why the Tianyu sect disciples were so arrogant. In the next moment, a powerful force erupted on the martial platform, instantly changing everyone's expressions. Even Wei Qingtsan was taken aback and took a few steps forward. The Taoist beside him frowned deeply. Tianyu sect, where does such depth come from? Interesting, very interesting. Wei Qingtsan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly not expecting Jiang Hong and Xiao Hai to possess such power. And the force they unleashed was precisely the pure and overwhelming strength honed through visualization techniques. Such a force, if encountered with the ordinary, could crush through like withered grass. From afar, Jiu Jianzhenren's expression was the most exaggerated. In his view, the strength of Tianyu sect could not be far from that of Jiu Jianshan. Last time in the disciples' competition, they were even slightly behind. But how come? Only 2 years have passed, and the Tianyu sect has changed so much? Thinking carefully, the change seems to have appeared only in the past few months. Could it be? Jiu Jianzhenren looked towards Lu Mo on another peak. Is this change related to that old man? Is this the reason Zhao Zihai appointed him as a high elder? Aside from everyone else, the common folks watching from the lower peaks couldn't see the underlying details. All they could observe was the disciples of Jiu Jianshan and Yangmen were actually knocked off the stage by Tianyu sect disciples in less than a few dozen rounds. After half a stick of incense had passed, the 2 remained on stage, having defeated all their opponents. They have successfully lit the lantern. Without opponents left, they turned their gazes towards each other and fought as one. The outcome between them no longer mattered. On the lower peak, people continuously shouted the name of Tianyu sect. One must say, lighting the lantern truly ignited the atmosphere among the crowd. If they win, the atmosphere would explode even further. Director, do you really know the elder of Tianyu sect? Of course, look at that white-haired elder in the direction of Tianyu sect. He returned to Tianyu sect together with me. I heard that the younger generation in the clan has tested positive for martial bones. I think it's better to join Tianyu sect. Young men is finished. They actually allowed Tianyu sect disciples to successfully light the lantern. The situation in Jinyuan town won't change, right? Though the discussions from the lower peaks seemed distant and ethereal to the Taoist beside him.
They could easily capture every word, loud and clear. And his expression grew increasingly unsightly. Such power seems to have undergone a transformation, its strength far exceeds the ordinary. If such power breaks through the Qi Si, its strength will also increase significantly. Tianyu's sect has undergone such changes, it truly has aspirations of rising. Wei Qingcong glanced with interest towards the direction of Tianyu's sect, pondering something unknown. Meanwhile, in the arena, the match quickly concluded after Zhang Hong defeated Xiao Hai. The competition among late-stage Yuanxiao ended with Tianyu's sect taking the top 2 spots. Now, it should be time for the mid-stage Yuanxiao disciples to compete. Seeing that the Taoist had not spoken, Lu Amo took a step forward slowly. Upon seeing this, the Taoist also cast a glance and nodded. As the disciples from both sects on the martial platform, at this stage, when they wanted to regain their dignity in the competition, no one expected this. From the direction of Tianyu's sect, 2 figures leaped out once again. Tianyu's sect's 6th direct disciple, Chen Xiufeng, Sun Zhangyang. They occupied half of the arena and cupped their fists to the crowd. Please give us your guidance. Tianyu's sect actually wanted to light the second lantern. When this act was revealed, the surroundings instantly fell silent. You must know. Because Zhao Zihai hadn't accepted any disciples for a while, Tianyu's sect had only opened up a few disciples below 3 orifices. The mid-phase competition of the Yuan orifice was the last 2 direct disciples taking the stage. And under these circumstances, they still chose the extremely risky act of lighting the lanterns. Even young men had never had a record of continuous lantern lighting. The valley was quiet for a moment before erupting into cheers. The crowd on the short peak was shouting loudly, saying they were ready, no matter the final outcome. The excitement of this grand competition had already surpassed the ordinary. Damn it! Cursing, a young men disciple in mid-Yuan orifice prepared to take the stage. But at that moment, the entire valley resonated with the voice of the master Taoist. For the mid-Yuan orifice competition, we choose to give up. From the aura emanating from Chen Xiufeng and the others, the master Taoist sensed the same wave as Zhang Hong and his companion. This meant it wasn't just Zhang Hong and his friend. It's likely that all direct disciples of the Tianyu sect in the Yuan orifice realm had mastered this terrifying power. In such circumstances, the mid-phase disciples of Youngmen would not have a chance of winning. As the master Taoist spoke, the voice of the nine-sword real man echoed from afar. We also give up. When these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted again. Both sects giving up on the mid-Yuan orifice competition meant Tianyu sect had won another round. Combined with the earlier victories, Tianyu sect had already secured 2 championships in 3 rounds of competition. This meant, this time, the disciples' competition would actually see a victory for Tianyu sect? For dozens of competitions over the years, Youngmen finally lost once? At this moment, almost everyone present had such thoughts. They all believed that Tianyu sect was likely to rise because of this. But soon, the Master Taoist's words again cast a stone into the boiling lake. Although we've given up on the mid-Yuan orifice competition, it does not mean that this competition will be won by Tianyu sect. Hearing these words, many faces showed confusion. Even Chu Lintian was somewhat bewildered, but he soon realized something and his expression changed. There is indeed another possibility. You must know that in the Yuan orifice competition, lower realm cultivators can challenge those of higher realms. But with the mid-Yuan orifice already given up, young men only had early-stage disciples left, which meant the direct disciples could have opened at most 3 orifices. Could any one of these disciples defeat a higher realm cultivator? Quickly, others in the valley also thought of this possibility. All eyes turned towards the high peak where Youngmen was located. The Master Taoist gradually turned to the side, and a young figure appeared before everyone. The newcomer exuded confidence, crossing his arms over his chest, clad in a golden robe, with sharp brows and eyes, and behind him was a blood-red spear, from which a faint red mist wafted. The most crucial part was, this person hadn't dropped into the valley with the other disciples earlier. Instead, he had been right behind the Master Taoist, positioned even closer than the other elders. It was evident how much importance the Master Taoist placed on him. Nodding to the Master Taoist, this person leaped high, descending from the hundreds of meter high peak onto the competition platform, stirring up clouds of dust, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. The Master Taoist's 8th direct disciple, Wu Huang. Please grant guidance, both of you. Although he had only opened 3 orifices, Wu Huang not only regarded Chen Xiufeng and his companion as opponents, but also intended to take on 2 challengers at once. All the eyes around were fixated on this person. Before, the news of the 8th disciple of the Taoist is actually not a secret, many people outside are aware. However, there isn't much information about this person specifically. All they know is. The Taoist praises him as the strongest talent in the history of the Yang sect, without exception. In the previous few disciple competitions, the Taoist also concealed him well, not allowing Wu Huang to participate in the competitions of the 7 passes and initial stages. And today, it seems this 8th disciple is showing himself for the first time in front of everyone. And as soon as he comes on stage, not only does he want to fight back fiercely, but he also plans to take on 2 opponents alone. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue was stirred up a lot. But before Chen Xiufeng and the others could say anything, the disciples from Jiujian Mountain beneath the fighting platform were already a bit restless. At first, it was the people from Tianyu sect who successfully lit the lanterns, and now a disciple from Yang sect wants to take on 2 opponents. Do they really think there is no one in Jiujian Mountain? I say, young brother, don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? Even if you want a challenge beyond your level, at least you should have won the championship in the 3-Chi competition to qualify. You come on stage ready to fight 2 at once. Do you really believe you can secure the top spot in the initial competition? With a flicker of movement, a figure holding a sword stepped onto the stage. Also a 9th disciple from Jiujian Jinren, his talent also far exceeded ordinary people. He had been holding in his anger over the incident with Tianyu sect's lantern and wanted to regain some face in the initial competition. But unexpectedly, the people from Yang sect were even more exaggerated. You're not qualified. Roar. Wu Huang took a deep breath, the golden lion phantom behind him appeared, immediately roaring in anger, its overwhelming might sweeping out. His face changed. The 9th disciple from Jiujian Mountain was just about to draw his sword in defense when the roar had already struck up close. Rumble. Amidst flying sand and stones, he was directly blasted away, a trail of blood marked his flight through the air before he fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. It turned out he had fainted outright. Both being 3-Chi, both being disciples, this person couldn't even withstand a single encounter. Seeing this scene, Jiujian Jinren suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on Wu Huang on the stage. Unique physique? The aura the opponent had just unleashed was also not ordinary strength and was even more exaggerated and majestic than the strength mastered by Chen Xiufeng and others. And this kind of aura cannot be gained through training. Only those with special physiques can naturally acquire it after breaking through the Yuan Qi. Beneath the root bones lies the martial bones, and atop the martial bones are various unique physiques. It seemed Wu Huang had a physique of quite a high grade. Sprinkling the jade dew vial, bits of green light fell onto the disciples of Jiujian Mountain. The Taoist nodded slowly. Apologies for the embarrassment. My disciple is born with 100 battles mysterious body. He strikes ruthlessly and never holds back. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, it would be better to surrender quickly before my disciple's strikes become too harsh, leaving even the jade dew vial unable to heal the injuries. Thinking in his mind, Jiujian Jinren quickly thought of this special physique. Besides mastering a terrifying strength called mysterious energy, his fighting power is also extremely exaggerated. No wonder he possesses the might to fight back against foes. A natural talent. Wei Qingtsong also nodded in agreement. Even Lu Mo couldn't help but look at Wu Huang a few more times. This kid was the brother of Wu Ji from back then, and they did bear some resemblance. Speaking of which, he had also bought the Jiao blood flower that the other wanted. Noticing Lu Mo's gaze, Wu Huang also raised his head. Their gazes met briefly in the air, but Wu Huang quickly lowered his head again, looking at Chen Xiufeng and the others before him. Seeing that no one dared to interrupt anymore, the Taoist continued. Since no one from the early stage is willing to fight, then we shall consider ourselves the winners. Now the mid-Yuan Qi competition begins. Let it begin. As the voice echoed, the spectators on the low peak became enthusiastic again, as fighting back against enemies and taking on 2 opponents at once was indeed a rare sight to behold. But Chen Xiufeng and the others also carried pride. They did not believe that the opponent truly could take on 2 at once. Sun Zhangyang took 2 steps back, coming to the edge of the competition stage, surprisingly unwilling to make a move. Seeing this scene, Wu Huang, however, coldly sneered. You overestimate yourselves. As soon as these words fell, his figure shot out like lightning, his aura soaring. A massive sense of oppression instantly swept over. The shadow of a lion appeared behind him, his pupils glowing red. Wu Huang seemed to transform into a human weapon, throwing a punch. Clang! 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 The sound of fists clashing roared. The 2 figures instantly clashed together, the silver lion shadow darting about, and in a moment, they exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! With the final punch thrown, Chen Xiufeng held up his sword to block, his figure exploding backward, only managing to stop after more than 10 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly fallen to the disadvantage. Meanwhile, Wu Huang seemed unaffected, a smile on his lips. You 2 need not hold back. You can come at me together. I wanted to test my current combat strength limit. Why must you hesitate? Do you not wish to try my 100 battles profound body? Waving at the two, Wu Huang's face was full of confidence.
Sun Zhangyang came to Qiu Feng's side, the two exchanged a glance, and decided to no longer hesitate, leaping toward Wu Huang. Two bursts of silver light exploded instantly.
Seeing this,
Wu Huang's lips curled up in a smile. He nodded toward Wu Ji on the side of the competition stage.
Boom!
All of his energy erupted. Before Qin Xiufeng even reached him, he already felt a chaotic energy within his body, losing control of his strength. His energy was problematic earlier. Only now realizing it was a bit late, Wu Huang had already rushed in front of him, his arm bursting with golden light, a punch crashing toward Qin Xiufeng.
Sun Zhangyang wanted to help block, upon seeing this.
But Wu Huang's crimson eyes burst forth with two beams of bloody light, directly piercing through Sun Zhangyang.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye.
Wu Huang had unleashed two deadly moves.
Boom! 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 Qin Xiufeng was sent flying off the stage, struggling to get up. Sun Zhangyang was even more severely injured, collapsing on the ground.
This was the special attribute of the 100 battles profound body, allowing the energy to invade an opponent's body, exploding at crucial moments to affect the battle. I said long ago, one must have self-awareness. Such injuries would take a long time to heal, even with the Jade Du bottle. With a click of his tongue, the priest held the Jade Du bottle, treating Qin Xiufeng and the other. But due to the severity of the injuries, the Jade Du bottle couldn't fully heal them either. The other disciples of Tianyu sect in the valley helped the two down from the stage.
Wu Huang's strike was too heavy. Zhu Lindian couldn't help but frown, but he knew that Lu Mo had considerable skills in medicine. The two wouldn't take long to recover with Lu Mo's treatment. But this time,
being defeated by a single person from Yangmen, the reputation they had just established would probably collapse again.
His heavy-handedness may be because of me, Lu Mo muttered, also not forgetting the previous matter.
Zhu Lindian was puzzled by this, but Lu Mo did not continue to explain. Meanwhile, the priest continued to look towards Wu Huang in the valley.
Disciple, do you wish to continue the challenge? Following the voice, everyone looked towards the valley. Wu Huang nodded. However, his next words left everyone stunned. Of course, I want to continue. But I want to challenge someone, not the two from Tianyu sect just now. Pausing for a moment,
Wu Huang exchanged a glance with Wu Ji below, then the corners of his mouth lifted. I have faced countless enemies, all were formidable, and I've never lost to someone of the same realm. I have been searching for a worthy opponent.
I heard. Wu Huang looked up, gazing towards the direction of Tianyu sect.
Elder Lu Mo, you achieved greatness late, your training speed is astonishing, your strength must surely surpass ordinary people. Plus the fact that we are both at the 3 apertures stage.
Today, I wonder. Could I please have Elder Lu guide me?
As these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar.
No one had expected that this priest's 8th disciple would actually want to challenge Lu Mo. Challenging an elder of Tianyu sect as a disciple?
If this were any other time, such a thing would have been nearly impossible. After all, elders achieved cultivation levels that almost reached the Qi Si, surpassing the limits of the competition. But this new elder of Tianyu sect happened to be at the Yuan aperture stage. The other disciple wanted to seek guidance, which is not unreasonable.
Absolutely not. You two have different identities and statuses.
If you lose, our Tianyu sect may never lift our heads again.
Zhu Lintian's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke. If he wins, that's fine, it's just guiding a junior. But if he loses, then Tianyu sect will be embarrassed. Although he had confidence in Lu Mo's strength. But just now, after witnessing Wu Huang's power, he couldn't help but feel worried. However, Lu Mo laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. Seeking guidance is fine. But if that's all there is, that would be too boring. Elder Lu, what do you think? Wu Huang spoke.
Lu Mo paused, thinking that the other party was so easy to deceive. He pointed to the jade bottle in Dao Ren's hand.
How about we add some stakes? If your disciple loses, he will give me the jade bottle. If I lose, he revealed the sword sheath behind him. I will give away this Xinwu sword.
You should know the quality of this sword.
Looking at the sword sheath behind Lu Mo, Dao Ren couldn't help but lick his lips. He had heard that Elder Yang returned to the Imperial City, but didn't expect he had given the Xinwu sword to Lu Mo before leaving. No wonder the sheath looked familiar just now. That is an unrivaled spiritual weapon.
Since the other party wants to give a big gift to them, of course, he wouldn't refuse.
Naturally, it's acceptable. Dao Ren nodded. However, the Xinwu sword is an unrivaled spiritual weapon. My Yang sect can't just offer a jade bottle as a stake. How about this? Let my Ling Yun dust also be included.
Looking at the dust in Dao Ren's other hand, Lu Mo nodded. Originally, I wanted to leave a spiritual weapon for you Yang sect. But since you insisted on sending it, don't blame me for not being polite.
Chapter 63, The Power of the Aura shocks the entire audience. Seeing the other party agree, Luo Mo took a step forward, preparing to enter the valley. But Chu Lintian still felt a bit worried. Elder Lu, do you have confidence? Luo Mo smiled. Have you forgotten our foundation?
Hearing this, Chu Lintian was initially stunned, then patted his own head and his expression finally relaxed. He was surprised by Wu Huang's displayed strength just now, and for a moment, he forgot what this elder was capable of. He lightly floated into the valley. All eyes turned towards him.
With fists clasped, Wu Huang had a grin almost splitting his face.
On the sidelines, Wu Ji's expression was even more colorful. This brother of his has a long memory. Back then, he didn't capture the Jiaoxue flower and got scolded for a long time.
Now it's finally your turn, old man. This old man actually agreed. Mumbling to himself, Wei Qingsan's expression was quite rich. He had heard about Lu Mo's formation talent from the Wang family. This time, he came to pass a message because of their invitation. Originally, he thought it was strange how much the Wang family valued an old man. But soon learned from Wang Lin that Lu Mo's formation talent far exceeded hers. It's important to know that Wang Lin was praised as the strongest formation talent in Wang family history. Most likely to become a true sage formation master. But her formation talent still couldn't compare to Lu Mo's. Back then, when Luo Mo guided Wang Lin with just a few words, it made her understanding of formations progress significantly. A formation master of such level is worth befriending. So when he found out Wei Qingsan would pass through Jinyuan town on his way to Nanhai, he invited him to bring a message. He just wanted to observe Luo Mo more, pretending it was an invitation from Yang sect. But what he didn't expect was, this old man, knowing his opponent is 100 battle Shen body, still accepted the challenge. What kind of confidence does this old man have against a body that is invincible in the same realm? Not just Wei Qingsan. Even Dao Ren and the real Zhou Jian didn't expect Luo Mo to truly accept the challenge. Fighting against an invincible body in the same realm, isn't that seeking death? At the same time, the voice of Dao Ren finally resounded over the martial stage in the valley. Let's begin. Please, Elder Lu, give your guidance. With a slight smile, Wu Huang slowly spoke. Luo Mo merely nodded and then gestured for him to start. In the next moment, a torrent of mysterious energy surged forth, and Wu Huang's whole figure seemed to grow larger by 3 parts. Just now, he had yet to use his full strength. Even so, the blood-red spear behind him had not shown any intention of moving. In his view, a person who had only opened 3 acupoints, like himself, could never be a match for him. So, Wu Huang planned to, just like at the beginning, crush the opponent purely through overwhelming energy, without any flashy tricks, using the most humiliating method. As if stepping on heavy waves, Wu Huang took 3 steps forward. Each step stacked the mysterious energy behind him, leaving an imprint. After 3 steps, boom! Golden mysterious energy swirled and gathered in the air into a golden lion, as if it had become solid, instantly charging toward Luo Mo with a sweeping force. The golden lion roared. The impact caused cracks to spread across the entire competition stage. But even faced with the giant lion growing larger in his vision, Luo Mo's expression did not change at all. Only, at the moment the golden lion touched in front of him, it finally unleashed its might. Booming! A torrent of powerful energy instantly swept the entire arena. Almost in an instant, it strangled the golden lion gathered from mysterious energy and, with unrelenting force, surged toward Wu Huang. His face changed drastically. Wu Huang's figure expanded again by 3 parts, muscles bulging, arms crossed, a flowing light appeared in front of him, transforming into a mirror that encompassed Luo Mo and the incoming powerful energy from afar. But this mirror still only lasted for a mere breath of time. Crack! Splash! The torrent of powerful energy swept Wu Huang away, sending him flying several meters and crashing to the ground. Watching this scene unfold, everyone's face changed dramatically. Even Wei Qingsan's expression turned pale as he stepped forward to the edge of the platform, staring intently at Luo Mo below. Daoist was even more exaggerated, his expression frozen, filled with disbelief. The 9-sword master kept rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. And their reactions were all due to one reason. That was, they sensed that the aura unleashed by Luo Mo earlier was not the strength of the Yuan Xiao realm, but rather powerful energy. But this person's cultivation was clearly only at 3 acupoints. How is this possible? Swallowing hard, Daoist found it hard to understand. Only the people from the Tianyu sect showed expressions that were not overly surprised. This old man's secrets. It seems not just the formation. Muttering to himself, Wei Qingsan was also stunned, as the Wang family hadn't given him this information, so this was a secret unknown even to the Wang family. Perhaps not relying on formation talent to master powerful energy in the Yuan Xiao realm is enough to make them take notice. The spectators on the low peaks around did not understand the nuances. They only knew that although Luemo had also only opened 3 acupoints, he could easily crush Wu Huang of the 100 Battles Profound Body. For a moment, the waves of voices surged one after another. Wu Huang still has fighting strength. The powerful competition stage, with a pale face, Chen Xiufeng murmured. Just after he finished speaking, he saw Wu Huang slowly rise from the edge of the competition stage, dust swirling around him, blood oozing from his mouth, his face pale. He was clearly injured. In the same realm, it's the first time someone has injured me. You are worthy of my full strength. With one hand, he lifted the blood-red spear, revealing all 3 acupoints on his back. An even more exaggerated torrent of energy slowly brewed, and in just a few breaths, Wu Huang's aura returned to its peak, even stronger. Is this the 100 Battles Profound Body? The more battles, the braver. The Nine-Sword Master murmured, clearly aware of the underlying principle. If Lumo's method only involved powerful energy, then in the face of the fully unleashed 100 Battles Profound Body, it wouldn't have much of an advantage. In Wu Huang's hand, the blood-colored spear began to crackle with golden lightning, a piercing lion roar rumbling throughout the arena, as if it truly transformed into a golden lion. This spear was also a semi-spiritual weapon. Boom! Holding a spear, with overwhelming power, Wu Huang charged forward. This time, Luemo did not retreat at all, just slowly stood his ground. He didn't even use his energy. The next second. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, rippling the ground to pieces. Yet, under such might, Luemo still stood firmly in place, the spear stabbing his chest, but it could not penetrate, not even breaking the skin. Golden armor appeared all over Luemo. His face changed greatly. Wu Huang rolled back, roaring with fury, completely exhausting his energy, and gathered his spear for another assault. The explosive force shattered the ground. But this time, Luemo simply extended his palm. Clang! He instantly grasped the blood-red spear coming at him, then swung his right arm. Crash! With one punch, Wu Huang's bones and major energy points shattered simultaneously, and he was directly sent flying off the stage. This time, there was truly no more sound. The surroundings immediately fell into silence. No one could have imagined that a battle-hardened expert, facing Luemo, would have zero ability to fight back. Luemo was only at the 3rd energy level. What a powerful body. I wonder what kind of training he's undergone. He possesses the power of a sea of energy. Taking a deep breath, the Nine Swords Master couldn't help but glance at Tianyu Sect. By now, he finally realized what a monster this elder of Tianyu Sect is. As long as Luemo can continue to develop, the rise of Tianyu Sect is merely a matter of time. But he wondered if there would still be this chance to develop. Looking at the Taoist, Luemo slowly spoke. The outcome has been decided, please hand over the prize, Taoist. The Taoist's expression showed no change, yet he suddenly reached out a hand towards Luemo. The entire valley was suppressed by the power of the heavenly beings, no one could move. This man possesses evil arts, I suspect he is transformed from a demon. I will capture him for research at Yang Gate. Seeing this scene, the Nine Swords Master hesitated but still did not intervene. He understood. The Taoist was merely eyeing Lumo's background, wanting to forcefully take action, but he did not wish to be enemies with him. Chu Lin Tian's expression also changed. Taoist, have you gone mad? But before he could act, he was sent flying back by the overwhelming force from the opponent. However, facing the gigantic palm that was approaching, Lumo's expression showed not a flicker of emotion. It was only because they had just arrived in the valley not long ago that he had already received a message. Old Taoist. Do you know that attacking our sect's elder is already a declaration of war? A magnificent power of heaven then descended, a figure appeared before Luemo, raised a hand, and struck back the Taoist's attack. A familiar figure appeared in the valley. I've met the sect master. Seeing the sect's people, they hastily clasped their fists and bowed. But the Taoist squinted his eyes, staring at Zhao Zihai. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly shook the valley. You have broken through to the heavenly being? Zhao Zihai clasped his fists and lightly smiled. Thanks to Elder Lu's guidance, I have entered the realm of heavenly beings. Chapter 64, The Situation Turns, Wang Family and Luemo. For a moment, the entire valley fell completely silent. Everyone's gaze turned towards Zhao Zihai in the valley, their expressions shocked. The sect master of Tianyu Sect has entered the realm of the heavenly being? No wonder Luemo showed no change or fluctuation earlier when facing the Taoist, he must have known this news long ago. With this, the rise of Tianyu Sect seems almost unstoppable. Previously among the 3 major powers, the Nine Swords Master was hailed as the one most likely to be the second to break through to the heavenly being. Zhao Zihai actually lagged behind him quite a bit. But unexpectedly, In such a short time, Zhao Zihai has successfully broken through. Aside from Zhao Zihai, many people's gazes did not stop on Luo Mo.
Because in Zhao Zihai's words, they heard another sentence.
That is, Zhao Zihai said he could enter the realm of the heavenly being, and it was actually thanks to Luo Mo. How can a primary energy level cultivator assist a heavenly being in breaking through?
Although it is hard to believe. Through Lumo's methods just now, surprisingly, not many people raised doubts about this statement.
Only regarded it as such. Among them, there were secrets they did not know. What on earth has happened in your Tianyu sect these past few months? How could there be such a huge change all of a sudden?
By the martial arts platform, a disciple from Nine Sword Mountain couldn't help but ask. First, they appointed an old man with Yuan Xiao as the supreme elder, then all the direct disciples mastered purer strength, and then this old man's Yuan Xiao controlled the qi of the heavens. Finally, the sect master even broke through to the celestial level.
Is this really something that can happen in just a few months?
Facing the inquiry, Chen Xiufeng clicked his tongue and patted the other person's shoulder.
What is this? You can't even imagine the foundation we now have in Tianyu sect.
Chen Xiufeng also only hinted at it and did not continue speaking, but this teasing made the others even more curious.
All the changes are all related to this person?
Looking towards Luo Mo in the crowd, the Nine-Sword Real Man murmured. Because Nine Sword Mountain and Tianyu sect had always been in a relationship of mutual pursuit, he understood Tianyu sect relatively well.
He knew Luo Mo joined Tianyu sect a few months ago.
At that time, Tianyu sect was still slightly behind them. But ever since this person joined, it was as if the skies had turned upside down within these few months.
No wonder he is so arrogant.
Atop the peak, the Taoist spoke coldly, staring intently at Zhao Zihai below. According to the other party's cultivation speed, to break through to the celestial level, he would need at least another 10 years.
But unexpectedly,
the other party has already become a celestial so quickly. Tianyu sect has indeed undergone quite a change during this time.
With a loud laugh, Zhao Zihai did not hold back his humility.
There have indeed been many gains. Hearing this, the Taoist's expression changed unpredictably, unsure of what he was thinking. He looked at Luo Mo behind Zhao Zihai, knowing that this change in Tianyu sect must be related to this person. If this continues, it would only be a matter of time before Tianyu sect surpasses Yangmen.
In an instant,
thunderclouds gathered, the sky dimmed almost instantly, and a vast pressure condensed, crackling within the purple clouds.
It was clear that the Taoist did not intend to withdraw easily.
The secrets on Luo Mo's body were too exaggerated, making it hard for people to let it go. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zihai also became serious. The sound of flowing water echoed throughout the venue, as if an invisible enveloped the valley, making it hard for others to breathe. The air instantly grew extremely humid. The two celestial level presences clashed, almost making the space continuously buzz.
You just broke through to the celestial level, do you dare to act against me? The Taoist snorted coldly.
But Zhao Zihai did not take the Taoist's threats seriously at all. Even though you are an old celestial, you are still merely at the golden core stage, not yet forming your manifestation.
Do you really think I fear you?
Upon hearing this, the Taoist frowned.
In the same celestial realm,
his strength indeed did not exceed Zhao Zihai by much. If they really fought, he wouldn't gain much advantage.
However,
the Taoist looked to the side at Wei Qingcong, who had not spoken.
Please, Lord Wei, lend me a hand.
This person has too many secrets. He may help us step into the sage realm. I know a soul-searching method that can definitely uncover all this person's secrets. The Taoist's actions were not concealed, and almost everyone around saw it all.
And this scene
indeed made Zhao Zihai serious.
If Wei Qingcong were to take action, then he could only fight to send Luo Mo away.
Only that the other party was allies with the Wang family, and the Wang family had previously had a good relationship with Elder Lu.
Would the other party truly act against them? Zhao Zihai was still somewhat doubtful.
But the others who did not understand the relationships had already shaken their heads and sighed. After all, Wei Qingcong had been invited by the Taoist. How could he stand by idly? Although the people on the low peak began to scorn the Taoist's actions, their words indeed had no impact at all.
Only curse silently in the heart. The reputation of Yangmen is likely to plummet to the bottom because of the actions of the Taoist.
But in the view of the Taoist, as long as he can grasp the secrets on Luo Mo's body, all of this is worth it.
It is indeed necessary to take action.
Wei Qingcong murmured, taking a few steps forward, directly stepping into the air, flying in the middle of the valley, where two powers of heaven and man collided.
Seeing this scene,
Zhao Zihai was stunned, filled with worry. Zhou Jianjunren sighed even more, directly addressing the other 9 elders of Jiujian Mountain behind him. If Chief Wei takes action, then the Tianyu sect is probably really finished this time. With such a big appetite, after this matter, it is likely that the Taoist will swallow the Tianyu sect whole, and even Jiujian Mountain will find it hard to protect itself.
We need to find a way to move the sect. Just as everyone thought the Tianyu sect was at its end. No one expected. Wei Qingsong actually slowly looked at Luo Mo, cupping his fists and nodding. The Wang family sent me to greet you.
After guiding Wang Lin last time, her understanding of formations progressed rapidly, winning the admiration of the Wang family head.
Luo Mo also cupped his fists and smiled.
She originally had a good talent for formations, I just gave a few pointers.
Upon realizing that Wei Qingsong and the Wang family were allies, Luo Mo understood that the other party definitely wouldn't make a move against him, and Wei Qingsong's goodwill was quite obvious. But this scene shocked everyone else present.
The Wang family that Wei Qingsong mentioned, apart from the formation expert in Wei Zhou, probably has no other existence.
But this Wang family actually has a good relationship with Luo Mo? What kind of background does the supreme elder of the Tianyu sect have?
Chief Wei. The Taoist's face changed, not expecting the other party to have some connection with Luo Mo.
Poof. Wei Qingsong snorted coldly, looking towards the billowing thunderclouds. In an instant,
his eyes shot out a golden light, soaring into the sky.
Boom! The thunderclouds instantly dispersed.
The Taoist was hit by the tremendous pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his breath weak.
Though both were of the heaven and man level, Wei Qingsong's strength was clearly far greater than the Taoist's.
I have matters to attend to in the South Sea, invited by the Wang family, and stopped by to deliver a message to Elder Lu.
Who do you think you are? I just borrowed your invitation to have some fun. Retrieving his gaze, Wei Qingsong looked at Luo Mo.
In a few days, the Wang family head will be celebrating his 200th birthday, and would like to invite Elder Lu as a guest.
He has heard about your talent in formations from Wang Lin and wants to meet you. To discuss formations with you. Hearing Wei Qingsong's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, filled with shock.
The air in the entire valley seemed to fall silent. One could hear the sound of a needle dropping.
Initially thinking that Luo Mo and the Wang family were merely acquainted. But now the situation was. The Wang family had entrusted Wei Qingsong to deliver an invitation to Luo Mo. The Datsong formation Wang family actually has such a relationship with Luo Mo. Chapter 65, Visitors from the Imperial City, Luo Mo's heavenly background. Listening to the voice of Wei Qingsong, the Taoist's face was already extremely pale.
Now not only was Wei Qingsong standing with Luo Mo, but behind him was also the Wang family's support. At this moment, the only thought in the Taoist's mind was,
young man is finished.
Zhou Jianjunwen's expression was even more enthusiastic. He initially thought the Tianyu sect would get into trouble, but unexpectedly, Luo Mo actually had such a background.
Goodness. This is the Wang family.
I need to find time to pay a visit, and definitely must build a good relationship with Luo Mo. Zhou Jianjunwen wanted to slap himself twice at that moment.
Why didn't he take action sooner to help before Wei Qingsong? And at that moment, in the field,
after conveying his words, Wei Qingsong extended a hand.
A golden invitation flew out from his sleeve, instantly landing in front of Luo Mo, with a prominently visible character Wang on it.
As the invitation landed in Luo Mo's hand, infinite energy of heaven and earth was mobilized. A shadow of an old man condensed in front of Luo Mo. The figure had white brows and hair, wearing a plain robe, and cast his gaze towards Luo Mo, who held the invitation.
You must be Elder Lu, right? Who are you? Luo Mo cupped his fists.
The shadow smiled.
Wang Jin.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place erupted in an uproar. The name Wang Jin was quite familiar to them. He was the current patriarch of the Wang family and a true celestial level array master. It was rumored that his arrays had already reached the peak of celestial realm.
This person not only invited Luo Mo to his birthday banquet but also appeared in person? I pay my respects to Patriarch Wang. Even Wei Qingsong couldn't help but clasp his fists in greeting.
But Wang Jin merely waved his hand.
It's just a shadow. It shouldn't last long. He then looked up and down at Luo Mo.
In my life, I have pursued arrays, believing myself to be invincible in understanding arrays of this world. But when my granddaughter was born, I saw an even more exaggerated talent for arrays in her.
I once thought Wan Lin's understanding of arrays was truly extraordinary. But unexpectedly, in the Little Qingyu state, there happens to be Elder Lu.
In terms of understanding arrays, in this world, the only one capable of making Wang Lin bow down in admiration is probably you.
Faced with the old man's praise, Luo Mo humbly replied. It's just occasional insights.
The two of them began to chat casually, with no one daring to interrupt.
Even Wei Qingsong fell silent.
Though they were thousands of miles apart, they could directly converse using celestial means.
Luo Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion.
In the past life, technology changed lives. In this world, cultivation changes lives.
That's it. For my birthday, Elder Lu must come. I have many questions I want answered. Lu Mo nodded, not refusing. However, there was still some time until the other's birthday, so there was no need to hurry. Just as he clasped his fists and Wang Jin was about to disappear, he suddenly looked towards the distant horizon. His expression changed. Wei Qingson, the Taoist, and Zhao Zihai also sensed something and looked up at the sky as well. Their expressions were equally wonderful. Suddenly, a vast golden light formed a colorful path, and a golden cloud boat slowly sailed in. In the center of the cloud boat, a large flag adorned with golden patterns stood tall, with a single character song shining throughout the valley. Around it were dragon patterns, which upon closer inspection seemed to be lively and continuously moving on the cloud boat. As the cloud boat appeared, the aura of heaven and earth in the entire valley seemed to invigorate. This boat was actually an unparalleled spirit weapon for transportation. In the entire Great Song, there was only the royal family that dared to decorate with dragon patterns, capable of raising the Great Sang banner, possessing such depth. Why did people from the royal family appear here? Qingyun Prefecture Wei Qingson, may I ask why the royal family is here? Wang family Wangjin, leader of the Yangmen sect in Qingyu State, Taoist. Tianyu sect in Qingyu State, Zhao Zihai. All celestial beings in the scene clasped their fists and bowed. And in the entire valley, those qualified to greet the royal cloud boat were only these few celestial beings. The people on the lower peaks fell to their knees in droves. At this moment, the cloud boat slowly stopped above everyone. A figure gradually appeared at the bow of the boat. Dressed in a brocade robe with wide sleeves, pale-faced and beardless, a white jade was embedded in the golden crown on his head. It was actually a transmitting eunuch. However, although he was just a eunuch with only Sea of Qi cultivation, the celestial beings below didn't even dare to raise their heads to look directly at him without permission. In the next second, a sharp voice sounded. Is Elder Lu here? As soon as this was said, everyone was once again stunned, even Wang Jin was taken aback. The sound of swallowed water echoed continuously. Did the royal people come to find Lu Mo? Taking 3 steps forward, Lu Mo clasped his fists and nodded. I am here. Upon seeing Lu Mo appear, the eunuch finally put away his arrogant expression and showed Lu Mo a kind smile. His Majesty the Holy Emperor has a decree to convey to Elder Lu. After coughing twice, the celestial beings around instantly knelt down. Not only the royal people, but it was also a decree from the Holy Emperor. In an instant, almost everyone's figures became a bit stiff. Elder Lu has such a big background? And Lu Mo thought for a moment, just about to follow the local customs. But the transmitting eunuch hurriedly said, Elder Lu does not need to do so, just like Elder Yang, no need to kneel. Seeing this, Lu Mo straightened up. A cough was heard twice. The eunuch's voice echoed throughout the hall. Once a teacher, always a father. Elder Yang taught me the ways of humanity and the ways of the emperor, and has made extraordinary military contributions. It's a pity that in old age, his body has weakened, and he can no longer achieve greatness. His lifespan has ended, and he returns to his farmland. I never expected Elder Yang returned to the capital with good news, with a chance to restore his greatness. Now, Elder Yang's path to greatness has been restored, and I feel deeply gratified. Knowing his gratitude comes from Lu Mo, I must express my thanks. Although Elder Yang has certain promises, they are not based on my feelings. After pausing, the eunuch took a box from his robe and flew down from the cloud boat, presenting it to Lu Mo. Only then did he continue to speak. I gift a seed of the azure dragon cloud, containing a hint of azure dragon aura, which can grow into a luck tree. I hope Elder Lu may also gain from this and soon step into greatness. After the words were spoken, Lu Mo received the wooden box. As soon as he touched it, he could feel a mighty aura within. Faintly, he could even hear a dragon's roar. By the way, besides His Majesty, Elder Yang's granddaughter also entrusted me to deliver a message to you. Grandpa Lu, the candied hawthorn in the royal city is so delicious. Once he finished speaking, the eunuch flew back up to the cloud boat, no longer lingering. After bidding farewell to Lu Mo, he returned to the colorful path and almost instantly vanished into the sky. At this moment, in the hall, everyone's faces were drenched in cold sweat. For a while, even after the cloud boat had left, no one dared to break the silence. What a joke! Before Elder Lu spoke, who dared to say anything? Although Wang Jin was just a shadow, he could still clearly feel his face had turned even paler. He was only the head of the Wang family, but just now he had shown some airs. Though he didn't say it, he still thought deep down that personally inviting Lu Mo was a privilege for him, and even a privilege for the entire Qingyu state. But he never imagined that the other party actually had ties with the royal family. What was he worth?
When the other party tore the invitation in front of him, he didn't dare to say a word, only forcing a smile, saying perhaps the color of the invitation was disliked, and he would go change it right away.
Wei Qingson felt the same.
If the other party wanted to take action, he could only present his face to be struck. The Qingyun mansion was nothing significant. Although the Holy Emperor only sent one, seemingly mysterious, as if it had no direct impact on cultivation, a seed that could grow a luck tree. But this already represented the Holy Emperor's intention.
Sometimes, it doesn't matter what the item is, what matters is who sent it.
Even if it was just a stone sent, they would still treat that stone with reverence. If anyone still wanted to take action against Lu Mo, it would be akin to slapping the face of the great Azure Dragon royal family.
Planting the luck tree.
If someone blew off a leaf, it could very well lead to death.
The expressions of the kneeling commoners on the low peaks were even more exaggerated.
This might be their only chance in life to hear a decree from the Holy Emperor.
What happened here could probably provide endless conversation for a lifetime. This time, it was truly worth it. And everyone understood very clearly. Whether it was the Wang family or the Holy Emperor before. All of this
was because of Lu Mo's own connections, unrelated to the Heavenly Feather sect. But Lu Mo, after all, was an elder of the Heavenly Feather sect. As long as he was still in the Heavenly Feather sect, then the Heavenly Feather sect would definitely benefit.
After today,
I'm afraid that in Jinyuan town, there will no longer be talk about the so-called three major sections.
Looking around,
everyone's expressions were extremely pale, countless eyes staring at him.
Lu Mo couldn't help but smile.
He hadn't expected that because of Elder Yang, the Holy Emperor would send a decree and give him a gift. Initially, he had not thought about getting involved in this grand competition.
How did it turn into such a significant event for himself?
The royal family has left, everyone does not need to be so serious.
As Lu Mo spoke, everyone's stiff bodies finally started to move.
But the shock in Lu Mo's eyes still did not fade. It was simply because of the background and connections Lu Mo had just displayed.
It was too exaggerated. And in the crowd, pretending to be indifferent, Lu Mo casually tucked the wooden box into his embrace. Is there anything else, clan leader Wang?
Originally intending to leave, but because the royal people appeared, Wang Jin stayed for half a day longer. At this time, the white shadow was already quite ethereal, as if it would disappear the next second.
Hearing Lu Mo's call, Wang Jin seemed to think of something and hurriedly spoke.
Last time, Elder Lu used the Heavenly Mystery Compass to successfully set up a Heavenly Person-level gathering formation for the Tianyu sect. The Heavenly Mystery Compass has been used up and has been re-nurtured by us. Now, the Heavenly Mystery Compass has been nurtured a bit. If Elder Lu needs it, just say the word, and we will deliver it immediately. In fact, at first, Wang Jin did not plan to mention the Heavenly Mystery Compass. After all, this thing is quite precious to them.
But after knowing Lu Mo's connection with the royal family,
the Heavenly Mystery Compass was no longer a big deal.
Lu Mo, however, shook his head. I don't need it for now.
Okay.
Then I will take my leave for now. If you need anything, just contact the Wang family. After finishing,
the illusion on the gilded invitation officially dissipated. But the expressions of the surrounding people became even more interesting.
This is because they just heard from Wang Jin about the existence of the Heavenly Person-level gathering formation. Does the Tianyu sect not only have a Heavenly Person but now also a Heavenly Person-level gathering formation? In just a few months, has the Tianyu sect developed to this point? What about this person? With Wei Qingsong's voice sounding, everyone finally snapped back from their shock, realizing that the matter here was not over yet. The Taoists just now wanted to take action against Lu Mo. With the relationship between the Wang family and the royal family established, Wei Qingsong certainly would not miss the chance to please Lu Mo.
As everyone's gaze turned towards the Yang sect position, almost without hesitation, the Taoist threw out his hands, and the jade bottle and dust brush fell into the valley.
Lu Mo let Zhao Zihai take it all. Then, I only ask that Elder Lu spare the Yang sect.
I am willing to give up half of the Yang sect's foundation and half of the resource land. In his words, a golden pill appeared in front of the Taoist, exuding a strange and powerful aura, with various mysterious patterns stacked upon it, making ordinary people uneasy just from looking at it.
And the Taoist's expression was already dead gray. After knowing Lu Mo's background, he had already realized his moment of greed would bring huge losses to the Yang sect. Now he only hoped that the Yang sect he created could continue to exist. Can you agree to my condition? The golden pill floated in front of him, and the remaining elders behind the Taoist had pale faces, clearly knowing what the sect master wanted to do. And Lu Mo slowly nodded. The Yang sect can continue to exist. If it weren't for the Taoist taking action, Lu Mo wouldn't have been so decisive.
But the other party had indeed just wanted to kill him and search his soul, so he naturally wouldn't let the other side go easily. Upon hearing Lu Mo's confirmed words, the Taoist nodded slowly, then clenched his palm tightly. Crack! The golden pill was instantly crushed, and boundless energy of heaven and earth became chaotic in an instant, sweeping through the entire sky valley. Thunderclouds gathered above the sky, with purple lightning dancing, almost immediately pouring down like a heavy rain. Every raindrop was transformed from the extremely rich pure energy of heaven and earth. The Taoist's aura completely dissipated from the world. Seeing this scene, many onlookers could not help but feel delighted, while the Yang sect disciples, although pale, did not speak up. They also knew this matter was all the sect master's own doing. When the Taoist wanted to forcibly act against Lu Mo just now, quite a few Yang sect disciples were already opposed. Now faced with such consequences, they could only accept. With this matter done, I shall take my leave now. There are still some matters over in the South China Sea. Withdrew his gaze, Wei Qingsong also took his leave. In the arena, the celestial beings were left with only Zhao Zehai. Let's head back. Lu Mo murmured, while Chu Lin Tian hurriedly summoned his flying sword. Many excited disciples of Tian Yu sect leaped onto the sword amidst everyone's envious gazes. Although in this grand competition, strictly speaking, it was still young men that won, as Wu Huang secured championships in both the 3 and 6 orifices. But regarding what had just happened, this matter had already become trivial to the extreme. Without the Taoist having offended Tian Yu sect, once this matter spreads outside, no power would dare to associate with Yang men anymore. Even though Yang men still exists, their status is now far from even that of Nine Sword Mountain. From now on, there will only be one top power in Jin Yuan town. No longer will there be mention of the 3 major powers. And the name of Tian Yu sect will definitely spread throughout the entire Qingyu prefecture. Lu Mo stood at the front of the sword, Zhao Zehai second. The crowd did not linger too long, heading straight back to Tian Yu sect. We should prepare to leave as well. The true person of Nine Sword wore a serious expression and was already thinking that once they returned to Nine Sword Mountain, they must bring gifts to Tian Yu sect to congratulate them. Not just to congratulate Zhao Zehai for achieving celestial status, but also for the current unique position of Tian Yu sect. True person, why didn't you help out right away just now? Do you know how much loss you have brought to us at Nine Sword Mountain? The elder of Nine Sword Mountain looked at the departing figure of Tian Yu sect, unable to help but scold. And just as the true person of Nine Sword was about to explain, other elders also started to reprimand. Even many people from the distant low peaks looked over with sympathetic expressions, knowing full well that they had missed such a great opportunity. With a grim expression, the true person of Nine Sword did not join the other disciples and elders but directly flew away from the valley. As the 3 major powers left one after another, the spectators on the surrounding low peaks also began to descend slowly. At this moment, the expressions of these people were almost more excited and agitated than each other. On their way down, they couldn't help but chat with one another. Did you know? Just now Elder Lu looked at me when he was leaving. You're nothing, I'll tell you, my distant relative is a martial talent, he's worried about what sect to join, I'll definitely bring him to Tian Yu sect. I really do know Elder Lu Mo. He used to do business in Jin Yuan town decades ago, I often saw him at Yunyan building. Don't brag, how could the ethereal Elder Lu Mo possibly visit a brothel? As everyone gradually left, what happened at the martial arts competition quickly spread throughout the entire Qingyu prefecture. Even several nearby large states had heard about this event. Chapter 67, The Growth of the Luck Tree, The Arrival of the Holy Sect. Tian Yu Sect, Little Bamboo Peak. Just returned to the sect, Lu Mo couldn't wait to head back to Little Bamboo Peak. He carefully took out a golden patterned dragon wooden box from his arms and slowly opened it. Inside, in the satin of brocade clouds, a pure white seed, as white as jade, was tightly wrapped. Upon closer inspection, on the white jade bell, there seemed to be a green dragon slowly coiling around. Listening closely, one could even hear the sound of a dragon's roar. At the peak, beside his wooden house, Lu Mo specially chose a good location, cleared the surroundings, and slowly planted the seed. Then he gently turned the soil to cover it and poured a scoop of water. Only then did he relax and take a few deep breaths. Even though the path of luck seems ethereal and elusive, ordinary people find it difficult to notice or observe the existence of luck. But if discussed in detail, luck seems to be related to all things existing in heaven and earth. With enough luck, one can walk and pick up gold, turning every danger into safety. Yet even knowing that luck has such power, very few powers can completely grasp it. However, this does not include the royal family. If one were to say, which power in the world can completely utilize and depend on luck's existence, the dynasty is absolutely famous on the list. It can even be said that luck determines the rise and fall of a dynasty. I don't know if you truly have any effect.
Looking at the just planted azure dragon seed, Lu Mo murmured a few words. It's a pity. He does not currently master any art of predicting luck, and there are no related introductions in all the collections of Tianyu sect. I'm afraid such means can only be found in the great Azure Imperial family. Lu Mo is also unwilling to use his essence of understanding for just a luck predicting technique. After all, there's no rush. Slowly returning to the wooden house, Lu Mo closed the door. Not long after the people from Tianyu sect returned to the sect. The matter here quickly spread out. Just a few hours later, real person Zhou Jian brought gifts and came to Tianyu sect to congratulate. And what he brought were almost all the foundations of Nine Sword Mountain. In order to make Lu Mo remember, real person Zhou Jian truly spent extravagantly this time. In the following period of time, Tianyu sect could be described as lively and extraordinary. Almost every day, figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Not only did the county magistrate of Jinyuan town come personally to offer congratulations, but even the governor of Qingyu prefecture sent gifts half a month after the disciple competition ended. If it were just one celestial being breaking through. The range of influence isn't very wide, at most just surrounding areas and cities. But the imperial edict brought by the Holy Emperor has great weight. Thus, even the governor had to send someone to offer congratulations. After that, more and more different celestial beings came to congratulate from various places in Qingyu prefecture, many forces and celestial beings Lu Mo had never even heard of. From the neighboring Wei prefecture, there were even a few celestial beings that came to visit. Various gifts nearly filled the treasure storehouse of Tianyu sect. During this time, Lu Mo was extraordinarily relaxed, staying at Shaozhu Peak without going down, and rejected all visitors. All the visitors were hosted by Chu Lintian and Zhao Zihai. This period really wore them out. They came to Shaozhu Peak to complain whenever they had a chance. But although they complained, their expressions were full of excitement and joy. They were quite happy with their current situation. With Lu Mo's relationships established. Perhaps besides the sex with saints, all other forces would have to give them some face. In the future, even if they leave Qingyu prefecture, the name Tianyu sect will still carry some weight. And all of this is all brought by Lu Mo. Time quickly passed a month in this lively atmosphere. I don't know if it's the influence of luck or just self-comfort. I feel like the grinding speed of this fourth meridian has increased quite a bit. A month after the disciple competition, at Shaozhu Peak, Lu Mo has successfully opened up the fourth meridian and will soon be able to fill it up. And the luck tree has taken root during this month, growing half a meter tall. After breaking through the soil and taking shape, Lu Mo suddenly realized the secret of this azure dragon luck tree. Although the branches only have 3 leaves, the trunk is quite robust and even shimmers with golden light. In the past few days, Lu Mo could even see with the naked eye that occasionally a rather illusory azure dragon shadow would emerge around the luck tree, slowly circling the trunk. However, this shadow cannot be touched or felt, as if it simply doesn't exist. But Lu Mo knows very well. This is probably the manifestation of luck. Only this strand of luck is too ethereal and weak. Even so, during this time Lu Mo's cultivation unconsciously remained beside the luck tree, as if this could increase the speed of his cultivation. The few disciples who came here also had the same feeling, thinking that cultivating beside the luck tree would speed up quite a bit. Only they don't know whether this is truly the influence of luck or mere self-comfort. Why is it that even after a month, others are still coming? Suddenly, a celestial aura enveloped the entire Tianyu sect. Lu Mo slowly raised his head and looked towards the mountain gate, his expression somewhat puzzled. The celestial beings who came to congratulate earlier were almost all honestly waiting outside the mountain gate. No one dared to directly explore the Tianyu sect. Such an act would be quite provocative. One must know that the celestial aura is quite overwhelming, and a moment's carelessness could shake the branches and leaves of the fortune tree. The other party, having come today, likely knew that the fortune tree given by the Holy Emperor was planted here. But the other party still showed no concerns. This can only mean that the fortune tree given by the Holy Emperor was nothing in the eyes of the other party. Somewhat strange. Muttering softly, Lu Mo also flew out from the small bamboo peak and soon met Zhao Zihai, Chu Lintian, and others at the mountain gate. And in the distance, up in the sky, a figure in white was proudly looking down on everyone. Even when Lu Mo appeared, the other party's aged face showed no signs of fluctuation. Elder Lu. Zhao Zihai greeted Lu Mo. But Lu Mo could clearly sense that Zhao Zihai's expression was somewhat off. This kind of expression he had seen before. When he had just arrived at the Tianyu sect, Zhao Zihai had the same expression when he first discovered Lu Mo's talent, asking him that if one day he must leave Tianyu sect, he would take care of him. At that time, Zhao Zihai's expression was almost identical to now. You must be. At this moment,
The figure in white above the sky finally spoke slowly, looking at Zhao Zihai.
Saint Sect disciple, Zhao Zihai?
Before Lu Mo and the others had time to understand the meaning of the word Saint Sect,
Zhao Zihai had already nodded.
Seeing this, the other party took out a scroll from his bosom and unfolded it.
Saint Sect disciple Zhao Zihai has entered the realm of the celestial. You are required to return to the Zhou Saint Sect within 3 years, to repay the cultivation grace from the Saint Sect. This is the Elder's token from the Saint Sect.
I hope you return to serve the Saint Sect soon. Throwing a jade plate to Zhao Zihai, the other party did not linger and directly turned away. Although it was only to deliver a message, it was actually a celestial being. Taking the token, amidst Lu Mo and others' confusion, Zhao Zihai also explained the reason.
He had practiced in the Zhou Saint Sect in his early years, then chose to leave.
However, becoming a disciple of the Zhou Saint Sect was not something one could easily cut ties with.
If he left without any achievements, that would be one thing. But if he achieved the realm of the celestial, then he must return to serve the Saint Sect.
And it was precisely because of this reason. The Zhou Saint Sect was currently nearly the strongest force with the most celestials, aside from the royal family.
If one refused to return,
the Saint Sect would directly mark them as traitors and hunt them to the ends of the earth. A force with saints would mean that almost no one could protect themselves from its pursuit.
So, regardless of whether it was for himself or for Tianyu Sect, Zhao Zihai had no choice but to go.
Originally, Zhao Zihai had worried about how no one would take care of Tianyu Sect if he left. But when Lu Mo showed up, he felt relieved.
He just didn't expect that the other party would come so soon. In just a month, they had already sent the token. After hearing Zhao Zihai's explanation, Zhu Lintian's face also turned somewhat pale. Having worked with Zhao Zihai for so many years, this was the first time he learned this news, and sadness showed through. The few direct disciples who had come due to the commotion also had somewhat sad expressions. Seeing this,
Zhao Zihai concealed his sadness, patting the shoulders of everyone, comforting them.
Even if I go to the Saint Sect, you can still come to see me. And besides, there are still 3 years, right? No rush, no rush. Among everyone, only Lu Mo's expression showed no fluctuation, looking relaxed. Looking towards Zhao Zihai, Lu Mo smiled and said, "Who said you must go to the Saint Sect?"
Zhao Zihai and the others were stunned, not understanding what Lu Mo meant. The Saint Sect's actions are merely to enhance their own strength. If you don't want to return, you should be able to negotiate terms with the Zhou Saint Sect.
Thinking for a moment, Zhao Zihai gave a positive answer.
There is indeed such a rule, that if a celestial does not want to return to the Zhou Saint Sect and does not wish to be hunted, then they can exchange certain conditions for their own freedom.
But
Zhao Zihai shook his head, his expression still somewhat grim. The foundation of the Zhou sacred sect is not something you and I can imagine.
Even among them, there are existences of saints.
To exchange for freedom, the conditions required would likely be quite outrageous.
No one has ever succeeded since ancient times.
Perhaps no matter the conditions, the sacred sect would not find them appealing.
Listening to these words, Lu Mo couldn't help but smile.
He reflected for a moment on his current understanding and the maximum he could reach in these years.
Then,
Lu Mo looked at Zhao Zihai and spoke word by word.
"What if I offer the law of saints?" Chapter 68, Severely Wounded Great Monster? After Lu Mo finished speaking,
the expressions of the others and Zhao Zihai suddenly stiffened.
They couldn't help but size up Lu Mo up and down.
Then Zhao Zihai slowly opened his mouth.
If it's the law of saints, it would naturally be sufficient. But our Tianyu sect, where would we get the law of saints?
Although they already knew how unusual Lu Mo was, something like the law of saints couldn't possibly be created by a Yuan Shao cultivator.
Zhao Zihai and the others felt that Lu Mo was probably just asking casually and didn't truly have such a level of skill.
After all, the law of saints is something that only the top forces truly possess.
Faced with the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Mo didn't explain.
He smiled and turned to leave directly. Anyway, there's still time, no need to rush. But just the law of saints, who knows when it might appear. The news of Zhao Zihai being summoned back by the Zhou sacred sect did not spread.
Only the inner door elders and a few close disciples knew. Ordinary disciples were unaware of this information. After all, currently,
whether the Tianyu sect had a celestial being stationed was still a crucial matter.
If this message spread out, although because of Lu Mo's relationship with the royal family, there wouldn't be any issues.
But it was uncertain. There might be some desperate celestial beings who would set their sights on the Tianyu sect. After all, the current Tianyu sect, aside from Zhao Zihai, didn't have any other celestial combat power.
And after this matter,
the Tianyu sect truly settled down, and the heat of the competition gradually dissipated. Although people still frequently came to the mountain gate, most of them were cultivators wanting to enroll and learn. However, due to the current change in the Tianyu sect's status, the conditions for enrolling disciples became much stricter. Without certain talent, one might not even be allowed to step in the door. This made many outer disciples who joined the Tianyu sect a few months ago feel lucky. If they had come later, they would probably have been turned away. End time. In no time, another month and a half passed. Lumo's fifth acupoint not only successfully opened but was almost full. It would likely be only a few days before he could open the sixth acupoint. At that time, Lumo would once again be able to envision a brand new thing in the sixth acupoint, something unlike a grinding stone. As for what to envision in the sixth acupoint, Lumo had long since made plans. On Shaozhu Peak, the fortune tree was already 2 people tall, and standing under the tree, Lumo couldn't see the top. In just over 2 months' time, the growth of the fortune tree was so astounding that even Lumo was somewhat surprised. By reviewing the classics, he ultimately confirmed. In the first few years of planting, the growth of the fortune tree was indeed quite exaggerated, and it could quickly produce the first trace of thin fortune. But afterwards, the growth of the fortune tree would slow down significantly, even stopping growth, with only the speed of fortune gathering changing. However, the royal family wouldn't really send a tree that could gather a large amount of fortune. So the upper limit of this fortune tree was only a faint misty dragon shadow. But for ordinary cultivators, this fortune already had considerable effect. This fortune dragon shadow seems to have recognized me as its master. Under the tree, looking at the blue dragon circling around the trunk, Lumo murmured. In this past month, the green dragon shadow, although not much larger, still was about the size of Lumo's arm. Yet it condensed much more. As long as Lumo arrived at the tree, the dragon shadow would appear. Even with every gesture and motion, it would even circle around Lumo. The size of this dragon shadow should be the upper limit of the luck tree's condensation, any further would only increase its solidity. In the future, perhaps I can sow this luck into myself. However, just as Lumo pondered how to utilize this luck once it fully grew, a massive aura instantly swept over the entire Tianyu sect. This was Zhao Zihai investigating something. Is something happening? Muttering to himself, Lumo frowned. In situations like this, it was usually Zhao Zihai suddenly sensing something within the Tianyu sect, but he was uncertain. He could only investigate. There might be something that caused such a fluctuation in the heavenly beings. But not much. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air rang out. As a line of blood appeared in the sky, a giant bird emerged from nowhere, crashing down onto the small bamboo peak, creating a massive pit. Lumo frowned slightly and took a few steps back. His gaze kept fixed on the pit not far away. The aura that erupted from it far surpassed his own. Caw! A bird cry sounded, and within the pit's dust, 2 fist-sized red eyes appeared, like 2 lanterns staring straight at Lumo. A great demon. Seeing this scene, Lumo almost instantly reacted. With such fluctuations in aura, it could only be a great demon comparable to the strength of heavenly beings. However, despite feeling a bit panicked, Lumo did not take any action, as he did not sense any hostility. Moreover, judging by the situation, this great demon did not seem to be doing well. Slowly crawling out of the pit was a bird towering 4 times Lumo's height, with an incredibly large wound almost piercing through the entire left wing from its chest. Its feathers shimmered in rainbow colors, trailing several meters behind. It seemed to have some true phoenix bloodline. Within the wound, faint black gas emerged, making a sizzling sound. An ordinary great demon? Wounded by a demon? Aside from the 10,000 great mountains, there also existed demons, though a single character difference, they were entirely different. The demons in the 10,000 great mountains were tainted and nurtured by evil aura, almost incapable of communication, only feeding on humans, whereas the demons outside the 10,000 great mountains, while not particularly friendly, generally did not kill indiscriminately. Even some could be called auspicious beasts. The Great Song royal family seemed to raise a dragon, but very few people in the outside world had seen it. The main distinction between the two, aside from whether the name contained the character for demon, was that demons bore an unmistakable foul black aura. This giant bird clearly was not a demon, but it had been injured by one. What brings you here? Gazing at the giant bird not far away, even though he knew it was not a demon, Lumo did not approach to greet it directly. After all, it was not of his kind, who knew what the other party was thinking? Just now, Zhao Zihai probably sensed this great demon's aura but had not found it completely. This great demon intentionally concealed itself and flew here to this small bamboo peak. But why come here and not anywhere else? It was as if it sensed Lumo's confusion. The giant bird turned its gaze toward the luck tree, taking a deep breath towards it, but the luck tree remained motionless, and the ethereal dragon shadow circling around it showed no reaction, instead circling Lumo.
Seeking luck to heal wounds? But this luck has already recognized me as its master and cannot be forcibly taken? Through the giant bird's actions, Luo quickly understood its thoughts. However, this luck tree had only grown for a little over 2 months, and the luck it nurtured was actually quite limited. Could it really have an impact on a great demon? In hesitation, the giant bird's aura weakened significantly again, and black gas once more seeped into its body from the wound. It seemed as if it would be devoured in the next second. TSK. Luo thought for a moment and decided to help. Extending one hand, the ethereal dragon shadow circled his palm, then he pushed forward, severing the connection, the shadow slowly moving ahead. Seeing this, the giant bird's eyes lit up. Hastily opened his mouth to draw it into his body. Then he leaped up and called out 2 thanks on the little bamboo peak. Luo, however, felt nothing special. After all, the fortune accumulated for just over 2 months was not much, waiting another 2 months would yield more. To make the acquaintance of a great monster, after all, was worth it. But for some unknown reason, as soon as he flew into the sky, the wound on the big bird's left wing disappeared without a trace, with no black mist present. He was startled. Luo could not understand what was happening. The next second, when he turned back, his expression froze in an instant. The fortune tree, which had previously stood as tall as 2 people, had withered by half, its aura weak as if it would wither away the next second. What the great monster had taken away was not just the fortune amassed over these 2 months, it surprisingly included the essence of the fortune tree. Forget about 2 months. It would probably take 2 years to recover its previous form. Moreover, the big bird's aura had fully restored, its earlier injuries were actually all feigned. Where did this wild chicken come from? You old man are over 80, and yet you still dare to deceive me. I will definitely catch you and stew you one day. Fuming, Luo didn't care whether the other party was a great monster or not, and began to curse directly. Indeed, it was not a demon from the 10,000 Great Mountains, but it was also not a good thing to steal a significant amount of the fortune tree's essence. The big bird seemed to have heard Luo's words, and surprisingly chuckled a few times. Then it spiraled a few times and disappeared into the sky. Perhaps it also felt a bit excessive, as the giant bird vanished. A feather radiating multicolored brilliance gently fell to the ground. After cursing for a long time, Luo finally shifted his gaze and saw the feather left behind by the other party. At least it understands some human emotions and knows to leave something behind. Holding the feather in his hand, he immediately felt a magnificent warmth within it. And also, almost the moment he held it, the world before Luo underwent a tremendous change. All things seemed to carry a hint of aura. As long as it was not inanimate, a unique colored aura existed. Fortune-gazing ability? In an instant, Luo understood the purpose of the feather before him. He had thought it was some good item. But it turned out to be merely a prop that allowed him to gaze at fortunes. If a single feather had such capabilities, it indicated that this big bird must possess considerable understanding of fortune, or perhaps it was born of fortune itself. However, this item seemed to hold little value for Luo right now. Turning back to look at the fortune tree, it still had a powerful and pure golden aura, but it flickered in and out, as if it would vanish the next second. After so much fortune and essence had been absorbed, there was such fluctuation. Luo couldn't even imagine how exaggerated the fluctuations of the fortune tree were earlier. Perhaps in the eyes of the great monster moments ago, the fortune tree appeared as a bright light, illuminating the sky. No wonder it could find him so quickly. Splash! 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 While he was lost in thought, a figure landed on Little Bamboo Peak, and Zhao Zihai asked Luo, "Elder Lu, did anything unusual happen just now? I sensed an aura not weaker than that of a heavenly being, but it soon disappeared, and I couldn't find it again." Facing the inquiry, Luo did not conceal too much. "Just now, a great monster came to my Little Bamboo Peak." Great monster? Hearing this, Zhao Zihai was taken aback for an instant. After all, a great monster was far more terrifying than an ordinary heavenly being, and he had only just broken through into the heavenly being realm. Seeing Zhao Zihai's surprised expression, Luo took out the feather, thought for a moment, and explained. "Not a demon, just an ordinary great monster. It came and made a deal with me." Luo naturally would not say that he had been deceived by a wild chicken. After all, he currently truly couldn't tell whether the injuries faked by the great monster were real or not, nor did he know whether the absorption of the fortune dragon would harm the fortune tree's essence. Thus, he had been deceived. And upon hearing Luo's explanation, although the panic had diminished somewhat, an equally large shock appeared. Zhao Zihai couldn't help but scratch his head. He had just broken through to the heavenly person not long ago. When did Elder Lu get involved with a great demon, even making deals? What could Elder Lu have that would attract a great demon? The luck tree seemed different from before, perhaps it was because of this. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zihai clicked his tongue. Aside from the Wang family and the royal family, Elder Lu also had this connection to a great demon. It seemed likely Elder Lu raised little pets. Not asking further, Zhao Zihai cupped his fists towards Lu Mo. Then he left Little Bamboo Peak. Watching Zhao Zihai's final gaze, Lu Mo knew that the other misunderstood something, but he didn't explain. He couldn't just say he was tricked by a bird, right? However, holding the colorful feather, Lu Mo quickly sensed how this item could grant him the power of foresight. After using it a few more times, he skillfully grasped every fluctuation of energy. Not long after. You have mastered the true feather of foresight, you understand the essence of foresight. After letting go of the true feather and trying, you also mastered the power of foresight, successfully creating the technique of foresight, and gained 1000 essence of comprehension. 1000 essence of comprehension for the essence of my luck tree. Still a big loss. He tossed the feather in his hand, now this item had even less value. But Lu Mo had no way to find the great bird, so he could only remember it. Having made few losses in business, he didn't expect to be deceived by a great demon. This little episode quickly spread through Zhao Zihai, but aside from Lu Mo, no one else knew the truth. Everyone believed Elder Lu had a demon background. Boom! Half a month flashed by again. Looking at the 6th acupoint in front of him, Lu Mo slowly took a deep breath. Although opening this acupoint was much more difficult than the previous ones, it was still a normal breakthrough. For ordinary cultivators, every acupoint opened is extremely dangerous, requiring thorough preparation. But for Lu Mo, there were hardly any obstacles. With the stone mill and vision from the 4th and 5th acupoints, and the refined vital energy, Lu Mo already possessed enough ability to visualize other things in this 6th acupoint. However, after opening the 6th acupoint, Lu Mo did not visualize immediately. Instead, he left Little Bamboo Peak and went to the Tianyu Tower. Just as he appeared on the main peak and hadn't even pushed the door to enter, Zhao Zihai had already walked out. Zhao Zihai sensed Lu Mo's aura from far away and waited there. Looking at Lu Mo's calm expression, Zhao Zihai's face was filled with barely concealed excitement. Because he remembered very clearly. Lu Mo rarely took the initiative to come to Tianyu Tower, and every time he did, it brought him a huge surprise. So, this time, he also thought the same. Elder Lu would never come to find him for no reason. The Tianyu Tower seems to have changed a bit. Looking at the now more majestic Tianyu Tower, Lu Mo murmured, noting that outside the building, 2 golden stone pillars had even been added. Seeing this, Zhao Zihai smiled. After all, the status of Tianyu sect is no longer what it used to be. Naturally, there should be some changes. You haven't been to Yangmen. The residence of that Taoist is even more exaggerated, 10 stories high, carved dragons and phoenixes, all built from rosewood. But its current status is far inferior to ours. As he spoke, Zhao Zihai looked back at Lu Mo, his eyes full of respect. We have today thanks to Elder Lu. I don't know what matter Elder Lu seeks me for today. Not entering Tianyu Tower, Lu Mo instead strolled around the main peak. Zhao Zihai followed closely behind. Heavenly Person Realm Golden Pill. What is its essence? Hearing this question, Zhao Zihai was stunned, not expecting Lu Mo to come asking about the secrets of the Heavenly Person today. Although he was somewhat unclear why. Zhao Zihai planned to hide nothing, thinking Lu Mo wanted to prepare for comprehending the Heavenly Person. In order to suddenly feel a bit more at ease, the celestial being. In his view, Lu Mo, with such talent, breaking through to become a celestial being is almost just a matter of time. For a celestial being, it's no longer just about mastering the aura of heaven and earth, but being able to truly resonate with heaven and earth. To utilize the power of heaven and earth to empower oneself. To break through to become a celestial being, one must resonate with heaven and earth. And gain recognition from heaven and earth. Before the words were finished, Lu Mo already shook his head and interrupted. I am not interested in that at the moment. Lu Mo looked towards the edge of the sea of clouds. What I am asking is about the essence of the elixir of the celestial realm. After a pause, Lu Mo pondered his words. I know that only when the elixir is successfully condensed can one truly step into the realm of celestial beings. But how is the elixir condensed, and what is its true essence? Back then, the Taoist took out the elixir from within his body, radiating infinite might. But when I focused and tried to investigate carefully, I found that my cultivation was insufficient to see it clearly. Can you lend me the elixir for me to take a look, and also answer my questions? Facing the extremely puzzled Zhao Zihai, Lu Mo's words were quite decisive. He chose to inquire about the details of the celestial elixir not without reason, but because he had made plans long ago. And this was related to the 6th acupoint he had just opened. Back during the great competition, he had already thought. He wanted to try. to see if he could envision the celestial elixir in the acupoint. Chapter 70, Envisioning the Elixir and its Role, Seeking Continued Support. The grand acupoint appeared before him. While continuously revolving, the surrounding aura of heaven and earth was crazily drawn in. Luemo sat cross-legged in front of the acupoint, eyes tightly closed, recalling all the information about the elixir in his mind. The elixir
is formed from the entire vast sea of aura, capable of communicating with heaven and earth, wielding immense power.
Even more so, the elixir does not perish, and a celestial being does not die.
Only by cultivating and condensing the elixir can one truly stand at a high position in this world, only second to the realm of saints.
But how many aura cultivators, throughout their lives, find it difficult to condense the elixir? This shows how arduous the process is. But thankfully, Luemo was not trying to condense a real elixir, but merely to envision it.
To pre-condense the prototype of the elixir in the acupoint, so that when the time comes to break through to become a celestial being, he wouldn't need to condense it again.
However, even just envisioning it was not that simple. In his mind,
every detail of Zhao Zihai's elixir kept appearing before him. Every line, every fluctuation, was vividly remembered.
After preparing himself, Luemo opened his eyes and looked at the acupoint in front of him. In a daze,
a round elixir appeared in the center of the acupoint, slowly gathering.
Countless auras surged, attempting to solidify the illusory elixir.
From illusion to substance, it felt as if just one last step was needed.
But suddenly, crack!
It was as if something had broken, the sound echoed, and the nearly successful envisioned elixir shattered, vanishing completely.
The acupoint was empty. Seeing this, Luemo did not feel discouraged, but regathered his aura to watch the original acupoint.
But soon, his expression changed slightly. After several attempts, each time the elixir shattered at the same stage, he could not succeed in envisioning it at all.
Luemo had experienced this situation before.
Back then, when he was in the initial stage and wanted to compress the power of heaven and earth, he faced the same change. At that time, it was because he lacked a supreme foundation, making it impossible to compress the aura of heaven and earth. Now it seemed something was also lacking. Taking a deep breath, emptying all his thoughts, Luemo recalled all the information Zhao Zihai had regarding the elixir. Then combined it with his envisioning process, enveloping himself in silence, as if even his breath had disappeared.
Before long,
Luemo's lips curled up slightly, as he finally discovered the problem. Continuing to visualize the acupoint, he started envisioning again. But this time, instead of directly envisioning the elixir, he first envisioned a vast sea of aura.
Endless auras gathered into a sea, almost covering the entire sky above the small bamboo peak. The darkness was as deep as black clouds weighing down the city.
In the roaring moment, a wild wind arose. But the change did not last long. Soon, the gathered energy began to compress continuously.
At this moment, Luemo once again started to visualize the golden core.
When he reached the key point where the golden core transitioned from virtual to real, Luemo compressed the energy he had gathered and fused it with the imagined golden core, as if they had become one.
And in the next second,
buzz! With a faint buzzing sound,
the golden core was indeed successfully visualized, slowly appearing in Lumo's sixth energy point.
It worked! He murmured, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and then slowly stood up. He began to sense what effect the visualized golden core had. Quickly, he discovered.
Although it was only imagined, it still possessed a trace of power that could communicate with heaven and earth.
However, this power was extremely weak, even less than the impact Luemo could create by using the energy of heaven and earth himself. It was merely a side dish. The greatest function of this visualized golden core was that once Luemo entered the sea of energy and had sufficient cultivation, he could directly break through to the celestial being without any obstacles. It was an investment for the future. But besides this, there was one last effect. Looking at the golden core in the energy point, Lumo's mind moved.
In the next second, the golden core instantly shook, and an overwhelming force as if endless surged out, covering the entire Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect, Disciple Peak. Now that our Tianyu sect's status is extraordinary, you few direct disciples should continue to put in more effort. How come you haven't completely visualized the energy point into a stone mill? With your talent, how can you bear the title of our Tianyu sect's direct disciple? In a lush bamboo forest, Zhu Lintian held a ruler in his hand, reprimanding Chen Xiufeng and others before him. Since the competition ended, he had put the improvement of his disciples' strength as a priority. After all, as a direct disciple of Tianyu sect, just going out would attract a lot of attention. He absolutely could not let Tianyu sect lose face. Therefore, he not only increased everyone's training difficulty but also personally supervised to prevent them from relaxing. For a time, Chen Xiufeng and others had many complaints. But because of Chu Lingtian's strictness, after the disciple competition, these direct disciples had nearly fully transformed their energy points, with only a little left. Elder Chu, could you give us a break? We haven't gone down the mountain for several months. Sitting on a mat, Chen Xiufen couldn't help but speak. Just as Chu Lingtian shook his head to reprimand, an overwhelming force suddenly swept through the entire Tianyu sect. The bamboo forest rustled, colliding with each other. Feeling this aura, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Because this was a wave of celestial being energy, different from Zhao Zihai's. What happened inside Tianyu sect? Is there a second celestial being in Tianyu sect that we don't know about? It seems to be a wave coming from the little bamboo peak. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the direction of little bamboo peak, not knowing what Elder Lu was up to again. Did Elder Lu make a new connection with a celestial being? Just as Chu Lingtian was about to go take a look, he suddenly looked up sharply. In the sky, Zhao Zihai's figure flashed by. His expression also showed disbelief. Not long ago, the terrifying wave within Tianyu sect was a great demon coming to make a deal with Elder Lu. How could there be another celestial being wave so soon after that? He knew Elder Lu had connections, but wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? Looking at little bamboo peak already visible before his eyes, Zhao Zihai flew directly in. Boom! He instantly landed at the top of little bamboo peak, and aside from the wooden house square and a few trees nearby, there was only Elder Lu's figure. The other party showed no reaction upon seeing him, clearly having anticipated it. Elder Lu, what's going on this time? He did not get an answer. Lu Emo simply smiled and activated the golden core in his sixth energy point. In an instant, Zhao Zihai's expression changed drastically. Expressions became somewhat pale. Heaven, a celestial being. Elder Lu, you have broken through to a celestial being? How is this possible? He remembered not long ago, Elder Lu had just asked him about the celestial being golden pill, but how could he have celestial being power so quickly? Some method to create celestial being aura? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zihai made a guess. Because this was the only possibility that could explain what was happening now. Elder Lu did not conceal it and nodded. But even so, Zhao Zihai's shock still did not fade. This was only because he could hardly discern the issue with this aura, and could only vaguely feel that this celestial being aura seemed unstable, fluctuating at times. Apart from this, it was almost no different from a true celestial being's aura. This was the final use of the imagined golden pill. It could emit the aura of a celestial being. But it was only an aura. However, it was still good for deception, even a true celestial being would find it hard to distinguish. Is it related to the golden pill matter you asked about before? Because the two events were so close together, Zhao Zihai quickly began to ponder. Elder Lu also nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Zihai could not help but suck in a cold breath. Just before he asked me about the golden pill, now he can already release the aura of a celestial being? Chapter 71, Overwhelming Death Chi? A precursor to a catastrophe. Seeking continued reading. Looking at Elder Lu, whose expression showed no change, Zhao Zihai felt a bit inferior. Originally, he thought his talent wasn't bad, able to break through to a celestial being at over 100 years old. But unexpectedly, compared to Elder Lu, he was nothing at all. Now that he understood the reason, Zhao Zihai did not linger. He quickly left the bamboo peak directly. And the commotion caused on bamboo peak did not stir up much excitement in the Tianyu sect for long. After all, bamboo peak was where Elder Lu was, so occasionally, new celestial being fluctuations were no big deal. To avoid further rumors, Zhao Zihai did not continue to explain. Soon this matter became yet another secret related to Elder Lu within the Tianyu sect, but no one knew the truth. But that night, Chen Xiufei and a few direct disciples snuck out of the Tianyu sect, making Elder Chu rage all night, and his curses could be heard all over the disciple peak. But all of this had nothing to do with Elder Lu. Time. Soon, it arrived 3 days later. Originally, this day was just ordinary. Elder Lu completed his normal cultivation and prepared to water the fortune tree. But just after he watered a few scoops, he suddenly felt something and looked towards the west. The morning sun was hanging high, illuminating the sky not long ago. In Tianyu sect, a group of immortals circled around a few high peaks as usual, followed by a group of auspicious birds. On the mountain, a group of disciples who had just woken up, their training sounds reached Bamboo Peak, and at first, it was a bit annoying, but over time, they grew accustomed to it. Everything seemed ordinary, just an average day. But Elder Lu felt something was off. Yet at a glance, the freshly awakened earth showed no changes. After pondering for a while, Elder Lu used his chi observation technique to look west again. When he looked, he was stunned. He saw a thick layer of gray aura rising from the ground in a certain direction to the west, as if it were a plague, dyeing the originally perfect earth with a tinge of gray. During this time, Elder Lu had fully mastered the Qi observation technique.
He understood that different thin colors appearing on different people represented various meanings.
And the gray-black color was the most desolate type among all the fortune colors? Because this represented death. If someone had black aura above their head, lingering for a long time, it indicated that the person would face a great disaster recently, and it would be difficult to avoid a high possibility of death. Although for high-level cultivators, the Qi observation technique didn't have much effect. But for ordinary people without cultivation, the Qi observation technique could almost be 100% accurate in revealing another's recent fortune. But this is the problem. Ordinary people would die, and all that would surround their head is a wisp of black mist, which is hard to see unless you pay attention. But at this moment, a gray aura in the distance covers a large part of the land. Is there a disaster nearby? Muttering to himself, Lu Mo couldn't help but frown. Such a large area of gray mist indicates that the people here will face danger in a short time. So much gray mist must come from at least tens of thousands of people gathering. If tens of thousands of people have such gray aura at the same time, it is not a small matter. It seems to be in Huanyan Township? Thinking about the towns in this direction, Lu Mo quickly remembered that this place is next to a mighty river, which often experiences dam failures. Perhaps this gray mist indicates Huanyan Township is at risk of flooding? He transmitted his thoughts to Li Feng under Little Bamboo Peak, asking him to contact the Jin Yuan Town government and the Town Demon Division. He told them to send someone to Huangyan Township to see if there is a risk of flood dragons. After all, it affects the survival of tens of thousands of people. After communicating this matter, Lu Mo did not continue to pay attention. If there really is a risk of dam failure, the Jin Yuan Town government will soon discover it and respond. Moreover, due to the appearance of evil cultivators from the ghost cult near Jin Yuan Town, the Town Demon Division has settled there during this time, and there is even a Qi Sea realm leader. If they want to detect the risk of flood dragons, it couldn't be easier. Many times, disasters are actually caused by human actions. As long as there is an early warning, casualties can be greatly reduced. 3 days passed. Just as the early morning light broke, Lu Mo went to the edge of the peak and gazed westward. At the same time, he activated his aura observation technique. If nothing unexpected happens, there should no longer be gray mist in this direction. 3 days is enough time for the Jin Yuan Town government to discover the problem and respond. But the next moment, when he used the aura observation technique, what appeared in Lu Mo's eyes was a vast expanse of black mist, completely covering the entire western direction from the farthest point of his sight. The black fog was like a bucket of spilled ink, completely soaking the visible sky. Even just taking a glance with the aura observation technique, Lu Mo felt a prickling sensation in his eyes, a chill at the back of his neck, as if the temperature around him had dropped significantly. This scale of black mist has already affected not just Huangyan Township. He directly flew up to the sky, using a broader field of vision to look into the distance. The black aura remained unchanged, enveloping the earth in a layer of thick gloom. What level of disaster is this? Muttering, Lu Mo looked towards the disciples under Little Bamboo Peak. He found that there was no such black mist surrounding them. In the directions of Jiujian Mountain and Yangmen, as well as several nearby small sects, the area was equally clean. The direction where the black mist was most concentrated. Comparing with the nearby towns in his memory, Lu Mo found that they were all various townships. But how could such a major disaster strike all these townships at the same time? If the black mist takes shape and this disaster erupts, there will probably be floating corpses for 100 miles. Let alone Jin Yuan Town, fear not a single survivor in several surrounding towns. Is it a plague or something? After pondering for a moment, Lu Mo arrived at this conclusion. If it were merely a mountain fire or flood dragon, it could not affect towns in so many different locations. If it were a major disaster like an earthquake, many Qi realm cultivators would also be unable to withstand it. Perhaps only a plague or similar calamity could lead to such changes. How could a plague suddenly break out? Muttering, Lu Mo carefully observed the distant black aura, and quickly discovered this overwhelming black mist did not appear suddenly, but had several sources. Even at this moment, several sources were still continuously expelling black mist, filling the sky. Looking towards the source of the most intense black mist eruption, Lu Mo shot straight up into the sky, flying toward this location. Only leaving a voice for Li Feng below the mountain. Tell the sect master, I've gone out for a bit. Huangyan Township, City God Temple. Originally an abandoned, crumbling temple. Today, however, strangely, lights lit up in broad daylight. A horrendous stench, incredibly foul, could be smelled from hundreds of meters away. Inside the broken window, several figures could still be seen burning brightly. The surrounding birds scattered. The entire city god temple, for some unknown reason, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Soon after, a hideous human head, covered in sores and even oozing pus and blood, protruded from inside the temple. It glanced around, then turned back and spoke to the temple. "Old ghost, do you feel something's wrong? The ritual is nearly finished, we can leave now." Whoosh! Before the words had even finished, a steel arrow shot from the distant forest, instantly piercing its head. At the same time, the sound of hooves erupted, countless figures in black robes appeared, leaping towards the city god temple, smashing through doors and windows, raising clouds of dust. "The demon-slaying division of Jinyuan town is here. Surrender, or be killed." Clang clang clang. Countless silver lights flashed, swords and knives drawn, and a fierce battle began instantly between the figures inside the city god temple and the demon-slaying division. Boom! Under the violent force of the wind, the city god temple exploded instantly, smoke and debris scattered, revealing the scene of the ongoing battle inside. Three pitch-black, ink-like strange incense sticks were emitting waves of black smoke, the ground covered with several naked, blood-soaked bodies, and a strange symbol formed by a circle of foul-smelling organs. Besides the one who was just shot in the head, there were still many similar strange figures inside the city god temple, now engaged in battle with the demon-slaying division. Although the demon-slaying division of Jinyuan town had only been recently formed, it was clear that they had already built considerable battle strength, their coordination perfect, and they had killed the remaining evil practitioners in no time. But in the explosion just now, two figures soared into the sky, battling fiercely. Two overwhelming streams of energy collided, the pressure bending the trees and ground below. After clearing the evil practitioners from the city god temple, the other demon-slaying guards, although not directly involved in the fight in the air, were not idle either, as silver beams shot up into the sky. Clang clang. Two long arrows were destroyed with a wave of the hand, and Han Gizi couldn't help but frown. Because with the simultaneous disappearance of the two long arrows, some of his own black energy also vanished. No wonder it's the demon-slaying division. Even with just the Yuan Xiao, they have the means to weaken our energy. Han Gizi sneered as he looked at the leader of the demon-slaying division of Jinyuan town, his hand moving swiftly. His 5 fingers turned into claws, expanding several times. It seemed like he instantly crossed space, appearing before his opponent, and lunged forward with a fierce grab. Xu Xinxiang struck out with a sword, silver light flashing, and the giant claw was instantly split in two. But in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. The split hand turned into 2 giant snakes, instantly wrapping around him tightly. For a moment, it was hard to break free. Meanwhile, Han Gizi's figure had already retreated 100 meters. On the surface, it seemed like he was preparing for a life-or-death struggle, but in reality, he had already planned his escape. Boom! With a sudden burst of tremendous force, the 2 giant energy snakes were shattered, and in the distance, Han Gizi's figure had already turned into a small black dot. Upon seeing this scene, Xu Xinxiang's face changed, and he burst into incredible speed to chase. The opponent's strength was actually slightly weaker than his, but the various strange methods kept appearing, making it difficult for him to secure a win. This time, the opponent even managed to escape. The aura behind him was getting farther and farther away. Han Gizi couldn't help but reveal an excited expression, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. It's finally going to succeed. The ritual is complete, no one can stop it. His words were filled with excitement, but his figure unconsciously slowed down by a third. Because, in front of him in the sky, a figure in white had appeared, he didn't know when. More help? Han Gizi's face changed. If it was only a Yuan Xiao, it would be fine, but if there was another, he wouldn't be able to deal with it easily. But the next second, his expression clearly relaxed. His speed increased again. Turns out it's just a Yuan Xiao. But why does his aura feel somewhat familiar? As the two were already rushing towards each other, in just a few breaths, the figure of the opponent appeared before Han Gizi's eyes. Looking at the person in front of him. In an instant, Han Gizi was stunned and then burst into wild laughter. So it's you. Back then, you had the protection of the Qi Si, so I couldn't touch you. I didn't expect that you would dare to come knocking today. Gazing at Luo Mo in front of him, Han Gizi completely dismissed him, as black clouds erupted behind him, gathering into a black light, resembling a long spear. In an instant, it drew a line through the air, piercing the atmosphere, almost as fast as lightning. It directly stabbed toward Luo Mo. With gold armor gathering in one place, wrapping around his right arm. A dazzling golden light shone vividly. Luo Mo swung his arm, the powerful vital energy carrying the golden light burst forth in an instant. Clang! In almost no time, the long spear formed from Han Gizi's black clouds was instantly shattered, causing no hindrance to Luo Mo's form. Visible ripples of explosion spread out. In the blink of an eye, Luo Mo was already before Han Gizi. Due to the close distance and rapid speed, Han Gizi completely did not anticipate that Luo Mo could actually break through the spear. His face changed dramatically. But it was already too late. The hurriedly gathered black clouds protecting him were instantly shattered by Lumo's punch. Boom! 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 With one punch, Han Gizi's entire left shoulder was blasted apart, and he fell from the air, trailing a line of foul-smelling blood to the ground. However, Lumo deliberately avoided hitting any vital organs. So Han Gizi, who fell to the ground, still had a breath left. But the look of terror in his eyes had filled his entire face. He remembered very clearly. A few months ago, Lumo only had the strength to slay half-demons of the 9 apertures, so he could not hold his own against Feng Yuan at all. How could it be that in just a few months? The other side had gone from being able to defeat 9 apertures to being capable of directly shattering his Qi with one move. Such a terrifyingly rapid improvement, could it really exist in this world? Even with countless evil paths of understanding and insight, Han Gizi couldn't fathom how quickly Lumo had changed. All sorts of dark and bizarre wicked techniques could not compare. Although he was only in the Qi phase, the opponent was clearly just a Yuan aperture. Even the fluctuation of his aura only had 6 apertures. You're called Han Gizi, right? You told me to remember you back then. Lumo's vital energy revealed itself, cleaning off the foul-smelling blood from his clothes. Looking at the ground, Han Gizi nodded slightly. I indeed remember you. Hearing these words, Han Gizi's already pale face turned even uglier. Lumo left him alive to find out what this group of evil cultists was up to. After all, until now, the dark black death chi was still present, not dissipating. Whoosh! At the same time, with the sound of something piercing through the air, Zhu Xinxiang finally arrived. And as soon as he arrived, he discovered Lumo floating in midair and Han Gizi on the ground with only one breath left. His gaze couldn't help but examine Lumo. Elder Lu, long time no see. He had originally belonged to the Demon Suppression Division of Wei Prefecture, and previously came to Jinyuan Town regarding the sealing array around the outer 10,000 mountains, where he encountered Lumo and knew that he understood celestial formations. But how could it be that such a short time had passed? And the other's aura and power had grown this enormously? Lumo nodded slightly. It hasn't been too long. He also knew about Zhu Xinxiang taking the position of leader of the Demon Suppression Division in Jinyuan Town. After the previous grand competition, he had sent someone to congratulate Tianyu's sect. He didn't expect to meet him here today. Did you deal with Han Gizi? It seemed like there was only this possibility, but Zhu Xinxiang still couldn't help but ask. I sensed something strange here, and when I came to investigate, I just took care of it. Though he spoke lightly, Zhu Xinxiang couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. The Han Gizi he couldn't take down. The opponent could easily resolve it. Doesn't it mean that I might not be a match for this 80-year-old Yuanxiao cultivator? As for the speed of cultivation, during this time, the news of the big competition has spread about Lumo, so he was already shocked and didn't react much. However, if he hadn't seen Han Gizi being defeated by Lumo with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the other party's strength could actually kill a Qi cultivator. What just happened? What is in this place? Pointing to a source of erupting black gas in the distance, Lumo asked. Han Gizi and Zhu Xinxiang both came from this direction. This indicates that this death energy is likely related to the cult of the ghost worshippers. Facing the question, Zhu Xinxiang's expression became much more serious. Over there is an abandoned city god temple. Han Gizi and other evil cultivators from the cult of the ghost worshippers are holding ceremonies inside. During this time, similar ceremonies have covered almost half of Qingyu Prefecture, with many places experiencing the same incidents. Listening to these words, Lumo's heart sank a few more points. He glanced at Han Gizi on the ground and then withdrew his gaze. Director Zhu, do you have any guesses about the actions of the cult of the ghost worshippers? Zhu Xinxiang thought for a moment and didn't hesitate too much. The evil cultivators of the cult of the ghost worshippers act without any rules, and they even kill for the sake of killing. I suspect that during this time, they are simply killing purely for the sake of killing while holding some strange ceremonies with unclear meanings. There is no substantial significance. Or it could be some kind of evil method that allows them to gain some benefit through these sacrifices. If it were before, Lumo might also have thought so. After all, this is the logic of the cult of the ghost worshippers. But this time, Lumo slowly looked towards Zhu Xinxiang, his expression quite serious. Director Zhu, this time the actions of the cult of the ghost worshippers may not be as simple as you think. It is likely that many people will die. Listening to Lumo's words, Zhu Xinxiang, who had originally relaxed upon seeing Han Gizi subdued, suddenly froze. Elder Lu, what do you mean? Although during this time, the evil cultivators of the cult of the ghost worshippers have been rampant and appearing in many places. But the demon suppression guard from different regions has basically acted and eliminated the local evil cultivators. How could there still be any incidents? Because during this time, Zhu Xinxiang had been investigating Han Gizi's whereabouts and other information about the evil cultivators of the cult of the ghost worshippers. So he knew. During this time, apart from the many people who died and were used by the evil cultivators for sacrifices, there haven't been any major casualties. Moreover, they had speculated that this time, the cult of the ghost worshippers also suffered heavy losses, having lost a lot to the demon suppression guard. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any major disturbances again. So he felt puzzled by Lu Mo's words. However, Lu Mo did not answer him directly. Instead, he slowly flew to a height of about 2 to 3 meters above the ground and looked at Han Gizi, whom he had slammed into the ground. He asked, "What is your purpose?" Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, Han Gizi actually laughed, making his pale face look incredibly strange. "What purpose do we have in killing? It's just for the sake of killing. Do you really think we are sacrificing for something?" After saying that, Han Gizi continued to laugh wildly, not even concerning himself with the corpses all over the city god temple. Hearing this, Zhu Xinxiang's face turned very ugly, and he drew his long knife. Yet the two are vastly different. The gray energy still has a glimmer of hope, a lot of opportunities to break free, so Lu Mo didn't pay much attention at first. But the black energy is completely different. It is almost a certain death situation. Even if the previous danger is eliminated, new crises will emerge, making it nearly impossible to break the deadlock. Now facing the overwhelming black death energy, Lu Mo has no solution. He must first figure out where this black energy comes from before he can seek a response. Listening to Lu Mo's words, the most shocked one was not Zhu Xinxiang, but rather the Han ghost lying on the ground. Upon hearing Lu Mo say that the rituals of the ghost worship cult would lead to floating corpses for hundreds of miles, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible, how do you know?" One must know. Even within the ghost worship cult, only those at the Qi Si stage and above know the true purpose of the rituals. But how could an outsider at the Yuan Xiao stage possibly know part of the reason? Once the words were spoken, Han Ghost realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. After hearing Lu Mo's words, Zhu Xinxiang was initially somewhat skeptical. But seeing Han Ghost's reaction, he could almost immediately confirm that Lu Mo's words were correct. The ghost worship cult indeed has a grand conspiracy. Is there really a problem? Looking at the already silent Han Ghost on the ground, Zhu Xinxiang's face turned extremely ugly. But he still looked at Lu Mo. "Elder Lu, you must not speak carelessly. Floating corpses for hundreds of miles, such a matter cannot be casually mentioned without concrete evidence." Without responding, Lu Mo simply grabbed Zhu Xinxiang's shoulder with one hand. Though confused, Zhu Xinxiang believed Lu Mo and did not resist. In the next second, what Lu Mo saw was synchronized to Zhu Xinxiang's view. Looking at the suddenly emerging overwhelming black energy, Zhu Xinxiang's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His whole face went completely pale. "I have a technique to observe the fortunes of the people. The range of this black energy only indicates that a great disaster is about to occur. And just now, the city god temple is a place where black energy gushes out." Lu Mo did not let Zhu Xinxiang look for too long and quickly retracted his arm. Then continued, "I suspect the rituals of the ghost worship cult should be able to trigger a plague that will affect almost half of Qingyu Prefecture." Although things had calmed down, Zhu Xinxiang's forehead was still continuously dripping with cold sweat. This matter is so huge that it is beyond what a single leader of Jinyuan town can handle. It must be reported. However, he still felt a glimmer of hope. But even the power of observation should be influenced by external factors, and cannot be completely certain, right? In response to the inquiry, Lu Mo thought for a moment and then nodded. "That's right. There are indeed some methods that can influence the judgment of the observation technique. But there's no need to fear 100 things." Lu Mo didn't say the next sentence, but Zhu Xinxiang already understood. The observation technique indeed has a possibility of errors, but they cannot afford to take risks. Turning his gaze to the distant city god temple, Lu Mo continued. "However, this black energy has not yet reached the point of complete eruption. There are still a few days left for us to find a solution." Nodding and uttering a good word, Zhu Xinxiang quickly had new questions. But what is the purpose of the ghost worship cult's actions? Is it just to unleash a plague and drain Qingyu Prefecture? For this question, Lu Mo currently had no answer. He glanced at Han Ghost on the ground. "This question, only you all can answer. Such a large-scale disaster will accumulate countless terrifying energies of death in a short time. Perhaps the ghost worship cult wants to use this to achieve something. I have heard that the demon suppression department has numerous interrogation methods. I don't know if it's true." Hearing this, Zhu Xinxiang's expression revealed a burst of passion as he nodded vigorously. Then looked at the ground, still pretending to be dead Han Ghost. Elder Lu, don't worry. As long as this ghost thing still has a breath left, I guarantee that he will wish to survive but cannot, wish to die but cannot. Some of our methods can even target souls. Long before taking action, Luomo had already destroyed all of the enemy's aura, making Han Ghost unable to raise a hand to commit suicide, forced to lie immediately on the spot. Hearing Zhu Xinxian's words, his already bloodless face turned even paler. Luomo nodded, then pondered for a moment. I still need some information to see if I can find a way to eliminate this plague. Whatever Elder Lu needs, just ask, Zhu Xinxian replied without hesitation. I need all the archives related to sacrifices and various rituals within the Demon Control Division. I also need all information related to the ghost-worshipping sect. What Luomo asked for was basically all confidential information within the Demon Control Division. Especially many of the cases related to the ghost-worshipping sect, which could only be reviewed by leaders. But Zhu Xinxian knew the importance of this matter, so he agreed without much hesitation. Luomo then looked towards the city god temple in the distance, still spewing black gas. You report this matter first, then interrogate Han Ghost. I want to go see the place of sacrifice and see if there are any clues. After finishing his words, Luomo, dressed in a flowing robe, disappeared from where he stood, flying towards a certain direction. Zhu Xinxian landed on the ground, stepping a foot onto Han Ghost's chest. In his mind, he had already thought of countless methods to deal with Han Ghost. Chapter 74, Interrogation Results. Please continue reading. Outside the abandoned city god temple. The people of the Demon Control Division acted quickly. The great battle had just ended not long ago, and they had already cleaned up all traces. Most of the bodies were buried in a pit dug nearby. Only the ruined city god temple and the lingering stench in the air remained, indicating that something had recently happened here. Standing on the ruins, although the traces of the ghost-worshipping sect's rituals had been cleaned away, in Luomo's eyes, this place still had endless black gas that continuously surged forth. Among the ruins, there were 3 incense sticks that had already burned down to the end, left by Han Ghost and others during the ceremony. Why did they need to trigger a plague? What do they want with so much death energy? Looking at the scene before him, Luomo couldn't help but frown. The ritual of the ghost-worshipping sect must have some purpose. If they succeeded, it could become a big trouble. Unfortunately, Luomo did not have much understanding of rituals and sacrifices at the moment, and could only wait to see if the Demon Control Division could come up with something. This esteemed one. Just as Luomo was pondering, a suddenly old and hoarse voice sounded not far behind him. An old white-haired woman with a cane, followed by a dirty little boy, was speaking to Luomo with some fear. Upon seeing Luomo glance their way, the two unconsciously took a step back. However, despite their fear of the ruins beneath Luomo's feet, the old woman mustered the courage to speak. I don't know, my esteemed one. Have you seen my son? He came here to offer incense 2 days ago and hasn't returned. We've run out of food at home, we had no choice but to come find him. For families like this, the only strong laborer was nearly their lifeline. If something happened, it wouldn't just be him who starved to death. Listening to these words, Luomo paused. I remember the city god temple has long been abandoned, right? Why did your son still come here to offer incense? The old woman smiled, reaching out to touch the head of the dirty little boy behind her. Although the temple has few visitors now, I know the city god is always present. Every stick of incense we light, the city god can feel, and then responds to us. Thanks to the city god, we've been able to eat our fill these past few years. Looking at the ruins, there were indeed some traces of incense beneath the broken statue. Many broken temples appeared as if no one worshipped them anymore, but some surrounding villagers. But they still occasionally come to pay their respects. This place should be the same. However, 2 days ago, the followers of the ghost worship cult probably already arrived here to begin their preliminary rituals. If any villagers come to offer incense, I'm afraid. Looking at the side, where the demon spirit suppressing agency had just filled in, the grave pit still showed obvious traces. Luomo, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. Your son is valued by the demon spirit suppressing agency and has gone to the city to take up a position. As soon as the words were spoken, a little boy ran out from behind the old man, his eyes shining bright. Grandpa. Really? Is my father really an official in the city now? Luomo nodded and fumbled for something in his pocket. He asked me to wait here for you and to tell you this. But because of his busy work, I'm afraid he won't be back for a long time. He gave the two some silver he had in his pocket. Luomo also created a set of body refining methods on the spot based on the little boy's physique. Although the boy had no talent, this body refining method was enough for him to break through to the upper 3 levels. For ordinary people, having such cultivation would already be enough to change one's fate. The silver given would be enough for the two to use for over 10 years. Fortunately, there was some silver in his clothes. Watching the two happily leave, Luemo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Now, Ditsong could be considered a prosperous time, but due to the ghost worship cult and other reasons, life for those at the bottom was still quite difficult. Although he had already done what he could. But the dark energy emanating from the two couldn't be ignored. If there was no way to break the ghost worship cult's ritual, I'm afraid these two would meet the same fate as countless other citizens around them. Turning back to look at the city god temple, the elder's words kept circling in his mind. With every stick of incense, the city lord can feel it. Is the ritual of the ghost worship cult also related to incense offerings? That night, at the demon spirit suppressing agency in Jinyuan town, next to the original county office, several black buildings, 3 or 4 stories high, had sprouted up, with the entrances guarded by cultivators. The level of security was much higher than that of the county office. At that moment, in the archives on the 2nd floor of the demon spirit suppressing agency, an old figure sat by a window framed in red wood, piles of books stacked in front of him, teetering dangerously. From time to time, someone would bring new materials in. With a series of hurried footsteps approaching, Zhu Xinxian popped his head out from the stairwell, looking at Luemo by the window, anxious. The Korean ghost has confessed. Hearing this, Luemo paused his actions. What on earth is the purpose of their large-scale ceremony? Swallowing hard, Zhu Xinxian's expression was somewhat grim. They intend to use overwhelming death energy to bring forth a half-saint Hall Master. The ghost worship cult had a wide distribution, not just limited to Ditsong. And the leaders of the ghost worship cult in different regions were called Hall Masters. At least, they had to be at the celestial level to have such a position. However, because of countless dynasties' actions against the ghost worship cult over the years, the cult had long since lost its real leader, and even saints had not appeared for many years. That's why they were desperate to cultivate a half-saint. I just don't know why this ritual works. I've never heard of using death energy to make someone break through to half-saint. I also don't know if the Korean ghost is lying. Zhu Xinxian's voice continued. It was clear he didn't fully trust the Korean ghost's answers. But Luemo began to ponder. In the brief period just now, he had read through a lot of books about rituals and ceremonies, but none contained methods that could directly enhance cultivation. He even used Comprehension essence to supplement many things, yet still did not find the method within. This could only mean that the ritual was merely a facade. The real reason the ghost worship cult could produce a half-saint was something else entirely. In the moment when a flash of insight struck his mind, Luemo quickly thought of something and finally let out a sigh of relief. Take me down to see him. All right. After a short while, Zhu Xinxian led Luemo to the dungeon of the Demon Subduing Bureau. Han Gizi was locked in the deepest room, but by the time Luemo arrived, the man had already been tortured beyond recognition, his body covered in rotten flesh, his breath extremely weak. In order to make Han Gizi speak without letting him die directly, Zhu Xinxian had used quite a few methods. Chapter 75, The Ancient Cultivation System, Raising in Gods. Little old man. I have already told you the purpose of the ghost worship sect, why don't you just kill me? Looking at the man who appeared before him, wearing white clothes that starkly contrasted with the stinking prison, Han Gizi sneered. The iron chains binding him rattled as they were pulled, making a clinking sound. Even if you know the purpose of our sacrifice, you have no way to break it. You can only watch as hundreds of miles of floating corpses and me accompany you to the grave. The secret method I teach is not something you can undo. Don't say you, even true saints would find it hard to stop the secret methods of my sect. At this moment, Han Gizi actually started laughing. Because he knew, after the sacrificial ritual was completed, a large number of civilians would have the black fate of death planted in them, something that could never be undone. Not even a saint could do anything about it. The black energy entered the body, and the only fate awaiting these civilians was a violent death. Because the secret methods of the ghost worship sect originated from ancient times. In the present era, let alone breaking it, hardly anyone even knew about it. But hearing his words, Luemo fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I just read a lot about sacrifices, and I found that no matter the kind of sacrificial ritual, it cannot directly improve cultivation. You indeed want to spread plague through sacrifices, causing large-scale casualties in death energy in Qingyu State. But this death energy cannot be directly used. And there is nothing that can allow a Tianrun to break through to the Saint Realm. After a pause, Luemo continued. Because the essence of your sacrificial ritual is something else, another cultivation system. At this point, Han Gizi's face had already started to turn pale, looking even worse than when he was being interrogated. Combining the information in his mind, Luemo slowly said. What you want is incense. You transform death energy into incense, using half of Qingyu State to force a Tianrun to break through to half-saint. Han Gizi's face became extremely ugly, unable to speak a word. He didn't understand why this old man knew so much.
To be clear, the ghost worship sect had gone deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains multiple times to barely find this kind of secret method, one that could transform vast death energy into incense to nurturing gods.
But how could the other party know so much in just half a day? And Lu Mo had already shifted his gaze away from him. He looked at Zhu Xinxiang.
I remember that only the royal family has the incomplete cultivation method of the incense way.
Could you lend me a look?
This is the key to breaking the ghost worship sect's sacrificial ritual. There are thousands of cultivation methods in the world, but in the end, the only one that survives is the martial Dao. Even formations need to rely on the martial Dao to exist, otherwise, they can't take shape. But in ancient times, there was a cultivation method that completely detached itself from the martial Dao.
That was the way of incense.
Using incense as energy, temples were built and people worshipped. As long as there were enough people worshipping, they could use incense to cultivate and increase their cultivation and strength. But this method had significant drawbacks. Aside from the cultivator being unable to leave the range of their own followers, it would also affect the royal family's rule. After all, in the eyes of the followers, the royal family's authority could never compare to the incense cultivators who protected the area.
Once they raised a flag, they could almost instantly get a response.
This method of cultivation also did not have the concept of saints.
Cultivating to the highest realm could nurturing gods that could face saints.
And in the past, with the cooperation of several major dynasties, this cultivation method has been completely eradicated. All the cultivators and the Yin gods have vanished, and this technique has entirely lost its inheritance.
The last practitioner of the incense method. He probably died thousands of years ago. Through various clues,
combined with all the collectibles he had just looked through,
Lu Mo quickly reached this conclusion.
The true purpose of the ghost worship cult is to use the spread of plague to cause a massive death toll among the common people, then transform the overwhelming death energy into incense, creating a half-saint using the method of incense from back then.
It's called a half-saint.
But it should actually be a Yin god practitioner.
Even so,
a Yin god with half-saint cultivation is enough to cause great chaos. After the initial shock, Han Gizi's expression quickly returned, and he burst into laughter again.
Even if you know our specific methods, so what?
In this world, the incense cultivation method has long been severed. Even if you know we are using death energy to transform it into incense, there is no way to stop us. For such a secret has long been lost in the river of time. No one paid attention to Han Gizi.
Zhu Xinxiang listened to Lu Mo's earlier words, and his expression was somewhat grim.
The incense cultivation method has long been incomplete, and what our town demon division holds is not entire, plus it's in the main base of the Weizhou town demon division.
Moreover, the court pays considerable attention to such cultivation methods. I don't know if I can borrow it for Elder Lu to see. After thinking for a moment, Lu Mo did not hesitate. Perhaps I can ask the court to mention my name.
Seeing this, Zhu Xinxiang did not insist further, calling over his subordinates to instruct this matter before looking back at Lu Mo.
But Elder Lu, even if we borrow the incense cultivation method, it is still incomplete. And can this method really help us destroy the ghost worship cult's plot? With a serious expression, Lu Mo firmly nodded.
Even if it's incomplete, even if there's not much time, it's still enough and useful.
For others, such a short time would definitely not be enough.
But for him, there was a good chance. Seeing this, Zhu Xinxiang no longer asked further.
Meanwhile, Han Gizi continued to laugh incessantly,
as if he thought all of Lu Mo's actions were a waste of effort.
No matter what,
the sacrificial rite that has already begun cannot be stopped.
Wanting to suddenly seek the incense cultivation method at the last minute, how could it possibly work? Lu Mo did not pay him any mind and turned to leave the dungeon.
His current comprehension essence was not nearly enough to create the incense cultivation method directly, so he needed the original method. Even if it was not complete, it could still work. He still had the essence of comprehension to supplement it.
Soon, this matter was directly reported to the Weizhou Town Demon Division.
Though the two places were somewhat far apart, there were long-distance communication methods between local offices, so the message could be sent quickly. However, because the incense cultivation method was involved, though it was only an incomplete technique, it could not be passed on. So, the Weizhou Town Demon Division reported it to the court again. At first, the court directly rejected it. Even Elder Lu Mo, who had favors from Elder Yang, could not directly view the incense cultivation method. As for the situation in Qingguzu, there was no substantial evidence proving that the ghost worship cult would cause the plague, so the local few celestials were only advised to watch for the traces of the evil practitioners of the ghost worship cult.
But soon, after Elder Yang learned of this matter, he personally guaranteed for Lu Mo. With Elder Yang's guarantee, things quickly went smoothly. Soon, the command arrived at Weizhou. The incomplete incense cultivation method was urgently sent to Jinyuan town overnight. Chapter 76, Repairing the Incense Cultivation Method. Solution. Time. Soon, it was the next day. Although the ghost worship cult's sacrificial conspiracy was not directly announced,
For some reason, some information still circulated, causing the people of Jinyuan town to be somewhat anxious, and the government issued a notice saying that these were all rumors. The calm had settled down quite a bit. But the expressions of many people within the Demon Suppression Division had not relaxed at all. Because they had long learned about the existence of this matter from Han Gizi's words. Yet until now, there was no solution at hand.
a cloud of gloom hung over them.
Only a few, including Zhu Xinxiang, still held onto a sliver of hope.
And the one who brought them hope was currently at the Lu mansion.
The thick black gas in the sky seemed to have faded somewhat, but Lu Mo knew that was due to the ghost-worshipping cult's hidden fortune methods. The true dark fortune surrounding the common people had not dissipated. Not long after the sun had risen, the incense cultivation method sent by the Demon Suppression Division of Weizhou had already been delivered to the Lu mansion.
Without much hesitation. After dismissing the servants, Lu Mo went to the backyard and began to read carefully. Time seemed to slow down considerably during this process. The thick incense cultivation method was quickly finished by Lu Mo.
Imposing spiritual light continuously emerged in his mind.
Soon,
you have collected ancient cultivation methods, understanding the technique of cultivating with incense, and successfully deduced the complete cultivation method, integrating it with the path of offering, consuming 2000 essence of understanding, and successfully completing the incense cultivation method. While pondering the methods in his mind, Lu Mo quickly merged with the information related to offerings in his brain. Finally understanding that the means used by the ghost-worshipping cult was a certain strange path in the incense cultivation method. And breaking it was quite simple as well. Suddenly opening his eyes, Lu Mo left the Lu mansion and headed toward the Demon Suppression Division. Although the sky had just brightened, there were already many silhouettes on the streets of Jinyuan town.
Old Master Lu, you are back again? Not long after stepping out, Lu Mo saw a familiar figure patrolling the street.
As soon as the person saw Lu Mo, he hurried over, full of enthusiasm.
Handing over the breakfast he was holding, Sun Daiyuan introduced Lu Mo to a few officers behind him. This one doesn't need much introduction, right?
Lu Mo, Old Master Lu, the supreme elder of Tianyu sect, a person whom the Holy Emperor has mentioned.
As he introduced,
Sun Daiyuan's body involuntarily straightened a bit.
He certainly had not coincidentally run into Lu Mo here,
instead, he had been waiting here early on. Last night, he heard from a few familiar demon suppression guards that Lu Mo had returned to Jinyuan town.
But the exact reason for his return was unknown.
However, this did not prevent him from waiting here early, wanting to gain some face in front of a few officers. If it had been before the grand competition,
saying he knew Lu Mo would not have raised too much doubt. After all, not many remembered Lu Mo back then.
But since the grand competition ended, Lu Mo's status had skyrocketed countless times, not to mention Jinyuan town, there were few people within 10 miles who did not know Lu Mo. So when he mentioned his relationship with Lu Mo again, he faced quite a bit of skepticism.
Today was the day he would break through that doubt. His back seemed to straighten a bit. Sun Daiyuan could already imagine that after today, no one would question his relationship with Lu Mo anymore. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed.
Elder Lu's expression seemed the same as the last time they met, not particularly relaxed.
And the last time was when Chen Xian's family was exterminated.
Thinking of this, Sun Daiyuan's expression also became a bit serious. Perhaps this time Elder Lu returned to Jinyuan town because something had happened.
Elder Lu, what happened again? Stopping a few officers who wanted to greet Lu Mo, Sun Daiyuan could not help but ask. And Lu Mo did not explain too much. You all don't need to know too much. Pausing, Lu Mo looked toward the direction of the Demon Suppression Division. I'm going to the Demon Suppression Division now. You go inform the county magistrate to come as well.
After saying this, regardless of the puzzled look on Sun Daiyuan's face, Lu Mo leaped up and flew directly toward the Demon Suppression Division. Sun Daiyuan also realized that something big might be happening, and he hurriedly ran towards the county office.
Before long, Lu Mo had already pushed open the door of the Demon Suppression Department. In an instant,
everyone nearby, whether they were cultivating or doing other things, could not help but look towards Lu Mo.
Because they knew
the person in front of them might be the only solution to break the deadlock. Arriving at the leader's room, Zhu Xinxiang had not slept all night.
Elder Lu, do you have a solution?
Zhu Xinxiang approached directly.
Lu Mo nodded.
There is indeed a way to counter the sacrifices of the ghost worship sect.
What is the method? Lu Mo thought for a moment before speaking. Sacrifice. Sacrifice? Zhu Xinxiang repeated Lu Mo's words, a bit confused about what he meant. Lu Mo nodded.
The ghost worship sex method is to spread plague through sacrifices, while transforming death energy into incense to help celestial beings break through.
We can use the same method.
By using incense, we can gather a large number of people's offerings through sacrifices in a short time to break the previous ritual. Listening to Lu Mo's words, Zhu Xinxiang showed a hint of disbelief in his eyes.
He remembered. The incense cultivation method had just been sent from Weizhou not long ago, and Elder Lu had already been able to use it?
Although he knew it was somewhat unbelievable, Zhu Xinxiang did not delve deeper into this question.
In his view,
the primary issue now was to solve the ghost worship sex ritual, not to ponder why Elder Lu could learn the incense method so quickly.
Do you have confidence?
Zhu Xinxiang clenched his fists a little tighter.
Luomo took a long breath. Absolute confidence. But
a pause nearly made Zhu Xinxiang's heart stop. Because the influence of the ghost worship sex sacrifice is too wide, if we are to counter it with the same sacrifice, the scale cannot be small.
Surrounding 10 miles, several cities must be mobilized.
I can use my reputation to promote it. There should be quite a few people responding.
Those who come to participate in the sacrifice can also be given food and money.
We must have enough popularity, enough incense, to counter the ghost worship sex sacrifice. As Lu Mo's voice continued, Zhu Xinxiang's expression became much more serious. This matter may sound simple, but it is quite difficult to carry out well. Mobilizing such a large number of people. It might be very difficult.
I know. Luomo nodded, but his words left no room for negotiation. But time is running out.
At most 5 days, the plague will completely break out. At that time, there will be floating corpses for miles.
We must hold the sacrifice before that. The county magistrate should be arriving soon.
You must quickly mobilize the surrounding towns. Knowing how urgent this matter was, Zhu Xinxiang dared not delay. His expression grew much more serious. They now had to race against time.
Soon. The county magistrate of Jinyuan town also appeared in the demon suppression department. But to mobilize so many towns is not a decision that one county magistrate could make.
Even nearby several cities did not know the ghost worship sex plot, and to avoid panic, this matter had not been conveyed to the surrounding towns' offices. However, now, this matter could no longer be kept hidden.
Half an hour later,
several red-brown horses ran out of Jinyuan town, scattering along different official roads.
Chapter 77, The Sacrifice Begins. Huangyan Township. Outside the county office.
With the sound of several gongs, a brand new announcement was posted at the county office door, and even outside the city gate was the same announcement. For a small village with a low population,
it is rare for an official announcement to be posted.
Moreover, this time, many constables directly patrolled the streets ringing gongs, urging everyone to come watch the announcement.
So in a very short time, a large crowd of common people gathered outside the county office.
For days later, a prayer sacrifice will be held beside the big marsh in the west, to seek favorable weather for the coming year, led by Master Lu Mo, and those who participate will receive 2 jin of grain and 21 of money.
In our big village, it seems we don't have the habit of holding rituals, right? Why are we suddenly doing this?
I don't know, the weather has been good in recent years, so the rituals don't seem to have much meaning.
Who cares about that? Can't you see we can get food and money for free? We won't lose anything by going, anyway, it's not far from here. But the main priest is Master Lu Mo, do you know who he is?
The Holy Emperor once sent someone to deliver a decree to him.
Even if there's nothing, I want to see what this master looks like.
Struggling with his burden, Lu's third son, who had just killed a few rabbits, was preparing to find a tavern to sell his catch. Their family hadn't eaten a full meal for a while. As soon as he arrived at the county office, he heard voices around him.
Although he couldn't read, someone was reading the announcements out loud near the office.
He heard that they were distributing money and food per person.
He didn't even sell his game and hurriedly ran home.
Besides that, many people left with news.
The information about the ritual quickly spread among the common folks.
You have to know, although the amount of food and money isn't much, for many poor people, it is still a considerable income.
They won't waste it.
And some who looked down on the food mostly had a bit of status, knowing all about the previous competitions, so they would also go for Lu Mo. Of course, the amount of food and money sent from different towns varied, but generally, it was enough for the folks to eat well for several days. Aside from Huangyan village and some nearby places to Jinyuan town, the rituals in the other towns just happened at the same time locally. After all, for many common people, crossing 100 miles is quite difficult. However, Lu Mo had already planned the rituals. Even if he didn't attend in person, it would still work, just with less effect. Soon, in just 2 days, all the towns affected by the ghost-worshipping sect had issued announcements. If it were just the Jinyuan town office trying to contact various towns for a large ritual, the steps would be much more complicated and difficult, and without a document from the prefecture, not many other towns would respond. But the key is, this ritual was called by Lu Mo, which made it completely different. Previously, in the Great Competition, Lu Mo had royal backing, so just one decree from the Holy Emperor was enough to make local officials cooperate with Lu Mo's actions. So, in a matter of days, all the ritual details were basically set, and many folks responded. The local demon suppression offices fully cooperated with the rituals, everything was in order. Time quickly arrived on the day of the ritual. Ding ding ding. At the entrance of Lu's mansion, Zhu Xinxiang led a horse, bringing a team of demon suppressors to knock on the door. Although it was still early dawn, the entire Jinyuan town was already bustling with noise, as large groups of common people left through the city gate, heading towards the big marsh on the west side of Jinyuan town. It's about time, we can set off now. The local demon suppression offices have also set up additional ritual arenas, and the number of participants is guaranteed to be above the minimum limit. He handed a document to Lu Mo. Zhu Xinxiang shared all the information he had. For this ritual, the total number of common people participating from various places was at least over 100,000. And this number was the smallest limit to counter the rituals of the ghost-worshipping sect. The ghost-worshipping sect wants to use ancient incense methods to let a celestial being break through to a demigod. In fact, regular rituals are enough to enjoy the incense. But a ghost-worshipping sect could never organize thousands or even tens of thousands of common people to participate in a ritual anywhere. So they could only resort to using more casualties among the common folks to stack up negative energy and then convert it. But Lu Mo didn't need to do that at all. His current reputation was already enough to hold such a ritual. Looking at the detailed information in the document at noon. All the preparations from various places have indeed been completed. But Lu Mo's expression was not relaxed at all. I remember, today is also the day when Han Gizi will be executed. Zhu Xinxiang nodded and looked towards a certain corner of the city. He still doesn't believe Elder Liu can solve the plague, and last night he laughed like a madman. Regarding Han Gizi's actions, Lu Mo did not care and continued to ask. In these past few days, has there been any news from the ghost worshippers? Zhu Xinxiang's face changed slightly, shaking his head. Seeing this, Lu Mo did not press further. He mounted the reddish-brown horse led by Zhu Xinxiang. Stay alert. Today's ritual won't be so easy. The ghost worshippers had spent who knows how long preparing to spread the plague in Qingyu Prefecture, wanting a certain Hall Master in their sect to break through to Half-Saint one day. Therefore, they would definitely not watch Lu Mo disrupt the ceremony. Of course. Right now, the other side surely still did not know Lu Mo's tricks, but they must be observing in secret. The silence of these days could tell a lot. But Lu Mo was not without preparations, he would just see how the final result turned out. After mounting, under the protection of the Demon Suppression Division and others, Lu Mo and the others headed towards the city gate. They quickly left Jinyuan town. To the west of Jinyuan town, there is a large lake covering thousands of acres, called Days by the locals. Next to Days is Huangyan village, where many villagers rely on fishing for a living. And Days is not too far from Jinyuan town, a few hours on foot can get there and back. After all, it is a rather important ritual. So water is necessary for the best effect, and Lu Mo chose this place. Also, in the past few days, the venue had already been set up, just waiting for the grand ceremony today. Not long after, Lu Mo appeared on the streets of Huangyan village, where the townspeople had already gathered on both sides. The green brick ground, damp and covered with moss. Upon seeing Lu Mo, everyone quickly stepped aside to make way. Though many had come, it was still far from enough. There were still many villagers from Jinyuan town on the road. So, Lu Mo and the others took up residence in the Huangyan village county office and continued to wait. Soon, the sun climbed higher in the sky. Usually not crowded, Huangyan village today had been submerged by a sea of people. Looking around, there were probably tens of thousands of villagers present. As the time approached, Lu Mo, changed into different clothes, stepped onto the constructed altar under everyone's gaze. For a moment, all eyes turned towards Lu Mo. A glance around seemed to show all ordinary villagers. But Lu Mo knew very well that there were certainly ghost worshippers hidden in the shadows, watching him closely, wanting to see what he could come up with. Looking up, the sky was still covered with a thick black air, dense as ink. Today was the last day. If it could not be dispelled today, perhaps a terrifying plague would break out tomorrow. Feeling the overwhelming black aura, Lu Mo slowly spoke. The time has come. Let's begin. Thud thud thud. With 3 loud drum beats. Flying birds and beasts and other sacrifices were also brought onto the altar and slaughtered on the spot. These would later be distributed to the villagers. Recalling the information about the ritual in his mind, Lu Mo remembered every step. And now, it was only the first step of the ritual. Ritual dance, ritual words, and so forth, steps proceeded in an orderly fashion. In Lumo's eyes, brightness gradually emerged, and a faint yellow aura seemed to rise above the heads of the gathered villagers.
Further away, a similar faint yellow aura was converging here as well. That was from other locations performing rituals simultaneously. Such a massive energy was enough. Soon, the ceremony reached its final step. Luemo took out 3 incense sticks, taking 3 steps forward. At the same time, a loud rumble of thunder echoed suddenly across the entire day's area. Kneel. The voice was like thunder. With an irresistible force, the surrounding tens of thousands of people instantly knelt, almost without hesitation or fluctuation. Under the kneeling of the people, countless overwhelming breaths surged towards the main priest, Luemo, almost passing through every pore of his body. His body and mind instantly felt incredibly comfortable. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it himself. Muttering to himself, these yellow breaths passed through Luemo as if he didn't exist at all, gathering behind him. At the same time, Luemo inserted the first incense, also bowing forward in respect. Almost instantly. Boom! 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 Thunderous roars broke out in the sky, as if something exploded, and the entire sky seemed to be covered with a faint yellow layer. It was as if some kind of fluctuation appeared. But this was not the greatest change. An immortal has descended. Someone shouted in surprise. The crowd looked towards the back of Luemo. They saw a faint yellow phantom, 30 meters tall, almost identical in appearance to Luemo, appeared, holding 3 incense sticks in its hand. This was the Falsine deity formed by the endless people's incense offerings. At this moment, the phantom also kneeled towards the seemingly empty sky. Upon seeing such a shocking sight, countless common people felt as if a celestial being had truly descended. More devoutly, they knelt continuously towards the phantom. And when the phantom's kneeling ended, ordinary people only felt that the sky had a slight yellowish hue. But in Lumo's eyes, the endless black mist was violently shaking at this moment, as if it was about to spread. It works. Muttering to himself, Luemo finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had already perfected the incense cultivation method, knew the methods of the ghost worship sect, and understood how to counter them, he was still a little worried before truly succeeding. But now, the ritual was confirmed to be effective, so the one to worry about was no longer him. At the vegetable market of Jinyuan town, although many common people had already gone to the Great Marsh to participate in the sacrifice, there were still quite a few people with mobility problems staying in Jinyuan town. And because there was a public execution today, they had come to the vegetable market. At this time, Han Gizi's body had been tortured beyond recognition, but he was still laughing wildly on the platform. Useless. Whatever you do, it's useless. At most, tomorrow. I want all of you to accompany me in death. Looking at the confused people below, Han Gizi felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. Using his life to exchange for a plague that swept across half of Qingyu Prefecture, and adding to that, the ghost worship sect had produced a semi-saint. It was all worth it. Elder Lu already has a way to solve the plague. No one will go with you to accompany you in death. Spitting some wine onto the hilt of his blade, a demon slayer spoke. Because Han Gizi belonged to the ghost worship sect, ordinary executioners could not be used for the beheading, to avoid evil energy entering their bodies. But upon hearing this, Han Gizi just shook his head. He knew very well. Such secret techniques, no one in the world could break them. But in the next second, his laughing expression instantly froze. The entire person looked at the sky in disbelief. His body couldn't help but tremble violently at this moment. Impossible, impossible. Why is the black mist shaking so violently? Could it be that he really has a way? Crack! He could no longer see the final change. The last image in his eyes was of the rotating black mist shaking the sky, his eyes wide open, clearly dying without closing them. And outside the great marsh, after the first incense stick was inserted, Luemo quickly inserted the second incense stick into the sacrificial altar. At the same time, his voice spread once more across the great marsh. Kneel again. Because of the divine phenomenon behind Luemo, this time the people almost immediately kneeled again, and many of them had never stood up from the beginning. Luemo also bowed forward. The phantom behind him followed suit, just a few breaths slower than Luemo. And after this bow, the changes in the sky became even more exaggerated. Countless overwhelming yellow breaths seemed to turn into weapons, beginning to stir the endless black clouds. The already unstable black mist, under the impact once again, began to be cut and dissipated continuously. Luemo looked up. It seemed as if he could hear the hissing sound of the black mist dissolving. However, this scene was something only he could see. Many common people only felt as if something invisible in the sky was melting, and after kneeling, their bodies unconsciously felt a bit lighter. Around the altar, almost all high points were occupied by the Demon Suppression Bureau.
They didn't know the specific situation, whether the black mist had changed. They could only pray that the ritual would end normally. As the second incense stick burned halfway, the black mist in the sky had already been cut into one group after another, each dispersing, no longer as vast and huge as before. But this was still not enough. It had to be completely dissipated.
Taking a deep breath, Luemo lit the last incense stick in his hand and stepped forward once more.
The hidden followers of the ghost-worshipping sect must have already realized that he had the means to eliminate the plague. If they still wanted the ritual to succeed, this was their last chance.
The final bow.
The voice rolled out again, resounding across the great marsh.
But this time,
countless common people wanted to kneel at the sound of these words, but it felt as though something was lifting them up, preventing them from kneeling.
At the same time, boom, boom, boom.
In the distance, the previously empty sky twisted with a distortion of space, and a black figure instantly appeared, reaching out a hand toward Luemo. The two were thousands of meters apart, but it was almost instantaneous.
Crack! The space shattered, and a giant hand arrived in front of Luemo, wanting to grasp him.
The immense power of the heavens directly controlled the space around Luemo, pressing him down, rendering him unable to move.
Luemo could even hear the sound of space tearing.
Seeing this scene, however, Luemo showed no sign of worry. He was completely different from the terrified expressions of the people on the ground, who did not understand what was happening. Whoosh! A similarly mighty force erupted, and the giant hand was instantly torn apart. Zhao Zihai stood in front of Luemo, waving one hand to create a barrier to protect him while charging directly toward the ghost-worshipping sect's celestial being in the distance.
Seeing one attack fail, the figure was about to hide. But suddenly felt their body stiffen, their movement slowed. Countless silver threads appeared from nowhere in the air, ensnaring their body tightly. In the distant sky,
a tall figure clad in silver armor hovered in the air, with silver threads piercing through space with his 5 fingers, controlling constantly.
The magic suppression token at his waist had already proven his identity.
Knowing that the ghost-worshipping sect would definitely send a celestial being, Luemo would not sit idly by. He had already found his helpers.
Continue kneeling. Luemo withdrew his gaze.
The voice once again spread throughout the great marsh. Zhao Zihai and the others had already dispersed the oppressive force of the ghost-worshipping sect's celestial being, and many common people had regained control of their bodies. Although they didn't understand what had happened and their faces were filled with fear, they still knelt one last time under Luemo's words.
And in the distant sky,
3 celestial beings had already engaged in fierce battle.
The might of celestial beings could almost shake the heavens and the earth.
The overwhelming pressure released slightly was enough to destroy the common people on the ground. So although they were 2 against 1, Zhao Zihai had to expend a lot of energy to prevent the celestial beings' overwhelming might from shaking. Thus, they did not hold a significant advantage.
Qin Haishan, I didn't expect you to come too. Countless silver threads not only restricted their movements but also continuously penetrated their bodies.
Even the celestial body, blood and flesh were being crazily stirred. But the other party just smiled lightly, hands controlling from afar, endless silver threads bursting forth again.
7th Hall Master, I let you escape before. This time it won't be so easy. The next second,
the surrounding air seemed to become a bit colder. Countless water vapor condensed out of thin air, forming a giant icy blade, carrying countless fragments, heading toward the ghost-worshipping sect's celestial being. And the other party was surrounded by countless silver threads. There was hardly any space to evade. On each cold beam of light, the power of Zhao Zihai, an otherworldly figure, condensed.
Damn it! Crash!
In a surge of immense strength, countless silver threads finally snapped, and many pieces of flesh and bone had already been torn and exposed. But the 7th Hall Master of the Ghost Worship sect directly broke a rib from his abdomen and threw it out.
In an instant,
countless flesh and bones rapidly grew, soon transforming into a clone identical to himself. As the sky filled with cold light, the clone self-destructed. An overwhelming force instantly swept across the entire sky, causing the ground to crack continuously.
All the cold beams were instantly destroyed.
Even if Zhao Zihai tried to resist the aura, the distant large marsh was still shaking, and the ground was buzzing.
Zhao Sect Leader. This person's methods are strange and unpredictable.
If we want to keep him, we must employ our measures. Qin Haishing's silver armor shimmered around him, and countless silver threads in his hands began to explode wildly, eventually condensing into a long spear that radiated cold light.
Zhao Zihai nodded.
The air became moist again, even forming snowflakes. Surrounded by the two, the 7th Hall Master's expression darkened as he looked at the distant marsh and the huge phantom behind Luemo, as if he made a decision and suddenly retreated explosively. He actually wanted to escape. In an instant, he had already vanished from the sky.
But the next second, when his figure appeared 10,000 meters away, Zhao Zihai and the others' figures synchronously appeared. And at this moment, beside the large marsh, the last kneel of the common people had completed, and Lu Mo inserted the last incense stick and slowly bowed forward. At the same time, the gigantic phantom behind him also began to bend down slowly. But just then, from the depths of the marsh behind the altar, a tremendous black shadow appeared. In the next instant, boom! The water surface shook wildly, directly erupting into a water dragon that charged toward the altar. The water dragon was immensely powerful, probably 100 meters long, with an old man in a black robe standing at its head, holding a serpent-headed staff that bore some resemblance to the water dragon beneath him. It was yet another otherworldly being. Although Lu Mo had gathered a body of shadowy spirits from countless incense offerings, it had only rank but no real cultivation. As the water dragon manifested, the might of the otherworldly being once again bound Lu Mo and the phantom behind him, preventing their kneeling figures from moving. Though earlier, the ghost worship sect did not think Lu Mo truly had the ability to solve the plague. They still sent two otherworldly beings to covertly watch, just in case of an accident. And now, Zhao Zihai and Qin Haisheng had long been led away by the seventh hallmaster. In the entire vicinity of the large marsh, there were no otherworldly beings left to stop him. Destroy my ghost worship sect's secret method, and die. The serpent staff pointed forward, and the water dragon's speed surged again, about to strike the shore in an instant. By then, not to mention the altar, it was likely that few of the surrounding people would survive. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming might of the otherworldly being, Lu Mo remained completely undisturbed, even lifting the corners of his mouth slightly. Seeing this, though feeling anxious, the staff-wielding old man did not stop his actions, wanting the water dragon to sweep the altar. But the next instant, crash! The sound of steel rang out, and countless iron chains suddenly exploded out of the surrounding space, tightly locking the water dragon. The chains emitted a strange ghostly fire, continuously hissing. The water dragon was only a few meters away from the phantom behind Lu Mo. But it was firmly locked and could not advance even a fraction. Heavenly array! The other party yelled in panic and anger. Boom! As the chains erupted, a grand array pattern slowly appeared in the sky, and the overwhelming iron chains originated from this place. And what Lu Mo held was a mysterious compass that had appeared out of nowhere. Crack! Bang! The force of the chains erupted instantly, almost immediately crushing the water dragon, causing countless droplets to fall. Then the chains seemed to have self-awareness as they locked onto the staff-wielding old man. The other party continuously waved his staff, a water mirror blocking in front, and his figure retreated madly. His eyes were filled with terror. He had not anticipated that Lu Mo had already set up the celestial array. He naturally recognized the heaven mechanism compass. But he didn't expect Lu Mo to actually lend it out. The ritual of the ghost-worshipping sect was already a serious matter. So Wei Zhou sent the incense and cultivation method, escorted directly by the celestial leader Qin Haisheng. And to make sure everything was planned perfectly, Lu Mo even contacted the Wang family, asking Qin Haisheng to bring the heaven mechanism compass and several celestial-level killing formations along the way. With his background, the Wang family had no hesitation at all. This time, Lu Mo's goal was not just to disrupt the ghost-worshipping sect's ceremony, he wanted to truly leave a celestial being from the ghost-worshipping sect behind. With a single finger pointing at the heaven mechanism compass, another celestial array emerged. Numerous lunar blades erupted, carrying infinite might, almost instantly crossing a distance of 1,000 meters and creating ripples on the surface of the lake. Each lunar blade was enough to injure a celestial being, and at this moment, there were dozens of them erupting. And their speed was so great that even if they left the range of the array, they could chase for thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. In a moment of dazedness, he dodged a lunar blade. The old man with the crutch looked very grim, and with one hand waved out, the entire lake surface was stirred, causing a wall of water to rise, wrapping around him tightly. Although the might of the lunar blades was exaggerated, it was still somewhat difficult to break through such a barrier. But seeing this scene, Lu Mo couldn't help but smile. The next second, crack, crack, crack. Each giant lunar blade instantly split into hundreds, instantly covering the entire sky. Seeing this, the old man's face changed drastically. But in the next instant, countless lunar blades erupted and instantly swept through the water wall. It didn't even last for 2 breaths. Boom, boom, boom. The water wall fell into the lake, and countless lunar blades also dissipated, making the lake surface seem to regain calm in an instant. Looking at the distant lake surface, Lu Mo did not sense the opponent's breath. Ran away? He murmured, carefully searching. But in the next second, just tens of meters from the altar, a figure suddenly exploded out of the water, holding a crutch and carrying boundless might towards him. Though it was somewhat sudden, Luomo was already prepared.
As a pattern of the array suddenly appeared, an incredibly sharp and mighty sword chi brewed, instantly cutting the old man in front of him in half. But there was not a single drop of blood splattering. Instead, the old man began to advise himself that cultivating immortality was useless. Meanwhile, behind Luomo, an even more magnificent force erupted. The opponent was now less than 10 meters away from him. For an array master, it was absolutely unacceptable to let someone get close, otherwise, there would be only defeat and death. If the sword chi from the exploded celestial array were to turn back to deal with him, then even an array master only 10 meters away from him would also be unable to escape. That's why the old man with the crutch was so unbothered. But facing the ghost-worshipping sex celestial being that was already in front of him, Luomo's mouth suddenly raised a smile.
The next second, the golden elixir in his body activated.
A power no weaker than the opponent's radiant celestial might swept across the field in an instant. The air was violently trembling. The opponent's face changed dramatically, and his body suddenly stilled in midair. He hadn't expected that Luomo had been waiting for him here. This person was holding the heaven mechanism compass. It seemed that it was only a low-level being using it to set up the celestial array, but in reality, he was a true celestial being.
Every action was meant to trick him into a trap.
With a change in expression, he immediately retreated 100 meters. But in the next second, he felt that the celestial aura from Luomo seemed somewhat strange. But it was already too late. As he retreated, the sword chi concocted by the celestial array had already predicted his escape route.
Swish! The sword chi erupted. A nauseating smell of blood splattered everywhere, and the celestial being has fallen. With the heavenly compass, Luomo today slays the celestial being.